On the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the Pokémon series, Nintendo has officially unveiled its groundbreaking new title, Pokémon World. This game, which integrates the latest advancements in virtual immersion technology, allows trainers for the first time to fully immerse themselves in a realistically scaled Pokémon ecosystem, fostering deeper emotional connections with their partner Pokémon and crafting a personalized adventure within this virtual realm. Are you ready to step into this dreamlike Pokémon universe starting February 27th, 2046? Chapter 1. The Starter Pokémon and the Egg. Today is February 28th, 2046. Wang Hao awoke early, or rather, he had been too exhilarated to sleep the entire night. The source of his excitement? The global simultaneous release of Nintendo's new title the day prior, where he had successfully acquired a limited edition version of the game and its accompanying hardware. With the delivery expected imminently, how could he contain his enthusiasm? As this was a special release commemorating the 50th anniversary, it was made available worldwide simultaneously, allowing even those residing domestically to obtain the game without delay. Wang Hao had devoted the entirety of the previous day to securing this coveted item. As dawn broke, he, still wide awake, rose to have some breakfast, then sat idly on the balcony, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the delivery drone. The waiting felt interminable, prompting him to lean over the balcony railing multiple times to gaze into the distance. Finally, at 10:30, the delivery drone arrived. After confirming receipt, Wang Hao could hardly contain his excitement as he tore open the package. The limited edition included a Pokémon-themed stealth device styled like Pikachu, alongside various Pokémon merchandise. While these exclusive items did not particularly entice him, the prospect of experiencing life within the Pokémon world was what truly captivated Wang Hao. After a cursory inspection of the packaging, he donned the device, ready to enter the game. Upon entering the game, Wang Hao was greeted by a vast, white expanse, followed by a familiar voice. Welcome to Pokémon World. In this realm, whether in the skies, oceans, mountains, or forests, you will encounter extraordinary creatures known as Pokémon. Here, you will live alongside Pokémon, grow together, and experience the joys and sorrows of life. Therefore, please tell me your name. The opening was reminiscent of previous Pokémon games, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Wang Hao, who had played through every iteration of the series. Without hesitation, he declared his in-game name, one he had consistently used in previous Pokémon titles. I am Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, as a limited edition player, you now possess the power of choice. Would you like to accept this Pokémon egg? A Pokémon egg? Wang Hao had not anticipated such a plot twist. There had been no indication of this benefit when purchasing the special edition. What Pokémon egg? The Pokémon egg was an option exclusive to limited edition players, the contents of which would remain a mystery until hatching. It would randomly yield a Pokémon from those with base stats below 580 in the current version. For those who opted for the egg, their first Pokémon would be the one hatched from it, eliminating the usual selection of starter Pokémon. Realizing this meant he had to choose between the starter Pokémon and any Pokémon. Wang Hao recalled that the official announcement had stated that the current version of Pokémon World only included Pokémon from the first 4 generations, totaling 493 species, excluding legendary and mythical Pokémon with base stats above 580. This revelation was thrilling. A misstep could lead to hatching a Caterpie, yet there was also the possibility of encountering a more formidable Pokémon. It felt like a gamble, one that Wang Hao was willing to take. If he declined the Pokémon egg, he would later face the typical scenario of selecting a starter Pokémon from the first 4 generations, which held little novelty for a seasoned player like him. Thus, he decided to tempt fate, hoping for a stroke of luck that might yield a Snorlax or a Gardevoir. I choose to accept the Pokémon egg. No sooner had Wang Hao spoken than a blue-patterned Pokémon egg appeared before him. He gently cradled the egg in his arms. Congratulations! You have received a Pokémon egg. As for what kind of Pokémon will hatch from it, let us await the revelation together. Your adventure begins now. As the system's voice faded, a blinding light engulfed him, overwhelming his senses. Even with his eyes closed, the brilliance was uncomfortable, but it did not last long. When the light subsided, Wang Hao cautiously opened his eyes. What greeted him was astonishing. Initially, he believed a colossal tree loomed before him, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a massive formation of rock resembling a tree. This bizarre sight was both startling and oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Quickly recovering from his astonishment, he remembered the Pokémon egg still nestled in his arms. He needed to find a way to hatch it as soon as possible. Thus, he ventured forth along the path, hoping to discover a town and locate a Pokémon Center. As he walked, Wang Hao internally lamented the peculiar starting point of the game, feeling carelessly abandoned by the roadside. Such a casual introduction felt rather arbitrary. Moreover, there were no additional plot triggers after receiving the egg, a stark departure from previous games. Yet, he was indeed in the Pokémon world. Observing the Pidgeys soaring overhead and the Rattatas scurrying by, his excitement surged. With an exhilarated heart, Wang Hao arrived at the first town in Pokémon World. After inquiring around, he learned that this town was called Oru-Dalang City, situated in the Johto region, north of MT Moon and the city of Dark Gray. Now that he had a grasp on his location, Wang Hao felt a wave of reassurance. Without hesitation, he hurried to the Pokémon Center in Oru-Dalang City. Upon encountering the living embodiment of Nurse Joy, he greeted her with fervor. "Hello, Nurse Joy, I have a Pokémon egg. Could you please check its health? Welcome to the Pokémon Center. Pokémon eggs are quite rare. Please entrust the egg to me, and I shall check its health right away." Wang Hao gently passed the egg to Nurse Joy and quietly followed her into the treatment room, eager to observe the egg's condition as she attached monitoring equipment. Chapter 2. Hatching. As Wang Hao watched the steady fluctuations in data on the monitoring screen, Nurse Joy reassured him, "The egg's health is excellent. If you keep it with you, it will surely hatch soon." This news alleviated Wang Hao's concerns, as he had not anticipated such a shift in the game's progression when he chose the Pokémon egg. Following the traditional formula of previous generations, he would typically create his character, embark on his journey from home, encounter a neighbor, and select a starter Pokémon. Yet, all those familiar plot lines were absent, and he found himself in the remote Oru-Dalang City. Had he known earlier, it might have been better to forego the Pokémon egg altogether and proceed in a conventional manner. However, Wang Hao soon reconsidered after all. He had played numerous Pokémon games, and this unexpected turn of events was indeed quite novel. Subsequently, he received his Pokémon egg from Miss Joy, cradling it gently in his arms. Since the egg's health was satisfactory, all that was left was to wait for it to hatch naturally. The pressing matter now was to familiarize himself with the various controls. Wang Hao attempted to open the control interface, but regardless of whether he swiped left or right, there was no response. This left him utterly bewildered. Was there truly no interface? How could he save his progress or exit the game? Panic set in as he was at a loss. Observing his peculiar behavior, Miss Joy approached him with concern, asking, "Young man, what troubles you? Why do you seem so flustered all of a sudden?" Caught off guard by her inquiry, Wang Hao found himself unsure of how to explain his predicament to an NPC. Could he really tell her he was playing a game and she was merely a tool? That would be incredibly rude. At a loss for words, he settled for a vague response. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. May I rest at the Pokémon Center?" "Of course. If you come with me to the front desk, I can help you check in for some rest at the Pokémon Center." Upon hearing Wang Hao's reassurances, Miss Joy did not press further. After registering at the front desk with Miss Joy, Wang Hao made his way to the lounge. Once there, he continued to experiment with various gestures to summon the control interface, yet to no avail. This left him feeling particularly exasperated. Although he had encountered stealth games before, this was the first time he couldn't figure out how to access the control settings. Ultimately, he had to concede to the futility of his attempts. He resolved that he would inevitably encounter other players and could seek their guidance then. For now, his focus should be on the hatching of his Pokémon egg. After a moment of self-reassurance, he redirected his attention to the egg adorned with blue patterns. In the various Pokémon games throughout the years, the method for hatching Pokémon eggs typically involved carrying them around. So, why not take a stroll around the city of Oru-Dalang with his egg? With nothing else to occupy his time, Wang Hao wandered aimlessly through Oru-Dalang while cradling the Pokémon egg. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, he found himself at a shop, but unable to open the control interface and lacking any currency, he left empty-handed. He then ventured to a clothing store, where he learned that with the upcoming commemoration of the Waveguide Warrior Allen, the store was offering a 50% discount on warrior costumes for rent. It was at this moment that Wang Hao recalled this place was once guarded by the Waveguide Warrior, and that the Great Tree was indeed the world's origin tree. What a remarkable coincidence, he mused, that his point of origin was the very location of the world's origin tree. There seemed to be a deeper significance to this, yet Wang Hao could not comprehend it. Adhering to the principle of not overthinking, he continued to meander through Oru-Dalang, this time taking the opportunity to observe the city that had been saved by the Waveguide Warrior. However, just as he was about to leave the clothing store and explore further, a shop attendant suddenly shouted, "Stop, thief!" The unexpected outburst startled Wang Hao, causing him to turn around to investigate. In that instant, a mischievous Mankey darted past him, clutching a set of Waveguide warrior attire. The Mankey, unable to halt in time, collided into Wang Hao, sending him sprawling, along with the Pokemon egg he had been holding. In that moment, Wang Hao's heart raced with anxiety. The egg was in danger of falling. As he tumbled to the ground, his eyes remained fixed on the egg, his mind racing with thoughts on how to catch it safely. Yet, just as he was about to rise, the Mankey deftly caught the egg in one hand. Witnessing this, Wang Hao felt a surge of relief. At least the egg was safe and had not fallen. But that relief was short-lived, as the Mankey, after securing the egg, bolted out of the clothing store at breakneck speed. What kind of absurdity was this? With a look of utter dismay, Wang Hao quickly got to his feet and hurried after the direction in which the Mankey had fled. Although the Mankey was initially fast, its speed was hindered as it clutched the egg, forcing it to flee along the city streets. Wang Hao poured every ounce of energy into the chase, for that egg represented his first Pokemon, and he could not afford to lose it. He pursued the Mankey relentlessly, even as they both exited the city. Along the way, he picked up a stick, knowing that without a Pokemon of his own, he might need some form of defense should he have to confront the Mankey. Thus, armed with a stick, Wang Hao and the fleeing Mankey found themselves in a forest. Suddenly, the Mankey came to a halt atop a tree. Wang Hao, seeing the Mankey stop, assumed it was about to return the egg, only to realize the Mankey turned its back on him, patted its rear, and laughed mockingly. This provocative behavior only fueled Wang Hao's anger. He furiously waved the stick at the Mankey, but at that moment, the Mankey let out a loud screech, summoning more Mankeys from the surrounding trees. Faced with such a multitude, Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Good grief. Did they lure me here for a group attack? Hey, if you have the guts, face me unknown. If I lose, they'll let you keep the Pokemon egg. But the Mankeys were oblivious to Wang Hao's words. The Mankey holding the egg simply gestured, and the surrounding Mankeys closed in around him. Wang Hao understood he was outmatched, yet he was determined to retrieve the egg from the Mankey. Steeling himself, he tightened his grip on the stick, igniting a fierce resolve within him. At that very moment, the Pokemon egg in the Mankey's grasp suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. Was it about to hatch? Wang Hao was taken aback, yet a wave of excitement washed over him, for he was finally about to discover what Pokemon would emerge. As the bright light faded, a small Pokemon appeared before him, its body of vivid blue, with black legs and lower torso, adorned with red eyes and a black mask-like pattern. Chapter 3. The encounter with Celebi. When Wang Hao beheld the Pokemon emerging from the egg, he was utterly astonished. Wasn't this a Riolu? The Ripple Pokemon, the heir to the Aura, and the future Lucario. He never imagined his fortune would yield such a remarkable creature from the egg. Riolu, come to me. You are my Pokemon. Wang Hao exclaimed with fervor, yet Riolu paid him no heed. Instead, it seemed to be scanning its surroundings, as if searching for something. Wang Hao, now in a state of urgency, realized that the freshly hatched Pokemon lacked a Pokeball, and he was at a loss as to how to take Riolu with him. Determined to seize the moment, he charged through the throng of Mankeys, prioritizing reaching Riolu over any other concern. With reckless abandon, he wielded a wooden stick, a surge of unrestrained energy propelling him forward. Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's determination, Riolu abruptly turned its gaze toward him. However, Wang Hao was too preoccupied with the Mankeys to notice. His movements were grand, yet the stick he swung was deftly evaded by the Mankeys. Regardless, Wang Hao remained undeterred. His singular focus was to reach Riolu, not to inflict harm upon the Mankeys. As Wang Hao drew closer to Riolu's location, the Mankey leader, who had been pilfering the egg, appeared increasingly displeased. A surge of energy coalesced in its hands, and soon, a powerful energy ball was hurled towards Wang Hao. He had not anticipated such an attack, and in a desperate response, he raised his wooden stick to deflect the incoming projectile. Just as Wang Hao was about to bring down the stick, an unusual wave of energy altered the trajectory of the energy ball. It was a vacuum wave attack, but who had executed it? Wang Hao was baffled as to who would deflect the energy ball on his behalf. Only upon seeing Riolu poised to unleash another vacuum wave did he comprehend the source of the intervention. When Riolu's vacuum wave successfully redirected the energy ball, the Mankey leader was incensed. It crossed its arms and launched a cross-chop toward Riolu. Remarkably, Riolu evaded this attack with agility, having dodged the Mankey leader's assault. Riolu swiftly leapt to Wang Hao's side, unleashing several vacuum waves during its jump. These waves struck the Mankeys encircling Wang Hao, creating an opportunity for them to escape. Thus, the duo dashed out of the Mankey's clutches. However, even after breaking free, the Mankeys remained relentless, pursuing Wang Hao and Riolu with fervor. The Mankey leader intermittently fired energy balls, causing Wang Hao and Riolu to flee in a state of disarray. Although Riolu's vacuum waves had some impact, they were insufficient to deter the relentless chase of the other Mankeys. In a moment of desperation, Wang Hao instructed Riolu to counter the Mankey leader's energy balls with its own vacuum waves. While the power of the vacuum wave was considerably less than that of the energy ball, the explosion resulting from their collision effectively obscured the Mankey's line of sight. Seizing this moment, Wang Hao scooped up Riolu and dashed into a patch of tall grass. Under the cover of the grass, Wang Hao and Riolu successfully evaded the Mankey's assault. It wasn't until the Mankeys had completely vanished that Wang Hao finally had the chance to examine the newly hatched Riolu. Gazing into Riolu's steadfast eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of affection. This was his first Pokémon, one that he had obtained through hatching, marking his inaugural encounter with a living, breathing Pokémon that belonged solely to him. Although he constantly reminded himself that this was merely a game, the moment his hands made contact with Riolu's forehead, he began to question that notion. The warmth of its skin and the softness of its fur felt so real, as if affirming to Wang Hao that the Pokémon world truly existed. As Wang Hao gently stroked Riolu's forehead, the Pokémon exhibited no signs of discomfort. Instead, it reveled in the affection. Riolu could sense Wang Hao's fondness and joy, and it was equally delighted. After indulging in some playful moments, Wang Hao decided it was time to return to the Pokémon Center. Given that Riolu had just hatched and had been through a battle, it needed ample rest, as well as a thorough health check by Nurse Joy. Thus, Wang Hao took Riolu by the hand and began his journey back to the city of Oluteran. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of Pokémon but refrained from urging Riolu to battle. That was until he heard a peculiar sound. The sound was soft, yet melodious, exuding a sense of comfort. Intrigued, Wang Hao followed the sound with Riolu in tow. Soon, he discovered a green creature flitting about in the forest, a Celebi. With its light blue eyes, dark circular markings, and green antennae tipped with blue, it was unmistakably the mythical Pokémon. Wang Hao recognized Celebi at once. A Pokémon capable of time travel, yet he remained uncertain how such a mythical creature would be portrayed in this stealth game. Could it truly traverse time? As Wang Hao observed Celebi, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, devoid of any intention to capture it, for he did not even possess a Pokeball. Instead, he simply watched in silence, while Riolu stood beside him, quietly admiring the dancing Celebi. Before long, Celebi noticed the two observers and glided toward them. Perhaps sensing that Wang Hao and Riolu bore no intent to harm, Celebi grew bolder, flitting around them playfully, occasionally resting on Wang Hao's shoulder or Riolu's head. Despite Celebi's mischievous antics, Wang Hao felt its joy, as if the forest contained only the three of them, undisturbed by any other beings or Pokémon. A sense of happiness enveloped them, and even Riolu, standing by Wang Hao's side, wore a contented smile. At that moment, a brilliant light radiated from Celebi, piercing Wang Hao's eyes and compelling him to shut them against the brightness. Riolu, too, instinctively closed its eyes in response to the dazzling glow. Chapter for the Kingdom of Lucario. The brilliant light emanating from Shiralabi quickly dissipated. Once the blinding glow faded, Wang Hao attempted to open his eyes. However, upon doing so, he found himself utterly astonished. Before him lay a quaint village, where meandering fields and scattered houses harmoniously intertwined, exuding a charming rural ambience. Yet, Wang Hao was perplexed. How could he have transitioned from the forest to a village in the blink of an eye? Beside him, Leora also appeared equally astonished upon opening its eyes. Was this phenomenon related to Shiralabi? Suddenly, Wang Hao became aware of something, but in that moment, he could find no trace of Shiralabi. As Wang Hao searched for any sign of Shiralabi, a juvenile voice called out from behind him. "Excuse me, is this the Kingdom of Lucario?" The unexpected question startled Wang Hao, leaving him unsure of how to respond, as he was not even certain of his own whereabouts. With no other option, he turned to the inquisitive child and replied apologetically, "I'm sorry. I don't know where this is either." "How could you not know? You have a Leora with you. This must be the Kingdom of Lucario." Turning to face the boy, Wang Hao finally took in his appearance, a 7 or 8-year-old lad with a large backpack, a tilted black cap, and striking deep blue hair and eyes. What does having Leora with me have to do with the Kingdom of Lucario? Wang Hao still did not grasp the child's reasoning and thus posed another question. It is said that between Tenkai Mountain and Curtain City in the Sinnoh region lies a special village, the home of Lucario, known as the Kingdom of Lucario. Most inhabitants there are accompanied by either Leora or Lucario. That's why I asked you. The boy's explanation illuminated Wang Hao's understanding. The misunderstanding stemmed entirely from the presence of Leoru. "You're mistaken. My Leoru hatched from an egg and has no connection to the Kingdom of Lucario. This is my first time here, and I have no idea where this place is." Wang Hao's clarification, rather than alleviating the boy's excitement, plunged him into disappointment. I thought I had finally found it. I was following the map, and this is clearly the place between Tinkai Mountain and Curtain City. So far, I've only seen this village. I'll ask around there. Thank you, big brother. With that, the boy darted toward the village, but Wang Hao decided to follow him. Since he was equally clueless about the location, there was no harm in accompanying the boy. Besides, if this truly was the kingdom of Lucario, he might encounter many Lucarios. Why are you so intent on finding the kingdom of Lucario? What do you wish to do there? Observing that Wang Hao was following him with Leroux in tow, the boy explained while walking, you should know that Leoru and Lucario are referred to as Aura Pokémon. They possess a unique power known as Aura. I want to learn how to harness this power, which is why I've been searching for the kingdom of Lucario. Finally grasping the boy's intent, Wang Hao pondered whether an ordinary person could truly learn to wield Aura. Suddenly, he recalled that the Aura warrior, Alan, could indeed harness Aura. Could it be that the boy had heard so many tales of Alan that he believed everyone could learn to manipulate Aura? Little one, have you been enchanted by the tales of the Aura warriors, assuming that everyone can learn to wield Aura? That seems rather improbable. Aura warriors? What is that? Can he also use Aura? Clearly unaware of the Aura warriors or the associated legends, the boy's curiosity was piqued. You don't know of the Aura warriors? The Aura warrior is Alan, who quelled wars using Aura to protect the city of Arudalin. Haven T, you heard this story? Big brother, your story sounds fabricated. Not only have I never heard it, but I also wouldn't believe it. Who would name me a hero? My name? Wang Hao was taken aback by the boy's mockery. What did he mean by calling him a hero? Do you mean to say your name is Alan? Yes, my name is Alan, and I was born on Rhoda Street in the Johto region. The boy's revelation left Wang Hao utterly stunned. For he knew that the legendary Aura warrior Alan was indeed born on Rhoda Street in Johto. Could this child be the fabled Aura warrior? But wait, how could the Aura warrior still be a child? Furthermore, he claimed he wanted to learn to wield Aura. Was he not the legendary Alan? If this boy truly was the legendary Aura warrior and had yet to master Aura, it indicated that Wang Hao had somehow traversed back to the era before Alan was capable of wielding Aura. How could this sudden time travel occur? In that moment, Wang Hao recalled Shiralabi. Of course, the brilliant light must have been Shiralabi activating its time-traveling ability. Wang Hao then comprehended that he had been inexplicably transported by Shiralabi to an era before the existence of the Aura warrior. What could Shiralabi's intention be in bringing him and Leora here? Wang Hao found himself perplexed but resolved that by following Alan, he might uncover something significant. Alan, you mentioned you wish to travel to the kingdom of Lucario to learn to wield Aura. How do you know you possess Aura? Although there was a hint of skepticism in Wang Hao's inquiry, Alan remained patient, explaining honestly, I'm not sure if I possess Aura. I can sometimes sense the emotions of Pokémon and hear their thoughts. From what I understand, Leora and Lucario can also do that with their Aura. So I speculated that I might have it as well. If I truly do possess Aura, I want to stay in the kingdom of Lucario to train. Isn't that quite extraordinary? To be born with Aura? To sense the feelings of Pokémon and hear their thoughts, such a gift is indeed remarkable. No wonder he can become an Aura warrior. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming envy toward Alan's innate talent. Chapter 5, Alan and the Power of Aura. Although Wang Hao was immensely envious of Alan's innate ability to wield the power of Aura, he felt no surprise. For this individual was destined to become a future Aura warrior. Was it not entirely natural for one so gifted to shine from a young age? Setting aside his contemplation of Alan's abilities, Wang Hao accompanied him into the village to inquire about the situation. Upon arriving at the village entrance, the two encountered an elderly gentleman who leaned heavily on a cane and moved with considerable slowness. Observing this, Alan hastened to catch up and posed a question. Excuse me, sir, is this the kingdom of Lucario? Are there Pokémon here capable of using the power of Aura? The old man, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, halted his unsteady steps. My dear child, the kingdom of Lucario is merely a legend. This is not the place you seek. There are no Pokémon here capable of wielding the power of Aura. You would do well to search elsewhere. The old man's gentle tone did little to sway Alan, who remained resolute in his belief. Why would you lie, sir? This must be the kingdom of Lucario. Wang Hao was puzzled by Alan's unwavering conviction, especially since the elder had already stated otherwise. Alan, the old man has said it isn't, so why are you so certain? Because I can sense that the old man is not telling the truth. My instincts are never wrong. Despite Alan's insistence, Wang Hao felt it was rather impolite, prompting him to apologize on Alan's behalf. I'm terribly sorry, sir. My friend has been searching for the kingdom of Lucario, and after finally arriving at this village nestled between Mount Crown and Curtain City, he has convinced himself that this is indeed the kingdom. After speaking, Wang Hao subtly winked at Alan, as if to say, I've apologized for you. Now you should acknowledge it. Yet, Alan remained unyielding, convinced of the old man's deception. Child, you say you can sense that I am lying? What do you feel now? The old man, rather than taking offense at Aelin's challenge, appeared intrigued and inquired further. Listening to the elder's words, Aelin gently closed his eyes, and what had once been a sea of darkness before him was suddenly illuminated by a glimmer of blue light. He then articulated his sensations. I see a faint blue light, neither overwhelming nor blinding, but rather reassuring. Excellent. You are already capable of sensing the power of aura. While you may not yet be able to wield it, with training, you will soon master its usage. The elder's words indirectly affirmed Aelin's suspicions. He had indeed lied. And it confirmed that this was, in fact, the kingdom of Lucario. However, Wang Hao was taken aback. Was it truly possible for the power of aura to unveil deceit? Did this mean that there could be no secrets from those who could harness such power? Sir, I wish to learn how to wield the power of aura. May I study here? Aelin, far from feeling pride in the elder's praise, immediately expressed his desire for permission to learn. The old man seemed to have anticipated Aelin's request, nodding silently before slowly beginning to walk away. As the old man took his first step, he turned back to Wang Hao and remarked, that Riolu belongs to you. Does it not? Since you have come this far, you should bring Riolu along with me. Wang Hao was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Ever since he had chosen the Pokémon egg gifted during the limited celebration, everything had spiraled into the realm of the extraordinary. Not only had the original starter Pokémon and storyline vanished, but even the operating system was unresponsive. Having encountered the time-traveling Shalebi, he now found himself in this peculiar place. Was he still playing a game? While Wang Hao pondered these thoughts, the old man continued, since you possess Riolu, it is only natural that you can learn in the kingdom of Lucario. Should your Riolu fully master the power of aura, it may even become the kingdom's successor. So, why do you hesitate? Given the elder's encouragement, Wang Hao felt it would be foolish to linger. Although his Riolu had just hatched, mastering the power of aura would undoubtedly enhance its combat prowess. Regardless of the game's nature, he resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Reassuring oneself often swiftly instills confidence. Dismissing his convoluted thoughts, Wang Hao hurried to catch up with the old man and Aelin. The power of aura is, in essence, a unique force that allows one to sense emotional fluctuations, convey messages, and even perceive their surroundings with remarkable clarity. This is precisely why so many yearn to possess such power. However, it is not a gift bestowed upon all. In the realm of Pokémon, only Riolu, Lucario, and a select few others are endowed with this ability. Among humans, only a rare few are born with it. Others seeking to learn must have a Pokémon capable of wielding aura to even have a chance. The two of you represent these two scenarios. One is born with the power of aura, while the other possesses Riolu. If you both wish to learn the power of aura, the villagers here will gladly teach you. However, there is a prerequisite. You must both undergo a trial. As the elder led Wang Hao and Aelin deeper into the village, he elaborated on the knowledge of aura. It was only now that Wang Hao understood that his opportunity to learn the power of aura stemmed from his connection with Riolu, transforming his envy of Aelin into a newfound respect for this learning experience. Sir, I will pass any trial you present, Wang Hao declared with newfound determination, igniting Aelin's competitive spirit. I will certainly succeed as well. Observing the spirited resolve of the two youths, the old man could not help but smile. The trial, while referred to as such, was rather simple. If you can traverse through Lucario's aura ring, you will have passed the trial. Just as the elder finished speaking, Lucario leaped gracefully from a nearby rooftop, swiftly approaching the elder's side. You must navigate from your current position to Lucario's rear. Completing this task will signify your success in the trial. During your journey, Lucario will continuously emit an aura ring, and whether you succeed will depend entirely on your efforts. Wang Hao was perplexed by the elder's mention of the aura ring. He had not observed any peculiar behavior from Lucario, leaving him uncertain of what to expect next. How was one to succeed in this challenge? Chapter 6. Mastering the power of aura. As Wang Hao hesitated, Yalong had already taken his first step. Lucario remained motionless. Yet Yalong's pace grew increasingly sluggish, as if hindered by an unseen force. Although Wang Hao could not comprehend the nature of this obstruction, he surmised that it was the aura circle spoken of by the old man. With each step, Yalong struggled more, taking longer to advance, but ultimately, he reached the rear of Lucario, signifying his successful passage through the trial and his eligibility to remain and learn. Seeing Yalong's success, Wang Hao could no longer hesitate. He too took his first step. Initially, it felt unremarkable, devoid of resistance, yet he remained vigilant, aware that the aura circle awaited him. With cautious determination, he took his second step, only to be met with palpable resistance. This force was not insurmountable, allowing him to manage a third step. However, with that third step, Wang Hao found his feet immobilized, ensnared by a tremendous barrier. Was this as far as he could go? He attempted to lift his feet several times. But as he prepared to concede defeat, his partner, Riolu, suddenly let out a mighty roar. This exclamation diminished the resistance dramatically, enabling Wang Hao to lift his feet with ease, though he was unaware of the mechanics behind this phenomenon. He recognized it as an opportunity and swiftly moved to stand behind Lucario. Once he reached that safe haven, he exhaled in relief, having passed the so-called trial. Although the specifics of his success eluded him, he sensed it was linked to Riolu's roar. Once both Wang Hao and Yalong had successfully completed Lucario's trial, the old man spoke slowly, congratulating them. You have both passed the trial. During your time in this village, you shall reside in my home. Each day, Lucario will arrange your lessons. Once you have mastered the fundamental use of aura, you may depart. With the old man's words lingering in the air, he left, leaving only Yalong, Wang Hao, Riolu, and Lucario standing in place. Wang Hao was perplexed by the old man's statement regarding Lucario's role in their daily education. How could a Pokémon teach a human? Just as he grappled with this conundrum, a peculiar voice resonated in his mind. To master the power of aura, you must first understand what aura is. Aura is a unique energy distinct from other forms of matter, present in nearly all things, though its intensity varies. Most humans and Pokémon are oblivious to its existence, which accounts for the inability to wield the power of aura. This sudden revelation astonished Wang Hao, as it did Yalong. While they were somewhat aware that the power of aura could convey information, they were unaware of its capacity for such seamless communication. Both stared wide-eyed at Lucario, eager to glean more knowledge. You both belong to entirely different categories. One possesses an innate, potent aura yet lacks the proper control. The other has a weaker aura but benefits from Riolu as a partner, sharing in its aura energy. Thus, your learning path will diverge significantly. I will provide one-on-one guidance tailored to your individual challenges. Lucario's clear and structured plan instilled a sense of anticipation in Wang Hao and Yalong for their forthcoming educational journey. Thus began their formal study. Given your inherently weak aura, it is quite challenging to harness the surrounding aura energy to generate your own. However, thanks to the energy shared by Riolu, you too can access the power of aura, provided you achieve a perfect synergy in your energy connection. For now, let us start with the basics. Since your Riolu has only recently hatched, its control over aura is still quite rudimentary, and it should focus on mastering that control. While your training will involve fostering your bond with Riolu, emotional connection is one of the most effective methods to channel the power of aura. Once you and Riolu achieve sufficient closeness, you will be able to manipulate its aura energy at will. Lucario's personalized instruction quickly immersed Wang Hao in the learning process. He understood that his success in the trial was entirely dependent on Riolu, so he readily accepted that the focus of control lay with Riolu. However, he was puzzled as to why his training revolved around deepening his emotional bond with Riolu. Did intimacy truly determine their communication? Wang Hao recalled that Riolu's evolution was related to their closeness, yet he had never considered that the use of aura could also hinge on their emotional connection. You are not mistaken. The depth of your bond with Riolu not only influences its future evolution but also governs your ability to wield the power of aura. Thus, your primary task now is to enhance your intimacy. As Riolu was hatched by you, its recognition of you is high, fostering a relatively close bond. Otherwise, it would not have utilized its aura to help you pass through my aura circle just now. To strengthen your bond, it is quite simple. Work together in the fields. Work in the fields? What on earth? Working the land will enhance my bond with Riolu? Wang Hao's mind was utterly confounded. What a peculiar method. It seemed daunting. Do not question it. When you cultivate the land together, Riolu will use its aura to scout the environment, while you will wield a hoe to till the earth. This requires mutual cooperation. Do not assume you are tilling ordinary soil. The land of Lucario's realm is extraordinary. Its hardness is incomparable, and you must rely on Riolu's guidance to locate the softest patches. Otherwise, a single strike could leave your hands trembling with no effect on the ground. Lucario's explanation left Wang Hao thoroughly bewildered. They truly had to till the land, and not merely any soft soil. If Riolu failed to map out the terrain accurately, he could easily dig in the wrong place. How would his hands withstand such punishment? Yet, for the sake of mastering the power of aura, Wang Hao steeled himself, grasping the hoe handed to him by Lucario, and began to work the fields. Chapter 7. Cultivation of tilling. Lucario led Wang Hao and Riolu to an unremarkable patch of wasteland. It appeared that this land had been abandoned for quite some time, having lost all moisture and bearing no value for cultivation. However, it served as an excellent place for training. Lucario spoke to Riolu in a manner that Wang Hao could not decipher, before turning to Wang Hao and saying, I have imparted to Riolu the method of detecting terrain through the aura. From this point onward, your progress in building a bond with Riolu rests entirely upon you. Wang Hao did not overthink the situation. Having come this far, he resolved to give it his all. Even if he were unable to master the aura, Enhancing his bond with Riolu would be immensely beneficial, as Riolu's evolution was closely tied to their closeness. With this mindset, Wang Hao approached Riolu, crouched down, and gently stroked Riolu's forehead, saying, "Let us work hard together, Riolu." Riolu seemed to sense Wang Hao's intentions, nodding with a smile. It then walked into the wasteland, slowly closing its eyes to silently attune itself to the earth beneath its feet. Thus, with utmost seriousness, Riolu began to utilize its aura to probe the terrain. Although this process took nearly an hour, Wang Hao patiently stood behind Riolu, offering his unwavering support. After confirming several times, Riolu finally led Wang Hao to a specific spot and gestured for him to dig. This was the first time Riolu had allowed Wang Hao to attempt tilling, and Wang Hao trusted him completely, swinging the hoe with all his might. With a loud clang, the hoe rebounded violently, numbing Wang Hao's hands and causing him to drop it. He had not anticipated such a result. Despite Riolu's careful probing, it had evidently miscalculated the location. Both Wang Hao and Riolu were taken aback. Riolu, having spent nearly an hour confirming the spot, was visibly disheartened, its disappointment evident. As the numbness in his hands faded, Wang Hao noticed Riolu's glum expression and hurried over to reassure him. "It's all right. It was just the first time. Mistakes are part of the process. We can try again." Perhaps sensing the absence of reproach in Wang Hao's voice, which was instead filled with boundless encouragement, Riolu felt somewhat reassured. It resumed its exploration of the terrain, this time taking even longer, nearly 2 hours. Wang Hao continued to stand behind Riolu, offering his presence without pressure. Once Riolu identified another location, Wang Hao picked up the hoe to try once more. Drawing from his previous experience, he was cautious this time. Yet again the hoe rebounded with a resounding clang, numbing his hands once more. However, this time, his restraint meant the numbness was not as severe. After the second miscalculation, Riolu lost all confidence, its despondent demeanor tugging at Wang Hao's heartstrings. Undeterred by the lingering numbness in his hands, Wang Hao grasped Riolu's paws and looked into its eyes, saying, "It's fine. My hands may be numb, but they don't hurt. Let us give it another go." Though Riolu could feel the slight tremor in Wang Hao's grip, the words brought an immense warmth to its heart. With renewed determination, Riolu stood firm and resumed its probing of the terrain. Wang Hao lost count of how many failures they endured together. Despite the repeated mistakes, he consistently encouraged Riolu, understanding the difficulty in mastering the aura, even for Riolu. Therefore, no matter how many times they stumbled, Wang Hao remained unfazed. Riolu sensed this unwavering support, leading it to approach each failure with greater seriousness and meticulousness. Their cultivation of tilling continued for an entire week. Wang Hao's hands had become swollen, yet he remained undeterred. Although Riolu had yet to find the correct spot, the locations it identified grew increasingly softer, and Wang Hao firmly believed they would soon discover the right one. On this day, Wang Hao once again accompanied Riolu to the well-trodden wasteland. This time, Riolu stood with utmost seriousness, taking a moment to close its eyes and immerse itself in the gentle breeze, the weight of the soil, and the fluctuations of the air. Only then did it begin to control its aura and probe the land. After a week of diligent exploration, Riolu had learned to distinguish the aura energy of various soils from the feedback it received. The harder the soil, the greater the aura energy. Thus, Riolu's goal was to locate the area with the lowest aura energy in this wasteland. The probing process had become second nature to Riolu. Although it required more time to process the aura feedback, Wang Hao remained steadfastly behind Riolu, now able to vaguely sense Riolu's aura, a testament to the benefits of their week of training. Before long, Riolu identified the spot with the least aura energy across the entire wasteland. It guided Wang Hao there, confirming the location through aura once more before finally handing the hoe to him. A sense of intuition told Wang Hao that this time, they might have found the right spot, prompting him to swing the hoe with all his strength. As the hoe struck the earth, the soil loosened, and this time it did not rebound. They had found the correct location. Overcome with excitement, Wang Hao embraced Riolu, exclaiming, "We did it." Riolu beamed with joy, its smile radiant. "Congratulations on your success. Riolu has now begun to master some of the aura's power, and you, Wang Hao, are able to sense Riolu's aura as well. We can now proceed to the next stage of training," Lucario announced as he appeared, acknowledging their achievement. The cultivation of tilling had finally reached a conclusion. Through countless failures over the week, Wang Hao and Riolu had supported each other, growing together and significantly enhancing their bond. This was the pivotal moment that prompted Lucario to declare the commencement of their next phase of training. Wang Hao understood that learning the aura's power would not be simple, but at least they had taken the first step forward. Chapter 8. Encounter with Celebi based on your current level of intimacy. You are now able to vaguely perceive the aura of Riolu. The next training task is to enable you to distinctly feel Riolu's aura and learn to harness this energy. This process is comparatively easier than cultivating intimacy. As long as you can locate Riolu in the forest through the energy of the aura, you will have succeeded. For now, let Riolu accompany me. After briefly explaining the second training exercise, Lucario led Riolu away from Wang Hao's side. When Lucario returned to Wang Hao, it was solely him who remained. Riolu was situated at the outskirts of the forest, providing a general area for Wang Hao to navigate. He needed to learn to follow Riolu's aura to guide him closer. Initially, if he could not sense Riolu's aura, he was to explore along the periphery slowly. This training, reminiscent of a game of hide-and-seek, intrigued Wang Hao, although he could vaguely sense Riolu's aura due to its constant presence. Now he had to venture into the forest to locate that elusive aura. How could he successfully find this vague energy? Deep in thought, Wang Hao made his way to the forest outside the village. The forest was exceptionally tranquil, devoid of other Pokémon, likely due to its remote location. Wang Hao first centered himself, seeking tranquility before closing his eyes to silently absorb the surrounding essence. However, he felt nothing. Thus, he opened his eyes and marked a nearby tree to remind himself of this spot. He then proceeded to move eastward. Approximately every 100 meters, he would pause to sense his surroundings, attempting to locate Riolu's aura. He continued this pattern of walking and stopping, trying repeatedly, yet he could not find Riolu's aura. Even after returning to the tree where he had first marked his path, he remained unable to sense it. This was perplexing. Lucario had stated that Riolu was at the forest's edge, yet he had walked a circuit without any success. How could this be? In his bewilderment, a strange thought crossed Wang Hao's mind. Although Lucario had mentioned that Riolu was at the forest's perimeter, it had not specified a particular location. If Riolu was also moving around the outskirts like him, how could he capture the aura that could only be felt in proximity to Riolu? Thus, Wang Hao resolved to remain in place for a while, ceasing his movements and quietly seeking the aura. Once he had made this decision, he acted immediately. As time passed, Wang Hao remained steadfast and suddenly sensed a slight fluctuation in the surroundings. Though the disturbance was not overly pronounced and did not linger long, Wang Hao surmised it to be Riolu's aura. Hastily, he moved to the location where he had felt the fluctuation, yet he found no trace of Riolu. He began to search for Riolu's aura on the spot. This time, he distinctly sensed an energetic wave not far off, reminiscent of Riolu's aura. Thus, he advanced towards the source of the disturbance. In this manner, Wang Hao continuously attuned to the surrounding energies, moving forward until he finally discovered Riolu at the spot where he had initially entered the forest. Upon seeing Riolu, Wang Hao was filled with joy, yet Riolu appeared inclined to flee. What was the meaning of this? Wang Hao quickly grasped Riolu, questioning Riolu. Why would you run away upon seeing me? Lucario had instructed me to conceal myself in the forest so that you could not find me. As soon as my aura detected your presence, I would immediately shift to a new location. I can't believe you ultimately found me. Sensing the reproach in Wang Hao's inquiry, Riolu could only offer an explanation. However, Wang Hao paid little heed to this, as he was engulfed in astonishment. He could actually comprehend Riolu's response, a realization he had never anticipated. Please don't be upset. Wang Hao, I did not intend to flee. It was Lucario's directive. I had no choice. Riolu explained, feeling somewhat aggrieved, while Wang Hao remained ensnared in his astonishment. What was happening? Congratulations, player Xiaohao. You have earned the title of Aura Apprentice. Just as Wang Hao was engulfed in disbelief, a familiar system message echoed in his mind, identical to the one he had encountered upon entering the game. Yet, he was utterly oblivious to what this phrase meant. What does it mean to have a title? What is an Aura Apprentice? But no one could provide Wang Hao with answers to these questions. The system's voice vanished after announcing his title, leaving Wang Hao in a state of frustration, yet he could only accept it silently. It's all right, Riolu. I'm not angry. I was simply startled because I suddenly understood your thoughts. Lucario's training is indeed remarkably effective. I can now sense your intentions. This must be the first step in harnessing your aura. Upon hearing Wang Hao's clarification, Riolu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He laughed heartily and embraced Wang Hao, exclaiming with a hint of playfulness, Wang Hao, you can finally understand me. I'm so happy. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was equally delighted, gently stroking Riolu's forehead while contemplating. If he possessed innate aura energy like a land, would it not be easier for him to comprehend Riolu's words without such effort? Just as both Wang Hao and Riolu were reveling in their joy, a green creature appeared quietly beside them. Riolu immediately sensed the presence of this Pokémon, releasing Wang Hao and fixating intently on the familiar creature. As Riolu let go of Wang Hao, he noticed Riolu's gaze. Following its line of sight, he saw Celebi, the Pokémon that had transported them to this place. Another encounter with Celebi? Why had this time-traveling Pokémon reappeared? What was its purpose? Celebi gazed at Wang Hao and Riolu, this time not flitting about merrily or dancing around them. Instead, it floated serenely in midair, devoid of any further action. Yet, both Wang Hao and Riolu could sense the energy coalescing around Celebi. What, then, did Celebi intend to do with them? Chapter 9. Professor Oak. A continuous influx of energy enveloped Celebi, yet neither Wang Hao nor Riolu perceived any imminent threat. They were utterly perplexed by Celebi's intentions. Soon, the energy surrounding Celebi reached its zenith, radiating a brilliant light that surged forth. This dazzling brilliance swiftly transcended Wang Hao and Riolu, cascading throughout the entire forest. Once again, the intensity of the light rendered Wang Hao unable to keep his eyes open, prompting him to shut them tightly. The sensation was eerily familiar. The last time they encountered Celebi, a similar burst of light had transported them to this very place. Was it possible that this time, Celebi intended to return them? Wang Hao found himself utterly bewildered by Celebi's motives, resigned to silently endure the unfolding events. As the blinding light gradually dissipated, he cautiously reopened his eyes. Confirming his earlier suspicion, Celebi had once again employed its time-traveling abilities, transporting Wang Hao and Riolu to an entirely new locale. However, this time, Celebi did not vanish. It remained suspended in the air, observing Wang Hao and Riolu with serene detachment. Only once it was assured that they had completely regained their bearings from the temporal journey did Celebi commence its playful frolicking, darting through the air like a sprite. Beneath the radiant scales, a procession of Butterfree gracefully glided by. At that moment, Celebi unexpectedly transformed into a Butterfree, seamlessly blending into the swarm, ultimately disappearing from Wang Hao and Riolu's sight. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Could Celebi truly possess the ability to transform? Was this still Celebi? Just as he pondered this, a cry shattered his contemplation. Help! Someone! Please help me! Upon hearing the plea for assistance, Wang Hao communicated through aura to Riolu, urging it to investigate the situation alongside him. Following the sound, Wang Hao discovered an individual clad in a white lab coat, who was currently in a state of disarray, being pursued by a swarm of Beedrill. Although Wang Hao could not discern the front of the lab coat, he knew that in the Pokémon world, individuals donning such attire were typically Pokémon researchers. However, he couldn't help but wonder which Pokémon researcher would be fleeing from a horde of Beedrill. Surely, any number of Pokémon could easily subdue that swarm, rendering such a predicament unnecessary. Wait, wasn't there an instance in Pokémon Emerald where Professor Birch had been chased by a Zigzagoon right outside his door? Could it be that this lab-coated figure was indeed Professor Birch? Dismissing further speculation, Wang Hao resolved to rescue the beleaguered individual. He instructed Riolu to unleash Vacuum Wave upon the last few Beedrill in the swarm, intending to draw their attention. Meanwhile, he stealthily maneuvered around to the back of the lab-coated figure to assist in their retreat. Once Riolu successfully attracted the Beedrill's focus, it would make its escape, utilizing the surrounding foliage to elude the swarm before rejoining Wang Hao. The rescue plan was straightforward, yet its execution demanded seamless coordination between Wang Hao and Riolu. Fortunately, given the current bond between them and their mastery of aura, such cooperation was hardly a challenge. Just as Wang Hao was nearing the lab-coated individual, Riolu initiated its attack, striking the last 5 Beedrill with consecutive vacuum waves. This action successfully diverted the swarm's attention, as the vengeful Beedrill immediately redirected their pursuit towards Riolu. With the Beedrill now in pursuit of Riolu, Wang Hao approached the lab-coated figure. Are you all right? How did you attract a swarm of Beedrill? And why are you wandering around here without a Pokémon? The disheveled figure began to straighten their coat before replying to Wang Hao. I'm fine. Thank you so much. I was researching the ecology of Butterfree when I inadvertently wandered into Beedrill territory, and they began to chase me. In the fray, I lost my backpack, which contained all my Pokémon. It was only when the figure turned to speak that Wang Hao recognized them. This was no Professor Birch. It was none other than Professor Oak. The gentle yet often beleaguered Professor Oak, known for aggravating Pokémon, had found himself in quite the predicament. Wang Hao couldn't help but silently ridicule the situation, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Professor Oak, do you recall where you lost your backpack? Let's wait for Riolu to return so we can look for it together. It wouldn't be wise for you to remain here alone. How do you know my name is Oak? Have you seen me on television? In response to Professor Oak's inquiry, Wang Hao could only acknowledge, indeed, I have seen you on television while watching the anime. Following this, they engaged in a somewhat awkward conversation until Riolu returned to Wang Hao's side. My backpack may have fallen near the riverbank ahead. The Beedrill have moved on now. Let's go take a look. Professor Oak's uncertain tone elicited a sigh from Wang Hao. Yet he felt compelled to assist in retrieving the backpack he had promised to help find. Thus, Wang Hao, Professor Oak, and Riolu made their way to the riverbank. The river was expansive, and a cursory glance revealed no sign of the backpack. With no other options, Wang Hao instructed Riolu to use aura to search the vicinity. Eventually, it discovered Professor Oak's backpack nestled in a nearby pile of grass. Thank you so much, young friend. Would you care to visit my Pokémon research lab? There are many Pokémon there. I also have a gift for you as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Wang Hao pondered briefly. Surely any gift would be a useful item. After all, this was a game, and one could hardly embark on an adventure without items. Since entering the game, apart from Riolu, he had acquired nothing, not even a Pokeball. What could be better than seizing the opportunity to obtain an item? Thus, Wang Hao Riolu and Professor Oak returned to the Pokémon research lab in Pallet Town. To Wang Hao's surprise, the lab was far larger than he had anticipated, particularly the expansive backyard, which housed hundreds of Pokémon, leaving him utterly astonished. Wang Hao, have you traveled from the Sinnoh region? Your Riolu is quite a rare sight in Kanto. After touring the lab, Professor Oak posed this question to Wang Hao. Not at all. My Riolu hatched from an egg. It did not come from the Sinnoh region. I have only just begun my journey and have never been to Sinnoh. I see. So Riolu is your first Pokémon. It makes sense that you share such a close bond. Is that why you have yet to store Riolu in a Pokeball? Chapter 10. The Pokédex Backpack. In Pokeballs, upon hearing Professor Oak's inquiry regarding Pokeballs, Wang Hao felt a sudden sense of embarrassment. He too wished to place Riolu into a Pokeball for a well-deserved rest, yet unfortunately, he did not possess one. With no alternative, Wang Hao could only sigh in resignation. I have just embarked on my journey, completely unprepared. Riolu has been following me since hatching from its egg, and has yet to be contained within a Pokeball. That is why it remains by my side. Oh, I see. No need to worry. I have a few Pokeballs to spare. Professor Oak declared, retrieving 5 Pokeballs from his pocket and offering them to Wang Hao. Without hesitation, Wang Hao took one, pressed the button at its center to enlarge it, and tossed it towards Riolu. With great success, he captured Riolu within the Pokeball, only to release it once more. Having shared numerous experiences together, Wang Hao found himself feeling somewhat disoriented without Riolu by his side. Now that you possess Pokeballs, it is essential to understand some fundamental aspects of traveling. Each trainer in the Pokémon world can only carry 6 Pokémon at a time. Any excess must be housed in a trusted location. A research facility like mine is one such option. You may have noticed the Pokémon in the backyard. Most of them are entrusted to us by other trainers. Professor Oak continued. Of course, if not at the research facility, you may also utilize other shelters, breeding centers, training facilities, or even your own home. Wang Hao was already aware of this situation. In previous Pokémon games, any Pokémon beyond the 6th would automatically be transferred to a computer system. However, this generation seemed different, as they were currently immersed in the Pokémon world, devoid of any automatic transfer function. Professor Oak, how might I store my surplus Pokémon? When you capture your 7th Pokémon, you must promptly visit a Pokémon Center to contact a storage facility and transfer the Pokémon you wish to house. If you continue to hold 7 or more Pokémon, those Pokeballs containing them will be locked, and you will be unable to release any more Pokémon. Wang Hao was taken aback by this stipulation, never having anticipated such a rule. It appeared he would need to find a suitable location for storing his Pokémon. Professor Oak, if I wish to house my Pokémon at your research facility, what is required? Nothing much is needed, just a simple registration. In the future, should you require assistance, feel free to contact the research facility directly, since it would be necessary to house them somewhere. And given that Professor Oak made the process so effortless, Wang Hao decided to register right away, securing the research facility's contact information. Now that you have the research facility's contact details, should you need to house any Pokémon in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Additionally, I have a gift for you. With that, Professor Oak retrieved a red device from his desk drawer and handed it to Wang Hao, explaining, "This is your gift. The Pokédex. It contains basic information on every Pokémon you encounter, and upon capturing a Pokémon, you will receive comprehensive details. This particular Pokédex encompasses information on all Pokémon from the 4 known regions, making it an essential tool for every novice trainer. Since you are just beginning your journey, this gift is most fitting." As Professor Oak finished speaking, a system notification resonated in Wang Hao's mind. Congratulations. Player Xiao Hao has obtained the Pokédex, which will automatically record information on encountered Pokémon. Why does this game's notification always seem to appear so suddenly? Wang Hao couldn't help but internally critique the game's design. Although the Pokédex's utility was somewhat diminished for him, having memorized all Pokémon information due to his obsession with the series, was there any Pokémon he was unfamiliar with? Absolutely not. Thank you, Professor Oak. I will gladly accept the Pokédex. Wang Hao tucked the device into his pocket, completing the transaction. Though this action did not escape Professor Oak's notice. Wang Hao, do you not even possess a backpack? You seem entirely unprepared for your journey. Feeling as if his lack of preparedness had been exposed, Wang Hao could only feel a deep sense of helplessness. After entering the game, he had found himself near Olutolang City, and after the egg finally hatched, he was transported elsewhere by Shalabi, making it difficult to gather any items. Indeed, I have no backpack. I left home without preparing anything. He chuckled. How could your family allow you to travel without even a backpack? Where will you store your healing items and essential tools? How about this? I will give you the backpack you just helped me find. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Professor Oak dashed off to fetch the backpack and returned to hand it to Wang Hao. The moment he accepted it, another system notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Congratulations, player Xiao Hao has obtained an item backpack. Congratulations, player Xiao Hao has unlocked the operating system. Pull down with your right hand to access the interface. What? The operating system is finally unlocked? Wang Hao nearly leaped with excitement upon hearing the latter part of the notification. The interface he had sought so desperately was now accessible. Was it because he acquired the backpack? How absurd. Observing Wang Hao's palpable excitement, Professor Oak felt somewhat bewildered. After all, it was merely a backpack. Sensing Professor Oak's strange gaze, Wang Hao quickly composed himself, addressing the professor, "Thank you for the backpack. I will treasure it." His words were sincere. And Professor Oak was taken aback by the gratitude expressed for such a simple item, awkwardly encouraging Wang Hao not to be overly formal. As long as you like it. It was just a casual gift. Subsequently, Professor Oak handed Wang Hao a letter from the Johto League. The contents revealed that the Johto League competition would take place in 6 months. Trainers aspiring to challenge the league must collect 8 gym badges and arrive at the Indigo Plateau to participate. However, Wang Hao had yet to decide whether he would challenge the Johto League, so he simply accepted the letter and bid farewell to Professor Oak. At this moment, his most pressing concern was to explore the operating system and determine if a save function existed. Chapter 11. The encounter with Sakaki in Evergreen City. As soon as Wang Hao left the Ohm Research Institute, he promptly summoned the operational interface, which hovered before him in a remarkably simplistic design, albeit containing only a meager selection of options: the Pokédex, backpack, save function, and settings, nothing more. However, the mere presence of the save function provided Wang Hao with considerable reassurance, prompting him to immediately secure his progress. After completing the save, Wang Hao did not hasten to log out. Instead, he took a moment to peruse the Pokédex and his backpack. Confirming the items and the number of recorded Pokémon he possessed thus far, he set out from Pallet Town. Although he lacked a definitive goal within the Pokémon world, he resolved to explore and absorb the sights of this world accompanied by Pokémon. Previously, he could only envision this realm through games and animations. Now, he had the opportunity to traverse it firsthand. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Embarking on this spontaneous journey with Lucario by his side, Wang Hao felt there was nothing more splendid than this moment. Upon setting foot on Route 1, they encountered numerous wild Pokémon, including Rattata, Pidgey, Oddish, and Mewtwo. Wang Hao did not rush to capture these creatures, perhaps due to his bond with Lucario. He could sense the sentiments of the Pokémon. For these wild beings, a life of freedom might be their greatest desire, and thus, Wang Hao refrained from coercing them into following him. If other players were to learn of Wang Hao's sentiments, they would likely mock him. After all, this was merely a game. No matter how lifelike, these Pokémon were ultimately just data. Why should players concern themselves with the thoughts of Pokémon? Yet, since he began communicating with them through Lucario's aura, Wang Hao could no longer perceive Pokémon merely as data. Having captured none, Wang Hao swiftly traversed Route 1. Just as he was nearing Evergreen City, a voice called out to him. "Hey there, how about a Pokémon battle?" Turning around, Wang Hao noticed a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, donning a blue cap and white shorts. Initially inclined to decline, he sensed Lucario's eagerness through their bond, prompting him to accept the boy's challenge. The boy sent forth a Rattata, which appeared quite fierce. Wang Hao was taken aback to encounter a Rattata at this location, and it seemed to possess a commendable level. However, he was undaunted. As a fighting type, Lucario had a double advantage over the normal type Rattata, rendering its level irrelevant. Once both Pokémon were summoned, the boy launched an offensive, commanding Rattata to use Quick Attack. With this speed boost, Rattata surged towards Lucario in an instant. Lucario adeptly absorbed the hit, but at that moment, Wang Hao swiftly instructed Lucario to retaliate with counter through their psychic connection. Utilizing Rattata's prior attack, Lucario struck back with double the force, catching the boy completely off guard. The counter sent Rattata flying, inflicting significant damage. Aware that this was not sufficient, Wang Hao then commanded Lucario to unleash Vacuum Wave, unleashing a wave of energy that sped toward the recently grounded Rattata. Having been struck by 2 moves with a double advantage, Rattata ultimately succumbed to the battle. Although the match appeared one-sided, Wang Hao recognized that the outcome was heavily influenced by type advantages and the instantaneous communication facilitated by the Aura Bond. Without this immediate connection, The time taken from issuing a command to execution could have been crucial. In that moment, he felt grateful for the training he received in the kingdom of Lucario. After Rattata was recalled into its Pokeball, the boy, though reluctant, acknowledged, "Your Lucario is truly impressive. It defeated my Rattata without needing your commands. Your Rattata is quite formidable as well. Its quick attack was impressively swift, catching Lucario off guard. Winning was largely due to type advantages." Wang Hao replied, choosing not to elaborate on his command methods, knowing that not everyone possessed the power of aura. Bidding farewell to the boy, Wang Hao continued toward Evergreen City. As he approached the Pokémon Center, he intended to ensure Lucario received ample rest. However, just as he was about to enter, a man clad in a sleek black suit appeared before him. Dressed entirely in black, from his suit to his shoes, and even his closely cropped hair, he exuded an intimidating presence, accompanied by a Meowth. It was none other than Sakaki, the leader of Team Rocket. Wang Hao was perplexed by his presence. "Hey there, young one. I just witnessed your battle. It was quite entertaining. How about a match with my Meowth?" The challenge from the leader of Team Rocket ignited excitement within Wang Hao, and without hesitation, he accepted. Sakaki's Meowth sauntered forward, seemingly unimpressed by its opponent. Yet, as Lucario took the field, Wang Hao warned it through their aura connection to exercise caution. After all, this was the leader of Team Rocket, and Meowth would not be an easy adversary. Once both Pokémon were summoned, the battle erupted. Wang Hao began with a vacuum wave, aiming for a swift, decisive advantage. However, Meowth elegantly evaded the attack, and Sakaki commanded it to use Growl, swiftly diminishing Lucario's defensive capabilities. The initial strike had failed, and Lucario's defenses were compromised. Was this the strength of Team Rocket's leader? Wang Hao quickly discerned the gap between himself and Sakaki. Yet, he was resolute not to concede. He directed Lucario to employ Metal Claw through their aura link. This rapid command granted Lucario an edge, as the attack seemed poised to strike Meowth. However, Sakaki reacted in time, instructing Meowth to use Scratch in response. Thus, the battlefield became a fierce stalemate, with claws clashing and sparks flying. Lucario, guided by the aura, anticipated Meowth's movements, while Meowth, leveraging its superior speed, kept Lucario at bay, creating a tense deadlock. Chapter 12. Sakaki's invitation. The clash between the Alloy Claw and the Chaotic Strikes remained in a state of intense equilibrium, with neither side seemingly able to gain the upper hand. Observing this situation, Sakaki could not help but commend, "Your Riolu is truly impressive, exhibiting remarkable speed and likely wielding the power of the aura, which enables it to hold its own against my Meowth despite the significant level disparity. However, this is not Meowth's true limit. The difference in levels is still too great." After uttering these words, Sakaki commanded Meowth to use Shadow Clone. Instantly, numerous Meowths appeared on the battlefield, each indistinguishable from the other. This maneuver caught Wang Hao off guard, causing him to panic momentarily, forgetting to issue commands to Riolu. It was that fleeting moment of disarray that Sakaki seized upon, shouting to Meowth, "Maintain the Shadow Clones and use Slash." Confronted by Meowths charging from all directions, Wang Hao found himself in a quandary, utterly unsure of how to direct Riolu in battle. Which attack should he defend against to prevent Riolu from being harmed? Completely at a loss, Wang Hao remained unaware that Riolu had already taken action. Riolu launched an Alloy Claw towards the Meowth that was closest to it. The instant Alloy Claw made contact with Slash, the other Meowth clones dissipated. Riolu accurately struck the real Meowth, a feat that surprised not only Sakaki, but even Wang Hao himself. Yet, in the ensuing clash of Alloy Claw and Slash, Riolu was ultimately defeated, sent soaring by Meowth's powerful blow. As he watched Riolu crash to the ground, Wang Hao realized he had lost completely. He hurried to where Riolu had fallen, gently lifting it and returning it to its Pokeball. "Little one, your Riolu is indeed remarkable, already capable of harnessing a measure of aura power. If it continues to grow, it will surpass my Meowth in due time. However, I am quite intrigued. The fact that Riolu requires no verbal commands from you. Could it be that you too can wield the aura? Are you an aura guardian?" Wang Hao had never anticipated that Sakaki would deduce his ability to use aura from their recent battle. Truly, as the leader of Team Rocket, his perceptiveness was exceptional. "I can only channel Riolu's aura to utilize the aura power. I am hardly an aura guardian." "Indeed, you are an aura guardian. I admire your abilities. Would you consider joining my Team Rocket? We possess the most abundant resources throughout the Kanto region and boast many powerful Pokémon. Should you join us, you would have the liberty to choose any Pokémon you desire." "What? Sakaki is actually inviting me to join Team Rocket. The very Team Rocket that traverses the galaxy is extending an invitation to me. Had I not learned to wield the aura, had I not felt the emotions of Pokémon through the aura, perhaps I would have considered joining Team Rocket. After all, The life of seeking rare Pokémon and striving to capture them every day is quite appealing. However, now that I have grasped the use of aura, I can feel the emotions of Pokémon. I understand that many Pokémon yearn for freedom. Forcibly capturing them will not bring them happiness. Thus, Wang Hao chose to decline Sakaki's offer. I sincerely appreciate your invitation. However, Team Rocket is not suited for me. You need not be so hasty in your refusal. Here is a communication device with my contact information. If one day you reconsider joining Team Rocket, feel free to reach out. When Sakaki heard Wang Hao decline, he was not surprised. After all, talented individuals are not easily recruited. Leaving a contact might prove useful in the future. With this thought in mind, Sakaki tossed the communication device to Wang Hao. Initially reluctant to accept even the communication device, Wang Hao found himself compelled to take it, as Sakaki had tossed it directly into his arms before departing with an air of nonchalance. Upon receiving the device, a voice resonated in Wang Hao's mind. Congratulations. Player Xiao Hao, you have activated the communication function, which can be used to contact other players and task NPCs. So this is how the system functions can be activated. Could it be that everything that just transpired was part of the game's narrative? Yet, the game invites players to join the antagonists? No wonder it was stated during the launch event that in this game, Pokémon World, one could become any character they wished. If I desire to become the leader of Team Rocket, could I achieve that as well? After indulging in such musings for a while, Wang Hao entered the Pokémon Center in Evergreen City, where Nurse Joy treated the injured Riolu. He then registered for a room in the Pokémon Center, planning to rest for the night before continuing his journey. That evening, Wang Hao inquired of Riolu about the recent battle with Meowth, specifically how Riolu discerned the real Meowth from the clones. Riolu explained through the aura. Initially, Meowth's use of Shadow Clone created the illusion that all were real. However, the aura energy of the clones was comparatively lesser than that of the true form. Therefore, I targeted the Meowth with the most aura energy using Alloy Claw. It was only at this moment that Wang Hao realized that it was indeed the aura that enabled Riolu to see through the shadow clones. Yet, during the battle, he too had drawn upon Riolu's aura energy. Why had he been unable to identify the real Meowth? Riolu clarified, up until now, you have only been able to channel a small amount of aura energy. Your application of aura during battle still requires refinement, which is why you could not accurately notice this issue. This experience thoroughly illuminated Wang Hao's understanding of his status as an aura apprentice. He was still merely a novice. His grasp of aura was still too rudimentary. Thus, Wang Hao resolved to train daily with Riolu to master the use of aura power. Although he currently had no intentions of challenging the Pokémon League, he was nonetheless curious about what the gym might look like. Would there be several trials to face before challenging it? Consequently, he decided to visit the Evergreen Gym. To his dismay, the gym leader was away, and the gym was temporarily closed. Upon seeing the closure notice, Wang Hao recalled that the gym leader was Sakaki, who often kept the gym closed. Having been unable to tour the gym, Wang Hao found that there was little else of interest in Evergreen City, prompting him to set off once more on his journey. Departing from Evergreen City, he arrived at the Evergreen Forest, a lush expanse with thick foliage that obscured the light. The dim environment, combined with a labyrinthine layout, caused Wang Hao to become utterly lost within the forest. Chapter 13. The Shiny Ralts. Wang Hao found himself thoroughly lost in the Evergreen Forest, having circled around without making any progress. In his memory, other iterations of this forest had not been so labyrinthine. Why, on this occasion, did he find himself so disoriented? With no alternative, he could only summon Riolu to utilize its aura powers to scan the entire expanse of the forest, seeking an exit. Although this method was rather slow, it served as an excellent means of training Riolu's aura abilities. As Riolu harnessed its aura to probe the surroundings, it detected a peculiar energy source not far away. Though the energy was faint, it exhibited a trend of amplification. Riolu conveyed this discovery to Wang Hao, who, initially indifferent to the bug-type Pokémon that populated the Evergreen Forest, now felt a spark of curiosity upon learning of the anomalous energy. Thus, Wang Hao and Riolu made their way towards the source of this intriguing energy. Although the distance was not great, upon their arrival, they found the area distorted by the unusual energy. This bizarre spatial phenomenon deterred Wang Hao and Riolu, who feared the potential repercussions of such energy. Suddenly, a blue, bowl-shaped Pokémon with a pink body and a flat red horn appeared from the warped space, accompanied by a green-haired man clad in a black uniform and a black cap. While Wang Hao could not identify the Pokémon, he recognized the man immediately, for the conspicuous R emblazoned on the uniform made it impossible to overlook. This man was Lance, a member of Team Rocket. Wang Hao was struck by a sense of fate, having recently encountered Giovanni and now crossing paths with Lance. Was this a cursed connection? The Pokémon that Wang Hao had failed to identify, upon landing, anxiously glanced around before scampering towards Riolu. It sought to escape? Today, There would be no letting you go, Lance shouted as he pursued the Pokémon. Wang Hao quickly deduced that Lance intended to forcibly capture this peculiar creature, which was indeed Team Rocket's modus operandi, capturing rare Pokémon. Having witnessed this, Wang Hao could not stand idly by. He dashed forward to confront Lance. Who are you to stand in my way? This shiny Ralts is mine to capture today. Do not make this more difficult for yourself. At that moment, Wang Hao realized the peculiar Pokémon was indeed a Ralts, and a shiny one at that. No wonder he had not recognized it. Shiny Pokémon were rare, and a shiny Ralts was an exceptional find, justifying the involvement of a Team Rocket officer. Ralts does not wish to accompany you. You are forcing her, Wang Hao declared. If you wish to capture this Ralts, you must first contend with me. With that, he signaled Riolu to prepare for battle. Seeing Wang Hao's unwavering determination, Lance understood that he could not ignore this unexpected obstacle. He dispatched Zubat. The poison and flying type Zubat posed a formidable challenge for Riolu. Not only did it possess a type advantage, but Riolu's melee attacks were ineffective against Zubat's aerial maneuvers. Nevertheless, Wang Hao resolved to fight. He decided to unleash a vacuum wave to disrupt Zubat's rhythm before attempting a close-range assault. This was the most suitable strategy he could devise, but Lance would not allow him to execute it easily. As Riolu launched the vacuum wave, Lance instructed Zubat to evade while simultaneously employing the move Haze. Instantly, the already dimly lit evergreen forest was enveloped in a thick shroud of darkness. Wang Hao lost sight of both Lance and Zubat, unsure of how to direct Riolu against an unseen adversary. At that moment, however, Riolu's aura powers surged forth. Wang Hao, through Riolu's aura, swiftly discerned the locations of Lance and Zubat. Lance, cunning as he was, feigned a direct confrontation while secretly plotting to circumvent Wang Hao amidst the haze to pursue Ralts. Wang Hao would not allow Lance's scheme to succeed. He promptly commanded Riolu to unleash a vacuum wave towards Lance's direction. The wave struck precisely beneath Lance's feet, forcing him to halt his advance. Damn you! Are you determined to obstruct me? Then prepare to experience despair. Lance seethed, visibly agitated by Wang Hao's interference. He then directed Zubat to use Air Cutter. Waves of Air Cutter sliced towards Riolu, yet Riolu adeptly evaded each attack, thanks to its aura foresight. After dodging Zubat's Air Cutter, Wang Hao instructed Riolu to leap onto a nearby branch. Aside from Vacuum Wave, it was challenging for Riolu to land a hit on the airborne Zubat, so Wang Hao devised a plan to close the distance using the surrounding branches. Understanding Wang Hao's intent, Riolu swiftly ascended the branch, using the lingering haze as cover. Perched on the branch, Riolu once again confirmed Zubat's location through its aura, sharing the information with Wang Hao. After a brief calculation of Riolu's jumping capability and the distance to Zubat, Wang Hao devised a feasible strategy. Following his instructions, Riolu launched itself towards Zubat, executing Metal Claw mid-leap. The hard claws struck Zubat, sending it crashing to the ground. This sudden assault left Lance astonished. Even more surprising was that Riolu did not cease its onslaught. After the initial Metal Claw connected with Zubat, Riolu found itself in close quarters with the opponent. At this moment, Riolu unleashed 2 consecutive tackles followed by a vacuum wave, leaving Zubat defenseless. The final vacuum wave sent Zubat flying, dispersing the surrounding haze and revealing a bewildered Lance standing there. Lance could hardly believe that the very haze meant to obscure vision had instead become the catalyst for Riolu's counterattack. Had the haze not been present, Zubat might have been able to react to Riolu's movements and avoid being overwhelmed. With Zubat rendered unable to fight, Lance found himself at a loss, as he lacked any other Pokémon capable of combat. Thus, he could only leave with a menacing declaration. Remember this, I will return for that Ralts. Chapter 14. The dreamlike eyelash fossil. After Lance departed, Wang Hao and Riolu approached the unusual shiny Ralts. However, they did not rush forward. Instead, they sent out a gentle inquiry through Riolu's aura, assuring Ralts, do not be afraid. Your pursuers have been driven away, and you are now safe. The combined effect of Riolu's aura and Ralts' innate ability to sense the emotions of humans and Pokémon quickly put her at ease. Previously maintaining a cautious distance from Wang Hao and Riolu, she now dared to approach him slowly. As Ralts inched closer, Wang Hao extended his right hand, gently brushing the red horn atop her head. This appendage served as Ralts' organ for sensing emotions, and Wang Hao hoped that this tender gesture would fully reassure her. Indeed, his gentle touch dispelled Ralts' final defenses. Subsequently, he retrieved some oran berries he had gathered in the evergreen forest from his backpack and offered them to Ralts. It seemed she had escaped in a hurry and was quite hungry. Upon receiving the berries, she devoured them eagerly. Wang Hao and Riolu did not leave but sat beside her, watching her enjoy the meal. Only after Ralts had finished did Wang Hao, through Riolu's aura, pose a question to her. I can understand why Lance would want to capture you, but how did you both end up emerging from the spatial distortion together? I intended to teleport to another location, but just as I activated the move, that person happened to bump into my head. Consequently, he was transported here with me. She explained. Is that so? But can such a spatial distortion truly be caused by teleportation? That seems rather exaggerated. Wang Hao remained skeptical, struggling to accept that Ralts's teleportation could result in such a distortion. My teleportation is rather unique. It can increase the distance of my movement through the accumulation of energy. While I was being pursued, I hid in the grass and stored energy for quite some time before executing it. I had hoped to escape far away in one go, but I never anticipated that I would be bumped into. She lamented. So, you escaped from a very distant place, then? Do you recall where you fled from? Wang Hao regarded Ralts with newfound respect, impressed by her extraordinary ability for long-distance teleportation. It was no wonder Lance pursued her relentlessly. The rocket team was only interested in rare and powerful Pokémon, and this shiny Ralts clearly fit both criteria. That place is an island with a massive research facility. Apart from that, there is only a small forest where I was born. The person pursuing me is affiliated with the research facility. That day, I accidentally stumbled into the facility and was subsequently discovered. Wang Hao felt an odd sense of familiarity with the mention of a research facility on an island, but he could not quite place it. However, since Ralts had escaped from that island, there was no reason for her to return, and he conveyed this thought to her. Now that you have evaded Lance's pursuit, there is no need to go back. You should explore and enjoy yourself. No, I must return. I saw many imprisoned Pokémon in the research facility. Those Pokémon are forced to battle a monster every day until they are defeated. I want to rescue those poor creatures. As long as I am not detected, I can use my teleportation to save them all. If you are not detected, you risk being caught again. You barely escaped Lance's grasp. How can you claim you will rescue other Pokémon? Wang Hao could not help but scold Ralts. She was foolish to consider saving others without assessing her own capabilities. It was sheer luck that she had encountered him. Otherwise, she might have been captured long ago. However, the idea of forcing Pokémon to battle a monster every day, what was the rocket team trying to achieve? Were they crafting the strongest Pokémon? I can do it. As long as I have this lucky stone, I can evade danger just like this time, Ralts declared, producing a peculiar stone. Its surface was remarkably smooth, with a singular elongated protrusion resembling a slender eyelash. Upon seeing the stone, Wang Hao surmised it was likely some sort of fossil. May I take a look at that lucky stone? He inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Without hesitation, Ralts handed the stone to Wang Hao. Upon receiving it, a system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, player Xiao Hao has obtained Dreamlike Eyelash, an important item. Please handle it with care. Dreamlike Eyelash Fossil? Wasn't this the item the rocket team used to identify Mew's genes and create the most powerful Pokémon, Mewtwo? Wang Hao thought. If so, the monster Ralts referred to was likely Mewtwo. The rocket team's research facility housing Mewtwo seemed to be located on an island called New Island. Suddenly, everything became clearer. This shiny Ralts was a rare Pokémon that had escaped from New Island. Wang Hao recalled that New Island would be reconstructed after the Mewtwo rampage. It seemed they had not yet reached that point in time. However, Ralts mentioned that the rocket team forced Pokémon to battle Mewtwo daily, which suggested that the rampage could occur at any moment. If Ralts were to return now, she might find herself a victim of the impending catastrophe. Return your lucky stone. You must keep it safe, and do not go back. It is dangerous there. You would not be able to help, and you might even sacrifice yourself. As for whether you return, that decision is entirely yours. After returning the dreamlike eyelash fossil to Ralts, Wang Hao took the opportunity to caution her. Although he could not stop Ralts from returning or dissuade her from rescuing other Pokémon, he felt it necessary to express some warnings. Danger? What danger? She asked, puzzled. The monster you mentioned, which battles other Pokémon daily, is likely to go berserk in the near future. When that happens, it will reduce the entire research facility to rubble. That is why it is particularly perilous. It would be best if you did not return. The monster is going to destroy the entire facility? Then I must return. If I can rescue those Pokémon before the monster demolishes the research facility, everyone will be safe. As for the facility, let it be destroyed. It is not a good place, and its destruction would be for the best. Wang Hao could hardly believe the audacity of the shiny Ralts. Despite knowing the danger, she insisted on returning to save other Pokémon. He was at a loss for words. Was her bravery commendable or merely reckless? Chapter 15. The rescue of New Island. Since Lurantis was determined to return to New Island to rescue the other Pokémon, Wang Hao felt it unwise to dissuade her. After leaving behind some healing ointments, he and Riolu prepared to depart. Just then, Lurantis suddenly spoke up. Will you accompany me back? I fear that I cannot save all the Pokémon alone. If you lend me your strength, I shall grant any request you make. In truth, even without her prompting, Wang Hao had contemplated the matter of whether to join her in rescuing the imprisoned Pokémon. However, considering the fact that the location was a Team Rocket research facility, it was clear that numerous members and officials would be stationed there. Along with Riolu, and even with Lurantis' assistance, they would stand little chance against Team Rocket. Yet now, Lurantis had made her plea. Should he go or not? Wang Hao hesitated. At that moment, Riolu conveyed through its aura, "Let us go together. Allowing Lurantis to return alone will surely lead to dire consequences. We will face any challenges together." Feeling the resolve and concern within Riolu's aura, Wang Hao recognized that Riolu was steadfast in its decision to accompany him. What was there to hesitate about? Together with Lurantis, they would return. They would witness the new island before its destruction and discover the true strength of the formidable Mewtwo within this realm. Wang Hao's decision delighted Lurantis, who immediately enveloped both him and Riolu in a warm embrace. After the embrace, Lurantis began to gather energy for teleportation. For the first time, through Riolu's aura, Wang Hao witnessed the mesmerizing sight of spatial energy coalescing. The energy appeared like shimmering silver stars, emerging from the void of air, gradually swirling around Lurantis. As the energy intensified, Lurantis extended her hands to grasp Wang Hao's and Riolu's. Then, with a sudden contraction of spatial energy, Wang Hao, Riolu, and Lurantis vanished from the evergreen forest. The fluctuations in spatial energy made Wang Hao feel a brief disorientation, and soon they found themselves deep within another forest. This forest lacked the dense trees of evergreen forest. Only a few sparse trees stood, some branches devoid of leaves. Scanning the surroundings revealed a scarcity of wild Pokémon. But in the distance, he could discern a hint of a white rooftop. Wang Hao could hardly fathom that Lurantis had originated from such a place, rather than a forest. It resembled a desolate orchard. Riolu released its aura, surveying the area before quietly informing Wang Hao, "There are no Pokémon here, nor any signs of life." Were it not for the knowledge of the Team Rocket research facility nearby, few would suspect that such a location was the birthplace of Mewtwo. It was no wonder that after Mewtwo's devastation, so few were aware of the incident. That white-roofed area is the research facility. There are guards stationed at the entrance. "We cannot enter from the front. We must teleport again," Lurantis explained. Wang Hao had deduced the facility's location but was puzzled as to why Lurantis did not simply teleport them inside. Using teleportation twice seemed unnecessarily cumbersome. "You see, my teleportation allows for long-distance travel due to the process of accumulating spatial energy. For long-distance moves, it requires marking 2 spatial points, one at the starting location and one at the target. The distance affects the size of these points and the degree of spatial distortion. If we were to teleport directly to the research facility, the distorted spatial points would expose our position, which is why I did not teleport us directly inside. The distance from here to the facility is negligible, allowing for a much safer infiltration." With Lurantis' explanation, Wang Hao grasped the mechanics of teleportation. Though it was a remarkable skill, its effectiveness depended on the timing and method of use. Satisfied that Wang Hao understood her reasoning, Lurantis initiated the second teleportation. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the facility, in the area where Pokémon were imprisoned. The moment they appeared, the atmosphere in the cell turned tense. The injured Pokémon instinctively recoiled against the walls, seeking solace in the cold, hard surface. Observing the battered creatures, Wang Hao finally comprehended Lurantis' urgency to return and rescue them despite the danger. Gently stepping away from Wang Hao, Lurantis addressed the Pokémon. "Do you remember me? I unintentionally entered last time and could not take you with me. This time, I brought friends to rescue you. Do not be afraid." The familiar visage and soothing words of the unusual Lurantis eased the apprehension of the injured Pokémon. Wang Hao marveled at how quickly she calmed their fears, gaining newfound respect for her. "I will continuously use teleportation to bring you all to safety, but I can only take 2 at a time. In the meantime, please keep watch for any guards, and do not let them discover us." With that, Lurantis approached the injured Pokémon, selecting 2 and initiating her teleportation once more. Soon, half of the imprisoned Pokémon had been whisked away by her efforts, just as the remaining half was about to be freed. The guards outside the cell unexpectedly opened the door. This sudden intrusion not only startled Wang Hao, but also interrupted Lurantis mid-teleportation. "Continue teleporting and rescue them. Riolu and I will handle the guards." Wang Hao resolved not to let their previous efforts go to waste. It was merely a guard that could handle it. Before the guard could react, he was sent flying by Riolu's vacuum wave. After dispatching the guard, Wang Hao and Riolu positioned themselves at the cell entrance, reminding themselves that holding their ground for just a few minutes would be sufficient for Lurantis to rescue all the Pokémon. They had to endure these final moments. The guard quickly regained his footing, activated the facility's alarm, and unleashed a fierce Rattata. Chapter 16. The incident of Mewtwo's rampage as Rattata emerged. The guard promptly commanded it to unleash a thunder shock. However, due to the considerable distance, the swift assault was deftly anticipated by Riolu. Unperturbed, Riolu evaded the attack and retaliated with a vacuum wave. The fighting-type move inflicted double damage upon the normal-type Rattata, rendering it incapable of further combat in an instant. The guard could scarcely believe that in a mere exchange, his Pokémon had been incapacitated. In a flurry, he recalled Rattata and retreated hastily. The alarm had long reverberated throughout the research facility, and Wang Hao was acutely aware that reinforcements would soon arrive. He quickly glanced at the rescue efforts for Ralts and discovered that only a few Pokémon remained confined in the prison cell. At this rate, not only would the imprisoned Pokémon escape, but they themselves might also successfully flee the facility. Indeed, the guards were unable to match the speed at which Wang Hao and his companions made their escape. By the time a group of guards reached the confinement area, all the imprisoned Pokémon and Wang Hao had vanished without a trace. This outcome left each guard with a grim expression, uncertain of their next course of action. Meanwhile, the escaping Ralts was utterly exhausted from the overexertion of teleporting. Although it had merely relocated the imprisoned Pokémon from the research facility to a forest on the new island, the 20-plus trips had undeniably surpassed Ralts' limits. Wang Hao's backpack lacked any items to facilitate a swift recovery for Ralts, compelling him to seek refuge with the injured Pokémon. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction of the research facility, reminiscent of a detonation. Wang Hao perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Should the explosion incite chaos within the facility, there would be no time to pursue the fleeing Pokémon. Thus, he hastily made his way toward the coast. Once all the injured Pokémon reached the shoreline, an alert tone resonated in Wang Hao's mind. Attention, players. Attention, players. The first instance of the game, Mewtwo's Rampage, is now available. If you wish to participate in this instance, please confirm on the operating interface. Mewtwo's Rampage? Could it be that the explosion from the research facility was caused by Mewtwo? And how had it transformed into a quest for players? What manner of setting was this? Wang Hao felt perplexed, yet he confirmed his participation on the interface. Player Xiao Hao, greetings. Welcome to the instance of Mewtwo's Rampage. You will be directly transported to the instance location. Should all your Pokémon lose their combat ability, you will exit the instance. Instance objective: collaborate with other players to prevent the rampaging Mewtwo from annihilating the new island. Successfully averting Mewtwo's rampage will yield substantial rewards. Failure to do so will result in diminished rewards. Additionally, we have activated the World Chat function, allowing you to strategize and communicate with other players participating in this instance. Although the system's announcement was brief, Wang Hao felt an exhilarating rush. Since entering the Pokémon world, he had been a solitary player, akin to engaging in a single-player game. Now, the sudden emergence of numerous players embarking on a collaborative quest, along with the introduction of a World Chat feature, promised a vibrant exchange of ideas. As Wang Hao reveled in his excitement, he and Riolu vanished before Ralts and the other escaping Pokémon. The abrupt shift in scenery caught him off guard. He now found himself within the research facility, surrounded by the devastation wrought by the recent explosion, with the instance's objective situated at the very center. Were it not for the knowledge that the target was Mewtwo, Wang Hao would have never believed that the creature before him was indeed Mewtwo. The Pokémon was encased in heavy machinery, resembling a war machine. Aside from its human-like stance, its appearance was a far cry from the Mewtwo he had envisioned. Was this the Mewtwo still undergoing experiments by Team Rocket? It was evident that Team Rocket would stop at nothing to create the ultimate Pokémon. Just as Wang Hao contemplated observing Mewtwo further, other players began to lose their patience. One by one, they released their Pokémon: Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, Pidgeot, Crobat, and Houndoom, among others. The sight of so many Pokémon emerging from their Pokeballs was truly spectacular. Some players, unable to release their Pokémon in time, witnessed others already launching their attacks. Flamethrowers, hydro pumps, frenzy plants, gusts, and poison jab after poison jab bombarded the mechanical Mewtwo, yet all were skillfully deflected. Observing the ineffectiveness of the initial assault, the players quickly initiated their second wave of attacks. Wang Hao discerned that these players lacked any coherent strategy. They merely sought to overwhelm Mewtwo with sheer firepower. However, such a tactic was doomed to fail. In a purely turn-based game, there might have been some effect. But this Pokémon world was hyper-realistic. No Pokémon would simply stand idly by, awaiting an attack. As the first wave of attacks concluded and the second had yet to commence, Mewtwo vanished from sight. Instantly, it reappeared amidst the cluster of players and unleashed a devastating psychic blade, sending nearby Pokémon and players flying. Although the players did not suffer catastrophic damage, they found themselves incapacitated, and their Pokémon succumbed to defeat. This terrifying strike left all present players in shock. With such speed and power, how could they possibly hope to defeat Mewtwo? This question lingered in the minds of every player. However, the subsequent scene rendered them utterly speechless. Every player within the research facility was immobilized, unable to move a single finger. Was this a form of paralysis? Many players shared Wang Hao's thoughts. Although this move was merely a means to prevent Pokémon from executing their previous attacks, they could never have anticipated that it would immobilize all players. Without player commands, how could Pokémon continue to fight? The adage "capture the leader to capture the bandits" rang true. Mewtwo's maneuver was indeed a decisive blow. Chapter 17, the most tragic copy challenge. Under the immobilizing influence of Mewtwo, nearly every player found themselves paralyzed, unable to command their Pokémon in battle. However, Wang Hao was an exception. Although he too was affected by the immobilization, he could still direct his actions through the aura of his Lucario. Such widespread use of immobilization required an extraordinary level of concentration, even from Mewtwo. Yet, it was this very focus that allowed Wang Hao to perceive a fleeting opportunity. Wang Hao directed Lucario to swiftly maneuver through the shadows of other Pokémon, positioning itself close to Mewtwo before unleashing a vacuum wave at the preoccupied creature. As a fighting-type move, the vacuum wave would not inflict significant damage upon Mewtwo, but Wang Hao's intention was not to harm, but rather to disrupt Mewtwo's immobilization. Indeed, as Lucario's vacuum wave struck, Mewtwo released its hold, only to retaliate with a sharp psychic blade aimed at Lucario. Fortunately, Lucario had vacated its original position post-attack, executing Wang Hao's command to hit and retreat. The lifting of the immobilization brought a collective sigh of relief from all players. Yet the experience had shattered the fighting spirit of many. Some players retreated to the periphery of the research facility, hesitant to rejoin the fray. Wang Hao had fully grasped the overwhelming power of Mewtwo, realizing that neither he nor Lucario could inflict a decisive blow. Thus, he prepared to withdraw to the edges, awaiting the conclusion of the challenge. However, just as he was about to retreat, Mewtwo materialized before him. With its mechanized right hand, Mewtwo effortlessly lifted Wang Hao, its fierce gaze penetrating as it scrutinized him. "Was it you who commanded that little creature to ambush me? Your aura is far too weak to be of any concern." The command through aura could only be perceived by another adept in aura manipulation, yet Mewtwo had discerned the source of the command. This indicated that Mewtwo was not only proficient in aura but a formidable user. As Wang Hao dangled in Mewtwo's grasp, Lucario surged forward in a frantic attempt to rescue him, fully aware that it could not contend with Mewtwo. Wang Hao caught sight of Lucario's approach from the corner of his eye and shouted, "Flee! It is an aura user. Quickly escape." "Aura user?" Mewtwo echoed in Wang Hao's mind. "I know not of what you speak, but if it is the power shared between you and that creature, I shall demonstrate something far more potent." In an instant, Wang Hao felt a tremendous surge of aura gathering and compressing within Mewtwo's hand. The energy intensified, culminating in a colossal aura sphere that rocketed towards the approaching Lucario. The speed of the aura sphere was blinding, imbued with immense force, leaving Lucario with no choice but to absorb the blow. The impact sent Lucario crashing into the wall of the research facility, creating a significant crater, seemingly rendering it unable to continue the fight. All players witnessed this harrowing scene, their concern for Wang Hao mounting as they feared for Lucario's life. However, relief soon washed over them as Lucario emerged from the crater, resolved to charge at Mewtwo once more. Yet, before it could regain its footing, Lucario collapsed. Such tenacity. But this is the true power of aura. Your combined strength pales in comparison. With that, Mewtwo hurled Wang Hao towards Lucario's position. As he landed beside his fallen companion, Wang Hao's mind registered the system notification, "Player Xiaohao, all your Pokémon have fainted. Would you like to exit the instance? Exiting now will not affect your rewards." No player felt the overwhelming might of Mewtwo more acutely than Wang Hao. In that moment, his only desire was to swiftly tend to Lucario's injuries. Without hesitation, he chose to exit the instance. Moments later, Wang Hao and Lucario vanished from the research facility, reappearing beside Ralts on the coastline of New Island. Upon returning to the shore, Lucario instantly revived, and Wang Hao realized that exiting the instance allowed Pokémon to revert to their pre-challenge states. This spared him the need to heal Lucario. Yet after such an extreme trial, both he and Lucario had undergone a profound shift in mentality. Wang Hao resolved not to challenge instances again without sufficient strength. Ralts had yet to recover from the overuse of teleportation, and both Wang Hao and Lucario required time to recuperate from the ordeal. Therefore, they chose to rest in place. Before long, a series of system notifications echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Instance, Mewtwo Rampage has concluded. All players have failed the challenge and were unable to prevent Mewtwo's rampage, resulting in a significant reduction of rewards. The instance's difficulty is high. Players are advised to train, capture, and collect extensively before the next opening. Instance, Mewtwo Rampage rewards: PP Restoration Potion X10, Super Potion X10, Pokeball X10. Due to Mewtwo's rampage, New Island will experience a cataclysmic explosion in 5 minutes. All players remaining on New Island should evacuate immediately. Initially, Wang Hao paid little heed to the preceding notifications. However, upon hearing of the impending explosion, he was rendered speechless. Just as he had learned from the history of Pokémon, Mewtwo's rampage would obliterate New Island, only for it to be rebuilt thereafter. With only 5 minutes until detonation, how could he possibly evacuate the injured Pokémon? Wang Hao's thoughts were consumed not with his own escape, but with the means to rescue the Pokémon around him. After all, he had come to New Island solely to assist Ralts in saving these unfortunate creatures. Now that they were saved, it would be tragic if their efforts were in vain due to Mewtwo's rampage. In a moment of urgency, Wang Hao suddenly recognized a turning point. The rewards included PP restoration potions, enabling Ralts to recover from its overexertion. Afterward, he could simply use teleportation to transfer all Pokémon off New Island, ensuring their safety. With a mere 5 minutes at his disposal, Wang Hao wasted no time. He promptly retrieved a PP restoration potion and administered it to Ralts, explaining his plan as he did so. Chapter 18. I wish to accompany you. The effects of the restorative agent were remarkably evident after its application. Lariala swiftly regained her strength from the debilitating state caused by excessive skill usage. Subsequently, Lariala began relocating the injured Pokémon to a secure location. Due to the constraints of time, Wang Hao urged Lariala to refrain from utilizing long-distance teleportation, instead directing her to transport all Pokémon to the nearby Old Coast dock. His primary consideration was that Miss Joy could assist in healing these wounded creatures there, and the distance was manageable, likely allowing for the complete transfer within 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Wang Hao, Riolu, and Lariala appeared at the Old Coast dock, gazing towards the direction of New Island. Though the island was obscured from view, a distant plume of black smoke seemed to narrate the tale of its destruction. As Wang Hao beheld that wisp of smoke, his mind was flooded with visions of Mewtwo, the most formidable Pokémon, the supreme emissary of Aura, effortlessly contending with the onslaught of numerous players. Such composure amidst overwhelming adversity could only stem from absolute strength and unwavering self-assurance, qualities he currently found himself lacking. Riolu, too, watched the black smoke, his mind replaying the image of Mewtwo vanquishing him with Aura spheres. The power of Aura had always been his pride, yet he found himself utterly defeated in the very aspect he cherished most. The weight of that defeat lingered in his thoughts, making Mewtwo's figure unforgettable. As for Lariala, her contemplations regarding the smoke remained known only to her. Before long, the smoke dissipated, and Wang Hao had summoned Miss Joy under her care, along with her Chansey. The injured Pokémon gradually regained their vitality. Now that you have all recovered, you are free. Go wherever your hearts desire, Wang Hao proclaimed. Reflecting on their prior captivity in the New Island Research Facility, captured by Team Rocket to serve as training fodder for Mewtwo, their newfound freedom was undoubtedly their most fervent wish. Through Riolu's aura, the liberated Pokémon comprehended Wang Hao's sentiments clearly. They began to converse about their future lives, yet Lariala remained aloof from their discussions. Strictly speaking, she had not endured the torment of Team Rocket or Mewtwo as they had, despite her role in their salvation. Integrating with this group of Pokémon proved challenging for her. Wang Hao perceived the emotional distance between Lariala and the other Pokémon. He gently approached her, knelt down, and stroked the red horn atop her head, softly stating, "New Island has been ravaged by Mewtwo. It is likely that the forest of your birth no longer exists. There is no need for you to return. You may contemplate whether to live alongside them or choose a solitary path. I will ask Miss Joy to look after you. And you could even work at the Pokémon Center with her." Wang Hao's words reflected his deep concern for Lariala, which she felt keenly through her horn. Overjoyed, she inquired, "And what about you? Where do you intend to go next?" This question had never crossed Wang Hao's mind, but prompted by Lariala, he began to ponder earnestly. His current aspiration was to possess an absolute and formidable strength akin to Mewtwo's. Yet how might he cultivate such qualities? Powerful abilities could be amassed through relentless battles. As long as he continued to grow alongside Riolu, he would eventually attain them. However, formidable self-confidence could only be built through a series of victories. Both facets necessitated continuous combat alongside Riolu, engaging with other strong beings and players. He shared this thought with Riolu, who surprisingly echoed the same sentiment. Thus, Wang Hao addressed Lariala, "Riolu and I aspire to attain greater strength. We shall embark on a journey to enhance our abilities. Hence, we have no fixed destination. We will traverse to any place where the strong reside. I wish to accompany you. No matter where you go, I simply wish to follow you," Lariala declared candidly, expressing her desire to journey with Wang Hao and his companions. For many players, possessing a shiny Pokémon was a rare and coveted opportunity. especially one endowed with such extraordinary abilities, including long-distance teleportation. Yet, what could prompt this petite creature to choose to accompany him? With her teleportation capabilities, Larulus could reach virtually any location. Wang Hao voiced his curiosity, to which Larulus responded, "I feel safe and warm beside you and Riolu. You do not covet my abilities as others do. You genuinely wish to assist me. I cherish that purity." It is said that Larulus can sense the emotions between humans and Pokémon. Perhaps it was the bond of aura shared with Riolu that encouraged her to stay by his side. This could prove to be a fortuitous development, a powerful ally on the path to strength, a prospect that was undeniably appealing. Wang Hao hesitated no longer. He retrieved a Pokeball from his backpack and extended it towards Larulus. "Think carefully. If you truly wish to accompany us, simply press the central button to join us." To his astonishment, before he could finish his sentence, Larulus had already pressed the button. In an instant, she transformed into a radiant beam of light and was drawn into the Pokeball, which flickered once before settling still. After successfully capturing Larulus, Wang Hao released her once more. "Let us return to Evergreen Forest. Since that is where our journey began, it is fitting that we commence our adventure from there." After exchanging brief farewells with Miss Joy and the other Pokémon, Wang Hao, alongside Riolu and Larulus, made their way back to the familiar embrace of Evergreen Forest. Observing the dimly lit surroundings, cloaked by lush branches, an expression of exhilaration spread across Wang Hao's face. The next destination, Gray City. Perhaps it was time to utilize the League recommendation letter bestowed by Professor Oak. He would challenge the League and aspire to become the strongest. Chapter 19, Two Types of Alliance Challenges. Traversing the Evergreen Forest, Wang Hao and Riolu arrived at Deep Gray City. Ralts had been safely stored in a Pokeball early on, as its unique coloration had drawn too much attention, causing quite a stir along their journey. Every player they encountered inquired about where they could capture such a rare Pokémon. Overwhelmed by the constant questions, Wang Hao decided it was best for Ralts to remain in its Pokeball for the time being. Deep Gray City, a stone metropolis extending to the base of a massive rocky mountain, boasts a rugged architectural style that complements its name. Upon entering the city, Wang Hao first visited the Pokémon Center to ensure that both Riolu and Ralts were in peak condition before he sought out the local gym to inquire about the specifics of challenging the Alliance. As Wang Hao and Riolu entered the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy and her Chansey were bustling about, clearly overwhelmed by the influx of players. Wang Hao was puzzled by the sudden crowd. During his time in Evergreen City, he hardly encountered any players, only NPCs. "Are you a player too?" he asked a chubby boy dressed in casual athletic were standing nearby. The boy glanced at Wang Hao and then at Riolu, deep in thought before replying. "Aren't you the player who was caught by Mewtwo in the instance dungeon?" With a Riolu, "It must be you." Wang Hao was taken aback by the boy's rapid-fire questioning. He hadn't anticipated that his unfortunate experience in the dungeon would make him a focal point among players. Nevertheless, he accepted his defeat, realizing that many players had struggled against Mewtwo as well, so there was no shame in it. "Yes, that's me," he admitted. "Indeed. I'm Xiaowei. Pleased to meet you. But I'm surprised to see you here in Deep Gray City. Haven't you started your Alliance Challenge yet?" "I'm Wang Hao. Is it strange for me to be in Deep Gray City? It doesn't have much to do with the Alliance Challenge, does it?" Wang Hao was bewildered by Xiaowei's assumption that he had commenced his challenge. In the world of Pokémon, each player could choose their future goals. Whether it be becoming a Pokémon Master, a Coordinator, a Breeder, or even joining villainous teams like Team Rocket. Why was his presence in Deep Gray City linked to the Alliance Challenge? Don't you know? Currently, this version only includes the Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh regions. Depending on your first Pokémon, which is one of the starter Pokémon from a specific region, players are placed in the corresponding area. Since you have Riolu, I instinctively thought you were from the Sinnoh region, but here you are in Kanto. As for why I assumed you hadn't begun your challenge, it's because Deep Gray City hosts the first gym of the Kanto League. Surely you received Professor Oak's recommendation letter for the Kanto League? Most players arrive with that letter to start their challenge. At that moment, Wang Hao understood that the bustling Pokémon Center was indeed due to the Alliance challenges. It seemed he too would embark on his own challenge from this very point. You haven't started your challenge yet, which means you're not familiar with its rules. Are there rules for the Alliance challenge? The recommendation letter only states that I need to collect 8 gym badges and reach the Indigo Plateau within 6 months to participate. Are there additional requirements? When you present your recommendation letter at the Deep Gray Gym, the Gym Council will provide you with a detailed explanation. The Alliance Challenge consists of 2 modes. The first is as described in the recommendation letter, focusing on a single region where players gather 8 gym badges to qualify for the subsequent Alliance tournament. Players who place in the top 4 can then challenge the Elite 4 of that region. Upon securing a seat among the Elite 4, one may challenge the current Alliance champion. Given that this mode follows a similar pattern to previous Pokémon games, very few players opt for this approach. The second mode of the Alliance Challenge is quite different. Initially, you must select one of the 12 Elite Four members from the 3 major leagues across the 4 regions. Then, you must collect 8 specified gym badges, which span across all 4 regions, requiring players to traverse them. Upon obtaining the 8 designated badges, you may challenge the Elite Four of the corresponding league. Defeating that member allows you to take their place. After securing a position among the Elite Four, you can challenge the reigning Alliance Champion. If you become the champion, you will then compete against the champions of the other 2 leagues in the ultimate showdown to determine the strongest. The title of Strongest of the Alliance can only be attained through this second mode of the challenge. Wang Hao finally grasped why so many players favor the second mode. The requirement to traverse 4 regions added an element of excitement. Moreover, the title of Alliance Champion was undoubtedly a coveted aspiration among countless players. Wang Hao's desire to become a figure of absolute strength made this title the perfect testament to his ambitions. He was thoroughly captivated by the allure of the second mode of the Alliance Challenge. However, a concern arose in his mind. The recommendation letter mentioned that the Alliance tournament would occur in 6 months. Would that be enough time to traverse 4 regions? Do not fret. The 6-month timeline for the Alliance tournament mentioned in the recommendation letter pertains solely to the first mode of the challenge. The second mode has no time limitations. At any point, as long as you collect enough gym badges, you can initiate the Elite Four challenge. Xiao Wei's clarification solidified Wang Hao's resolve to pursue the second mode of the Alliance Challenge. He envisioned traveling through the 4 regions, challenging the designated gyms, defeating the Elite Four, and ultimately claiming the championship. His future goals were now crystal clear. I presume you will choose the second mode of the Alliance Challenge. However, I must remind you that in this mode, gym leaders will employ full 6-on-6 battles, regardless of whether you possess 6 Pokémon. The gym leaders will undoubtedly utilize their strongest Pokémon to represent their prowess. Chapter 20. The King of Challenges. Is it a 6-on-6 full battle? Wang Hao possesses only 2 Pokémon, Riolu and Ralts, making the prospect of victory quite slim. Nevertheless, he remains reluctant to capture other Pokémon indiscriminately. He desires companions akin to Ralts, who wish to stay by his side. It appears that opting for the second type of league challenge necessitates ample preparation time. Initially intent on commencing the league challenge directly, it seems that opportunity has eluded him. However, Wang Hao is not overly concerned, as this second league challenge is not bound by a time constraint and can be initiated at any moment. Xiao Wei, thank you. With your introduction, I no longer need to visit the Deep Gray Gym. With only 2 Pokémon, it's indeed too premature for me to initiate a league challenge. How can you have just 2 Pokémon? Are you, like those aspiring demigod trainers, only collecting Pokémon of demigod caliber? Or do you have a unique perspective? Only gathering Pokémon of a single type? Perhaps aspiring to become a singular type champion? After traversing 2 cities and encountering at least a dozen varieties of Pokémon, having only 2 seems rather insufficient. Xiao Wei remains incredulous regarding Wang Hao's scant collection, even indulging in various speculations. You needn't guess wildly. My approach to capturing Pokémon differs from others. I only choose those who willingly accompany me. I do not capture them through coercive battles. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. Wang Hao felt that perhaps it would have been better not to explain, as her gaze seemed to scrutinize him as if he were an oddity. Yet, this reaction is understandable. In the realm of Pokémon, players are drawn by their love for these creatures. Some do not challenge leagues or engage in battles. They simply wish to enjoy a leisurely existence with their beloved Pokémon. Comparatively, there are indeed many who share a similar non-coercive philosophy. However, to challenge the league, one must capture a minimum of 6 Pokémon. Xiao Wei did not dismiss Wang Hao's philosophy on capturing Pokémon. Instead, she expressed ample understanding. Wang Hao recognizes that 6 Pokémon are essential for league challenges, yet he remains steadfast in his convictions. This resolve may well represent the baseline of Wang Hao as a Wave Guide apprentice. Though he cannot commence the league challenge immediately, it remains essential to grasp some fundamental aspects. Selecting the second league challenge mode requires choosing one from the 12 kings. Do you have any thoughts on this? Xiao Wei did not dwell excessively on Wang Hao's capturing philosophy, continuing instead with the topic of league challenges. Who should one select among the 12 kings? Wang Hao indeed had no thoughts, and he was even unaware of the identities of the 12 kings. Since the Kanto and Johto regions share a league, the Elite Four are also common. Currently, the 4 kings are Ice-type King Kina, Fighting-type King Shiba, Ghost-type King Jizi, and Poison-type King Aju. The Hoenn League's 4 kings are Dark-type King Huaiyue, Ghost-type King Furong, Ice-type King Boni, and Dragon-type King Yuanji. The Sinnoh League's 4 kings are Bug-type King Aliu, Ground-type King Jun, Fire-type King De, and Psychic-type King Wusong. I assume you will regard Riolu as your trump card, so I advise against selecting the Psychic and Ghost-type kings. However, the final choice rests with you. The information regarding the 12 League Kings bears little distinction from the previous 4 generations of the Pokémon series. They appear to be the original kings. As League challenges continually evolve, these NPC kings are likely to be gradually replaced by players, particularly with such single-type kings. They are easily countered. Should one delay their League challenge, the 4 kings they ultimately face will be players. However, this prospect seems more intriguing. Each player's Pokémon would not merely be singular types, but rather a complex array of combinations. Having absorbed this foundational information, Wang Hao has developed a rough strategy for the League challenge. He is indifferent as to whether the kings he encounters are NPCs or players, for his ultimate goal is to become the strongest in the League. As for which king to challenge, Wang Hao tentatively targets the Dark-type King Huaiyue of the Hoenn League. Facing Dark types, Riolu's Fighting-type moves possess a double advantage, making the challenge relatively easier. Furthermore, Ralt's Fairy-type abilities can also counter Dark types. Thus, Wang Hao inquires with Xiao Wei about the badge requirements for challenging Huaiyue. Challenging Dark-type King Huaiyue is indeed a commendable choice for your Riolu. The badges required by Huaiyue include the Pink Badge from the Kanto region's Shallow Red Gym, the Golden Badge from the Golden Gym, the Phantom Badge from the Jada region's Yuanju Gym, and the Rising Dragon Badge from the Smoke Ink Gym, the Libra Badge from the Hoenn region's Orange Blossom Gym, and the Heart Badge from the Green Ridge Gym, as well as the Carbon Badge from the Sinnoh region's Black Gold Gym and the Relic Badge from the Family Gym. Among these, the Psychic and Ghost-type gyms comprise half, which does not favor your Riolu, so you must capture additional Pokémon as soon as possible. Indeed, the League challenge is no simple endeavor. There will certainly be trainers who prepare teams specifically to counter certain kings, thereby increasing the game's difficulty. It is intriguing that half of the gyms designated by the kings feature attributes that counter their own. However, this adds an element of excitement. Wang Hao finds himself deeply captivated by the arrangements of the League challenge. If not for his insufficient collection of Pokémon, he would have already embarked on the League challenge. Subsequently, Wang Hao consults Xiao Wei on various aspects of the League challenge, and Xiao Wei provides him with thorough insights. The two exchange contact information for future correspondence. In the end, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei agree to meet the following day to witness Xiao Wei's inaugural League Gym Challenge. Xiao Wei, too, has opted for the second League Challenge mode, selecting the Fire-type King Day of the Sinnoh League, as his first Pokémon is Squirtle. The Fire-type King Day requires the Gray Badge from the Deep Gray Gym among his designated gym badges. This explains Xiao Wei's presence at the Pokémon Center in Deep Gray City. Water-type Squirtle holds an inherent advantage against Rock-type gyms, but in a 6-on-6 full battle, it remains uncertain how long Xiao Wei's Squirtle can endure. To glean insights for his future League challenges, Wang Hao requests to observe Xiao Wei's battle, to which Xiao Wei readily agrees. Finally, the two register for a shared resting room at the Pokémon Center, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next day. Chapter 21, The Deep Gray Gym. The following day, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei arrived early at the Deep Gray Gym. Since yesterday, Wang Hao had been inquiring about Xiao Wei's lineup for the battle, but Xiao Wei always replied that he would reveal it in due course. This piqued Wang Hao's curiosity, making him appear even more eager for the gym match than Xiao Wei himself. Upon entering the Deep Gray Gym, they were greeted by the gym director, who succinctly explained the rules of the gym battle to Xiao Wei and confirmed his challenge mode. Xiao Wei opted for the Champion Challenge mode, selecting the Fire-type champion, De Yi, from the Sinnoh region. The director then announced that the first gym challenge was about to commence, featuring a full 6-on-6 battle, during which both the gym leader and the challenger could freely switch their Pokémon. He then invited them to the arena to await the gym leader's arrival. As they approached the battlefield, Wang Hao was directed to the observation area to witness the duel. The arena of the Deep Gray Gym was a rocky terrain, evenly split between rock and open ground, with noticeable gaps between the rocks that could serve as effective hiding spots for certain Pokémon. Xiao Wei entered from the right side of the battlefield, while the gym leader, Xiao Gang, made his entrance from the left. Once in position, Xiao Gang proclaimed, "Welcome to the Deep Gray Gym. To challenge for the champion seat, you must possess a will as unyielding as stone. I shall respond to your challenge with the fiercest of attacks, and I hope you can endure." Hearing such resolute words from Xiao Gang, Wang Hao felt a moment of disbelief. Was this truly the same Xiao Gang known for his flirtations with women? However, this thought was fleeting as the gym battle officially commenced. Xiao Gang sent forth his first Pokémon, Onix, while Xiao Wei chose Masquerain. From a purely elemental standpoint, the Water-type Masquerain had a significant advantage over the Rock and Ground-type Onix. It seemed as if the outcome was already determined, yet reality often defies expectations. Immediately after sending out Onix, Xiao Gang commanded it to unleash a sandstorm, which swiftly enveloped the arena in a swirling cloud of yellow sand. Aware that the sandstorm would gradually sap Masquerain's strength, Xiaowei resolved to deliver a decisive blow and promptly instructed Masquerain to use Hydro Pump. A move that inflicted quadruple damage would surely incapacitate Onix, but in a narrow escape, Onix swiftly dodged the Hydro Pump. With a hit rate of only 80%. One might consider it fortunate that Onix evaded the attack, though one could also argue otherwise. Having evaded Xiaowei's Hydro Pump, Xiaogang quickly directed Onix to use Stealth Rock. Was he planning to engage in a war of attrition against Masquerain? Although the sandstorm would inflict continuous damage to Masquerain, the amount was relatively minor. As long as Masquerain remained in battle, it would not suffer from Stealth Rock's effects, making this move appear somewhat futile. Xiaowei could easily employ other water-type moves to inflict quadruple damage on Onix. What was the significance of this tactic? True to his nature, Xiaowei disregarded the effects of Stealth Rock and commanded Masquerain to unleash Bubble Beam. A dazzling stream of bubbles surged toward Onix, only for Xiaogang to withdraw Onix just in time, narrowly avoiding damage once again. From its entry to its withdrawal, Onix had sustained no harm, leaving behind a sandstorm and Stealth Rock, both of which would inflict ongoing damage. The momentum of the match seemed to tilt in Xiaogang's favor. After recalling Onix, Xiaogang sent out Floatzel, which immediately targeted Xiaowei's Masquerain with Energy Ball. Already suffering from the effects of the sandstorm, Masquerain was swiftly incapacitated by this move, which dealt double damage. Xiaowei had not anticipated that while he sought to deliver a decisive blow to Onix, his own Masquerain would be taken out by Floatzel. Such a dramatic turn of events left even the observing Wang Hao perplexed. Onix's role had merely been to set the stage for Floatzel, with all the moves designed to wear down Masquerain. Was this truly the nature of the Champion Challenge format in the League's gyms? It was indeed formidable. Having lost his first Pokémon, Masquerain, Xiaowei sent forth Infernape. Upon entering, Infernape suffered damage from Stealth Rock, compounded by the ongoing effects of the sandstorm. How could he possibly contend against Floatzel, which remained unscathed? Xiaogang's strategy was unfolding with meticulous precision, yet Xiaowei maintained his composure. Rather than hastily attacking, he commanded Infernape to taunt Floatzel. As anticipated, Floatzel, provoked by Infernape's taunt, became enraged. Unable to employ status-changing moves, Xiaogang opted for a direct confrontation. He instructed Floatzel to use Aqua Jet, launching it at high speed toward Infernape. Xiaowei, however, stood firm, fixated on Floatzel's approach. When Floatzel was mere inches from Infernape, Xiaowei suddenly commanded, Infernape, use Flare Blitz. It became clear that Xiaowei had deliberately withheld his response to allow Floatzel to close the distance, ensuring a precise hit with Flare Blitz at the optimal moment. The strike was executed flawlessly, leaving Xiaogang no time to react. Moreover, the Fire-type attack inflicted quadruple damage on Floatzel, capable of delivering a knockout blow. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Floatzel did not succumb. Xiaogang, quick to recover from the unexpected Flare Blitz, immediately ordered Floatzel to self-destruct. In his efforts to maximize the impact of Flare Blitz, Xiaowei had brought Floatzel and Infernape to the brink of collision. The resulting clash between Aqua Jet and Flare Blitz produced no change in distance, yet this very proximity allowed Floatzel's self-destruction to unleash its full force upon Infernape. Both Floatzel and Infernape fell, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. What had been perceived as a certain victory had instead ended in an unexpected stalemate. Not only Xiaowei, but even Wang Hao, the observer, was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As Xiaogang recalled the incapacitated Floatzel, he explained, if Floatzel had not had the ability sturdy, that Flare Blitz would have certainly knocked it out. In the end, we were fortunate to have equalized the score. Your performance has been quite remarkable. When you strike hard. It turned out that Floatzel's ability, sturdy, had indeed prevented it from being knocked out in one hit, leaving it with a sliver of health to unleash its self-destruction in a mutually destructive finale. Xiaogang's decisiveness and resolve should not be underestimated. In this full 6-on-6 battle, only 4 of Xiaowei's Pokémon remained against 5 of Xiaogang's. Could Xiaowei truly overcome Xiaogang? Chapter 22. The Spectacular Gym Battle, Retrieving His Fortress. Brock once again sent out his Onix, while Dawn introduced her third Pokémon, Starmie. Once again, this water-type Pokémon was at a 4-fold disadvantage against Onix. And despite the relentless assault from Stealth Rock and Sandstorm, it suffered significant damage. Yet, this time, Dawn displayed remarkable caution. Rather than immediately launching an attack due to her type advantage, she opted to use a status move, Rain Dance. The battlefield transformed from a swirling sandstorm into a gentle drizzle, stripping Onix of its previously held environmental advantage. However, Brock was not one to relinquish his edge so easily. He commanded Onix to unleash a Stone Edge attack. Sharp rocks hurtled towards Starmie, but in a moment of urgency, Dawn instructed her Pokémon to brace for defense. Miraculously, the barrage of sharp stones was thwarted by a mysterious force, shattering upon contact. The intensity of this exchange thrilled Wang Hao, who found the spectacle exhilarating. Yet, the excitement was far from over. Although Starmie successfully thwarted Onyx's assault, Dawn did not pause her assault. In the instant the stone edge was deflected, she directed Starmie to employ Confuse Ray. The eerie beam struck Onyx squarely, leaving it disoriented. In its confused state, Onyx seemed poised to harm itself, prompting Brock to withdraw it temporarily. This marked the second time Brock had recalled Onyx, yet the circumstances were markedly different from the previous occasion. With a satisfied glance at Dawn, he released his third Pokémon, Aerodactyl. As Aerodactyl entered the fray, it let out a deafening roar, exuding an immediate sense of intimidation. This overwhelming pressure was palpable even to the observing Wang Hao, let alone to Dawn and Starmie. Undeterred by the formidable presence, Dawn commanded Starmie to unleash Hydro Pump against Aerodactyl, but Brock had anticipated this. Aerodactyl swiftly spun in the air, expertly evading the water attack while closing in on Starmie, resembling a proud eagle stalking its prey. In a swift motion, Aerodactyl dove down sharply, its sharp fangs crackling with electricity. A Thunderfang struck Starmie decisively, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. The fluidity of Aerodactyl's maneuvers left no room for Starmie to react, and Dawn was taken aback by the devastating power of the Thunderfang. With Starmie defeated, Dawn had poured her heart into the battle, momentarily alleviating her disadvantage, yet ultimately failing to turn the tide. The rhythm of the match had shifted back into Brock's favor, leaving Dawn feeling unsettled. To regain control of the contest, she sent out her fourth Pokémon, her strongest, Blastoise. The effects of Rain Dance still lingered, and the rain fell gently upon the battlefield, invigorating Blastoise, who thrived in such conditions, though it too suffered from the earlier Stealth Rock attacks. Recognizing that Dawn's fourth Pokémon was once again a water type, Brock sought to capitalize on this opportunity. Aerodactyl launched another Thunderfang at Blastoise, and as the fangs closed in, Dawn commanded her Pokémon to retaliate with Ice Punch. The two attacks collided, both landing significant blows on their targets. Aerodactyl's wings suffered from freezing, hindering its ability to fly, while Blastoise was engulfed in surging electricity, clearly paralyzed. Seeing Aerodactyl grounded by the freezing, Dawn seized the opportunity and urged the paralyzed Blastoise to unleash Hydro Pump. However, the paralysis had noticeably reduced Blastoise's speed. And just as the water attack was about to strike Aerodactyl, Brock adeptly recalled his Pokémon. Brock's timing in switching Pokémon was impeccable, often executing his strategies at the most critical junctures, which proved to be quite frustrating for Dawn. Despite her annoyance at his precise tactics, she had no recourse, for both the gym leader and challenger possessed the same freedom to substitute Pokémon. After recalling Aerodactyl, Brock sent forth Onyx for the third time in this match. The confusion caused by Starmie had long since dissipated, and Onyx was ready for another battle. Brock immediately commanded Onyx to use Dig, a standard move for many ground-type Pokémon, targeting the sluggish, paralyzed Blastoise. Yet, Brock soon realized his error, as Dawn had anticipated this Dig attack. The moment Onyx burrowed into the ground, Dawn instructed Blastoise to unleash Earthquake. The newly buried Onyx was violently shaken from the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The ease with which Onyx was defeated after 3 rounds left many feeling a sense of regret. The Earthquake was beyond anyone's expectations. Brock himself was taken aback by Dawn's Blastoise possessing such a powerful move. He exclaimed, "Challenger Dawn, you have truly surprised me. A Blastoise with Earthquake is a rare sight indeed, impressive. However," he added, "but I shall not concede so easily. Allow me to showcase my fourth Pokémon." Brock then summoned his fourth Pokémon, Rampardos. As it entered the arena, the ground seemed to tremble beneath its weight, radiating an imposing aura. Seizing this momentum, Brock commanded Rampardos to use Rock Wrecker. Suddenly, the previously tranquil stones on the battlefield levitated and coalesced into a massive rock cannon aimed at Blastoise. If struck by such a powerful attack, Blastoise would certainly succumb to incapacitation. Given Blastoise's current state of paralysis, evading the impending Rock Wrecker seemed a daunting task. What could possibly be done? Chapter 23. The gym match concludes as the rock cannon of the Mega Tyranitar loomed ominously, poised to strike the Blastoise. Xiaowei hastily commanded it to employ a defensive stance. Yet, as Blastoise prepared to execute its move, a surge of electrical energy coursed through its body, causing a delay in its reaction. The paralyzing effect manifested unexpectedly at such a critical moment, catching Xiaojing off guard. The rock cannon struck fiercely, incapacitating Blastoise in an instant. While the outcome appeared heavily reliant on luck, the primary reason for Mega Tyranitar's seamless victory lay in the prior exhaustion inflicted by the Aerodactyl. Xiaowei's fourth Pokémon succumbed to defeat, particularly disheartening since it was his most formidable creature. Wang Hao realized that Xiaowei's chances of winning were diminishing. However, Xiaowei appeared undeterred. swiftly recalling Blastoise and sending forth his fifth Pokémon, Gloom. This Grass-type Pokémon held a quadruple advantage against the ground and Rock-type Mega Tyranitar. Xiaowei had indeed prepared meticulously for this gym challenge. Whether it was Masquerain, Infernape, Starmie, or Blastoise, each Pokémon possessed attributes that countered Xiaojiang's team. Yet, despite such clear advantages, Xiaojiang had managed to establish a 4-2 lead, a testament to his formidable prowess. Upon entering the fray, Gloom was immediately met with an assault from Stealth Rock, showcasing the effectiveness of Xiaojiang's tactical groundwork. Xiaowei, now facing mounting pressure, disregarded the damage from Stealth Rock and commanded Gloom to summon Sunny Day. The previously drizzly battlefield was suddenly bathed in intense sunlight, creating an environment advantageous for Fire-type Pokémon and significantly reducing the charge time for moves like Solar Beam for Grass types. Did Xiaowei intend to leverage this to gain an edge in the forthcoming confrontation? Yet Xiaojiang was not one to grant such an advantage easily. He swiftly directed Mega Tyranitar to unleash Flamethrower. The use of Flamethrower, an unexpected skill for Mega Tyranitar, was nonetheless logical, facing numerous challengers. It was only prudent for him to equip his Pokémon with counteractive moves. The potency of Flamethrower was notably amplified under the effects of Sunny Day, while Xiaowei could only grit his teeth and instruct Gloom to retaliate with Solar Beam. The clash of Flamethrower and Solar Beam erupted in a spectacular explosion, enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke, obscuring the battle's details. As the dust settled, it became evident that Gloom had been rendered incapable of continuing the fight, while Mega Tyranitar remained steadfast on the battlefield. With Xiaowei's fifth Pokémon defeated, the prospect of overturning the situation with just one remaining Pokémon seemed increasingly bleak. Wang Hao recognized Xiaowei's valiant efforts, aware that this gym match had proven excessively challenging. He wished to offer words of encouragement, but feared it might inadvertently affect Xiaowei's focus. Instead, he silently gazed at him, conveying a supportive look. Xiaowei, cognizant of his slim chances of victory, nevertheless resolved to fight on, determined not to suffer a humiliating defeat. He aimed to at least vanquish one of Xiaojiang's Pokémon. Sensing Wang Hao's encouragement, Xiaowei confidently summoned his final Pokémon, Gyarados. As Gyarados entered the arena, it too was met with the assault of Stealth Rock, yet it roared fiercely, exuding an intimidating presence. Even Mega Tyranitar, standing tall, was momentarily unsettled. Taking a slight step back, the intimidate-ability of Gyarados promised an exhilarating finale. Now, I shall unleash my strongest Pokémon for you to feel the full force of this encounter. Realizing the impact of Gyarados' intimidate on Mega Tyranitar's resolve, Xiaojiang promptly recalled it, sending forth his fifth and most powerful Pokémon, Tyranitar. The arena was once again engulfed in a sandstorm. A testament to Tyranitar's sandstream ability, its entrance accompanied by a thunderous roar that proclaimed its might. The matchup of Gyarados, a water and flying type, against Tyranitar, a rock and dark type, presented an intriguing dynamic, each possessing strengths and vulnerabilities against the other. Wang Hao was filled with anticipation for this climactic battle. Recognizing the impending damage from the sandstorm, Xiaowei understood that Gyarados, already injured, would face further disadvantage. Consequently, he instructed Gyarados to initiate Rain Dance. The battlefield transformed once more, shifting from a swirling sandstorm back to a gentle drizzle. Xiaojiang, undeterred by the environmental shift, commanded Tyranitar to unleash Rock Slide. Boulders rained down upon Gyarados, who, having initiated Rain Dance, found itself at a disadvantage, struggling to evade the onslaught of falling rocks. Xiaowei urged Gyarados to brace itself, but the speed of the rockfall proved overwhelming. Gyarados managed to evade the initial boulders, but succumbed to the subsequent barrage. However, due to its bracing effect, Gyarados endured, albeit with its body visibly swaying, as though on the brink of collapse. Xiaowei was not about to squander this precious opportunity. He commanded Gyarados to unleash Hydro Pump. The rain-soaked battlefield saw murky waters surge toward Tyranitar. In response, Xiaojiang instructed Tyranitar to withstand the Hydro Pump with Iron Defense, followed by another Rock Slide that ultimately incapacitated Gyarados. Thus concluded Xiaowei's gym challenge, having only triumphed over Xiaojiang's Onyx and Fortress. Yet, Xiaojiang expressed high regard for Xiaowei's challenge, acknowledging his adept responses and strategies, noting that only a disparity in strength had led to the outcome. Xiaowei himself recognized this truth. What a pity. My strategy was not flawed. All 6 Pokémon countered Xiaojiang's team attributes, yet the level disparity was insurmountable. Furthermore, Xiaojiang's comprehensive strategy, equipping his Pokémon with moves like Flamethrower and Thunderfang for counterplay, left me at a disadvantage. After the match, Xiaowei, somewhat disheartened, conveyed this to Wang Hao. However, in Wang Hao's eyes, Xiaowei had performed excellently, demonstrating timely responses and a commendable rhythm in his attacks. Truly, it was a shame. Chapter 24. This mountain is mine, uncertain of how to console Xiaowei. Wang Hao recognized that this was merely the beginning. Failure could always lead to a fresh start. Subsequently, they returned to the Pokémon Center in Deep Gray City to restore their Pokémon. While Nurse Joy attended to the Pokémon, Wang Hao seized the opportunity to inquire about a few matters. How did your Blastoise learn Earthquake? Typically, under normal circumstances, a Blastoise cannot acquire such a move through standard leveling, even if there were a TM. It is still early in the game. How could you have obtained such a powerful TM already? I indeed learned Earthquake through a TM, Xiaowei replied. But acquiring it involved a stroke of luck. A flood submerged a group of Diglett's caves, causing considerable distress to many Diglets. I happened to be nearby, rescued a few, and brought them to the Pokémon Center. Afterward, the system notified me that I had obtained the Earthquake TM. As Wang Hao delved deeper, he learned that TMs in this Pokémon world were only accessible through specific quests or side stories, and each TM could only be used once. Naturally, with the recent activation of the World Chat function, many players had begun to trade TMs they no longer needed, though successful exchanges were rare. Initially, Wang Hao had hoped to acquire multiple TMs to benefit both Riolu and Ralts, but it now appeared improbable. The TMs obtained through random quests and side stories were entirely unpredictable. Who could foresee which TM would drop? It seemed that the only viable path to enhance the strength of Riolu and Ralts in the short term would be through leveling up and evolution. Wang Hao continued to ask Xiaowei questions about various quests and side stories, but the responses he received left him astounded. Each player encountered entirely different quests and narratives, and every choice within those quests could yield divergent outcomes. This reminded Wang Hao of when he first acquired the egg of Riolu and encountered Celebi, leading him to the ancient Lucario kingdom. It felt reminiscent of a quest or side story, yet he had gained nothing but the title of Wave Guide Apprentice. Unable to decipher the mechanism for obtaining TMs, he decided to leave matters to fate. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him as it had on Xiaowei, granting him powerful TMs like Earthquake. Soon, Xiaowei's Pokémon had fully recovered under Nurse Joy's care. Following the setbacks from the gym battle, Xiaowei resolved to train at Moonview Mountain, seeking a strategy to overcome the rock gym. Upon hearing Xiaowei's plan, Wang Hao decided to accompany him. It was evident that Wang Hao was still too early in his journey to challenge the gym, so wandering might lead them to some unique quests. Thus, the two hurriedly gathered supplies required for their mountain expedition, including numerous healing items. After some time, the trio, along with Riolu, arrived at the foot of Moonview Mountain. Rumor had it that this mountain was frequented by Clefairy and was a rich source of fossils, drawing many archaeologists and trainers. As Xiaowei, Wang Hao, and Riolu prepared to enter Moonview Mountain, they were suddenly confronted by a group of players. Among them was a rather imposing middle-aged man who declared, "You punks. This mountain is mine, and this path is my domain. Pay the toll to pass through." Wang Hao nearly burst into laughter at such absurdity. What strange individuals, using lines even NPCs would shy away from, attempting to rob them. He had never heard of players masquerading as NPCs to rob others. "Old man, you're also a player, right? It's common knowledge that these areas are part of the game environment. You think you own this mountain? Who do you think you are, the game developer?" While Wang Hao found humor in the situation, Xiaowei maintained his composure and retorted directly at the man. The older player, taken aback by the unexpected pushback, growled, "Where did this clueless brat come from? Do you really think you two can pass through here unscathed? We could easily dispatch you with just one Pokémon each. Hand over your items, or face the consequences." Wang Hao was astonished by the blatant audacity of this group. Were there truly players who resorted to robbery? With an abundance of items readily available in the forests, why stoop to such depths? Xiaowei, however, was well versed in dealing with such brigands and replied, "Old man, those who resort to robbery in the Pokémon world usually lack both skill and the will to improve. Do you think you can intimidate us just because you have numbers? I wager each of you possesses only a single Pokémon, and they're all starter Pokémon." Xiaowei's words struck a nerve with the bandits, causing them to visibly tense, as if he had stepped on their tails. The old man, now furious, exclaimed, "You've asked for this. Brothers, attack." The bandits swiftly unleashed their Pokémon from their Pokeballs. As Xiaowei had surmised, they were indeed all starter Pokémon: Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. The only exception was the leader's Rattata, who lingered at the back. However, given this lineup, Xiaowei had no hesitation. He summoned his Blastoise and unleashed a powerful hydro pump. The torrent of water erupted from Blastoise's cannon, sending the bandits' Pokémon flying. This single attack rendered nearly all of their Pokémon incapable of battle, leaving only the leader's Rattata standing. Realizing his crew had met their match, the leader quickly donned a conciliatory expression and said, "So you're an experienced player. Impressive. This time, we'll consider ourselves unlucky. You may pass." With that, he stepped aside, allowing them to proceed. Seeing the bandits retreat, Xiao Wei did not press the advantage further. He recalled his Blastoise and prepared to enter Moonview Mountain with Wang Hao. Just then, Wang Hao suddenly placed a hand on their backpacks, while Riolu unleashed a vacuum wave at the leader's Rattata, incapacitating it. The unexpected turn of events left both Xiao Wei and the bandit leader bewildered. Wang Hao then addressed the leader, "Don't think you can sneakily use Rattata's thief move to swipe our belongings. This is merely a lesson for you. Don't let me catch you again. Now scram." Chapter 25. Pippi of the Moonlit Mountain. The leader, who fancied himself quite clever, never imagined that his covert thieving would be uncovered. Despite his attempts to act discreetly, he was caught red-handed. What he did not realize was that Wang Hao had sensed his covert signals through the aura of his Lucario. After enduring a merciless setback, the leader found it untenable to remain, and thus he departed silently with his band of robbers. Once they had vanished, Wang Hao could not help but sigh. It baffled him how some individuals would seek to gain without effort. What sort of behavior was it to pilfer another's items? Little did he know. Their primary motivation was to acquire rare items. As we are aware, most of the ordinary items available in shops are merely for healing, such as potions, antidotes, and PP restoratives. Many rare items, however, can only be obtained through quests and storylines. Players who manage to acquire these rare treasures often hoard them, or sell them at exorbitant prices to those in need via the global chat feature. Given the scarcity of these items, demand far exceeds supply, driving prices ever higher, with some individuals even willing to pay real-world sums for these rare finds. Consequently, a segment of players has emerged, fervently collecting rare items, with some resorting to robbery, deceit, and theft in hopes of achieving overnight riches. Players familiar with the early Pokémon games know that Moonlit Mountain is a locale where one can unearth ancient Pokémon fossils and evolution stones. Thus, it is not surprising to encounter robbers in pursuit of such rare artifacts. However, the group we encountered today was rather inept. Had they been a more formidable gang, the outcome could have been disastrous. To resort to such underhanded tactics for a handful of rare items? Although the game Pokémon World allows each player the freedom to choose their own lifestyle, is it truly commendable to live by thievery? Alas, everyone possesses the right to choose their own path. If others are content to lead such lives, who are we to judge? Resolving to move on, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei swiftly set their sights on the summit of Moonlit Mountain. Along the way, they encountered various wild Pokémon, yet neither had any desire to capture them. It was only when they reached the mountainside that they came across an injured Pippi. Naturally timid and shy, Pippi would rarely present itself before humans. Had it not been for its injury, it is unlikely that Wang Hao and Xiao Wei would have encountered it at this moment. Upon spotting Wang Hao and Xiao Wei, the injured Pippi immediately became wary, disregarding its own wounds as it prepared to flee. Wang Hao, unwilling to see Pippi exacerbate its injuries, utilized Lucario's aura to communicate. He first assured Pippi of their benign intentions and conveyed their desire to aid it. Gradually, Pippi relaxed from its alert state. Noticing Pippi's easing demeanor, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei approached cautiously. Wang Hao retrieved a potion from his backpack, applied it to Pippi's injury, and bandaged it lightly. After tending to Pippi, he inquired through Lucario's aura, "How did you come to be injured? What brings you here?" "I was wandering with a Pokémon egg adorned with red and blue triangular patterns, hoping to hatch the Pokémon within," Pippi replied. But suddenly, a group of ruffians appeared. They not only snatched my egg, but also left me wounded. Ruffians? What sort of individuals would steal a Pokémon egg? Could they be players? But why would players only steal the egg and not capture Pippi as well, considering Pippi is a relatively rare wild Pokémon in Moonlit Mountain? Do you recall what these ruffians looked like? After stealing the egg and injuring you, what did they do next? I don't remember the details well, but they all wore black uniforms, complete with black hats, and a large emblazon on their chests. After injuring me, they headed collectively towards the summit. Black uniforms? A larger on their chests? Surely, this can only be Team Rocket. It appears that it was not players who stole the Pokémon egg, but rather this troublesome gang. Having grasped the situation, Wang Hao explained it to Xiao Wei and invited him to assist in retrieving Pippi's egg from the summit. However, during Wang Hao's explanation, Xiao Wei noted a pivotal question. How was Wang Hao able to understand Pippi? Wang Hao had no intention of concealing the truth and promptly elucidated. Lucario possesses a power known as aura, which enables telepathic communication. Thus, through Lucario's aura, I can understand what Pippi is saying. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao anticipated Xiao Wei's astonishment, yet instead, Xiao Wei responded excitedly. Isn't that ability akin to that of the Aura Guardian, Orin? The capacity for telepathy is remarkably convenient. No wonder you sensed that the leader was about to command Rattata to steal from us. Can Aura do anything else? As if awakening Xiao Wei's curiosity, a flurry of questions regarding Aura followed, leaving Wang Hao at a loss for answers. After addressing a few of Xiaowei's queries, he, along with Lucario and Pippi, proceeded towards the summit. Throughout their journey, Wang Hao instructed Lucario to use its aura to scout the surroundings for any sign of Team Rocket, hastening their pace upon detection. Just as they neared the summit, Lucario alerted Wang Hao of Team Rocket's presence. Consequently, Wang Hao and his companions quickened their steps to intercept Team Rocket. Team Rocket, return the Pokémon egg you stole from Pippi, Wang Hao called out, spotting a female member of Team Rocket clutching the egg. However, Team Rocket seemed oblivious to Wang Hao's plea, continuing their ascent. Thus, a chase ensued, with Team Rocket in the lead and Wang Hao and Xiaowei in pursuit. After a while, Wang Hao, feeling fatigued from the chase, instructed Pippi to use its signature move, Look at Me. The moment the move was executed, Pippi became the center of attention, causing the fleeing members of Team Rocket to halt and gaze upon the Pippi they had once injured. Chapter 26. Please take good care of this egg. The members of Team Rocket recognized the Clefairy at a glance. And Wang Hao and Xiaowei finally caught sight of the Pokémon egg that Clefairy had described, adorned with red and blue triangular patterns. At the moment of gazing at the egg, Wang Hao felt a faint surge of energy emanating from it, too weak for him to accurately discern its nature. Clefairy's call for attention, while it piqued Team Rocket's interest, only elicited a fleeting glance from the female member clutching the egg. She promptly issued a command for the other 5 members to obstruct Wang Hao and his companions before preparing to make her escape once more. Wang Hao was not about to let her slip away so easily. With Riolu and Clefairy in tow, he set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, the other 5 members of Team Rocket unleashed their Pokémon, 3 Zubat and 2 Coughing. As soon as the Coughing appeared, Team Rocket's members directed them to deploy Smokescreen, instantly obscuring Wang Hao's line of sight. However, such tactics held no weight against Wang Hao and Riolu. Through the power of aura, they had a clear understanding of their surroundings. They were fully aware of the direction in which the female member was fleeing. Wang Hao, you Riolu, and Clefairy go after that female member. I'll handle things here. We must help Clefairy retrieve the egg, Xiaowei commanded as he summoned his Blastoise, Gyarados, and Starmie. He recognized that with Wang Hao and Riolu's aura abilities, they would undoubtedly locate the female member. Rather than both be ensnared here, it was wiser to send Wang Hao with Clefairy to reclaim the egg. Without hesitation, Wang Hao trusted in Xiaowei's strength to overcome Team Rocket's members, and he swiftly followed the trail of the female member guided by aura. Cornered, the female member was left with no choice but to deploy her Pokémon, Meowth. As soon as Meowth emerged, it hurled a massive chunk of ice towards Wang Hao. In response, Wang Hao commanded Riolu to unleash Vacuum Wave, shattering the ice into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Clefairy launched a Meteor Mash, striking the female member's Meowth with overwhelming force. As it teetered on the brink of defeat, the female member hastily recalled Meowth back into its Pokeball. Next, she summoned a Murkrow and directed it to use Haze. The dark mist billowed toward them. Yet Wang Hao and Riolu remained unfazed. With the precision granted by aura, they tracked the Murkrow's position and, utilizing the obscuring mist to conceal their presence, swiftly approached it. With a series of metal claw strikes, Riolu incapacitated Murkrow, forcing the female member to recall it. Just as she prepared to send forth her third Pokémon, Wang Hao released Ralts and instructed it to employ hypnosis on her. Once the spell took effect, he directed Ralts to teleport and cradle the Pokémon egg held by the female member, preventing any harm from befalling it should she collapse. Wang Hao's commands flowed seamlessly through Riolu's aura, leaving the female member no time to react, which explained her swift defeat. Seeing Ralts cradling the Pokémon egg, Clefairy rushed forward in excitement. Wang Hao finally exhaled in relief, having successfully retrieved the egg. After returning the egg to Clefairy, Ralts teleported back to Wang Hao's side, affectionately nudging his fingers. Wang Hao gently patted Ralts' red horn, praising, "Well done." After this moment of encouragement and affection, he returned Ralts to its Pokeball. He then hurried to Xiaowei, who had already triumphed over the 5 Team Rocket members. "You got the Pokémon egg back, right? You all moved quite swiftly. I was just about to finish up here and come assist you. Our progress wasn't that swift. You single-handedly dispatched 5 foes in such a short time. You are the one who acted quickly," Wang Hao replied, gesturing to Clefairy, who clung to the egg possessively. "Look how tightly she holds onto it." Seeing the egg in Clefairy's embrace brought Xiaowei joy, relieved that their efforts had not been in vain. With the egg recovered and their injuries nearly healed, Wang Hao and Xiaowei decided it was time to bid farewell to Clefairy. They wished to explore more of Moonview Mountain or perhaps try their hand at digging for treasures. However, just as they prepared to say goodbye, Clefairy suddenly exclaimed, "It's almost evening. Would you like to visit our Clefairy tribe? Tonight is the full moon, and everyone will come out to dance. It's truly beautiful." The rare prospect of visiting Clefairy's own tribe and witnessing their mysterious dance captivated Wang Hao. He relayed Clefairy's invitation to Xiao Wei, who also expressed a desire to see it. Thus, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei followed Clefairy through various thickets, drawing closer to her tribe. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the treetops, enveloping the surroundings in a gossamer veil. Clefairy's tribe was a clearing bordered by trees. Under the moonlight, Clefairies began to gather, channeling the lunar light onto their wings as they gracefully ascended, soaring freely among the treetops. The moonlight sparkled like scales of dust, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Before long, the entire Clefairy tribe was enveloped in a mysterious aura. In this ethereal atmosphere, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei felt a profound sense of comfort and security. Riolu, influenced by the aura, instinctively released its own aura, which expanded layer upon layer, gradually enveloping the entire Clefairy tribe. Riolu acutely sensed everything around it, including the sudden tremors from the Pokémon egg in Clefairy's grasp. The vibrations intensified, leading Riolu to believe the egg was on the verge of hatching, prompting it to retract its aura and notify Wang Hao. Clefairy had already sensed the egg's change and thought it was about to hatch. However, when Riolu withdrew its aura, the egg fell silent. Clefairy quickly realized something. When Wang Hao arrived to check on the egg's condition, Clefairy made a heartfelt request. "Can I entrust this egg to you? Please take good care of it." Such a request took Wang Hao by surprise. The egg he had just rescued from Team Rocket was now being entrusted to him by Clefairy. What could this mean? Chapter 27. Wang Hao's third Pokémon. Wang Hao found himself utterly perplexed by the reasons behind Pippi's decision to entrust him with the Pokémon egg. He even entertained the notion that rescuing Pippi and the egg was part of the game's narrative. Yet it was he and Xiao Wei who completed this quest. Logically, if the egg were to be considered a reward for the storyline, it should have been a joint acquisition for both of them. In his confusion, Wang Hao could only inquire of Pippi why it had chosen to place the Pokémon egg in his care. "This egg was discovered by me a year ago in the mountains," Pippi explained. "I do not know to whom it belongs, but since I stumbled upon it, I wish to take good care of it. However, a whole year has passed without any signs of hatching. That is why I brought it out today, only to encounter those vile individuals. I am giving this egg to you both as a token of gratitude for your assistance today, and also because it has reacted to you and Lulu. I believe that as long as it is with you, it will hatch in no time." The revelation that the Pokémon egg reacted to him and Lulu left Wang Hao astonished. Could it be due to the power of the aura? Was the faint energy he sensed from the egg earlier indeed the power of aura? Upon hearing Pippi's explanation, Wang Hao recalled the subtle force he had perceived upon first encountering the egg. Perhaps this Pokémon egg would eventually hatch into a creature capable of wielding aura as well. What a delightful prospect. With great joy, Wang Hao accepted the egg from Pippi, cradling it closely and savoring the life force emanating from within. Subsequently, Pippi approached Xiao Wei, presenting her with a completely transparent, pale blue stone. This stone was also a serendipitous find for Pippi, holding no significance for her. Yet when Xiao Wei beheld it, she nearly leapt for joy. It was a water stone, a rare evolutionary item seldom seen in recent times, and not available for trade among players. With this water stone, Xiao Wei's Starmie could evolve into Starmie. In gratitude for the assistance provided by both Xiao Wei and Wang Hao, Pippi offered these two meaningful gifts, the evolution stone and the Pokémon egg. This was an unexpected gesture for both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. Accompanied by Pippi's mysterious tribal dance and the enchanting aura enveloping the entire tribe, the trio Xiao Wei, Wang Hao, and Lulu drifted into a peaceful slumber. When they awoke, the entire Pippi tribe had vanished. Were it not for the Pokémon egg adorned with red and blue triangular patterns nestled in his arms, Wang Hao might have doubted the authenticity of the previous night's events. However, Xiao Wei remained unfazed, considering it quite ordinary, for Pippi seldom revealed itself to humans. This visit to their tribe was merely a gesture of gratitude for their assistance. In the world of Pokémon, all creatures lived in accordance with their original design. Those Pokémon that rarely appeared before humans were seldom encountered, while some that foretold disaster manifested only in dire circumstances. Such was the nature of life in the Pokémon realm. On the second day at Moon Viewing Mountain, neither Wang Hao nor Xiao Wei rushed to depart. Instead, they embarked on various explorations across the mountain, traversing caves and jungles alike. They encountered numerous wild Pokémon, including Geodude, Rattata, Mewtwo, and Diglett, and observed many Pokémon communities in their natural habitats. Overall, the day unfolded leisurely, akin to a delightful mountain excursion. During their explorations, with the aid of Lulu's aura, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei uncovered several previously uncharted caves. Although they did not unearth anything extraordinary within these caves, they did gather a substantial number of ordinary items. At this juncture, Lulu discovered another cave, yet this one felt distinctly different. Lulu sensed a faint life energy emanating from within, an energy that was unlike that of ordinary Pokémon or humans. Intrigued by this whisper of life energy, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei resolved to venture inside. The interior of the cave was shrouded in darkness, nearly impenetrable to the eye. However, for Wang Hao and Lulu, this posed little challenge through the power of aura. They quickly grasped the layout of the cave. It was modest in size, merely a few square meters, entirely barren, devoid of even a single drop of water. The life energy Lila sensed seemed to originate from beneath a specific spot within the cave. Equipped with illumination devices, Xiao Wei, Wang Hao, and Lulu approached the source of the life energy. Under Wang Hao's guidance, Xiao Wei began to excavate. Since the life energy was underground, they had to dig to uncover its source. Xiao Wei proceeded with great caution, gradually scraping away the edges, careful not to exert too much force and damage whatever lay within. Eventually, she unearthed a piece of red-tinted amber, reminiscent of the fabled mysterious amber. Upon extracting the amber, Lulu employed its aura once more to investigate, confirming that the faint life energy indeed resided within this piece of amber. This suggested it could potentially revive ancient Pokémon. However, it was the only piece they found. Wang Hao promptly instructed Xiao Wei to take the amber, arguing that since he had already acquired a Pokémon egg, the Pokémon revived from the mysterious amber should belong to Xiao Wei. Acknowledging Wang Hao's rationale, Xiao Wei accepted the amber without further hesitation. At that moment, the Pokémon egg in Wang Hao's arms began to tremble violently. It was evidently on the brink of hatching, prompting the group to hastily exit the cave. A brilliant light erupted from Wang Hao's embrace, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, signaling the egg's hatching. Yet, Wang Hao sensed something peculiar, despite the egg hatching. It still felt like he was cradling an egg. As the luminous glow gradually faded, Wang Hao finally discerned the source of his confusion. It was a Togepi. No wonder it felt as though he were holding an egg. Upon opening its eyes, Togepi's first sight was Wang Hao, and sensing the warmth enveloping it, it joyfully wriggled. In that instant, Wang Hao and Lulu perceived the energy emanating from Togepi. Indeed, it possessed aura energy, albeit not overwhelmingly strong. Togepi, the spike ball Pokémon, has the ability to absorb energy from others, transferring it to those in need. Its ability, Serene Grace. Chapter 28, The Azure Cave Cradling the Delightful Pokémon, Togepi. In his arms, Wang Hao could feel the unbounded joy radiating from it. He cherished this unexpected companion immensely. Slowly, Xiao Wei approached Wang Hao, gently tapping Togepi's cheek with her finger while exclaiming, "What an adorable little creature." Although its battle prowess is modest at this stage, once it evolves into Togekiss, it will be a different story altogether. Moreover, while Togepi are quite rare, you are truly fortunate. Wang Hao is well aware of Togepi's potential. After its evolution, it would possess both flying and fairy types, complemented by the Serene Grace ability, assuring an extraordinary future for this Togepi. However, what captivated Wang Hao the most was the innate aura of aura power that this Togepi exhibited, as if it had manifested solely to await his arrival. After a moment of tenderness, Wang Hao intended to return Togepi to its Pokeball, but the little creature, upon seeing the Pokeball, became discontented and resolutely refused to enter it. Unable to persuade Togepi otherwise, Wang Hao conceded, opting to carry the little one instead. Having just hatched, Wang Hao was eager to take Togepi to the Pokémon Center for a thorough examination by Nurse Joy. He bid farewell to Xiao Wei, who remained to train on Crescent Mountain and thus did not insist on her accompanying him. The location where Togepi had hatched was on the opposite end of Crescent Mountain, nearer to Azure City, so Wang Hao resolved to head there. Azure City, a coastal metropolis, is bordered by an estuary to the north, with Crescent Mountain lying conveniently to its west. Upon descending from Crescent Mountain, Wang Hao made a beeline for the Pokémon Center in Azure City. After Nurse Joy's examination confirmed Togepi's good health, he felt a wave of relief. Nevertheless, Togepi remained adamant about not entering its Pokeball. With no alternative, Wang Hao resigned himself to carrying the little creature, which proved rather cumbersome. After the examination, he registered for a resting room at the Pokémon Center. Though he had rested for 2 days on Crescent Mountain, the comfort of the resting room was unparalleled, allowing him to recuperate adequately. The following morning, Wang Hao departed the Pokémon Center early. He believed that every player visiting Azure City would be drawn to one particular location, the Azure Cave. In previous Pokémon games, entry into Azure Cave was granted only after completing the main story or fulfilling the 7 Islands quest, but in this iteration, Pokémon World, the conditions were entirely different. According to the World Chat feature, there were no prerequisites for entry. However, the sights within varied dramatically. Some players encountered ordinary caverns, while others discovered lush forests or even vast oceans. This disparity piqued Wang Hao's curiosity, making Azure Cave his first destination upon arriving in Azure City. The cave itself appeared unremarkable, resembling a standard cavern. Wang Hao utilized Riolu's aura power to survey the cave's exterior but found nothing of interest. Thus, he resolved to venture inside to uncover the truth. As he stepped into the Azure Cave, Both Wang Hao and Riolu sensed an invisible presence observing them. Yet despite their efforts to locate it, they found no trace. Even invoking the aura power yielded no results. While the aura could not detect the observer, it accurately mapped the entire structure of the Azure Cave. Wang Hao's observations revealed no extraordinary features, merely the intricate maze of tunnels and disordered rock formations typical of a cave. Following the path most conducive as revealed by his aura, Wang Hao delved deeper into the cave. Along the way, he encountered numerous wild Pokémon, including Zubat, Diglett, Geodude, Mothim, and Paras. While collecting various items such as PP-Up, Super Potions, Gold Nuggets, and Pokeballs, it seemed to lack the extraordinary qualities that other players had mentioned. This was the conclusion he reached after traversing nearly half of the Azure Cave. As he neared the end of the cave, aside from the initial sensation of being watched, nothing seemed amiss. At that moment, Wang Hao recalled that in earlier Pokémon games, Azure Cave served as the dwelling of Mewtwo. Could it be that in Pokémon World, Azure Cave remained Mewtwo's residence? Recently, there had been an incident involving Mewtwo's rampage, during which it was still under Team Rocket's control. Although players failed to prevent Mewtwo's outburst, its whereabouts remained a mystery. If Mewtwo truly resided within the Azure Cave, it could easily command the entire cavern, barring any intruders. Contemplating this, Wang Hao resolved to investigate the cave's depths. Just as he approached the innermost chamber, Togepi suddenly sprang from his arms and hurriedly dashed deeper into the cave. The unexpected leap caught Wang Hao and Riolu off guard. Why had the usually affectionate Togepi behaved so erratically? Was there something intriguing deeper within? Wang Hao and Riolu hastened their pace to catch up with Togepi, only to discover an injured Mewtwo at the cave's heart. Togepi had already positioned itself beside Mewtwo, who regarded the audacious little creature with wariness. Wang Hao's heart raced with anxiety. He feared that Mewtwo might lash out at Togepi. However, Mewtwo refrained from attacking. Fearlessly, Togepi examined Mewtwo's wounded shoulder and, without hesitation, leaped up. Wang Hao watched in astonishment as a large droplet of water descended from above Mewtwo's head. When the droplet touched Mewtwo, it seemed to be absorbed instantly, and the wound on Mewtwo's shoulder gradually healed. At that moment, Wang Hao realized that Togepi was utilizing the ability, Life Dew, to heal Mewtwo. As Mewtwo's vigilance diminished in response to the healing, Wang Hao's fear subsided, allowing him to silently observe alongside Riolu. Once Mewtwo's injuries were fully healed, Togepi returned to Wang Hao's embrace, appearing quite fatigued. Is this little one your Pokémon? Thank you. Mewtwo expressed its gratitude to Wang Hao, noticing Togepi nestled in his arms, peacefully asleep. Was this the same Mewtwo that once wreaked havoc? It seemed to have transformed into a far gentler being. Chapter 29. The guidance of Mewtwo. Just as Wang Hao was perplexed by Mewtwo's sudden gentleness, Mewtwo had already approached him and Riolu, with an unwavering gaze fixed on them. Mewtwo inquired, "Have we met before? You both seem strikingly familiar." Wang Hao was bewildered. Not long ago, Mewtwo had delivered a harsh lesson to them, and now it claimed not to remember? How could that be? Just as Wang Hao was about to clarify, Riolu suddenly unleashed its aura power. The waves of aura surged like ocean tides, cascading upon Mewtwo. However, it was not a tangible attack, but rather an attempt to guide something with the aura energy. Indeed. As Riolu's aura enveloped Mewtwo, the latter exclaimed in disbelief, "You can wield aura power as well, though it remains immature. You are far from mastering its true potential. You have saved me, so allow me to teach you how to harness it properly." Wang Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mewtwo would offer to instruct Riolu in the use of aura. That previous aura sphere had dealt a significant blow to Riolu. If it could learn under Mewtwo's tutelage, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Wang Hao looked at Riolu. Although he considered it a good thing, he left the decision to Riolu. Riolu, too, glanced at Wang Hao, but instead of asking, he nodded in agreement, signaling his willingness to learn from Mewtwo. Seeing that both Riolu and Wang Hao had made their decision, Mewtwo wasted no time and commenced the lesson on harnessing aura power. Aura is a form of psychic energy, a manifestation of every being's spirit. To utilize aura's strength, we must first comprehend our own spirit. The spirit is an inherently individualistic entity. Its power hinges upon oneself. Therefore, to amplify the aura's strength, one must bolster the intensity of their spirit. Shortly, I shall draw you into your own mental realm using aura energy. If you can successfully navigate your mental landscape, your spirit's strength will significantly increase, and thus your mastery of aura will also improve. Having conveyed this, Mewtwo positioned itself behind Riolu, channeling potent aura energy into both of Riolu's ears. The sheer force of Mewtwo's aura caused Riolu to collapse instantly. At that moment, Mewtwo ceased the infusion of aura energy and turned to Wang Hao, saying, "Do not worry too much. I have forcibly guided him into his mental realm. During this process, he will temporarily lose control over his body. However, rest assured, my aura will continuously monitor everything within this cave, ensuring that no one or Pokémon will disturb him. Wang Hao was not particularly concerned about disturbances from others or Pokémon, as Mewtwo's strength was formidable. Few in this Pokémon world could rival it. His real concern was whether Riolu could emerge from its mental landscape. At that moment, Riolu, after a sudden darkness enveloped him, seemed to enter a peculiar world. Here, there was no Wang Hao, no Mewtwo, no Bakubi, only an expanse of white. He could not discern anything within this blank realm. And despite his attempts to probe with his aura, he found nothing. How was he to escape this white void? Just as Riolu pondered a way out, the white world suddenly transformed into a desolate land he was all too familiar with. It was the very same wasteland where he had spent countless hours, causing Wang Hao considerable hardship. Why had he abruptly returned to this place? Riolu was baffled. Was he to toil the land once more? Standing in the familiar wasteland, Riolu adeptly released his aura power, experiencing a sense of nostalgia. However, no matter how much aura he unleashed, he received no feedback. The aura dissipated like fish swimming into the sea, never to return. What could possibly be happening? Riolu was thoroughly perplexed. While he grappled with confusion, Wang Hao suddenly appeared beside him, gently stroking Riolu's head as he often did. Wang Hao instilled a profound sense of comfort within Riolu. Although Wang Hao said nothing, through their aura connection, Riolu sensed Wang Hao's affection and fondness. Since birth, Riolu had been accustomed to perceiving everything through aura. The faint aura emanating from Wang Hao was the most familiar and cherished force for him. Though not powerful, it always provided solace. In that moment, Riolu felt the same aura from Wang Hao as usual, which reassured him that this person beside him was indeed Wang Hao. Yet, just as Riolu fully embraced this belief, Wang Hao vanished without a trace. The world was left with only Riolu in the endless wasteland. No matter how desperately Riolu searched or released his aura, he could no longer find Wang Hao's presence. The comfort he once felt at Wang Hao's arrival was replaced with panic. He was lost, unsure of what to do next. Why Wang Hao had abandoned him, or how to escape this desolation. Confusion, loneliness, and fear surged within him, causing Riolu to feel breathless. Even the desolate land before him became a blur. In the Hualan cave, Wang Hao held the slumbering Bakubi, vigilantly guarding the collapsed Riolu. He remained fixated on Riolu, sensing an intense fluctuation in Riolu's aura, a disturbance he had never witnessed before. Anxiously, he turned to Mewtwo, asking, "Mewtwo, what is happening to Riolu? Why is the aura fluctuating so violently? Is he in danger?" This was Riolu's first encounter with the trials of the mental realm. If he succeeded, both his spirit and aura would experience tremendous growth. However, should he fail, he would become trapped in the mental world, unable to awaken. Rest assured, I will not allow such a fate to befall him. If he becomes ensnared in his mental realm, I shall forcibly extract him from it using my aura power. However, this would be a last resort, potentially hindering his future use of aura. Chapter 30. Returning from the spiritual realm upon hearing the explanation from Mewtwo, Wang Hao suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had he known that Mewtwo's guidance involved such a perilous approach, he would have certainly refrained from allowing Riolu to embark on this reckless endeavor. Yet, it was too late for second thoughts. The violent fluctuations in Riolu's aura clearly indicated that it had encountered some distressing situation within the spiritual realm, and the consequences could be dire. Mewtwo, can't you forcibly extract Riolu from the spiritual world? Do it now, for I fear Riolu may not endure much longer. Wang Hao's anxiety was palpable, and Mewtwo sensed it as well. However, Mewtwo did not acquiesce to Wang Hao's request. He understood that those who successfully navigated the spiritual realm for the first time would reap tremendous rewards. To abandon the endeavor now would be a grievous loss. Do not fret. The moment I detect any danger, I will immediately extract him from the spiritual realm. For now, all you must do is to believe in him. He will surely find his way back. Mewtwo's words offered no solace to Wang Hao, yet he recognized that there was no alternative. He could not compel Mewtwo to sever Riolu from its journey, so he could only wait in silence. Wang Hao returned to Riolu's side, one arm cradling Togepi, while the other firmly grasped Riolu's arm. In Riolu's spiritual world, the desolate landscape remained unchanged, and it was still just Riolu alone. However, at that moment, Riolu had collapsed entirely onto the barren ground. He gasped for breath, struggling to cling to life, as if the slightest decrease in air density could extinguish his existence. Yet, Riolu persisted, images of cherished moments with Wang Hao flickering in his hazy mind, confronting the rampaging Mewtwo together, rescuing trapped Pokémon side by side, exploring Crescent Mountain together. Gradually, the scenes in Riolu's mind diminished, leaving only the shadow of a boy, the one who always stayed by his side. Just as Riolu felt his consciousness slipping into a void, a peculiar voice resonated in his mind. "Riolu, come to my side. You are my Pokémon." This proclamation acted like a secret command, instantly reviving Riolu's muddled thoughts. "Indeed, I am your Pokémon. I belong to you, Wang Hao. I must return to Wang Hao. With clarity returning to his mind, Riolu's breathing stabilized, and the tumult of confusion, loneliness, and fear began to dissipate. Wang Hao had not abandoned him. That figure was not Wang Hao, merely an illusion within the spiritual realm. He was never truly alone, for someone awaited his return. As long as Wang Hao was present, there was nothing to fear. Even in the face of the formidable Mewtwo, they would confront it together. As Riolu's aura steadied with the resolution of his emotions, his body gradually regained strength. When he rose once more, the desolate landscape vanished, and the world reverted to its original, blinding whiteness. This time, Riolu refrained from hastily releasing his aura to survey his surroundings. He simply observed the blank expanse in silence. Before long, the white world morphed into various familiar forms: New Island, Crescent Mountain, the Azure Cave, and the Evergreen Forest. Yet, no matter the transformation, Wang Hao would always appear, affectionately stroking his forehead. Regardless of how many times Wang Hao vanished thereafter, Riolu remained resilient, unaffected by his absence. In the Azure Cave, Wang Hao, who had been anxiously concerned for Riolu, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon sensing the stabilization of Riolu's aura. He surmised that although Riolu had encountered peril in the spiritual realm, he had ultimately emerged unscathed. Wang Hao's grip on Riolu's arm never wavered until Riolu finally awakened. As Riolu opened his eyes, he caught sight of Wang Hao holding Togepi beside him. Feeling the warmth of Wang Hao's hand on his arm, he could not help but enfold Wang Hao in a tight embrace. Though Riolu spoke not a word, Wang Hao could perceive his growth through their shared aura. Mewtwo observed the heartfelt reunion between Wang Hao and Riolu, choosing not to intrude, allowing the human and Pokémon to embrace for what felt like an eternity. It was only when Riolu released Wang Hao that Mewtwo finally spoke. While I cannot discern the specifics of what transpired within the spiritual realm, I suspect it is intricately linked to your bond with your trainer. Your aura's power has significantly increased, undoubtedly a reflection of your connection. Indeed, the bond you share is remarkable. However, this is merely the beginning. The focus now lies in how to wield your newfound strength. With the intensity of your aura, you are now capable of attempting the Aura Sphere technique. My next guidance will be to assist you in mastering this skill. At the mention of the Aura Sphere, both Wang Hao and Riolu were momentarily taken aback. It had been Mewtwo's own Aura Sphere that had once vanquished them. Yet now they had the opportunity to learn this powerful technique. Riolu promptly stood upright, bowing respectfully to Mewtwo to express his admiration. Mewtwo did not interrupt Riolu's gesture of respect, accepting it with composure. Then he concentrated his aura, channeling it into his hands, compressing the energy while maintaining its balance, ultimately transforming it into an energy sphere. Mewtwo demonstrated the formation of the Aura Sphere at a deliberate pace, ensuring Riolu could discern each step clearly. Thereafter, Riolu embarked on his journey to learn the Aura Sphere. Initially, gathering the aura energy posed little challenge, but the compression of the aura energy proved to be the first significant obstacle. Due to the immense amplification of his aura upon returning from the spiritual realm, attempts to compress the energy often resulted in catastrophic failures. After countless setbacks, Riolu finally succeeded in compressing the aura energy into a spherical form, only for it to detonate due to instability. After numerous trials, he ultimately completed his mastery of the Aura Sphere, though the process remained painfully sluggish, and his technique was rather clumsy. The disparity between his abilities and Mewtwo's swift execution was glaring, yet Mewtwo praised him warmly. Your capacity for learning is commendable, and your grasp of the Aura Sphere is quite impressive. As for the issue of speed, it can be easily remedied with diligent practice. However, with the current strength of your aura, you may only condense 3 Aura Spheres at most. How you choose to utilize them is entirely up to you. Chapter 31. The Trafficking of Pokémon. Thanks to the guidance of Mewtwo, Riolu had already mastered the skill of Aura Sphere without evolving into Lucario. Although this skill could only be utilized 3 times for the time being, it represented a significant enhancement of Riolu's combat capabilities. Upon completing the learning of Aura Sphere, Wang Hao and Riolu prepared to bid farewell to Mewtwo. Wang Hao was set to challenge the alliance, and there remained much preparation to be done. He could not linger forever in Mewtwo's company. During the time that Riolu was learning Aura Sphere, Buneary had become quite familiar with Mewtwo, incessantly clinging to him each day. Mewtwo had grown accustomed to the little creature, often indulging Buneary in playful antics. As Wang Hao prepared to depart, Mewtwo felt a twinge of reluctance. However, Mewtwo had matters of his own to attend to, so he did not attempt to retain Wang Hao and his companions. Instead, as they left, Mewtwo gifted them a plethora of items, including several exceptionally rare artifacts such as beautiful scales, sharp claws, and metal coatings. Mewtwo explained that these items were originally found within the Azure Cave, and in his quest for recovery, he had utilized his aura power to scour the entire cave. resulting in the discovery of these seemingly useless items. What Mewtwo deemed trivial would likely incite fierce competition among other players, as rare items were exceedingly hard to obtain, relying solely on luck. Wang Hao did not hesitate to accept the gifts, understanding that while only some of the items might be useful to him now, one could never predict future needs. Better to be prepared than caught unawares. Upon exiting the Azure Cave, Wang Hao was still accompanied by Riolu, cradling Buniri in his arms. However, they were no longer the same as when they entered, having experienced substantial growth in both strength and wealth. Proudly returning to the Pokémon Center in Azure City, Wang Hao sought to refresh his Pokémon. As he entered the center, he noticed a cluster of players engaged in hushed discussions. Out of curiosity, he approached to eavesdrop, only to discover they were discussing a merchant who had appeared at the beach adjacent to Azure City, purportedly selling exceedingly rare Pokémon. Prompting players to gather for an auction, the highest bidder would prevail. The notion of Pokémon being sold was unsettling to Wang Hao. It seemed likely that the merchant was a collector of rare Pokémon. Yet, regardless of intent, the casual trafficking of Pokémon, disregarding their feelings, left him deeply uncomfortable. Wang Hao resolved to investigate the nature of the individual behind such actions. He swiftly located Nurse Joy and completed the status adjustments for Riolu and the others. With urgency, he made his way to the Azure City beach as described by the other players. Upon arrival, he was met with a throng of players, a sight unseen since his encounter in Mewtwo's dungeon. Was this congregation truly for the sake of his so-called rare Pokémon? Wang Hao could not help but feel sorrow for that Pokémon. After much squeezing through the crowd, he finally caught sight of the alleged merchant. The man was a portly figure with a small mustache, styled hair parted down the middle, and a white headband, exuding an aura of a dubious trader. As he noticed the crowd had gathered sufficiently, he began to speak. Thank you all for taking the time to gather here today. I will be auctioning off a rare Pokémon. From what I understand, very few individuals currently possess one. Due to its scarcity, I will not be displaying this Pokémon for all to see. If you believe I am deceiving you, you are free to leave. Wang Hao expected many players would turn to leave, but to his surprise, not a single soul departed. This left him perplexed. Were they truly willing to buy a Pokémon based solely on the merchant's word without any demonstration? Since you all trust me and choose to stay, I will not let you purchase this Pokémon without some knowledge of its attributes. Allow me to introduce some of its characteristics. This is a water-type Pokémon, possessing extraordinary vitality, renowned for its rarity. Upon evolution, it gains abilities akin to certain psychic-type Pokémon, capable of dispelling negative emotions and swiftly calming others. It is a Pokémon of remarkable power and charm. The merchant's description ignited speculation among the beachgoers. Some guessed it to be Psyduck, others speculated it might be Stereo, and a few even ventured to suggest Slowpoke. Yet, with the merchant unwilling to divulge further information, the players could only linger in their conjectures. Now that I've shared what I could, let the auction commence. The starting bid is 5,000 gold coins. The rest is up to you. The players, previously engaged in various guesses, were momentarily struck dumb by the announced starting price. 5,000 gold coins was a mere pittance in the world of Pokémon. Even a standard Pokeball cost 2,000 gold coins. For a supposedly rare Pokémon, deducting the cost of the Pokeball, the true selling price was only 3,000 gold coins. Was this starting bid not rather paltry? Yet, it soon became clear that the merchant had set a low price to incite competition among the players, driving up the price. Indeed, within a short span, the auction price for the unseen rare Pokémon skyrocketed from the initial 5,000 gold coins to 50,000. In the blink of an eye, the price had surged tenfold. Wang Hao was utterly flabbergasted, unsure whether to lament the player's wealth or marvel at the merchant's acumen. Wang Hao could not comprehend the allure of spending such vast sums on a so-called rare Pokémon, especially if that Pokémon would not heed their commands due to low intimacy. Pokémon with insufficient closeness would not obey their trainers. Yet, these thoughts were of no concern to him. He had merely intended to observe the kind of person who would engage in such heinous trafficking. The outcome of the auction held no interest for him. Listening to the fervent bidding, Wang Hao felt a profound sympathy for the Pokémon being sold. He quickly ushered Riolu and Buniri away from the beach, wishing to shield them from the indignity of witnessing such a transaction, a tremendous affront to Pokémon. Wang Hao felt immensely grateful for his ability to connect with Pokémon through aura, allowing him to genuinely share life alongside them. Chapter 32. The uncle is a fraud. Before long, Wang Hao extricated himself from the throng and returned to the Pokémon Center. He intended to remain in Hualan City for an additional day to procure some supplies before departing the following day. Although the distance from Hualan City to Huangjin City was relatively short, Wang Hao opted to circumvent Huangjin City due to his insufficient combat strength to participate in the gym battles, choosing instead to explore other cities. Given the considerable detours involved, the procurement of supplies proved to be particularly laborious for Wang Hao. It was not until the sun had set that he finally gathered all the necessary provisions. Reclining slowly in the lounge of the Pokémon Center, Wang Hao found himself once again pondering the auction held earlier that day. For reasons unknown, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of the event. After a whirlwind of contemplation, he unexpectedly drifted into slumber. The next day, it was the insistent hunger of his Pokémon, Bokbai, that roused Wang Hao from his sleep. After feeding Bokbai, Riolu, and Ralts, he prepared to depart the Pokémon Center. However, as he stepped out of the lounge, he overheard a group of players engaged in animated discussion in the lobby. Have you heard? The Pokémon auction yesterday concluded with a staggering bid of 500,000 gold coins. It's a pity we still don't know whether that Pokémon is truly worth such a price. What worth? I heard it was an ultra-rare shiny Pokémon. 500,000 gold coins is definitely justified. I've heard otherwise. It was said to be a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. It became evident that various rumors regarding the auction were circulating. Wang Hao, maintaining an air of indifference, exited the Pokémon Center as he typically would. His next destination was Xiuan Town, a place rumored to be a Pokémon graveyard. Just as Wang Hao set foot on Route 9, he encountered a familiar face, the shifty uncle with a small mustache and a center-parted hairstyle, who had been a merchant at the auction. It appeared that the uncle was now in a predicament, surrounded by 6 players, all of whom had released their Pokémon and seemed poised for confrontation. The uncle, unfazed, exclaimed, "What do you want? I didn't force you to purchase my Pokémon. You willingly bid high for it. Now you wish to reclaim your money? Don't you understand the concept of all sales are final?" From this, it seemed that the players encircling him were indeed the ones who had bid excessively for the so-called rare Pokémon. Yet, why did they wish to reclaim their funds today after having bid so generously? What do you mean all sales are final? You are nothing but a fraud. You claim it's a rare Pokémon? Just take a look. It's an ugly Eevee. To call such a hideous creature a rare Pokémon is absurd. It's practically worthless. Enough. You must refund our money today, or you shall not leave this place. After their declarations, the players released the Eevee from its Pokeball. At that moment, Wang Hao realized that the so-called rare Pokémon auctioned off the previous day was indeed a Eevee. Strictly speaking, Eevee could be considered comparable to Magikarp, as both were unique within the fish Pokémon category. While they were both rather mundane prior to evolution, they boasted exceptional strength afterward. However, Eevee was less frequently collected by players due to its stringent evolution requirements, necessitating specific items and trading, unlike Magikarp, which could evolve into Gyarados simply by reaching a certain level. You're mistaken. What is wrong with Eevee? Isn't it a water-type Pokémon? Isn't it rare? There are very few of them in existence. Isn't Milotic, its evolved form, a Pokémon of incredible strength and allure? I clearly explained all its qualities during the auction. You voluntarily purchased my Eevee. To now claim regret is utterly unreasonable. Wang Hao could not help but admire the uncle's ability to twist words. Indeed, the traits he had mentioned during the auction were entirely accurate descriptions of Eevee. However, descriptions are merely guidelines. The actual item must be taken into account. Had anyone known that the so-called rare Pokémon was a Eevee, it was likely no one would have rushed to bid on it. You are engaging in coercive sales. We were not willing participants. We were deceived. You are a fraud. If you do not refund us today, you shall not escape from here. Evidently, the 6 players had grown weary of arguing with the uncle and were prepared to take action. Seeing their intent, the uncle grew anxious and shouted, "Help! Someone is robbing me. A fraud, and yet you dare to turn the tables. We will not let you escape today. Brothers, let us go." The uncle's frantic plea only served to further incite the 6 players, who commanded their Pokémon to launch an assault on him. As the uncle faced imminent danger from the barrage of attacks, Wang Hao, despite his disdain for the uncle's actions, could not bring himself to stand by idly and let harm befall him. He used his aura to direct Riolu to unleash a vacuum wave, deflecting the player's Pokémon attacks. "Uncle, are you valuing money over your life? Such an onslaught could very well be lethal. You were in the wrong from the start. Return the auction money to them. Otherwise, next time, I want to intervene." Although Wang Hao had shielded the uncle from one round of attacks, he was prepared to withdraw his assistance if the uncle continued to prioritize money over his own safety. The uncle, recognizing his culpability, glanced at the struggling Eevee on the ground and ultimately retrieved the auction funds. The 6 players, upon confirming the amount was accurate, tossed the Eevee's Pokeball back to the uncle and derided him, saying, "You are a fraud. Let us see who will buy your ugly fish in the future." With that, the 6 players departed, leaving the uncle appearing utterly dejected as he picked up the Pokeball and retrieved the Eevee. After completing these actions, the uncle turned to Wang Hao and said, "Young one, thank you. Please accept this Eevee as a token of my gratitude." Wang Hao had never intended to accept the Eevee. Although the uncle's actions were reprehensible, leading to such a predicament, It was not sufficient grounds for him to lose his life. His intervention was merely an act of compassion, devoid of any expectation for a reward. Thus, Wang Hao solemnly cautioned the uncle, "Uncle, please refrain from such deceitful practices in the future. Your life is truly more valuable than money. Do not engage in such foolishness again, as the assault from 6 Pokémon could indeed be fatal." Chapter 33. Milotic. I am acutely aware that being besieged by so many Pokémon could lead to dire consequences. Yet, without those coins, how am I to provide for my 6 children? I am driven to such desperate measures simply to earn a bit more. After all the effort to sell, I find myself surrounded just because I was a tad slow. Upon hearing the words of the unscrupulous merchant, Wang Hao felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Supporting 6 children? Isn't this reminiscent of that uncle who sold Magikarp? Once, in an early Pokémon anime, there was a man who needed to care for 6 children while selling Magikarp. Though the man before him was selling Eevee, the essence of the situation remained unchanged. However, since he was willing to offer the Eevee as a token of gratitude for Wang Hao's assistance, it was evident that he was not entirely devoid of compassion. The Eevee merchant insisted that Wang Hao accept the fish, and with no other options available, Wang Hao reluctantly agreed, compensating the man with 100,000 coins. While this sum paled in comparison to the potential auction price of the Eevee, it would suffice to support the merchant for a while. This payment was not for the purchase of the Eevee, but rather a gesture of kindness towards a struggling father. Upon receiving Wang Hao's coins, the merchant was overwhelmed with gratitude, almost kneeling to express his appreciation. This display startled Wang Hao, who quickly departed, clutching the Pokeball containing the Eevee. He returned to the shores of Hualan City, seeking a secluded spot to release the Eevee quietly. "Go. Do not let yourself be captured again." Wang Hao released the Eevee into the sea and conveyed the message of escape through the aura of his Lucario. He expected the newly liberated Eevee to vanish swiftly from sight, yet the outcome was quite the opposite. The Eevee lingered, swimming around Wang Hao intermittently. "I have left the school of fish, and now I am alone, unable to survive in this vast ocean. I wish to follow you and grow alongside you," the Eevee finally declared after a prolonged hesitation. Wang Hao was taken aback by this choice, but his heart swelled with joy. As he retrieved a towel from his backpack, he meticulously cleaned the Eevee, scrubbing away the grime that clung to its scales. His care was evident as he polished each scale and section of skin until the once dingy Eevee transformed into a clean and healthy specimen. The Eevee reveled in its newfound cleanliness, cooperating eagerly throughout the process. Finally, Wang Hao remarked, "The clean appearance is the most beautiful. Do you enjoy looking splendid?" "I love being clean. I adore looking fabulous. I will strive to become beautiful, to evolve into the most exquisite Milotic." The mention of Milotic sparked a memory in Wang Hao. Not long ago, he had acquired a beautiful scale from Mewtwo. By adorning the Eevee with this scale and facilitating an exchange, this once maligned fish could instantly transform into the coveted Milotic. Wang Hao eagerly shared this prospect with the Eevee, who responded with exuberant leaps of joy. Witnessing the Eevee's delight, Wang Hao promptly retrieved the beautiful scale from his backpack and adorned the Eevee with it before returning it to its Pokeball. Having completed these arrangements, Wang Hao promptly contacted Xiao Wei, informing him of the Eevee's evolution and requesting another communication exchange. Xiao Wei readily agreed and expressed his excitement to see the Milotic. Thus, Wang Hao, who had initially planned to leave Hualan City, found himself returning to the Pokémon Center to utilize their equipment for the exchange. After a series of complications, Wang Hao finally regained the Pokeball that once contained a Eevee. Finding a quiet spot, he released the Milotic. A creature reminiscent of a sea serpent, adorned with a creamy body, large crimson eyes, long drooping red eyebrows, and a tail covered in blue and pink scales with black stripes, culminating in 4 overlapping blue scales that resembled an opened fan from a distance. Indeed, it was the most beautiful Pokémon, and Wang Hao was instantly captivated by its appearance. Upon reviewing the Milotic's information, he realized that this particular Milotic was extraordinary, possessing the ability Marvel Scale, which allows this female Pokémon to incapacitate many male Pokémon with ease. Additionally, among the skills it had learned, Wang Hao was astonished to discover the move Dragon Breath. Although not exceptionally powerful among Dragon-type moves, it carried a 30% paralysis chance. If an opposing Pokémon were to fall victim to both Marvel Scale and Dragon Breath, victory would be all but assured. Just by examining the Milotic's base information, Wang Hao understood that this creature was destined for greatness. However, he still wished to confirm whether Milotic genuinely desired to accompany him in the Pokémon world. "You have now evolved into Milotic. You are the most beautiful Pokémon in existence, and no one will sell you off due to your appearance ever again. If you wish to roam freely in the ocean, I can release you to return to your desired place." Wang Hao's words were sincere, devoid of any reluctance or hesitation. He did not wish for Milotic to feel bound to him simply because he had facilitated her evolution. He yearned for Pokémon who willingly chose to follow him. Initially, Wang Hao intended to grant Milotic ample time to ponder this life-altering decision, but Milotic did not deliberate for long. She gracefully curled around Wang Hao, pleading, "Please do not send me away. You have made me so beautiful. I wish to follow you for eternity, whether in training or any endeavor." Wang Hao was astonished that his fourth Pokémon came to him in such an unexpected manner. Yet, as long as Milotic willingly chose to accompany him, they would forge ahead together. He released Ralts as well, allowing the four Pokémon to become acquainted, as they would be comrades in future battles. With only 2 more Pokémon needed for his upcoming gym challenge, Wang Hao felt a surge of eagerness to confront the gym. Though this impulse was tempered by the realization that he must prepare more thoroughly in light of Xiao Wei's gym battle. Chapter 34, Pikachu and Electabuzz. With the majestic Milotic by his side, Wang Hao set forth once more on his journey of self-cultivation, departing from Route 9. To reach the town of Ziyuan, one must traverse both Route 9 and the Rock Mountain Tunnel, which necessitated Wang Hao's extensive preparations of supplies. Along the way, he would pass by the abandoned power plant, a location renowned throughout Pokémon history as the dwelling of Zapdos. Would he be fortunate enough to behold the legendary creature? With this anticipation in mind, Wang Hao swiftly navigated through Route 9. He encountered numerous players and wild Pokémon, facing various challenges posed by NPCs. Yet both he and his Lucario triumphed in every encounter. As he pressed forward with unwavering determination, a Pikachu suddenly appeared before him and Lucario. This Pikachu seemed to be gravely injured, stumbling towards them while frequently glancing back, as if something were pursuing it. It was only upon colliding with Wang Hao that Pikachu became aware of their presence. Observing the wounds adorning the creature, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of compassion and commanded his Togepi to use Healing Wish. After receiving the gentle touch of Healing Wish, Pikachu's condition improved slightly. Yet its anxiety and fear remained palpable. Wang Hao and Lucario attempted to communicate with Pikachu through aura, but it remained unresponsive. This marked a first for both Wang Hao and Lucario, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, Wang Hao recalled Milotic's unique ability to calm others by dispelling negative emotions, a skill that could be immensely beneficial in this situation. Thus, Wang Hao released Milotic and directed it through aura to help soothe Pikachu. Milotic gracefully curled around Pikachu, emanating a gentle energy that, while not overpowering, instilled a sense of comfort and security. As Pikachu's tension began to dissipate, Wang Hao seized the opportunity to channel Lucario's aura to communicate once more. "Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. We simply wish to understand what has transpired. Why are you fleeing in such a panic?" Having calmed somewhat, Pikachu sensed Wang Hao's goodwill and ceased resisting communication, responding, "I once lived in the abandoned power plant, but recently a group of Electabuzz arrived, shattering our peaceful existence. Any Pokémon that defies their commands faces punishment. I refused to live under their tyranny, so I rebelled. Unfortunately, I was defeated and many of my companions were captured while I was exiled. After leaving the power plant, the Electabuzz did not relent. They sent one of their own to pursue me, which is why I was fleeing." Wang Hao pondered how Electabuzz had come to the abandoned power plant. Although it was a haven for electric-type Pokémon, Electabuzz originated from the Sinnoh region. How had they invaded the Kanto region and seized control of the plant? Yet, he recalled that his Ralts had also appeared on New Island in Kanto, as had Togepi. These Pokémon did not belong to Kanto, yet they had manifested there. Was there a connection? Unable to discern any links, Wang Hao chose to set aside this question for the moment and focus on assisting Pikachu. He promptly instructed Lucario to utilize its aura to survey the surroundings for the pursuing Electabuzz. In no time, Lucario pinpointed the location of the Electabuzz and relayed the information to Wang Hao. Without hesitation, Wang Hao decided to recall Milotic, take Pikachu along, and venture towards the Electabuzz's position. Rather than evade the Electabuzz, it would be more prudent to confront it directly, defeat it, and glean information regarding their true motives for occupying the power plant. Subsequently, they could unite with the other Pokémon within the plant to resist the Electabuzz when they were least prepared. Of course, this was merely Wang Hao's preliminary strategy. The actual circumstances would depend on their ability to overcome the Electabuzz and extract useful information from it. These were crucial elements. Before long, Wang Hao sighted the Electabuzz. He promptly commanded Lucario to unleash a vacuum wave against it. Positioned within the Electabuzz's blind spot, the attack struck true, however. It failed to inflict significant damage and instead enraged the Electabuzz. With a deafening roar that pierced the air, even Lucario struggled to endure. While Togepi nestled tightly within Wang Hao's arms, seeking refuge, the sheer power of the Electabuzz's cry was overwhelming, instantly lowering Lucario's defenses. Flames ignited around the Electabuzz's fists. Was this a fire punch? Wang Hao quickly instructed Lucario to counter with Metal Claw. The two forces collided, sparks flying amidst their clash. As the Electabuzz intensified its fiery assault, Lucario began to falter. Wang Hao directed Lucario to evade into a nearby thicket, exploiting the Electabuzz's aggressive visual blind spot. Once concealed within the foliage, Lucario commenced gathering its aura energy. At this juncture, the most potent attack available to Lucario was Aura Sphere. The previous vacuum wave had struck the Electabuzz directly yet yielded minimal effect. Would the Aura Sphere prove more effective? The Electabuzz, realizing Lucario had vanished, opted against searching for it and unleashed a Thunderbolt instead. The high-voltage current surged outward, threatening to engulf Wang Hao. Just as the electricity was about to strike, Togepi waved its tiny finger, conjuring a protective barrier. Wang Hao was astounded to discover that Togepi had learned the move Protect. What remarkable fortune! The Electabuzz's Thunderbolt failed to draw Lucario from the thicket, yet Lucario successfully condensed the Aura Sphere. With determination, Lucario leaped from the underbrush and launched the Aura Sphere towards the Electabuzz. Chapter 35. The Shadow of the Electric Beast. The Electric Beast was still discharging electricity when Leo suddenly unleashed a wave projectile, leaving it no time to react. The wave projectile sped towards the Electric Beast, propelling it several meters away from its original position. Despite being blasted away, the Electric Beast sustained considerable damage, barely managing to support itself with its left hand on the ground, appearing exceedingly weak. Seeing that the wave projectile had effectively impacted the Electric Beast, Wang Hao commanded Leo to engage in close combat. As its metallic claws approached the Electric Beast once again, why not continue using wave projectiles to subdue the Electric Beast? The primary reason lay in Leo's current wave energy, which could sustain only 3 wave projectile attacks, with a necessary cooldown period between each use. As Leo's metallic claws neared the Electric Beast, it had just begun to recover from the earlier assault and hastily hurled an electric ball in Leo's direction. The speed of the electric ball was swift, yet it could not match the immediacy of Leo's reaction. As soon as Leo detected the emergence of the electric ball, it altered its trajectory, rendering the Electric Beast's attack futile. Ultimately, Leo's metallic claws struck true, completely shattering the last vestiges of the Electric Beast's ability to retaliate. Observing that the Electric Beast had entirely lost its combat capabilities, Wang Hao approached it, intending to have Pikachu assist in restoring its vitality before inquiring about the reason behind their occupation of the abandoned power plant. However, just as Wang Hao, cradling Pikachu and Pikachu, reached the Electric Beast, a pair of eerie eyes and a toothy mouth began to materialize from the shadow of the Electric Beast. The ethereal purple mist could only belong to a Ghastly. Upon noticing Wang Hao's approach, Ghastly immediately vanished, leaving Wang Hao perplexed. Why was Ghastly present in the shadow of the Electric Beast? Did the Electric Beast's sudden takeover of the power plant have any connection to Ghastly? It seemed that only the Electric Beast could elucidate these questions. Wang Hao directed Pikachu to utilize the life drop on the Electric Beast, hastening its recovery. Why did you suddenly occupy the abandoned power plant? Who sent you to pursue Pikachu? What are your intentions? In response to Wang Hao's barrage of inquiries, the Electric Beast offered no clear answers, instead posing a series of questions. Where am I? Why am I here? What am I doing here? What are you all doing? Upon hearing these questions from the Electric Beast, Wang Hao came to a realization. This Electric Beast had undoubtedly been hypnotized by the earlier Ghastly. Renowned for its prowess in hypnosis, Ghastly relished the mischief of lulling other Pokémon or humans into a trance, subsequently merging with their shadows to mimic their lives for amusement. If this Electric Beast was indeed under Ghastly's spell, could it be that other Electric Beasts were similarly enchanted? Yet one question lingered in Wang Hao's mind. Why would Ghastly hypnotize the Electric Beast to seize the abandoned power plant? Logically, it was the Lavender Town that Ghastly frequented. What was the motive behind the takeover of the power plant? With these myriad questions in mind, Wang Hao and his companions set off towards the abandoned power plant. Upon reaching the entrance, they were immediately greeted by the sound of machinery in operation. Although Wang Hao knew the power plant had been derelict for some time, it was evident that some machines were still functioning, as evidenced by the persistent rumble. Through Leo's wave, Wang Hao informed Pikachu to establish contact with their friends and to ascertain the whereabouts of the Electric Beasts, coordinating their efforts for a collective strike. While Wang Hao surmised that the Electric Beasts were likely under Ghastly's hypnosis, he could not ascertain how many Ghastly were involved or if every Electric Beast had fallen under its control. Thus, establishing contact with the Pokémon inside the abandoned power plant was of paramount importance. This would enable them to glean information about the situation within and determine their strategy for the impending confrontation. Pikachu understood the necessity of this communication and, without hesitation, darted into a side cave of the power plant, a route known only to him from his previous escape. After Pikachu departed, Wang Hao remained vigilant. He instructed Leo to extend its wave to investigate the interior of the abandoned power plant. Although Leo did not enter the facility and thus had a limited range of exploration, gaining as much insight as possible about the interior would significantly enhance their chances of success. 10 minutes later, Leo relayed its findings to Wang Hao. Within the range detectable by Leo's wave, no Pokémon or anomalous energy was discovered. However, Leo could not detect any trace of Pikachu's presence within the power plant, which perplexed it. Upon receiving Leo's feedback, Wang Hao felt an ominous premonition. He summoned Ralts, intending to recall Pikachu. But Pikachu's determined expression conveyed a desire to fight alongside Wang Hao, prompting him to allow Pikachu to remain. Wang Hao instructed Leo to share the information obtained through its wave with Ralts and directed Ralts to select a location as a teleportation coordinate. If Pikachu did not emerge from the abandoned power plant within the next 20 minutes, Wang Hao planned to have Ralts lead them inside. However, as 20 minutes elapsed, Pikachu still had not returned. Wang Hao could only conclude that something unfortunate had befallen Pikachu within the power plant. He resolved to enter through Ralts' teleportation and seek an opportunity to assess Pikachu's condition. Subsequently, Ralts transported Wang Hao, Pikachu, and Leo into the heart of the abandoned power plant. Surrounding them were countless cold machines and the thundering sound of their operations. In addition, flickering lights illuminated the scene, casting an unusually eerie atmosphere. Wang Hao quickly instructed Leo to scan the surroundings once more. Chapter 36, The Battle Mode of the Abandoned Power Plant. Upon entering the abandoned power plant, Wang Hao swiftly instructed Riolu to survey the surroundings. Venturing into this unfamiliar territory without adequate information was inherently perilous. Had it not been for Riolu's ability to sense the environment through its aura, Wang Hao would not have dared to proceed so recklessly. However, the results of Riolu's exploration were far from satisfactory. No traces of any Pokémon were discovered. Could it be that all the Pokémon in the abandoned power plant had vanished? With no alternative plans, Wang Hao cautiously made his way deeper into the facility accompanied by his Pokémon. As Riolu's aura detection reached the innermost depths of the power plant, a sudden notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Congratulations, player. You have triggered battle mode. You now have 10 minutes to invite your friends to join the battle. The number of opponents will vary depending on the number of participants. Please choose your invitees wisely. The abrupt onset of this battle mode left Wang Hao utterly bewildered. He was still searching for the whereabouts of the electric-type Pokémon when this unexpected challenge materialized. With time swiftly slipping away and lacking any other acquaintances to contact, he could only reach out to Xiao Wei, extending an invitation to join the battle. Wang Hao was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Xiao Wei, who was mysteriously transported to another location. The process of being teleported to the battle site was brief, and when Wang Hao focused his gaze, he realized they were still within the abandoned power plant, albeit seemingly at its deepest point. Xiao Wei appeared beside him, ready to inquire about the situation, when a horde of electric-type Pokémon, Electabuzz, Electrode, Magnemite, and Pikachu, suddenly charged forth. Upon seeing these Pokémon, Wang Hao finally grasped the situation. No wonder there had been no signs of Pokémon throughout the facility. They had all congregated here. But what was the nature of this battle mode? Were he and Xiao Wei expected to confront such a multitude of Pokémon alone? Just as Wang Hao pondered this, another system notification rang out. Welcome to battle mode. You will face 50 opposing Pokémon with your own team. Victory conditions: you must defeat all opposing Pokémon, and at least one of your Pokémon must remain capable of battle. 2 players against 50 Pokémon? Was this a battle or a melee? Moreover, the opposing team consisted entirely of electric types, which posed a significant threat to Xiao Wei, whose team included Blastoise, Starmie, Gyarados, and others, all water types. How were they to prevail? Wang Hao glanced at Xiao Wei apologetically. I'm sorry for dragging you into this situation where we must battle a swarm of electric Pokémon. Not at all. It's my first time hearing about battle mode. Experiencing it is quite exciting. And who says I should be afraid of an all-electric team? We won't know until we try. Xiao Wei's spirited attitude alleviated Wang Hao's guilt. Resolving to face the challenge head-on, Wang Hao sent forth Riolu, Ralts, Togepi, and Milotic, while Xiao Wei deployed Blastoise, Aerodactyl, Starmie, Infernape, Dugtrio, and Gloom. Aerodactyl? Did you manage to revive a fossil Pokémon? And why do you have a Dugtrio? What happened to Masquerain and Gyarados? Wang Hao queried, noticing discrepancies in Xiao Wei's lineup. Indeed, Aerodactyl is a resurrected fossil Pokémon, and reviving that fossil took me quite some time. As for Dugtrio, it's a recent capture. I intended to train it to counter Brock's Stealth Rock. Little did I know it would come in handy now. Before Wang Hao and Xiao Wei could delve deeper into their conversation, the 50 opposing Pokémon launched their assault. Electabuzz gathered electric spheres between their palms, Electrode combined to emit peculiar electric waves, and Magnemite erected dazzling walls of light. The offensive and defensive maneuvers reached their zenith in an instant. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei braced themselves for battle. Wang Hao swiftly commanded Ralts to teleport Blastoise into the enemy ranks, instructing Xiao Wei to unleash a seismic attack on the opposing side. The speed of the teleportation outstripped the opponent's assault, thereby disrupting their attacks, and even shattering some light walls before they could be fully formed. With the opposing offense interrupted, Xiao Wei promptly directed Aerodactyl to execute Rock Slide. Countless boulders rained down from above, swiftly segmenting the battlefield into several areas, each containing fewer than 10 Pokémon. Both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei understood that a direct confrontation with so many Pokémon was futile. They needed to divide and conquer. Before long, they spotted 3 isolated Electrode due to the battlefield segmentation. This opportunity was too good to pass up. Wang Hao commanded Ralts to teleport Blastoise next to the lone Electrode. And with another familiar Earthquake attack, they swiftly dispatched the 3 isolated Pokémon. The combination of Ralts' teleportation and Blastoise's super effective Earthquake attack proved devastating, allowing them to eliminate several Pokémon in quick succession. However, this advantage was fleeting, as the remaining Pokémon began to regroup, and the rocks intended for battlefield division were soon obliterated by the relentless assaults of Electabuzz, Electrode, and Magnemite. The hard-won advantageous environment had only allowed Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to eliminate 3 Electrode. While the outcome was not stellar, it was at least a step in the right direction. They prepared to replicate their strategy once more. Aerodactyl would segment the battlefield, and Ralts would teleport Blastoise to take down any isolated Pokémon. Yet, by the 3rd attempt, their tactics lost effectiveness, as the opposing Pokémon began to shatter the falling rocks before they could land. As it stood, the opposing team still had 45 Pokémon remaining. Chapter 37, 10 vs 45. Wang Hao and Xiao Wei's strategy of territorial division had completely lost its significance. Faced with the relentless assault of 45 Electric-type Pokémon, what could they possibly do? In that moment, Wang Hao was utterly distressed. Although he and Xiao Wei possessed a total of 10 Pokémon, half of them were water types, which were vulnerable to electric-type attacks. How could they safeguard these water-type Pokémon from being swiftly annihilated by their opponents? As Wang Hao pondered this dilemma, Riolu suddenly alerted him to the presence of something approaching from the ground, an attack originating from the earth, but the opposing side consisted entirely of electric types. Where could such a ground-based assault come from? Moreover, with Blastoise's Earthquake in play, it was implausible for any Pokémon to resort to such a self-destructive strategy. However, to Wang Hao's astonishment, a Pokémon had indeed chosen to launch an attack from underground. It was none other than Pikachu, which had previously remained inactive. While the electric-type Pokémon like Electabuzz, Magnemite, and Electrode had unleashed a flurry of attacks during the recent skirmish, the Pikachu had vanished from sight. It turned out that these Pikachu had burrowed underground, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. Wang Hao hastily instructed Kirlia to use Teleport to bring Blastoise from the heart of the enemy's ranks to their side. He intended for Xiao Wei to command Blastoise to unleash an Earthquake to flush out the lurking Pikachu. Yet, the opposing Pokémon reacted the instant Blastoise vanished, collectively unleashing a Thunderbolt assault. Sparks flew, and thunder roared, bearing down on the positions of Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. In the face of this overwhelming and potent electrical surge, Xiao Wei promptly ordered Blastoise to shield the team and initiate a defensive stance. Ultimately, Blastoise did manage to withstand the onslaught of Thunderbolt, but it had expended all its strength in the process. Its legs trembled, and its arms hung limply, appearing as though a mere bump could topple it. Wang Hao quickly called for Togepi to use Wish on Blastoise, channeling life energy to heal its exhaustion. Both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei realized that if the enemy executed another such Thunderbolt assault, they would likely be unable to withstand it, as the strength of their defenses would wane with each successive use. Their only hope for victory lay in disrupting the enemy's coordinated attack, but how could they achieve that? While the Rock Slide from Aerodactyl could no longer serve to divide the battlefield, it could still divert the enemy's fire. Thus, Aerodactyl's attacks must not cease. It needed to persistently harass the opposing Pokémon. As long as the enemy's attacks were focused on Rock Slide, they would be unable to concentrate on other strikes. At this juncture, Wang Hao devised a second offensive strategy, suggesting that Kirlia and Starmie utilize their psychic powers to control a portion of the opposing Pokémon, then concentrate their fire on those immobilized foes. He shared this idea with Xiao Wei, who praised it enthusiastically. Without hesitation, Xiao Wei commanded Aerodactyl to continue using Rock Slide, while Wang Hao directed Kirlia and Starmie to target the Pokémon at the front lines. Through the combined psychic abilities of Kirlia and Starmie, they forcibly controlled 2 Electrode and 3 Magnemite on the opposing side. The immobilized Electrode and Magnemite panicked, unable to unleash their skills or move, effectively becoming easy prey. Xiaowei seized this opportunity, ordering Infernape to swiftly unleash a fire punch, obliterating the 5 controlled Pokémon. The other Pokémon were not idle either. Riolu was tirelessly using its aura to detect the movements of the underground Pikachu. The moment the Pikachu emerged to launch their assault, Riolu would immediately counter with a vacuum wave attack to interrupt them. Togepi and Milotic consistently utilized Wish to support every Pokémon belonging to Wang Hao and Xiaowei, ensuring that their recovery kept pace with the fierce offensives. Xiaowei's Dugtrio occasionally appeared in the enemy's ranks, using Magnitude and Earthquake to threaten their foes. Meanwhile, Gloom and Blastoise stood guard beside Wang Hao and Xiaowei, preventing direct assaults from the opposing Pokémon. The battle persisted in a peculiar rhythm of offensive and defensive balance. Although Wang Hao and Xiaowei's second wave of attacks proved somewhat effective, the defenses of the opposing Pokémon were formidable, showcasing moves like Light Screen, Protect, and Substitute, with neither side willing to yield an inch. Just as the number of opposing Pokémon dwindled to 35, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Starmie, which had been working in tandem with Kirlia to exert psychic control over the enemy, suddenly lost its ability to fight. The culprit behind Starmie's incapacitation was none other than a Ghastly, which Wang Hao had previously seen lurking in the shadow of Electabuzz. This time, it had concealed itself within the shadow of another Electabuzz, and when Starmie's psychic powers forcibly controlled that Electabuzz, Ghastly struck with a Shadow Ball, instantly incapacitating Xiaowei's Starmie. As a result, Wang Hao and Xiaowei's second offensive began to unravel. Following Starmie's fall, the 2 Electrode that had been under control immediately launched a fierce counterattack, disregarding their own safety and exploding in a self-destructive blast. Although Kirlia managed to teleport away from the explosion's radius, it still sustained significant injury. Unfortunately, Infernape, which had been coordinating with Kirlia and Starmie, was not so fortunate, as it was taken down by the self-detonation of the 2 Electrode. From Ghastly's ambush to the collapse of their offensive, the entire sequence of events transpired in less than a minute. Yet, that minute proved to be the most critical moment in the entire battle. With the loss of Starmie and Infernape, Wang Hao and Xiaowei's offensive power diminished drastically. They could only command their remaining Pokémon to regroup and reconsider their strategy. The opposing side still had 33 Pokémon, while Wang Hao and Xiaowei were left with only 8, averaging 1 Pokémon against 4 of the enemy's combined forces, along with that elusive Ghastly, which once again melded into the shadows of another Pokémon. Wang Hao attempted to have Riolu seek out Ghastly's whereabouts through its aura. But since Ghastly was hidden within the shadows of other Pokémon, its energy had completely merged with that of its companions, rendering it undetectable. Just as Wang Hao grappled with the frustration of Ghastly, Xiaowei suddenly raised an important point. Although Ghastly was elusive, it was not without countermeasures. Since Ghastly's form was composed entirely of gas, it could easily be dispersed by strong winds. As long as they maintained a fierce wind on the battlefield, Ghastly would be deterred from emerging from the shadows to launch an attack. Chapter 38. A hard-won victory. Xiaowei's insights provided Wang Hao with a flawless strategy against Ghost. Yet a significant challenge remained: how to generate a formidable wind on the battlefield that could effectively threaten Ghost. Xiaowei swiftly offered a solution. He commanded the fossil pterosaur to utilize the Tailwind skill, which summoned a fierce whirlwind that heightened the movement speed of their Pokémon. Although Tailwind was not an offensive move, it played a crucial role at this moment. On one hand, it stifled Ghost's elusive assaults. On the other, it enhanced their own speed. Wang Hao was pleasantly surprised that this resurrected fossil pterosaur possessed such a technique. With spirits lifted, Wang Hao and Xiaowei quickly deliberated on how to initiate their third round of offense. Aside from Ghost, the opposing team consisted of 5 Electabuzz, 12 Electrode, 10 Magnemite, and 5 Pikachu concealed underground. As long as Riolu's aura was present, the underground Pikachu did not pose a substantial threat. However, the self-destructing Electrode were particularly troublesome. If they inadvertently launched a retaliatory strike in a 1-for-1 exchange, it would be Wang Hao and Xiaowei who would suffer the consequences. While the self-destruct could be blocked by the Protect skill, Blastoise had already used it once, and its effectiveness would only diminish thereafter. With 12 Electrode, there were 12 potential self-destructs, and Blastoise might not endure such an onslaught. Moreover, the number of Magnemite was not insignificant. Only ground and fire-type moves could inflict considerable damage on the steel and electric-type Magnemite. With the loss of Infernape's Flamethrower, their remaining ground-type attacks from 3 Diglett and Blastoise would struggle to harm the Magnemite, as they had already employed the Magnet Rise skill, rendering ground-type attacks ineffective. How could they breach the defenses of these Magnemite? The Electabuzz, possessing commendable melee capabilities and ranged output, were even more formidable. Aside from ground-type moves, other attacks would fail to deliver fatal damage to the Electabuzz. They could only employ the 3 Diglett to distract these electric-type Pokémon. Engaging in a collective brawl was certainly futile. They could only rely on diversion tactics and pick off their opponents one by one. This was the sole consensus reached by Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. But how to achieve this selective dismantling? Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Hao. Perhaps they could exploit the self-destructing electrode. If they could channel the self-destruct's power to affect other Pokémon, the electrode could effectively become their allies. Only Ralts, capable of teleportation, could escape the self-destruct unscathed. Although Ralts had previously been caught in the explosion, it had been unprepared at the time. Now, with the speed enhancement from Tailwind, Wang Hao was confident that Ralts would manage just fine. Thus, he directed Ralts to playfully taunt the electrode, teleporting beside them to give them a light tap before vanishing again. After repeating this maneuver several times, even the most patient of saints would be incensed. The electrode were thoroughly provoked, their frustration evident. Seeing that Ralts had sufficiently teased them, Wang Hao instructed Ralts to cease the playful taps and instead teleport directly in front of the electrode, making a mocking face. The enraged electrode could hardly withstand such derision, and one by one, they began to self-destruct. The collective explosions of 12 electrode unleashed a tempest that nearly blinded Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. In the face of the self-destructing storm, Blastoise instinctively activated Protect, shielding Wang Hao, Xiao Wei, and all their Pokémon from the tempest's wrath. The opposing Pokémon, however, were not so fortunate. Aside from the Pikachu hiding underground, both the Electabuzz and Magnemite suffered severe repercussions. Only 3 Electabuzz and 5 Magnemite, situated farther from the explosion's epicenter, managed to escape unscathed, while the majority of the opposing Pokémon lost their combat capabilities amidst the chaos orchestrated by Wang Hao. Once the storm subsided, the Pikachu, who had remained hidden underground, emerged to the surface. They swiftly regrouped with the Electabuzz and Magnemite, seemingly prepared for a full-scale confrontation. 13 Pokémon lined up, facing Wang Hao and Xiao Wei, their unwavering determination eliciting surprise from Wang Hao. Despite having created a favorable situation by inciting the electrode, Ralts had also sustained considerable damage from the explosion. Even with the restorative effects of Bagon and Milotic's dual life dew, Ralts retained little combat capability. Wang Hao could not bear to see Ralts struggle further, thus he chose to recall Ralts into its Pokeball. At this juncture, only 7 Pokémon remained on Wang Hao and Xiao Wei's side. The battle commenced with a 7 against 13 odds. The Pikachu unleashed a combined attack of Volt Tackle, a signature move laden with formidable power. Xiao Wei had initially intended for Blastoise to absorb the attack with Protect, but fortune did not favor them this time. Blastoise's Protect failed to activate, and it became the target of the Volt Tackle, swiftly losing its combat ability. With Blastoise down, Xiao Wei promptly commanded the Fossil Pterosaur to utilize Rock Slide, confining the Pikachu within a designated area, and then directed the 3 Diglett to unleash a ground-type attack. Energies erupted from beneath the ground, claiming the Pikachu as victims of the assault. As the Pikachu were trapped by the Rock Slide, the Magnemite began to gather their attack. 5 Magnet Bombs were prepared to launch towards them. Realizing the imminent threat, Wang Hao quickly instructed Milotic to use Sing, employing its enchanting voice to disrupt the Magnemite's attack. Subsequently, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei coordinated a lethal assault involving Riolu's Aura Sphere, Fossil Pterosaur's Rock Slide, and Cacturne's Leaf Blade against the Magnemite. Caught in the moment of interrupted action, the Magnemite failed to defend against the combined onslaught, losing all combat capability. As the Electabuzz, eager to engage Wang Hao and Xiao Wei in close combat, witnessed their fellow Pokémon being swiftly defeated, their fury intensified. One after another, they charged with crackling electricity coursing through their arms, clearly preparing to unleash Thunder Punch. However, engaging in close combat was the gravest mistake they could make. For at that moment, the 3 Diglett had already positioned themselves beneath them, delivering a powerful earthquake that incapacitated the trio. Thus, aside from the ghost, subdued by Tailwind, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei achieved a resounding victory. Yet the arduous journey to this triumph was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could have reversed their fortunes entirely. Chapter 39. The vanquished ghost of Ziyuan Town. As the defeated Pokémon vanished one by one, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei remained vigilant, still unaware of the elusive ghost's whereabouts. The aura of Leola continuously scanned the battlefield, yet yielded no results. When the last Pokémon retreated, a notification resonated in their minds. Congratulations, players Xiao Hao and Xiao Wei, for completing the challenge of the Unmanned Power Plant S Team Battle Mode. You shall receive the following rewards: TM Thunderbolt X1, TM Thunder Punch X1, Thunderstone X1, Super Pokeball X10, Good Healing Potion X10. Furthermore, the Team Battle Mode is now fully unlocked, with an abundance of rewards awaiting your challenge. 2 TMs and an Evolution Stone. Even if the Team Battle's difficulty were heightened, these rare items made it all worthwhile. Xiao Wei, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Brother, Remember to call me for any future opportunities like this. With these rewards, Eevee struck gold. Wang Hao was equally astonished by the bountiful rewards. Initially drawn into the team battle mode without explanation, he had sought out Xiao Wei out of necessity. Now, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at Xiao Wei's enthusiasm, he promised to contact him first for future team battle chances. Soon, both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei found themselves transported back to the location where they initially entered the team battle. Within the unmanned power plant, Wang Hao's Pokémon had regained their vitality, reminiscent of their state during the Mewtwo dungeon. He instructed Liolu to utilize its aura to investigate the current situation within the power plant. This time, Liolu successfully detected numerous Pokémon traces concentrated in the depths of the plant, including the Pikachu Wang Hao had previously rescued. Through Liolu's aura, Wang Hao observed that the Pokémon in the depths appeared unharmed, yet stood motionless together, seemingly entranced. What could this mean? To uncover the truth, they would need to venture deeper. Before long, Wang Hao and Liolu arrived at the heart of the unmanned power plant. They were met with an astonishing sight: hundreds of electric-type Pokémon, including Electabuzz, Magnemite, Electrode, Magnezone, and Pikachu, all standing in a rigid formation, their eyes vacant, devoid of any movement. Wang Hao attempted to nudge a nearby Pikachu and Magnemite, but they remained unresponsive, resembling subjects under a hypnotic spell. Wang Hao speculated that this was likely the work of the ghost. Just as he prepared to have Liolu probe for the ghost's location through its aura, a wisp of purple smoke emerged from the shadow of a distant Electabuzz. A pair of enormous white eyes, paired with tiny black pupils and fangs protruding from its mouth, grinned mischievously at Wang Hao before dissipating into thin air. Was it fleeing? Wang Hao felt perplexed, utterly baffled by the ghost's intentions. At that moment, the hundreds of electric-type Pokémon around him suddenly awoke, gazing around in confusion, questioning what had transpired. The Pikachu he had rescued dashed towards him, apologizing. "I'm sorry. After I entered, I couldn't find my friends, so I ventured deep into the power plant. But as soon as I arrived here, I was discovered by a ghost." And everything after that is a blur from Pikachu's words. Wang Hao pieced together the reason for its disappearance. Essentially, the events at the unmanned power plant were orchestrated by the ghost, which had initially commanded Electabuzz to attack the facility and subsequently taken control of the Pokémon within, rendering them subservient. But what was the ghost's motive? Was it merely a prank? Such a prank seemed excessively disruptive. Wang Hao yearned to communicate with the ghost to comprehend its purpose, yet it had already fled, leaving him no trace. Nevertheless, he inquired of the first group of controlled Electabuzz. "Where were you initially ensnared by the ghost?" "We set out from Key City in search of a suitable habitat, but upon passing through Ziyuan town, we inexplicably lost consciousness. Only now have we realized we are in this electrifying place." The Electabuzz had succumbed to the ghost's influence in Ziyuan town, indicating that the ghost had ensnared them there. It was reasonable to deduce that the ghost hailed from Ziyuan town, a locale known as the Pokémon Graveyard, favored by ghost-type Pokémon. The escaped ghost had likely returned to Ziyuan town. As fate would have it, Wang Hao's next destination was indeed Ziyuan town, and he resolved to confront the ghost. After all, creating such chaos without explanation was entirely unacceptable. After bidding farewell to the Pokémon of the unmanned power plant, Wang Hao made his way towards Ziyuan town. This time, he was determined to have a word with the ghost to ascertain its motives. However, upon arriving in Ziyuan town, his perspective shifted dramatically. As he stepped into Ziyuan town, Wang Hao immediately sensed an atmosphere distinct from any other place. It was one of melancholy, solemnity, and chill. Perhaps it was the dusk hour, as the streets were sparsely populated. The few passers-by carried bouquets of flowers, presumably to pay homage to deceased Pokémon at the Pokémon Tower. Wang Hao refrained from seeking the ghost's whereabouts immediately, opting instead to register for a resting room at the Pokémon Center. Having just endured a team battle, both he and his Pokémon were weary, and rest was paramount. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he encountered an elderly man with a bald head and white eyebrows, who was assisting Nurse Joy in treating an injured Psyduck. "Grandfather Fuji, Psyduck has fully recovered. Are you planning to take this little one back to the Pokémon home?" "Indeed. I happened upon this injured little one on my way back, clearly a victim of bullying. Such things will not happen again at the Pokémon home." It turned out that this was Grandfather Fuji, the compassionate elder who cared for abandoned or orphaned Pokémon. Chapter 40. The Solitude of Jengar. Wang Hao held a profound respect for the elderly Fuji, especially since he had begun to perceive the thoughts of Pokémon through the waves of Lior. This ability allowed him to truly appreciate the heartfelt affection that one can have for Pokémon, as well as the dedication involved in caring for them. Although Wang Hao was fully aware that Fuji was merely a non-player character, his respect for him was genuine. With great reverence, Wang Hao greeted the elderly Fuji and expressed his admiration for the Pokémon house. Fuji was pleasantly surprised to encounter such a supportive young man and invited Wang Hao to tour the Pokémon house. Without hesitation, Wang Hao promptly registered for the lounge with Nurse Joy and accompanied Fuji to the Pokémon house in Ziyuan Town. Upon entering, they were welcomed by Fuji's granddaughter, Lena. Concerned by her grandfather's prolonged absence, she was momentarily anxious, but upon seeing the Psyduck in Fuji's arms, she quickly understood and playfully chided him. "Grandpa, even while rescuing Pokémon, you cannot afford to take so long. Did you not realize how worried I would be?" Now, Lena, there is no need for concern. I merely took the Psyduck to Nurse Joy for treatment, and that caused the delay. I promise to be more mindful next time. Observing the affectionate exchange between the grandfather and granddaughter, Wang Hao felt a warm sense of endearment. He refrained from interrupting their tender moment and quietly stood by, simply watching. However, Lena soon noticed Wang Hao's presence and inquired about him from Fuji. Fuji shared the story of their meeting with Lena, who then politely welcomed Wang Hao to the Pokémon house. "Here, we care for Pokémon that have been abandoned or have lost their parents. We hope this place can become a home for them, a sanctuary where they can live peacefully and grow healthily." It was evident that Lena inherited her grandfather's noble qualities. Wang Hao wholeheartedly embraced the philosophy of the Pokémon house. Every Pokémon that is abandoned or orphaned becomes helpless and vulnerable. Having such a sanctuary is undoubtedly a splendid refuge for these creatures. Subsequently, Lena and Fuji guided Wang Hao through the entire Pokémon house. Although it was not expansive, it radiated warmth, with each Pokémon's living space designed specifically according to their attributes. Wang Hao had faith that the Pokémon brought back by Fuji would flourish here. In a town often referred to as a Pokémon graveyard, possessing such a sanctuary felt akin to discovering light in the darkness, a beacon of hope and vitality. Through his visit to the Pokémon house and his conversations with Fuji, Wang Hao realized that Fuji possessed an intimate knowledge of everything concerning Ziyuan Town. It seemed there was nothing he was unaware of. Thus, Wang Hao posed a question to Fuji. "Grandpa Fuji, do you know where I might find a Gengar in Ziyuan Town?" Upon uttering this question, both Fuji and Lena regarded Wang Hao with a peculiar expression, as though such an inquiry were utterly out of place. Wang Hao felt a twinge of unease under their scrutiny and continued to clarify. "Recently, during my travels, I encountered a Gengar. This particular Gengar had controlled a group of Electabuzz to attack an abandoned power plant, ultimately dominating all the Pokémon there. While I managed to thwart Gengar's further actions, it escaped. According to the Electabuzz, they were under Gengar's influence in Ziyuan Town, which is why I have come here. I am not seeking to capture this Gengar, but rather to understand why it sought to control other Pokémon and occupy another's territory." After listening to Wang Hao's explanation, Fuji's demeanor softened somewhat. With a sigh, he began to recount the story of the Gengar. Indeed, that Gengar resides in Ziyuan Town. More precisely, it dwells within the Pokémon Tower. It has likely returned there now. Since you have interrupted its actions, let me share its tale with you. Gengar is a Pokémon that delights in mischief, often finding joy in frightening humans. Initially, this Gengar was no different, deriving amusement from scaring passersby in Ziyuan Town. However, one day, a young boy afflicted with a visual impairment moved into the town. No matter what tricks Gengar employed, it could not frighten the boy. Thus, Gengar became determined to tease the boy, persistently attempting to scare him. The boy, however, found joy in Gengar's antics, and over time, a profound bond developed between them. This, however, was not a source of happiness for the boy's family. Although Gengar could not frighten the boy's parents were often terrified by Gengar's antics. One night, overwhelmed by Gengar's disturbances, the boy's parents clandestinely took him away from Ziyuan Town. With the boy gone, Gengar ceased its attempts to scare travelers and chose to settle in the Pokémon Tower. 5 years passed, and the boy's vision was restored, allowing him to return to Ziyuan Town. Sensing the boy's presence, Gengar emerged from the tower to find him, but upon appearing beside the boy, it inadvertently frightened him into unconsciousness. For the first time, Gengar's mischief had succeeded, yet instead of joy, it felt a profound sense of loss, a realization that it was alone, with no one to share in its playful escapades. Yearning for companionship, Gengar learned hypnosis, often putting others and Pokémon under its spell to play with it. However, such actions did little to alleviate its profound loneliness. Thus, it sought to hypnotize more Pokémon and people, hoping to find joy in their company. It is likely that its control over the Electabuzz to attack the abandoned power plant was simply for amusement. Upon hearing Gengar's story, Wang Hao found himself at a loss for words. The fact that Gengar hypnotized other Pokémon and instigated conflicts among them stemmed solely from its own solitude. This loneliness had likely developed during its solitary existence in the Pokémon Tower. The once playful Gengar abandoned its mischievous nature after the boy's departure. only to discover the true essence of loneliness when its antics frightened the boy into unconsciousness. Ultimately, Jengar simply wished to avoid living in isolation. Why then? Did Fuji not bring this Jengar to the Pokémon house? Chapter 41. Come with me, Grandpa Fuji. Since you are aware of the situation with Jengars, why not bring this Jengar to the Pokémon house? There are so many Pokémon here, and with your company, it would surely be better than wandering aimlessly. Wang Hao could not help but voice his query to Grandpa Fuji, only to receive an unexpected response. Though I wish to bring Jengar to the Pokémon house, he himself is unwilling. He seems to be waiting for that little boy who used to frolic with him and was never frightened by his presence. But that is evidently impossible. The boy, afflicted by an eye ailment, was not scared of Jengar simply because he could not see him. Now that his vision has returned, the boy is no longer the same. Jengar's wait will ultimately be in vain. Wang Hao suddenly found this Jengar to be adorably foolish. Although it yearned for companionship, it stubbornly held on to an unattainable standard. Perhaps only someone who could truly understand and empathize with him could become his companion. Having learned everything about Jengar, Wang Hao felt a genuine desire to capture this Pokémon for the first time. Grandpa Fuji, do you know where Jengar is now? According to your account, he escaped from the abandoned power plant and subsequently vanished. He must have returned to the top of the Pokémon Tower after the boy's departure. That has always been his home. If you wish to find him, perhaps you should try your luck there. Grandpa Fuji recognized Wang Hao's sincere concern for Jengar, which transcended mere ambition to capture a powerful Pokémon. Thus, he did not withhold the information and directly informed Wang Hao of Jengar's whereabouts. Afterward, Wang Hao lingered at the Pokémon house for quite some time, assisting Grandpa Fuji in caring for the Pokémon there. It was not until deep into the night that he left the Pokémon house, but instead of returning to the Pokémon Center for rest, he set off towards the Pokémon Tower. The Pokémon Tower comprised 7 levels, each adorned with the gravestones of departed Pokémon. During the day, many visitors came here, mourning their beloved Pokémon much like they would for lost family members. On nearly every floor, Wang Hao encountered fresh flowers and well-tended gravestones. The environment that should have felt cold was warmed by these acts of love. Soon, Wang Hao arrived at the 7th level, the pinnacle of the Pokémon Tower. This floor bore no gravestones, only an emptiness. He scanned the surroundings in hopes of finding Jengar, yet after a prolonged search, he found no sign of him. Consequently, he instructed Riolu to use its aura to locate Jengar, but still, there was no success. Frustrated by the fruitless endeavor, Wang Hao called out to the empty floor. Jengar, I know you are here. I am aware that you have been waiting for someone, a companion willing to frolic with you, someone unafraid of your antics, someone who genuinely cares for you. If you are willing, I wish to be that person you have been waiting for. Come with me. Wang Hao's words were imbued with sincerity, amplified by Riolu's aura to convey his intentions clearly to Jengar. He believed that if Jengar truly resided there, he would surely comprehend his feelings. However, after Wang Hao's declaration, the entire top floor remained silent, as if Jengar were truly absent. According to Grandpa Fuji, Jengar should have returned to this place he had always called home after fleeing the power plant. Why, then, did it seem he was not here? Wang Hao waited a while longer, yet still received no response. After confirming with Riolu that no sign of Jengar existed, he reluctantly prepared to leave. As Wang Hao turned to depart from the top floor, he suddenly felt an immovable weight upon his feet. What was happening? Why could he not move? Growing anxious, he glanced down, only to discover a pair of enormous white eyes within his shadow. Was this not the Jengar he had been searching for? How could he be hiding in his shadow? Did Jengar not escape from the power plant, but had instead been lurking in his shadow all along? Wang Hao's mind was filled with questions. The only one who could answer them was the Jengar concealed within his shadow. Jengar, come out. Let us talk. Why have you been hiding in my shadow? When did you begin to do so? A swirl of purple mist gradually floated up from Wang Hao's shadow, eventually forming Jengar's face, shy yet youthful, hovering around Wang Hao like an exuberant child. I once encountered a little boy who, no matter how I frightened him, remained unafraid and wished to play with me. You, on the other hand, have persistently thwarted my actions and defeated me time and time again. You are the boy I have long sought. I wanted to follow you, which is why I secretly hid in your shadow at the power plant. How utterly indirect. Nevertheless, Wang Hao felt a surge of happiness that Jengar had chosen him. He truly adored this peculiar Pokémon. Despite Jengar's penchant for mischief and hypnotizing other Pokémon, he genuinely longed for companionship. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao retrieved a Pokeball from his backpack and extended it toward Jengar's direction. If you wish to accompany me, please enter this Pokeball. Let us travel together. Let us live together. Before Wang Hao could finish his sentence, Jengar eagerly dove into the Pokeball. Thus, Wang Hao successfully captured Jengar, acquiring his 5th Pokémon. Following this, he released Jengar, along with Larvitar and Milotic, introducing them to their new companion. With 5 Pokémon now at his side, Wang Hao felt a burgeoning desire to challenge the league. 5 against 6 might still present an opportunity to triumph over the gym. Wang Hao aimed to challenge the Dark-type Elite Four, Huaiwe. And to do so in the Kanto region, he needed to complete the challenges of the Shallow Red Gym and the Golden Yellow Gym, obtaining their respective badges. Conveniently, Ziyuan Town was near Golden City, so he decided to investigate the situation there. After some contemplation, Wang Hao resolved to return to the Pokémon Center for a night of rest before heading to Golden City to assess the state of the Golden Gym. He intended to register for the League Challenge at the Golden Gym and then decide whether to embark on the challenge immediately based on the gym's conditions. Chapter 42. The Martial Arts Dojo. The following day, Wang Hao bid farewell to the elderly Fuji alongside Gaisai, expressing Gaisai's desire to follow his own inclinations. The elder felt a great sense of joy for Gaisai's choice. Thus, Wang Hao embarked on his journey to Golden City. For reasons unknown, Gaisai was reluctant to enter its Pokeball and preferred to rest in the shadows of Wang Hao. This puzzled Wang Hao considerably. Yet Gaisai merely stated its fondness for lingering in his shadow. Eventually, with no other recourse, Wang Hao acquiesced to Gaisai's wish to remain by his side. Contemplating the peculiar sight of a Riolu accompanying him, a Togepi nestled in his arms, and Gaisai hidden in his shadow, Wang Hao wondered which wild Pokémon would dare approach him. Unsurprisingly, throughout his journey from Ziyuan Town to Golden City, not a single wild Pokémon dared to come near. They all fled at a distance. Wang Hao pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. Golden City, the largest and most bustling city in the Kanto region, boasted extensive transportation networks and served as the headquarters for Sylph Company. Additionally, it featured a maglev train station connecting to the Johto region, which Wang Hao would need to utilize for future travels. Standing amidst the vibrant urban landscape, observing the throngs of pedestrians, Wang Hao felt as though he were ensconced in the heart of a contemporary CBD. Rather than hastily making his way to the Pokémon Center, he opted to meander through the city for a while. After admiring the towering headquarters of Sylph Company and the colossal train station, he couldn't help but reflect on what a remarkable world it would be if this were not merely a game. While wandering, Wang Hao inadvertently passed by an antiquated structure. At its entrance, he noticed a sign emblazoned with the words Martial Arts Dojo. It dawned on him that this was the very dojo that once contended with Nasi for the title of the official gym in Golden City. Had it not been for Nasi's Psychic-type gym, which inherently countered fighting types, the identity of Golden City's gym leader might have been quite different. Due to its inability to secure the title of official gym, the dojo had to settle for the designation of a dojo. As Wang Hao lamented this unfortunate circumstance, a man emerged from within the dojo, clad in a white karate gi, a red headband adorning his forehead, and muscles evident even through his attire. I am the leader of this dojo, and my name is Wuda. Currently, we are not accepting any challenges, so I kindly ask you to leave. Wang Hao, who had no intention of challenging the dojo, suddenly felt intrigued by the reason behind their refusal to accept challenges. My failure has led to this situation. This should have been the Golden Gym. Now, we can only call ourselves a dojo. I have lost all faith to continue operating this dojo, so I am preparing to close it down. Upon hearing Wuda's rationale, Wang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. To consider giving up entirely after a single defeat seemed an insurmountable obstacle to future success. While overcoming type disadvantages is not merely a matter of effort, without striving, one forfeits even the possibility of overcoming them. Leader Wuda, although you lost to gym leader Nasi, is it truly wise to shut down the dojo? You claim that your failure has led to this designation, but what do you believe caused your loss to Nasi? Was it solely due to a type disadvantage? Though Wang Hao's words were devoid of accusation, they resonated painfully with Wuda, akin to an indictment of his inadequacy. What kind of child are you? Do you think type advantages can be disregarded so easily? How could a fighting-type Pokémon possibly triumph over a psychic type? Wang Hao could empathize with Wuda's despondency. After all, witnessing one's steadfast beliefs crumble so easily is indeed painful, yet to abandon those beliefs altogether seemed unwarranted. While it is indeed challenging for fighting-type Pokémon to defeat psychic types, it is not impossible. It merely suggests that you have yet to truly unleash the potential of your Pokémon. The responsibility lies with you. Wang Hao's words struck directly at Wuda's core, igniting his ire. Anyone can spout grandiose claims. How will you prove your assertions? It's easy to speak when you're not the one fighting. Then let us battle. I will challenge you with a fighting-type Pokémon. To demonstrate that glimmer of possibility, Wang Hao wasted no time in issuing his challenge to Wuda, who was thoroughly incensed by the audacity of this boy. A renowned karate champion and former gym leader, Wuda felt belittled by such a young challenger. Without hesitation, he accepted Wang Hao's challenge. Subsequently, Wuda led Wang Hao into the dojo. The absence of staff within the dojo suggested that Wuda had already disbanded them in preparation for its closure. Nonetheless, this did not impede the impending confrontation between Wang Hao and Wuda. Wang Hao's chosen fighting-type Pokémon was, of course, Riolu, while Wuda summoned Hitmonchan. Infuriated by Wang Hao's words, Wuda commanded Hitmonchan to launch a rapid assault without delay. A swift Mach Punch hurtled toward Riolu with blinding speed, yet within Riolu's aura. The attack appeared almost languid. Utilizing its aura, Riolu discerned Hitmonchan's attack trajectory with clarity, merely shifting its body slightly to evade the Mach Punch effortlessly. This singular maneuver astonished Wuda, yet, being an experienced fighter, he immediately commanded Hitmonchan to follow up with another strike. Another Mach Punch was unleashed upon Riolu. Yet the agile creature evaded it once more. After 2 consecutive failed attacks, Wuda began to recognize a troubling pattern. He refrained from hastily directing Hitmonchan to attack again, opting instead to allow Hitmonchan to retreat and focus its energy. Observing Hitmonchan's concentration, Wang Hao surmised that Wuda intended to unleash a powerful aura sphere. To ensure Wuda's defeat was unequivocal, he instructed Riolu to gather its own aura as well, as aura sphere requires focus and can be interrupted by attacks. Wang Hao refrained from any offensive actions, prompting Wuda to inwardly scoff at him. Still just a child, not attacking now is nothing short of self-sabotage. Ultimately, aura sphere was successfully generated, and Riolu's aura was fully charged. The stage was set for a direct clash between Hitmonchan's aura sphere and Riolu's. Chapter 43. The limits of strength. Wuda held unwavering confidence in the Chi Fist of Fast Fist, convinced that, despite his ignorance of the nature of the energy blasts unleashed by Riolu, the Chi Fist would ultimately prevail in terms of sheer power. However, to his astonishment, when the Chi Fist collided with Riolu's aura sphere, a stalemate ensued. The Chi Fist was unable to shatter Riolu's aura sphere, and conversely, the aura sphere could not penetrate the Chi Fist. This left Wuda utterly astounded. In his understanding, the Chi Fist was already the most potent move among fighting-type Pokémon. The fact that Riolu's attack could contend with the Chi Fist posed an enigma of unimaginable strength. As Wuda grappled with his confusion, Wang Hao had already commanded Riolu to launch a second attack. This was a relatively less powerful vacuum wave, yet its positioning was cunningly executed, striking precisely at the moment when Fast Fist's limbs were momentarily immobilized after executing the Chi Fist. All of Fast Fist's focus was consumed in the struggle against the aura sphere, leaving it oblivious to the impending vacuum wave. The vacuum wave ultimately proved to be the decisive blow. Upon impact, the Chi Fist rapidly dissipated, and the aura sphere struck Fast Fist directly. Having been hit in succession by both the vacuum wave and the aura sphere, Fast Fist succumbed, losing its fighting capability. In mere moments, Fast Fist was defeated in a manner that confounded Wuda, who could not fathom the cause of its loss. Though he was not one to shy away from defeat, he could not accept such an inexplicable loss. Consequently, he promptly recalled Fast Fist and sent forth Flying Leg. "You are indeed formidable, yet I refuse to accept an ambiguous defeat. Allow me to seek your guidance once more with Flying Leg." With a newfound respect for Wang Hao, Wuda refrained from launching an immediate attack and instead meticulously observed Riolu's movements. Riolu, resembling a seasoned combat expert, exhibited no extraneous motions, its stance casual yet devoid of vulnerabilities. Wang Hao, likewise, did not rush Riolu into action, instead allowing it to extend its aura to better anticipate Flying Leg's maneuvers. The standoff persisted until Wuda, unable to contain his impatience, commanded Flying Leg to engage in close combat. This was a bold offensive strategy that entirely forsook defense. A simplistic yet forceful approach that took Wang Hao by surprise. As Flying Leg closed the distance, Riolu swiftly evaded, utilizing its predictive capabilities afforded by the aura. Every punch, kick, and sweeping attack from Flying Leg was deftly avoided by Riolu. While close combat strikes are rapid, they also deplete energy significantly. After several failed attempts to land a blow on Riolu, Flying Leg found itself utterly exhausted, its defenses compromised. Wang Hao seized this opportunity, directing Riolu to unleash a wave against Flying Leg's legs. This strike, infused with energy, inflicted paralysis as Flying Leg's defenses had crumbled. Now, ensnared in a dire predicament, Flying Leg's speed diminished, and it lay vulnerable, an easy target. As anticipated, Wang Hao commanded Riolu to deliver another vacuum wave, finishing off Flying Leg. Thus, Wuda's second Pokémon was rendered incapable of battle. Originally eager to discern the reasons behind Fast Fist's defeat, he now found himself perplexed over Flying Leg's downfall as well. With a furrowed brow, Wuda recalled Flying Leg and inquired, "How is it that your Riolu can so accurately predict the attacks of both Fast Fist and Flying Leg? Your battle presents a greater enigma than my encounter with Nasi. Her psychic-type attacks were already peculiar and extraordinary, yet your strategies surpassed them. After all, Riolu's skills are merely vacuum wave and energy-based fighting techniques. In response to Wuda's query, Wang Hao had no intention of withholding information. He promptly elucidated. Riolu is a Pokémon endowed with the power of Aura, allowing it to foresee movements. This is the reason why Riolu adeptly evaded the attacks from both Fast Fist and Flying Leg. However, solely relying on this unique ability is insufficient to secure victory against you. The true key to Riolu's consecutive triumphs over Fast Fist and Flying Leg lies in you. You failed to unleash their genuine potential. Your relentless pursuit of power and momentum in the selection of moves has led you to prioritize offense. Be it the Chi Fist or close combat, both are undoubtedly powerful techniques, yet if these moves fail to connect, they become meaningless. Had your Fast Fist and Flying Leg possessed a skill akin to Mind's Eye to enhance their accuracy, your offensive approach would have been transformed. Of course, this is merely one aspect. To overcome Nasi's type advantage, far more is required. Currently, this is the limit of your strength. Further training is essential. Wuda listened intently to Wang Hao's words, seemingly discovering a new direction. Nevertheless, Wang Hao opted not to dwell excessively on the matter. His sole desire was for Wuda not to abandon the dojo so soon. Following this, Wang Hao and Wuda engaged in a lively discussion about fighting-type Pokémon, their camaraderie flourishing. Yet, amid their engrossed conversation, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside the dojo. The two hastily exited to investigate, only to discover that the headquarters of Sylph Company had suffered an explosion, the source of the deafening noise emanating from the top floor. How could such an explosion occur without warning? Wang Hao pondered, just as he and Riolu sensed a distortion in the nearby space. From this warped realm emerged a woman clad in a purple tank top and white trousers, her black hair and red eyes striking as she approached Wuda. Mr. Wuda, it seems Sylph Company has come under attack. As a member of Goldenrod City, I implore you to accompany me in assessing the situation within. Without hesitation, Wuda agreed to Nasi's request and proposed bringing Wang Hao along. Nasi regarded Wang Hao and then glanced at Riolu, seemingly understanding instantly. Not only did she consent to Wang Hao's presence, but she also willingly shared the information she had gathered thus far. The Sylph Company headquarters consists of 11 floors and has been assaulted by unidentified assailants. All internal staff are trapped, and there is a possibility that some have already been killed. The attackers' motives remain unclear. Yet the explosion from the top floor suggests that this incident may be related to the company's president. Chapter 44. The Chaos at the Silver Company Headquarters, Part 1. Master Naz, since you possess the ability to teleport here in search of the martial arts leader's assistance, why not directly infiltrate the upper echelons of the Silver Company to assess the situation? Such was the perplexity that had lingered in Wang Hao's mind since Naz arrived through the distorted space to solicit help from the martial arts leader. What should be a straightforward endeavor for Naz had been unnecessarily complicated. The attacking faction dared to execute such operations in Golden City, undoubtedly having prepared meticulously for it, including strategies to counter my abilities. Although my superpower allows for instantaneous movement, I am unable to penetrate the current Silver Company headquarters. The entire building is enveloped in a peculiar spatial magnetic field that disrupts my coordinates during teleportation, rendering me incapable of entering the premises. Consequently, the only viable approach to access the Silver Company headquarters is through a frontal assault, necessitating a gathering of greater strength. This revelation clarified the situation. Indeed, the attacking faction had not acted impulsively, having already accounted for Naz's intervention. Thus, the guards at the entrance of the building must be fortified with considerable armed forces. Could Naz, the martial arts leader, and myself truly infiltrate the building successfully? Presently, Miss Junsha and the police have surrounded the entire Silver Company headquarters, and we must hasten to assist them in executing the initial phase of our incursion. Subsequently, I shall attempt to employ instantaneous movement from the first floor to the top. Should that fail, we will need to breach each floor sequentially, which would be cumbersome and inefficient. It might necessitate splitting our forces. Yet all of this will be determined once we arrive on site. Let us depart at once. After briefly instructing, Naz led Wang Hao and the martial arts leader to the base of the Silver Company headquarters, the sight of toxic mist enveloping the area, while police personnel busied themselves with crowd dispersal, greeted them. Upon noticing Naz and her companions, Miss Junsha promptly approached to report the current situation. Master Naz, our police department has been attempting to communicate with the attackers, yet we have received no response. The entrance to the building is obstructed by a significant quantity of gas canisters releasing toxic gas, and breaching it requires a substantial supply of antidotes. However, our current stock of antidotes is critically insufficient, and our protective gear is still en route. Thus, we cannot act recklessly and must prioritize evacuating the surrounding populace. To cordon off a route in such an expansive area with toxic gas necessitates a considerable collaboration of gas canisters, which must continuously release the toxic substance. Without antidotes and protective equipment, it is understandable why the police would hesitate to act. Wang Hao fully comprehended Miss Junsh's predicament. Yet the question remained, what would become of those trapped inside the building? After listening to Miss Junsh's report, Naz fell into contemplation, but soon proposed her thoughts. I shall devise a means to neutralize the toxic gas barrier. Miss Jusha, please allocate your personnel. A portion should continue to evacuate the surrounding crowds, while another group will accompany me into the building to engage in combat once I have resolved the toxic gas issue. Naz refrained from detailing how she intended to address the toxic gas barrier, and Miss Jusha, understanding, did not inquire further. Instead, she swiftly complied with Naz's directive and organized the police forces. After briefing Miss Junsha, Naz turned to Wang Hao, stating shortly, I will utilize my superpower to compress a protective area that will remain unaffected by the toxic gas. Within this zone, we need not worry about the gas. However, to maintain this protective range, I cannot command Pokémon to engage in battle. Therefore, I require your cooperation to defeat all the gas canisters using your Pokémon. Wang Hao was taken aback by Naz's extraordinary capabilities, but in light of the immediate challenges, he refrained from probing further and strictly followed her lead. Recognizing that the objective was to vanquish the gas canisters, he released Ralts, the ideal choice, being a psychic-type Pokémon with a double advantage against the poison type. Naz observed the distinct Ralts and exchanged a glance with Wang Hao, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. Subsequently, a mysterious force coalesced in her hands, gradually forming a protective membrane that enveloped Naz, Wang Hao, and the martial arts leader. With this protective barrier, they effortlessly stepped into the toxic mist. The deep purple haze obscured their vision, yet Wang Hao, aided by the power of aura, could accurately locate each gas canister. Ralt's psychic attacks, facilitated by Rio Luzora, successfully struck each gas canister, rendering them incapacitated. The double advantage proved remarkably effective. Within mere minutes of entering the toxic mist, Wang Hao's Ralts had incapacitated 10 gas canisters. However, this only accounted for 1/3 of the total, merely slowing the spread of the toxic gas. Approximately 20 gas canisters remained, and they needed to be dispatched swiftly. Just as Wang Hao contemplated this, the remaining gas canisters commenced a peculiar maneuver. Instead of retreating to the entrance of the Silver Company headquarters or dispersing outward, they encircled the protective membrane formed by Naz. What could this signify? Wang Hao pondered, yet the ensuing scene left an indelible mark on his memory. One by one, the gas canisters surrounding Naz, Wang Hao, and the martial arts leader detonated in a series of explosions. The explosive force, combined with the toxic gas's encroachment, overwhelmed Naz's protective membrane, which began to falter. At that critical moment, Wang Hao commanded Ralts to use teleportation to extricate himself, Naz, and the martial arts leader from the toxic mist. Wang Hao's reflexes were swift, and Ralts' teleportation was timely, yet the toxic gas still ensnared Naz, Wang Hao, and the martial arts leader, leaving them in a state of poisoning. Fortunately, however, the remaining antidote at Miss Junsh's disposal proved sufficient for the three of them. After consuming the antidote, Wang Hao, Naz, and the martial arts leader emerged from the blast. Naz glanced at Wang Hao's Ralts and remarked, Your Ralts is quite extraordinary. We owe a great deal to you. I was too reckless. Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure you receive due compensation. Chapter 45, The Chaos at the Headquarters of Silver Company, Part 2. Wang Hao did not seek any compensation from Nazi. The situation had been dire, and all her mental energy was focused on defending against the poisonous mist. Relying on her to teleport everyone instantaneously was simply out of the question. Thus, Wang Hao had no choice but to have Lala Leisai use teleportation to alleviate the crisis. However, he still felt a lingering dread regarding the self-detonation of the gas bombs. Although, from a player's perspective, even if he were to perish in the explosion, he would not truly die. The process of starting over would consume considerable time and energy. Not to mention rebuilding the bond with his Pokémon, which was the most troublesome aspect. The fact that these gas bombs were willing to self-destruct without hesitation indicated that the assailants were genuinely desperate. The ensuing breakout and internal conflicts would undoubtedly be arduous. Wuda's words prompted both Nazi and Wang Hao to reassess the gravity of the situation. They were not merely dealing with ordinary criminals, but rather with villains who were willing to sacrifice everything. The only way to penetrate the Silver Company headquarters was still to breach the defenses on the first floor. Although the poisonous gas line had collapsed, they were still far from overcoming the defenses. As the gas dissipated, a succession of men clad in black emerged, all dressed in dark attire with black hats. This attire reminded Wang Hao of Team Rocket, though unlike Team Rocket's uniforms adorned with a red arm, these figures bore no such insignia. One after another, The black-clad individuals dispatched their Pokémon. Rata, Zubat, and Abra emerged in quick succession. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Congratulations. Player Xiao Hao has triggered the first player faction showdown. You will join Nazi's alliance faction to confront players from Team Rocket. Successfully repelling Team Rocket players will yield substantial rewards. A player faction showdown? Were there truly players willing to join Team Rocket? Although Wang Hao had received an invitation from Sakaki, he ultimately chose not to join. Were these black-clad individuals indeed players who had allied with Team Rocket? Observing the 20 or so opponents, the alliance had only 3 members including himself. Once again, it was a case of many against few. Upon seeing the emergence of the black-clad group, Nazi promptly released her Pokémon, Alakazam, Sylveon, and Golade. Wuda also summoned his Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. Wang Hao, unwilling to hold back, released Milotic. The faction showdown was about to commence. Nazi's psychic team swiftly unleashed psychic control over the opposing 10 Pokémon, while Wuda's Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan focused on single-target attacks, sending Team Rocket's Pokémon flying one after another. Witnessing the seamless coordination between Nazi and Wuda, Wang Hao refused to be outdone and commanded Lala Laysai to control the nearby Rata and Zubat, while Riola capitalized on the opportunity to strike, sending both Pokémon soaring with 2 vacuum waves. Such a rapid assault took the Team Rocket players by surprise, but they quickly regained their composure. After recalling their defeated Pokémon, they strategically dispatched Pokémon like Snivy, Dratini, and Honchkrow, specifically targeting the psychic type. Nazi's psychic team rapidly lost its initial advantage, and the effectiveness of their psychic control diminished significantly. The battle fell into a stalemate. If this continued, given the type advantage, it was inevitable that Nazi's psychic team would eventually crumble, a scenario Wang Hao was unwilling to witness. Thus, he instructed Gengar to utilize its shadowy abilities to stealthily employ hypnosis on Team Rocket's Pokémon. One by one, the hypnotized Pokémon collapsed, allowing Riolu, Hitmonlee, and Hitmonchan to reap the rewards. This unexpected maneuver left the Team Rocket players bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the current situation. The Pokémon they had sent out to counter Nazi's psychic team were unknowingly incapacitated, nearly causing several Team Rocket players to lose their composure. However, they merely came close, as after several rounds of hypnosis, some Team Rocket players had begun to notice Gengar's presence. Nevertheless, Wang Hao paid little mind to this, since someone had already detected Gengar lurking in the shadows, and with the Dark-type Snivy, Dratini, and Honchkrow having been defeated, Wang Hao decided to abandon the concealment. He commanded Gengar to emerge from the shadows and join the fray openly. Despite losing Snivy, Dratini, and Honchkrow, Pokémon that countered the psychic type, Team Rocket players did not abandon their intentions. Instead, they summoned their starter Pokémon, Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. Flamethrower, Leaf Blade, and Water Pulse were unleashed in rapid succession towards Wang Hao, Nazi, and Wuda. However, most of these attacks were thwarted by the psychic team's protective barriers. Subsequently, Wang Hao directed Milotic to launch an offensive against Charizard, while Nazi commanded Alakazam and others to assault Venusaur, leaving Wuda to face Blastoise's onslaught alone. Leveraging their type advantages, Milotic made significant progress against Charizard and Alakazam against Venusaur. The battle swiftly approached its conclusion, while Wuda resorted to a stall tactic against Blastoise, seeking to delay rather than inflict damage until Wang Hao and Nazi could free themselves to assist him. 20 minutes later, the conflict between Team Rocket players and the Alliance faction came to a definitive close. Wang Hao, Nazi, and Wuda triumphed against the odds, achieving victory against the Team Rocket players. Throughout these 20 minutes, Nazi's Sylveon, Golade, and Alakazam had all succumbed to defeat. Wuda's Hitmonlee had also been knocked out, and Wang Hao's Milotic had similarly lost its fighting capability. If it had not been for the life-restoring droplets from Togepi and Milotic, perhaps they would not have endured long enough to claim victory. Following their triumph over Team Rocket, the defeated players retreated into the Silver Company headquarters. In their withdrawal, they did not forget to hurl a few tear gas canisters to obstruct the advance of Wang Hao, Nazi, and Wuda. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Miss Jusha had long since brought Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center to expedite the recovery of Wang Hao's Pokémon. The tear gas quickly dissipated, revealing the Silver Company headquarters, now barricaded with steel plates. Yet another line of defense? Would they need to breach the steel plates to enter the Silver Company headquarters? Chapter 46. The Chaos at the Headquarters of Silph Company, Part 2. Wang Hao's inaugural encounter in the player faction battle concluded with a hard-fought victory, granting him rewards that included Alliance Points X100, Ultra Balls X10, Healing Potions X10, Awakening Stone X1. However, the nature of these Alliance points remained a mystery to Wang Hao. There was no time for him to delve into such queries, as the steel barricade on the first floor of the Sylph Company headquarters loomed before them. In truth, the steel barricade posed little challenge for Wang Hao and his companions. With the formidable skills of their Pokémon, they could breach it at any moment. Yet, the pressing concern was what defenses awaited them beyond this barrier. This uncertainty left Nazi, Wang Hao, Wu De, and Miss Junsha in a state of perplexity. With the assistance of Miss Joy, everyone's Pokémon had been restored to their optimal condition. Nazi quickly launched an offensive, aware that any delay could further jeopardize the safety of the personnel within the building. The steel barricade soon crumbled under the relentless assault of their Pokémon, allowing them to finally enter the Sylph Company headquarters. The first floor of the headquarters was now eerily vacant, suggesting that the Team Rocket players had all withdrawn. Just as Wang Hao and the others prepared to use the elevator to ascend to higher floors, the elevator doors unexpectedly slid open. A man emerged, clad in a black suit, with a white belt cinched at the waist and a black beret atop his green-haired head. The fiery red R emblazoned on his suit made it abundantly clear to everyone that he was the orchestrator of this assault, a member of Team Rocket. Upon seeing this man, Wang Hao felt a surge of recognition, mentally lamenting, "What a small world." This individual was none other than Lance, one of the 4 executives of Team Rocket, who had previously crossed paths with Wang Hao in his pursuit of Ralts. The age-old adage rang true as Lance's eyes ignited with fury upon spotting Wang Hao. Once again, fate has conspired to bring us together. Is Ralts still in your company? I shall not let you escape this time, you wretched brat. Lance's aggressive demeanor puzzled Nazi, Wu De, and Miss Junsha, who speculated about the relationship between Wang Hao and this man. In response, Wang Hao clarified, "This man is Lance, one of the 4 executives of Team Rocket. He previously harbored animosity towards me after I thwarted his attempts to capture Ralts. Now, it seems, the time has come for a reckoning. You all should continue your investigation upstairs while I settle matters with him." Though Miss Junsha wished to stay and assist, Nazi ultimately led her away. With the situation inside the building still uncertain and limited manpower at their disposal, it was unwise to expend resources on a single executive. Nazi believed Wang Hao capable of handling the confrontation alone, and thus she hurriedly guided Wu De and Miss Junsha up the fire escape next to the elevator. Now, only Wang Hao and Lance remained on the first floor of the Sylph Company headquarters. Lance showed no inclination to pursue Nazi and the others. His focus was solely on Wang Hao. This allowed Wang Hao to relax slightly, ready to engage Lance in their long-awaited confrontation. Lance swiftly dispatched his first Pokémon, a Crobat. With its remarkable speed and toxic abilities, Crobat proved to be a formidable opponent, even more so than its unevolved form, Zubat. Wang Hao recognized that Lance would not employ ordinary Pokémon, and he was taken aback by the challenge presented by this adversary. To gain the upper hand in speed, Wang Hao instinctively called forth Ralts. Upon witnessing Wang Hao's shiny Ralts, Lance's expression turned smug as he remarked, "I knew you would eventually capture Ralts. No one can resist the allure of a shiny Pokémon. Do not conflate our situations. Ralts chose to accompany me willingly, unlike your forceful methods," Wang Hao retorted, further inciting Lance's ire. Without a moment's hesitation, Lance commanded Crobat to unleash a poison jab against Ralts. For Ralts, a fairy and psychic type, this poison attack was particularly perilous. However, under the guidance of the aura from Riolu, Wang Hao successfully maneuvered Ralts out of harm's way. Immediately, Wang Hao directed Ralts to use telekinesis to immobilize Crobat, followed by a powerful Psybeam aimed directly at it. Initially, Wang Hao believed this strike would render Crobat unable to battle, yet it remained steadfast even after the assault. Lance quickly commanded Crobat to employ Confuse Ray in an attempt to disorient Ralts. But Wang Hao was not one to be easily outmaneuvered. He promptly instructed Ralts to shut its eyes, blocking out the visual interference from the Confuse Ray. Utilizing the aura from Riolu, he pinpointed Crobat's position, allowing Ralts to deliver a decisive psychic attack. At last, Crobat succumbed and fell unconscious. Once Crobat was defeated, Lance promptly recalled it and sent forth his second Pokémon, Nidoking, another poison-type Pokémon, which posed a significant challenge for Ralts. In response, Wang Hao opted to withdraw Ralts and sent out Milotic instead, suspended in midair. Milotic had a distinct advantage over Nidoking's ground-type attacks. Upon its arrival, Nidoking unleashed a Mud Bomb, aiming to inflict damage and debilitate Milotic. Yet, the elegant Pokémon would not allow such an attack to succeed. With a powerful Water Pulse, Milotic dispersed the Mud Bomb, transforming the floor of Sylph Company headquarters into a muddy mess. Seeing his Mud Bomb thwarted, Lance hastily commanded Nidoking to unleash another Earthquake. The furious and relentless assault emanating from Nidoking struck Milotic directly. Although the aura from Riolu allowed Wang Hao to anticipate Nidoking's movements, the sheer ferocity of the attack caught Milotic off guard, resulting in a hit. Wang Hao quickly instructed Milotic to envelop itself in a protective water veil, restoring its health. Strangely, Nidoking, which should have been disoriented from the earthquake, remained unperturbed, leaving Wang Hao incredulous. He speculated that Nidoking must possess an item that granted it immunity to confusion. Otherwise, it was unfathomable for it to be unaffected. Lance appeared to have anticipated Nidoking's resilience, as he immediately commanded it to execute a second earthquake. However, this time, Nidoking stood motionless, unresponsive to Lance's orders. Chapter 47. The Rocket Team executive player Lance made yet another attempt to command Nidoking, yet Nidoking remained impervious to his orders. This baffling situation left Lance feeling utterly perplexed and speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Hao seized the opportunity, directing Milotic to unleash a water pulse attack, overwhelming Nidoking. Why has my Nidoking suddenly become unresponsive? What have you done to my Nidoking? Even as Nidoking succumbed to defeat, Lance remained bewildered by its disobedience. Unable to comprehend its sudden inability to act, his frustration culminated in a desperate shout of inquiry. Because my Milotic is female, and her ability is Marvel Scale, which mesmerizes any male that comes into contact with her. Although Milotic was struck by Nidoking's earlier outburst, it inadvertently left Nidoking entranced, rendering it unable to follow your commands or retaliate. Wang Hao's strategy in deploying Milotic against Nidoking was not only rooted in type advantage, but was also significantly influenced by the gender disparity. Once Milotic's ability activated, victory was nearly instantaneous. This was precisely the outcome Wang Hao had envisioned, though he had not anticipated it would unfold so effortlessly. Conversely, Lance's mood plummeted upon hearing Wang Hao's explanation, feeling as though he had been ensnared by various machinations. However, he quickly composed himself, recalling Nidoking and sending forth his third Pokémon, Weezing. Upon Weezing's entrance, a peculiar smile graced Lance's face, as though he possessed unwavering confidence in his Pokémon. Wang Hao, sensing something amiss in Lance's demeanor, did not dare to underestimate him. He withdrew Milotic and summoned Ralts. Seeing Wang Hao send Ralts into battle once more, Lance appeared invigorated. Come, let Ralts experience despair alongside you. Weezing, self-destruct. The mere utterance of self-destruct rendered Wang Hao utterly stunned. The prior mass self-destruction of the Weezing had already been alarming, but now a high-ranking member of Team Rocket resorted to such self-destructive tactics? The power of self-destruct far exceeded that of a mere explosion. Was this a mutual demise? Before Wang Hao could formulate a strategy, Ralts had already teleported him away from the Silver Company headquarters. With a thunderous boom, the entire Silver Company headquarters trembled violently, even exhibiting a slight sway. The first floor was rendered unrecognizable, shrouded in darkness. As Wang Hao stood outside, gazing at the scene, he felt once more the lengths to which Team Rocket would go. Fortunately, Ralts had reacted swiftly, whisking Wang Hao away from the blast radius. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he instinctively reached out to stroke Ralts, confident that she could sense his appreciation. After regaining his composure, Wang Hao re-entered the Silver Company headquarters. The incident was far from over. Naz and her team still required his support, serving as the impetus for Wang Hao's return. The first floor was devoid of any personnel, leading Wang Hao to surmise that Lance had likely escaped due to the explosion's impact. The elevator had been completely destroyed, forcing him to ascend via the fire escape. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Hao was greeted by the sight of several collapsed sections of the building, yet no one could be found. Thus, he continued his ascent to higher floors. When he reached the fifth floor, he encountered Miss Junsha and Wuda, who were apprehending several defeated members of Team Rocket. After a brief inquiry, he learned that the employees on various floors had been taken hostage by Team Rocket and relocated to the top floor. Cunning members of Team Rocket had disguised themselves as staff to ambush Naz and her team. Ultimately, it was Naz's psychic abilities that uncovered the ruse, preventing significant casualties. Naz, accompanied by some officers, had already proceeded to the higher floors, prompting Wang Hao to ascend without hesitation. On the seventh floor, Wang Hao finally spotted Naz. Though her condition was less than ideal, she was engaged in combat with 5 Team Rocket members and appeared to be at a disadvantage. Without delay, Wang Hao joined the fray. The Team Rocket members had unleashed Zubat, Weezing, Arbok, Rattata, and a Houndoom. Initially, Naz's psychic team had been unfazed by the assault. But with the presence of the type-advantaged Houndoom, Naz's battle became increasingly precarious. Houndoom did not engage directly with Naz's psychic team. Instead, it stealthily approached, launching a surprise attack when Naz's Pokémon were unprepared, significantly diminishing her offensive momentum and forcing her into a defensive stance. Upon entering the battlefield, Wang Hao immediately focused on the stealthy Houndoom. A water pulse from Milotic struck Houndoom, dislodging it from its hiding place. Seeing Wang Hao's timely assistance, Naz's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. You finally made it. Houndoom poses a significant threat. Keep it occupied while I finish off the others swiftly. Wang Hao, already intent on subduing Houndoom to grant Naz a moment to regroup, initiated Milotic's attack without needing further prompting. The Team Rocket members, witnessing Wang Hao's arrival, were taken aback. And the plump boy in a black outfit devoid of the R emblem stepped forward. Lance is truly useless. He let you slip away. But it matters not. As long as I defeat you, I will ascend to become one of the 4 executives of Team Rocket. Dressed in Team Rocket attire, yet lacking their insignia, Wang Hao deduced that this plump boy was indeed a player of Team Rocket. However, he had not anticipated that this individual was on the verge of becoming an executive himself. Compared to the other Team Rocket players he had encountered, this boy undoubtedly possessed remarkable skills, prompting Wang Hao to adopt a serious demeanor. Harnessing the power of Lucario's aura, Wang Hao swiftly located Houndoom's hiding spot and commanded Milotic to unleash its captivating sound. This fairy-type move, unique to Milotic's level, would have a doubly effective impact against the Dark-type Houndoom. The sound wave attack would not be nullified by Houndoom's concealment. The enchanting melody resonated clearly in Houndoom's ears, delivering a profound psychic assault. Houndoom momentarily froze, panting heavily. Chapter 48. Brother, do you have a cheat? Wounded by the enchanting voice of Milotic, the once formidable Houndoom was on the brink of losing its combat ability, and Wang Hao could not possibly let such an opportunity slip away. He hastily commanded Milotic to deliver the final blow with Water Pulse. However, the Rocket Team's aspiring officer, also a player, would not allow Houndoom to be defeated so easily. Swiftly, he released another Pokémon and recalled Houndoom. The new Pokémon unleashed was Raichu. As soon as Raichu appeared, it unleashed a powerful thunderbolt towards Milotic, forcefully interrupting Milotic's Water Pulse. From a type advantage perspective, Milotic was clearly no match for Raichu. Reluctantly, Wang Hao withdrew Milotic and sent out Riolu. The rapid switching of Pokémon during battles had become commonplace among players. Although this maneuver might result in interrupted attacks, it often secured greater strategic advantages in combat. Following the Thunderbolt, Raichu immediately executed a move called Double Team, creating dozens of illusory copies that filled the battlefield, making it difficult for even Riolu to discern which was the real one. Since visual identification was futile, the only recourse was to rely on the power of aura. Although the illusions were convincing and served to confuse opponents, in the realm of aura, they were rendered insignificant. While the shadows were indeed manifestations of the original, their aura energy was not nearly as potent. By discerning the differences in aura energy levels, Riolu swiftly identified Raichu's true form, landing a direct vacuum wave hit. With so many copies, you managed to hit the real one in a single strike? Is this sheer luck? The rocket officer was utterly astonished by Riolu's precision. But he was not deterred. He commanded Raichu to use Double Team and Quick Attack in rapid succession, attempting to inflict significant damage on Riolu. Dozens of Raichu illusions charged towards Riolu at breakneck speed. However, this seemingly confident assault bore no fruit in the eyes of Wang Hao and Riolu, for even the swiftest attack could be evaded with proper foresight. As the flurry of quick attacks approached, Riolu effortlessly dodged them. The Raichu, failing to land a hit, was left momentarily stunned, affording Riolu an opportunity to strike back with another vacuum wave. What began as a lightning-fast attack resulted not only in failure but also in a counterattack. The rocket officer was utterly perplexed. How had he evaded such a dazzling display of attacks? However, he soon dismissed his confusion and commanded Raichu to dig underground. Raichu complied, burrowing into the earth. Once underground, Riolu could not target Raichu unless it possessed a ground-type move like Earthquake. Yet, Wang Hao's Riolu had yet to learn any such moves, leaving it to await Raichu's next move. Though Riolu was fully aware of Raichu's movements underground through the power of aura, Wang Hao instructed Riolu to feign confusion, searching frantically for Raichu's whereabouts. This ruse was intended to await an opportune moment for a counterattack. Indeed, as the rocket officer observed Riolu's feigned disarray, he commanded Raichu to launch an attack from underground. Little did he know that Wang Hao and Riolu had been anticipating this very moment. The instant Raichu emerged from the ground, Riolu unleashed a powerful wave, striking Raichu squarely. This unexpected assault not only incapacitated Raichu, but also alerted the rocket officer to the gravity of the situation. Brother, is your Riolu cheating? It can see through Double Team and predict underground attacks? If you truly possess a cheat, do share it with me. I'd gladly follow you instead of remaining with the rocket team. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao could only marvel at this individual's perspective. Everything seemed to be attributed to cheats. No wonder he believed that any display of skill was merely a result of cheating. I do not employ cheats. Riolu's ability to see through illusions and predict attacks from underground is purely its own talent. Do not entertain thoughts of joining me. That is impossible. If you surrender now and assist me in resolving this incident instigated by the rocket team, I might consider revealing the true nature of Riolu's capabilities. As fellow players, Wang Hao recognized that most members of the rocket team were likely motivated by the resources they could acquire. Genuine dedication to the team's objectives was rare. Just as Wang Hao was about to further persuade the rocket officer, a Dream Eater suddenly charged into the scene. Following closely was a striking figure clad in a white suit. Adorned with a black belt and a red R emblazoned on the chest pocket. A handsome man with teal hair and teal eyes. Turning against me on the battlefield is a grave offense. Do you wish for me to dispose of you here? The man, Apollo, addressed the officer. At this, the officer fell silent, hurriedly recalling the incapacitated Raichu and respectfully addressing Apollo. I had no intention of betraying on the battlefield. I was merely gauging the enemy's strength. You had better mean that. Head upstairs and assist Boss Giovanni. This one, I shall deal with. It was then that Wang Hao realized this unexpected arrival was none other than Apollo, the foremost of the rocket team's 4 administrators. From Apollo's remarks, Wang Hao understood that this assault had been personally orchestrated by Giovanni. Clearly, there was something of great importance that warranted Giovanni's direct involvement. But what could be so significant to Giovanni? Suddenly, it dawned on Wang Hao. Previously, the Sylph Company had announced the development of a Master Ball capable of capturing any Pokémon. Was Giovanni's objective to acquire this Master Ball? What purpose could he have for it? With Mewtwo already having escaped his grasp, was he attempting to regain control over it? Given the scanned information at hand, Wang Hao could not accurately ascertain Giovanni's intentions. It appeared he would have to confront Giovanni on the top floor. However, first, he needed to defeat Apollo swiftly. As Naza was still entangled in a struggle with other rocket team members, the duel with Apollo needed to be resolved promptly. Chapter 49. The Dream Eater of Apollo confronted with Apollo's Dream Eater, Riolu found itself at a significant disadvantage, severely limiting its combat capabilities. Consequently, Wang Hao commanded Riolu to retreat to his side. He then dispatched Lurantis, instructing Ghastly to conceal itself within the shadows, prepared for an imminent confrontation. Observing Wang Hao's command for Riolu's withdrawal, Apollo refrained from interference, waiting until Lurantis took the stage before directing the Dream Eater to unleash its synchronized interference skill. Waves of mysterious energy radiated outward, gradually saturating the entire floor. This synchronized interference inflicted damage upon all nearby Pokémon sharing the same type. As a Psychic-type Pokémon, the Dream Eater effectively countered all other Psychic types. Wang Hao hastily recalled Lurantis, narrowly evading the attack from synchronized interference. Meanwhile, Naza, engaged in a skirmish with other members of Team Rocket, detected the electric waves and swiftly withdrew her Pokémon. However, her response was slightly delayed, resulting in Hoot and Solgaleo being struck by the waves, rendering them incapable of battle. The interference also left Naza considerably weakened, prompting Wang Hao to rush to her side. Neither Naza nor Wang Hao anticipated that a single skill from the Dream Eater could utterly dismantle Naza's entire Psychic team. Clearly, this Dream Eater was a strategic asset specifically prepared by Apollo for Naza, and its effectiveness was evident. With Naza's combat prowess diminished, Wang Hao suddenly faced 5 members of Team Rocket, a daunting predicament. As long as the Dream Eater remained in play, deploying Lurantis was out of the question. Thus, the only Pokémon at Wang Hao's disposal were Riolu, Togepi, Ghastly, and Milotic, while Team Rocket boasted Zubat, Weezing, Arbok, Rattata, and the Dream Eater. In terms of both numbers and type advantages, Wang Hao's Pokémon were at a disadvantage. Victory hinged on strategy. The critical task was to neutralize the Dream Eater. Once it was incapacitated, Lurantis and Naza's Psychic team could join the fray. However, how could they bypass the united front of the other 4 Pokémon to strike at the Dream Eater? The answer lay with Ghastly, the only one capable of executing a stealthy attack. Just as Wang Hao formulated a plan, Apollo commanded the Dream Eater to use hypnosis, sending waves of hypnotic energy directly toward Wang Hao. He quickly instructed Riolu and Milotic to scatter while he cradled Togepi and fled the area of effect. With Ghastly remaining hidden in the shadows, having narrowly evaded the Dream Eater's hypnosis, Zubat launched an air slash towards Riolu. Fortunately, Riolu had been channeling its aura to remain vigilant against the movements of other Pokémon. As Zubat prepared to unleash its air slash, Riolu accurately anticipated the trajectory of the attack, adeptly dodging and countering with a vacuum wave. Meanwhile, as Riolu found itself entangled with Zubat, Milotic was targeted by Weezing. Weezing attempted to shatter Milotic with a sludge bomb, but through the shared aura, Milotic was able to discern Weezing's intentions. Just as Weezing released its sludge bomb, Milotic retaliated with a water pulse. The 2 attacks clashed, resulting in a stalemate with neither side gaining the upper hand. Simultaneously, Arbok and Rattata set their sights on Wang Hao, who was still holding Togepi. However, the 2 Pokémon executed different attack strategies. Rattata burrowed underground to initiate an assault, while Arbok charged toward Wang Hao, intending to ensnare him and Togepi with its bind attack. Yet, Such an assault could not elude the detection provided by the aura. Wang Hao was aware of Rattata's every movement underground, while the swiftly approaching Arbok met the brunt of Togepi's yawn attack. In no time, Arbok succumbed to slumber, and Wang Hao evaded Rattata's underground strike. With Team Rocket's coordinated assault failing to yield results, Apollo signaled the Dream Eater to join the fray. A radiant beam of energy emanated from the Dream Eater's hands, targeting Riolu, who had just retaliated against Zubat. As the Dream Eater unleashed its illusion beam, a ghostly apparition emerged from its shadow. This eerie specter dealt a significant blow to the Dream Eater, interrupting its illusion beam. The Ghost-type Nightshade attack proved remarkably effective against the Psychic-type Dream Eater. However, the Dream Eater was not entirely defeated, as the ghostly illusion dissipated. A cloud of purple smoke appeared before the Dream Eater, from which a hand emerged, delivering a powerful strike. This sudden ambush, following the earlier assault, completely incapacitated the already weakened Dream Eater. Ghastly had not disappointed Wang Hao, leveraging its shadowy abilities. It silently approached the Dream Eater and struck while it was focused on its attack, inflicting significant damage, followed by a decisive strike to finish it off. The entire sequence of attacks flowed seamlessly, a testament to precision and skill. Ghastly then once again retreated into the surrounding shadows, vanishing from sight. By the time Apollo realized that the Dream Eater's attack had been interrupted by Ghastly, it was too late. The relentless onslaught left him with no command to issue, forcing him to watch as the Dream Eater succumbed to defeat. At this moment, Apollo finally understood why Sakaki had dispatched him to hinder Wang Hao. The latter was indeed formidable. Wang Hao, Sakaki was right. You truly are impressive. I had thought the Dream Eater trained specifically against Naza would be powerful enough. Yet you overcame it with such ease. Sakaki asked me to convey a message. His earlier invitation still stands. You are welcome to join us at any time. And the terms are entirely yours to dictate. Wang Hao was taken aback that Apollo would bring up Sakaki's invitation at such a juncture, yet his response remained unchanged. Apollo, tell Sakaki that I will not join Team Rocket. Not now, nor in the future, so cease your attempts to sway me. Apollo seemed to have anticipated Wang Hao's response. Wearing a nonchalant expression as he recalled the incapacitated Dream Eater, turning to the other Team Rocket members. At all costs, obstruct them. The longer we delay, the greater the rewards we shall reap. With that, he departed the floor, ascending toward the pinnacle. Chapter 50. A reunion with Sakaki on the 7th floor. Only 4 members of Team Rocket remained alongside Nasi and Wang Hao, totaling 6 individuals. Acting on Apollo's orders, Wang Hao and Nasi anticipated that they would be ensnared by these 4 Team Rocket members. Nasi expressed her regret, saying, I apologize. It's entirely my fault for not defeating them sooner, leading to this predicament. It's not your fault, Wang Hao replied. They are inherently tasked with stalling for time in this confrontation. The longer we are entangled, the more advantageous it becomes for them. Our desire for a swift resolution puts us at a psychological disadvantage, rendering our command and combat somewhat hasty and error-prone. However, Apollo has underestimated us. These few individuals are insufficient to hinder our progress. With confidence in his ability to conclude matters swiftly against merely 4 average members of Team Rocket, Wang Hao felt bolstered by Nasi's assistance. Although her combat prowess was somewhat diminished, she still represented a formidable force. As Wang Hao conversed with Nasi, the 4 members of Team Rocket had already begun orchestrating their Pokemon's assault. First, Weezing unleashed a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring visibility throughout the entire floor. Following this, Zubat emitted an ear-piercing screech that compelled one to cover their ears. Meanwhile, Rattata and Gengar concealed themselves, one lurking within the floor, the other in a corner, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With their tactics of obscuring vision, concealing themselves, and weakening defenses, the Team Rocket quartet executed the stalling strategy to perfection. Yet, little did they realize that their perceived brilliance was trivial in the eyes of Wang Hao and Riolu. The smoke posed no challenge for Riolu, endowed with the power of aura, while the hidden Rattata and Gengar were easily detected. The only significant threat was Zubat's shrill cry. Wang Hao refrained from hastily dissipating the smoke. Instead, he steadied Nasi, assuring her that he would handle the battle, utilizing the power of aura. He commanded Ghastly to target Zubat directly. In the obscured environment, aside from Riolu's acute awareness of the surroundings, Zubat posed the greatest threat due to its ability to locate its foes via echolocation. Thus, Wang Hao's primary objective was to eliminate Zubat. Silently, Ghastly materialized beside Zubat and promptly cast Hypnosis, rendering it unconscious. Once Zubat succumbed to slumber, Wang Hao swiftly directed Ralts to attack Weezing. The rationale behind prioritizing Weezing was to prevent Team Rocket's members from resorting to self-destructive moves in desperation. In the murky visibility of the environment, It was unlikely that Weezing's trainer would recklessly employ such techniques, yet it was prudent to neutralize the threat nonetheless. Consequently, Ralts teleported near Weezing, unleashing a powerful confusion that incapacitated it. Meanwhile, Jengar, lurking in the shadows, became the target of Riolu's attention, who first struck with Metal Claw, sending it flying, followed by a vacuum wave that rendered it utterly defeated. With that, the only Pokémon remaining from Team Rocket's quartet was the Rattata still hiding within the floor. The smoke had yet to fully dissipate, obscuring their vision. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao and Nasi stealthily made their way toward the staircase. In no time, they departed the 7th floor, ascending to the top level. As they passed other floors, they tacitly refrained from investigating further, knowing that their utmost priority was to reach the top floor and thwart Sakaki's plans. Upon entering the top floor, they were greeted by a gaping hole, likely the result of a prior explosion. Surrounding the breach were numerous bound staff members from Sylph Company, alongside Lance, Apollo, and a rather corpulent Team Rocket player, Lou. Team Rocket, release the Sylph Company employees immediately and surrender, or none of you shall leave, Nasi exclaimed upon seeing the terrified staff. Her attention was fixated on the frightened individuals, while Wang Hao remained vigilant, scanning the area for Sakaki's presence, which he could not locate. Apollo, did you not say Sakaki was here? Where is he? Has he abandoned you? Wang Hao's inquiry had barely escaped his lips when a figure he recognized emerged from a nearby office, dressed in a black suit, black shoes, and sporting a black crew cut, all while wearing a smile and accompanied by a Persian. Wang Hao, you have arrived here faster than I anticipated. It seems your mastery of aura has significantly improved, Sakaki remarked, approaching Wang Hao without any pretense, appearing quite jovial. Did Apollo not inform you? I still wish for you to join Team Rocket. Name your terms. Sakaki advanced toward Wang Hao, displaying no airs of authority, seemingly in a buoyant mood as he spoke. Sakaki, I've already told Apollo that I will not join Team Rocket. Never will I, Wang Hao retorted. Seeing you so exuberant, have you acquired the Master Ball? Have you already determined the whereabouts of Mewtwo? To ascertain Team Rocket's intentions, nothing would be more precise than confirming directly with Sakaki. Observing Sakaki's cheerful demeanor prompted Wang Hao to make this audacious conjecture. You are indeed quite astute, if not for the entire Sylph Company staff being held hostage. I doubt that stubborn old man would have so readily handed me the Master Ball. As for Mewtwo, I possess the means to create it, thus I can locate it. You felt Mewtwo's power during our time on New Island, did you not? Isn't the might of the strongest Pokémon astonishing? The only beings capable of matching us in Team Rocket are those of such unparalleled strength, even legendary Pokémon cannot triumph over the mightiest existence, Sakaki proclaimed, his excitement escalating with each word, while Wang Hao perceived it as increasingly deranged. If Sakaki truly gained full control over Mewtwo with the Master Ball, the Kanto region would undoubtedly descend into chaos. This was a scenario Wang Hao desperately sought to avert. He summoned all of his Pokémon, preparing for a comprehensive confrontation with Sakaki. What? Do you intend to obstruct me? With your current strength, you are woefully inadequate, even with the psychic girl at your side. You are no match for me. Come now. While I am in good spirits, let us play. Chapter 51, Sakaki vs. Wang Hao and Naji. Wang Hao, who had previously battled Sakaki, understood the audacity behind Sakaki's declaration of facing both him and Naji simultaneously. Nevertheless, he clung to a glimmer of hope, pondering that perhaps their combined efforts could indeed triumph over Sakaki. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao summoned his Lucario, while Naji called forth her Galade. Opposing them, Sakaki unleashed his majestic Meowth and a formidable Honchkrow. Upon witnessing the emergence of Sakaki's majestic Meowth, Lucario immediately adopted a defensive posture, recalling the previous encounter where it had suffered a setback against this very foe. The Honchkrow, with its malevolent flying and dark attributes, set its sights on Galade, possessing a distinct advantage over the psychic and fighting types. This was likely Sakaki's intention in deploying Honchkrow, to establish an early edge and type advantage over Wang Hao and Naji. Lucario swiftly extended its aura, keenly attuning itself to the movements of majestic Meowth. As the feline approached, it ambled nonchalantly, showing no signs of impending combat. When majestic Meowth drew near, it swiftly swiped with its right paw, only for Lucario to deftly evade the attack. However, majestic Meowth appeared unfazed, continuing its assault with its left paw. This seemingly playful engagement struck both Wang Hao and Lucario as peculiar. They had anticipated a fierce onslaught, yet it resembled mere frolic. Yet, just as Wang Hao and Lucario believed majestic Meowth was toying with them, the next strike landed with brutal force upon Lucario's body. This mockery was, in fact, a manifestation of the fairy-type move, Play Rough. Such an attack inflicted double damage upon the fighting-type Lucario, grievously wounding it and imparting a harsh lesson to Wang Hao. In the wake of the strike, Lucario quickly retreated, endeavoring to maintain distance before regrouping for another onslaught. Yet, Majestic Meowth was relentless, immediately launching a dazzling beam of light towards Lucario. The attack, emanating from the power gem, struck swiftly. Lucario, already injured, was unable to evade in time and was hit once more. Wang Hao could hardly fathom that, at the very onset of battle, Lucario had already suffered 2 debilitating blows from Majestic Meowth. What could they possibly do next? Simultaneously, Honchkrow unleashed its assault on Gallade, leveraging its aerial advantage. Honchkrow initiated an aerial wing attack. The sharp feathers sliced through the air as Honchkrow dove towards Gallade, but before it could reach its target, Gallade seized control with its psychic prowess, halting Honchkrow mid-flight. Subsequently, Gallade leapt, executing a fierce knife-hand strike towards the suspended Honchkrow. However, just as Gallade's attack descended, Honchkrow surged forward, breaking free from its immobilization and crashing into Gallade with a surprise strike. This sudden assault sent Gallade careening against the wall. Neither Wang Hao nor Nazi had anticipated such overwhelming pressure from Sakiki's Majestic Meowth and Honchkrow in their initial engagement. With both Lucario and Gallade injured, how could they hope for victory? Wang Hao, do you still wish to impede my progress? With the combined might of you and the psychic girl, do you truly believe you can overcome me, even if you summon more Pokémon? Why persist in this foolish endeavor? Sakiki's invitation to join Team Rocket was unwavering. Wang Hao recognized the sincerity in Sakiki's offer, but remained resolute in his rejection of Team Rocket's ethos and methods. Once more, he firmly declined Sakiki's proposition and commanded the injured Lucario to assist Gallade. Nazi, who had remained silent, refrained from commenting on Wang Hao's decision. After his refusal of Sakiki, her voice resonated in Wang Hao's mind. Our current strength is insufficient to defeat Sakiki, yet we cannot concede defeat so easily. I will have Gallade focus on defense. You must unleash your strongest attack with Lucario. Even if we cannot win, we must demonstrate our power to Sakiki. Wang Hao harbored no objections to this strategy. Despite knowing victory was unlikely, they could not afford to lose face. They were determined to ensure Sakiki would pay a price for this encounter. Upon receiving Wang Hao's refusal once more, Sakiki displayed visible displeasure and promptly directed Majestic Meowth and Honchkrow to launch a second wave of assaults. Majestic Meowth advanced swiftly towards Lucario and Gallade, its claws shrouded in ominous shadows, while Honchkrow emanated a menacing aura. The ripples of its dark energy closing in on Lucario and Gallade, threatening to engulf them entirely. At that moment, Gallade received Naji's command and positioned itself protectively in front of Lucario, shielding it from the onslaught of Honchkrow's dark pulse and Majestic Meowth's shadow claw. Meanwhile, Lucario, positioned behind Gallade, began to gather its aura, compressing it into a powerful aura sphere. Gallade struggled valiantly against the converging attacks, buying precious time for Lucario, which soon launched a blue, translucent aura sphere towards Majestic Meowth. This attack, laden with hope, was executed with remarkable speed and precision. However, just as the aura sphere struck Majestic Meowth, it transformed into a decoy. The substitute absorbed the impact, while the real Majestic Meowth stood unscathed beside Sakiki. Wang Hao and Nazi's coordinated strike had been effortlessly thwarted by Sakiki, and they had suffered a decisive defeat. You are quite resourceful. By having Gallade absorb all the attacks and using its form to obscure my vision, you attempted to mislead me. However, the gathering of aura was too evident and prolonged. That duration afforded me the opportunity to employ the substitute technique. This is the reason for your failure. Chapter 52. No more Master Balls. Sakiki's words struck Wang Hao and Nashi like a thunderclap, forcefully shattering their illusion of an immaculate offensive. What could be more painful than such a disheartening outcome? Eluleguo, on the brink of collapse, could barely maintain its defense. At that critical moment, Crow had seized the opportunity, its sharp wings slicing through the air towards Eluleguo. This precise ambush left Nashi and Eluleguo no time to react. The struck Eluleguo completely succumbed to defeat. Lialuo, who had been positioned behind Eluleguo, instinctively unleashed a vacuum wave upon witnessing its downfall. Unfortunately, this attack came a moment too late, allowing Crowhead to evade it effortlessly. Thus, the confrontation between Sakiki and Nashi, Wang Hao concluded with Eluleguo's defeat. Sakiki refrained from allowing either Meowth or Crowhead to retaliate against Wang Hao's Lialuo. You should have profoundly grasped the disparity in strength. I have acquired what I sought from that old obstinate fool. This mission of Team Rocket has reached a flawless conclusion. All members of Team Rocket retreat immediately. Sakiki harbored no desire to continue entangling himself with Wang Hao and the others. Having obtained his objective, he deemed it time to bring this farce to an end. Within a minute of issuing his retreat command, a helicopter appeared at the gaping hole created by the earlier explosion, ready to whisk him away. As he prepared to board, Sakaki turned back to Wang Hao and remarked, Wang Hao, your aura power has indeed progressed, but it remains insufficient. To defeat me, you must continuously strengthen your aura. Naturally, I still wish for you to join Team Rocket. Should you come to that realization one day, feel free to contact me. With those parting words, Sakaki leaped into the helicopter, departing from the Silver Company headquarters. Meanwhile, other executives, including Apollo, Lance, and the player Lu Fati, swiftly evacuated alongside the remaining members of Team Rocket. The Silver Company employees, who had been bound, were liberated with Team Rocket's departure. Nashi led Wang Hao into the office of the Silver Company's president to assess his condition. Upon seeing Nashi and Wang Hao, the president smiled warmly, as though nothing had transpired, and kindly expressed, Master Nashi, and the young man I have yet to meet, on behalf of all Silver Company employees, I thank you for coming to our rescue. The president's gratitude instilled a sense of guilt in both Nashi and Wang Hao. Knowing that Sakaki had ultimately made off with the Master Ball, inflicting significant losses upon the Silver Company, their inadequacy in strength weighed heavily upon them. Mr. President, I apologize. It is our lack of strength that failed to stop Sakaki from taking your company's precious item. I will contact the Alliance and mobilize personnel to thoroughly search for Sakaki's whereabouts. He must be held accountable for this incident. Nashi vowed to the president that she would ensure Sakaki faced consequences, to which the president agreed to cooperate with the Alliance in the pursuit of Sakaki. The resolution of the incident began to unfold in an orderly fashion with the arrival of Miss Junsha and Alliance personnel. Feeling his presence no longer essential, Wang Hao chose to leave the Silver Company headquarters and made his way to the Pokémon Center in Golden City. Nurse Joy returned to her duties alongside him, promptly tending to the health of Wang Hao's Pokémon. Subsequently, Wang Hao registered for a resting room with Nurse Joy, allowing his Pokémon to recuperate properly. The series of battles had left him fatigued, and even Liaoluo appeared worn out, particularly after suffering a second defeat at the hands of Meowth, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Wang Hao, unsure how to console Liaoluo, could only say, one day we will surely defeat that Meowth. No matter how long it takes, we shall progress together. He refrained from concerning himself with how the police would handle the rocket incident or how the Alliance would manage the search for Sakaki. Instead, he quietly accompanied his Pokémon, enjoying a peaceful slumber in the Pokémon Center's resting room. The following day, as Wang Hao emerged from the resting room, Nurse Joy informed him that Master Nashi and the president of the Silver Company had previously sought him out, hoping he could visit the Silver Company headquarters once he had rested adequately. After a light breakfast, Wang Hao once again stepped into the Silver Company headquarters. This time, there were no toxic gases, no steel barricades, no explosions, only a welcoming receptionist guiding Wang Hao to the president's office, where she knocked on the door for him. Upon entering, Wang Hao was greeted by the Silver Company president, Master Nashi, Miss Junsha, and a cool young man clad in a black cloak with red hair and brown eyes. Wang Hao, you have arrived. You are already acquainted with most present. This cloak enthusiast is Adu, the representative sent by the Alliance to follow up on this incident. He is also the current champion of both the Johto and Kanto regions. Nashi explained as Wang Hao gazed at Adu for a while, feeling a rush of excitement at encountering the Dragon Master in person. However, his exhilaration was short-lived, as the president's subsequent words astonished him. This attack by Team Rocket was entirely due to our recent development of the Master Ball, capable of capturing any Pokémon. Consequently, our company has paid a heavy price. Not only was the Soul Master Ball successfully taken by Sakaki, but we also lost many crucial researchers. As such, Silver Company has decided to cease production of the Master Ball. Externally, we will declare that the data and information from Master Ball production were severely compromised during the attack, rendering further creation impossible. We hope this will diminish external covetousness towards our company. While we may continue research on the Master Ball privately, it will not be publicized as it was this time. Does this halt in Master Ball production imply that it will no longer appear in this game? Just as Wang Hao pondered this question, he received a system notification in his mind. Attention, all players. Due to the damage sustained to Master Ball data, this item will not be available for the foreseeable future. Chapter 53. I await you at the dojo throughout the illustrious history of the Pokémon series. The Master Ball has always stood as the ultimate Pokeball, capable of capturing any Pokémon, and thus has garnered immense affection from players. However, since embarking on his journey in the game Pokémon world, Wang Hao has found himself less enamored with the Master Ball. After all, if a Pokémon is willing, even a standard Pokeball can easily ensnare it. Why then, he wonders, does such a tool for coercively capturing Pokémon need to exist? As a game that emphasizes living and growing alongside Pokémon, Wang Hao is disinclined to witness any form of forced capture. Of course, this may merely be his personal sentiment, as many players in the system world are presently protesting the matter. Yet, Wang Hao remains indifferent, believing that the absence of the Master Ball is quite agreeable. Mr. President, the Master Ball is a product of your company, and you possess absolute authority over its future development. The leagues will not interfere excessively. The pressing question now is, what will Sakaki do upon acquiring the Master Ball? After hearing the president of Sylph Company announce the cessation of Master Ball production, Adu immediately shifted the conversation towards Sakaki. Everyone is aware that the Master Ball can capture any Pokémon, and Sakaki's desperate bid to seize it must surely be aimed at capturing a specific Pokémon. Yet, neither the League nor the president of Sylph Company knows Sakaki's true intentions. For clarity on this matter, we must hear from Wang Hao, as he is the one most acquainted with Sakaki's forthcoming actions. Natsi, who had previously confronted Sakaki alongside Wang Hao, is aware of some of his plans, but believes Wang Hao can articulate them more clearly. Consequently, the assembled crowd turns their gazes towards Wang Hao. The Team Rocket's ambition has always been to capture the strongest and rarest Pokémon, thereby asserting control over the entire Pokémon world. In pursuit of this goal, Sakaki has even harnessed the genes of Mew to create a unique Pokémon, Mewtwo. Mewtwo possesses extraordinary power, surpassing even some legendary Pokémon. However, not long ago, Mewtwo went berserk in Team Rocket's laboratory, obliterating the facility and escaping their grasp. To recapture and regain control over Mewtwo, Sakaki instigated this recent attack. Once he acquires the Master Ball, Sakaki will undoubtedly seek out Mewtwo with utmost urgency, striving to capture it in the shortest possible time frame. This encompasses all that I know. If the League wishes to successfully apprehend Sakaki, they must act before he secures Mewtwo, or else few will stand a chance against him. Wang Hao did not withhold any information, directly elucidating what he knew to the assembly. For those hearing about the existence of artificial Pokémon for the first time, this revelation was difficult to digest. You claim that Mewtwo's strength exceeds that of certain legendary Pokémon. Does that not imply it is more formidable than the legendary birds of Kanto? Such a potent Pokémon would hardly acquiesce to become a mere tool for Sakaki's dominion over the world. Mr. President, although your Master Ball is said to capture any Pokémon, I presume it has not been tested on legendary Pokémon, correct? Can that Master Ball truly enforce the capture of a legendary Pokémon? Adu, the champion of the League, astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. If the Master Ball that was stolen cannot ensnare legendary Pokémon, then Sakaki's scheme would crumble effortlessly. Indeed, we have not conducted tests on legendary Pokémon. However, theoretically, that Master Ball should be capable of forcibly capturing even legendary Pokémon. While the president did not provide absolute assurance, he essentially affirmed the Master Ball's potential to capture legendary Pokémon. Thus, the pivotal question reverted to locating Sakaki before he could forcibly capture Mewtwo. This matter could only be resolved through the League's intelligence network and the police department's connections. Wang Hao felt powerless to offer further assistance. Just as Wang Hao prepared to depart, believing his presence was no longer required, Natsi called out to him. Wang Hao, please do not rush off. Your contributions during this attack have been invaluable. I previously mentioned a reward, and now I wish to present it to you. With that, Natsi conjured a few items from the air and handed them to Wang Hao. This TM is a personal reward for you, a fairy-type move, Dazzling Gleam. It is perfectly suited for Ralts, so you should teach it to her as soon as possible. Additionally, this is a shiny stone, which I requested from the League as a reward for you. It is essential for your Togepi's evolution into Togekiss in the future. Wang Hao was taken aback that Natsi had requested a reward from the League on his behalf, especially one so pertinent for his Togepi's future evolution. It felt as though fate had provided him with a timely boon. Delighted, Wang Hao accepted the two items and expressed his gratitude to Natsi. At that moment, the president of Sylph Company approached Wang Hao. I have heard from gym leader Natsi that you were a key player in countering the Team Rocket attack. On behalf of all the employees of Sylph Company, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Additionally, this is a personal token of appreciation from me. With that, the president presented Wang Hao with a small package containing 20 super potions, 10 full restores, 10 PP up items, and 5 vitality shards. This was the first time Wang Hao had encountered vitality shards in the game. They could revive a fainted Pokémon and restore half of its health, making them quite rare. Upon seeing these tokens of gratitude, Wang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He intended to decline but was persuaded by the president to accept them. After graciously accepting the president's gifts, Wang Hao received a message from Xiao Wei, stating that he had defeated Brock and obtained the badge from the pewter gym. He was now en route to Goldenrod City to challenge Wang Hao at his dojo. At this realization, Wang Hao recalled that his primary purpose for coming to Goldenrod City was to attempt a challenge at the Goldenrod Gym. Thus, he addressed Natsi, gym leader Natsi. I have chosen to challenge Champion Huayu, and among the 8 designated gyms, yours is one of them. I will be heading to the Goldenrod Gym for a challenge soon. I look forward to your guidance. You intend to challenge Champion Huayu? No wonder you came to Goldenrod City. My gym has been your goal all along. Very well. I shall await your arrival at the dojo. Chapter 54. Wang Hao's first gym challenge. Having departed from the headquarters of Sylph Company, Wang Hao found himself once again at the Pokémon Center in Goldenrod City. His foremost task was to prepare for the impending gym challenge. Following the previous incident involving Team Rocket, Wang Hao had acquired a significant understanding of Naza's Pokémon. Naza's psychic team previously included Alakazam, Solrock, Starmie, and Golade. Although Wang Hao was uncertain of which 6 Pokémon Naza would deploy in the challenge, he was well aware that the aforementioned 4 would likely make an appearance. In the face of these 4 Pokémon, the only one among Wang Hao's Pokémon that possessed a slight advantage in Ghost type was Gengar, albeit it was hindered by its Poison type. Therefore, it was evident that securing a type advantage was improbable for Wang Hao. Thus, if he wished to triumph over Naza, he would have to rely on strategy and adaptability. After considerable contemplation, Wang Hao still could not identify a distinct advantage against Naza. However, he was resolute in his determination not to concede. If one were unwilling to attempt, how could they ascertain the extent of their limitations? Subsequently, Wang Hao had Ralts utilize the TM from Magical Shine, equipping it with an array of Fairy-type moves to better respond to Naza's psychic team. The following day, Mei arrived at the Goldenrod City Pokémon Center and located Wang Hao. Without delay, the two set off towards the Goldenrod Gym. Upon entering the gym, staff members confirmed the format of the gym challenge and explained the rules, all of which Wang Hao had already learned while observing Mei's previous challenge, rendering him quite familiar with the proceedings. Shortly thereafter, the staff escorted Wang Hao to the battlefield, while Mei was directed to the spectator seats. Before Mei could settle into her seat, Naza emerged from the previously empty battlefield through a spatial distortion. Wang Hao, you have finally arrived. The staff informed me that this is your first gym challenge. Even so, I shall not go easy on you. I am fully aware of your strength, and thus I will present my strongest lineup to face you. With that declaration, Naza released her first Pokémon, Golade. Wang Hao was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Golade. Although it had not demonstrated its true prowess against Giovanni's Honchkrow due to type disadvantages, facing it himself posed a considerable challenge. After a moment's reflection, Wang Hao decided to send Ralts against Golade. As Ralts entered the arena, Naza's Golade initiated its assault. In an instant, Golade teleported from its position on the left side of the field to Ralts' side, raising its right hand and striking downwards with a powerful slicing attack. The rapid succession of teleportation and slashing left Wang Hao with little time to react, and Ralts was startled by the ferocity of the attack. Fortunately, instinctively, Ralts managed to teleport out of harm's way. However, the hasty maneuver left Ralts only a short distance away, right beside Golade. Although Galade's slicing attack missed its target, it did not relent. In a flash, Golade teleported again, reappearing next to Ralts and launching another slicing attack. This time, Ralts, no longer caught off guard, accurately teleported away. Mei was thoroughly captivated by the battle, finding it somewhat overwhelming. Golade and Ralts hardly remained in a single position for long, with most of the action consisting of fleeting figures disappearing and reappearing. Neither Wang Hao nor Naza had anticipated such a dynamic confrontation between 2 Pokémon capable of teleportation. As Golade relentlessly pursued Ralts, the battle devolved into a stalemate due to the skill of teleportation. Wang Hao was acutely aware that the frequency with which Ralts and Golade could teleport was intrinsically linked to their respective psychic energy reserves. As Golade was Ralts' final evolutionary form, it possessed a notably higher psychic energy, indicating that eventually, Golade would catch up to Ralts, forcing her to confront the slicing attack head-on. Foreseeing this outcome, Wang Hao refrained from allowing Ralts to teleport away as Golade drew near. Instead, he instructed Ralts to await Galade's approach. Just as Galade's blade was raised for the strike, Ralts unleashed Magical Shine, utilizing the intense magical light to disrupt Galade's assault, while simultaneously inflicting significant damage. You indeed taught Ralts Magical Shine. However, I did not expect you to seize this opportunity during such a tense standoff. Your strength is indeed formidable. But the game of cat and mouse ends here, Golade. Aerial Ace. This was an unmissable attack. Even if Ralts attempted to teleport again, she could not evade it and would have to endure the blow. At that moment, Golade extended its arms, the blades at its elbows fully unfurling, and charged towards Ralts at breakneck speed. Wang Hao, unwilling to let Ralts face Galade's attack head-on, resolved to take a desperate gamble. He commanded Ralts to unleash a timely confusion beam towards the approaching Golade. The timely beam indeed had a notable effect, causing Golade, which was barreling towards Ralts, to slightly slow its momentum, thereby diminishing the power of Aerial Ace. However, ultimately, Galade's Aerial Ace struck Ralts, sending the petite Pokémon flying. Having been hit by both Magical Shine and Confusion, Golade also appeared to be adversely affected. After launching Ralts, it stood still, momentarily pausing to catch its breath. Perhaps due to the slightly weakened force of aerial ace, Ralts did not fly far. As she regained her footing, Wang Hao could distinctly sense her fierce fighting spirit. Galade, still adjusting, was an opportunity Wang Hao could not afford to miss. He promptly instructed Ralts to teleport beside Galade and immediately follow up with another magical shine, hoping to secure a decisive victory against Galade. Chapter 55. Evolution amidst battle. Just when Wang Hao and Lalu Leisai believed that the dazzling magical attack would incapacitate Alurado, Alurado stood resolutely in place, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught. Immediately, Nasi commanded Alurado to unleash another aerial assault directed at the unsuspecting Lalu Leisai. This marked the second time Lalu Leisai was sent flying by the aerial strike. However, this time, devoid of the mitigating effects of the illusion ray, Lalu Leisai was hurled to the very edge of the battlefield, sustaining significant injuries. The situation, once perceived as an easy victory, had suddenly reversed. Wang Hao's heart raced as he anxiously watched Lalu Leisai, desperate to ascertain whether it still possessed the strength to continue. If not, he would need to swiftly substitute his Pokémon. A missed opportunity could tip the scales unfavorably against him. Despite being knocked back, Lalu Leisai managed to rise again, albeit unsteadily, as if merely standing posed a challenge. Through the resonance of aura, Wang Hao gleaned the precarious state of Lalu Leisai and contemplated replacing it to preserve its remaining combat capability for future opportunities. Yet, Lalu Leisai vehemently rejected this notion, stamping its foot defiantly and steadied its trembling form with the gesture. This indomitable fighting spirit was palpable even to Wang Hao. How could he consider switching out Lalu Leisai at such a moment? He resolved to let Lalu Leisai fight until the very last moment, even in the face of defeat. At that instant, an extraordinary light emanated from Lalu Leisai's body. Witnessing this luminescence, not only Wang Hao but also Nasi and Xiao Wei were taken aback. It was the light of evolution. Lalu Leisai was about to evolve. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the radiating Lalu Leisai, though the brilliance was ephemeral. In the blink of an eye, a Pokémon with flowing blue hair, adorned with red horns reminiscent of hairpins, a delicate white figure akin to a ballet dancer's attire, and slender blue legs materialized before them. Lalu Leisai had successfully evolved into Cerulean, and its unique blue hair and legs added an air of elegance that set it apart from ordinary Cerulean. While Wang Hao, Nasi, and Xiao Wei marveled at Cerulean's beauty, it suddenly teleported beside Alurado and unleashed a powerful psychic attack. The eruption of psychic force was not only swift but left Alurado no time to react, resulting in its immediate defeat. Just moments earlier, Wang Hao had been reeling from the shock of Lalu Leisai's unexpected evolution, and now, Cerulean had already vanquished Alurado. The rapid succession of events left both Wang Hao and Nasi momentarily stunned. In the next instant, having triumphed over Alurado, Cerulean teleported back to Wang Hao's side, standing gracefully like a poised dancer, awaiting its next opponent. Observing Cerulean poised before him, Wang Hao realized Nasi had recalled Alurado into its Pokeball and released her second Pokémon, Dai Wing. This was a Pokémon Wang Hao had never seen Nasi utilize in previous battles. The skills of Dai Wang were an enigma to him, prompting his decision to allow Cerulean to continue facing this new adversary. Upon summoning Dai Wang, Nasi immediately commanded it to employ the move Hypnosis, which not only hindered Cerulean's movements but also sealed its ability to teleport for a duration. Temporarily losing the capacity for swift maneuvers was undoubtedly a heavy blow for Cerulean. Without its agility, how could it mount a surprise attack? With Cerulean momentarily immobilized by Hypnosis, Nasi seized the opportunity to direct Dai Wang to unleash a second skill, Water Pulse. The vigorous waves surged straight toward Cerulean. But just as the attack was about to connect, Cerulean sprang into action, executing a lateral leap to narrowly evade the Water Pulse. The control of Hypnosis was fleeting, and Dai Wang's relative slowness meant that as soon as the attack was launched, Cerulean, harnessing its psychic energy, broke free from Hypnosis, resulting in its successful evasion. Although Wang Hao was not intimately familiar with the intricacies of Dai Wang, his passion for the Pokémon series had equipped him with a foundational understanding of its traits. Dai Wang possessed an extraordinary intellect, capable of manipulating psychic forces freely. But such prowess came at the cost of reduced speed. This was the reason behind its reputation as the king of dullards. Thus, when facing Dai Wang, Wang Hao devised a strategy for Cerulean to leverage its speed to dominate. Even though Cerulean could not utilize teleportation at that moment, its natural velocity was still sufficient to surpass Dai Wang. Having evaded Dai Wang's Water Pulse, Cerulean retaliated with a powerful psychic strike. The psychic force relentlessly battered Dai Wang, Yet the impact appeared to be minimal, as Dai Dai Wong continued to move with its characteristic clumsiness. Wang Hao had anticipated that Cerulean's attack would not inflict significant damage on Dai Dai Wong, but he was taken aback by how feeble the effect was. Despite the low damage, Cerulean continued to launch a rapid offensive, capitalizing on its speed advantage. However, Nasi found herself puzzled as to why Wang Hao repeatedly instructed Cerulean to use only psychic strikes against Dai Dai Wong. This question lingered in her mind until the moment Cerulean's psychic force sent Dai Dai Wong flying, at which point she suddenly understood. Though psychic strikes might not have been particularly effective against Dai Dai Wong, they carried the possibility of lowering its special defense. Wang Hao's strategy to repeatedly employ psychic attacks aimed to trigger this effect. By sequentially diminishing Dai Dai Wong's defenses, he could then follow up with a decisive blow. Nasi quickly grasped Wang Hao's intentions and would not allow him to achieve his goals unchallenged. She promptly commanded Dai Dai Wong to once again use hypnosis, sealing the psychic skill. With the sealing of the psychic attack, Cerulean regained the ability to teleport. Wang Hao hastily directed Cerulean to teleport closer to Dai Dai Wong, preparing to unleash a powerful offensive from point-blank range to finally defeat it. However, what Wang Hao did not anticipate was that Nasi had been waiting for precisely this moment when Cerulean would teleport within striking distance. Chapter 56. An unexpected strike. As Cerulean appeared beside the Dopey King, Naza immediately commanded Dopey King to unleash its skill. Dopey King's head swung towards Cerulean, its forehead brimming with concentrated psychic energy, delivering a formidable psychic headbutt. Wang Hao could hardly fathom that Naza had released the seal on teleportation solely for this moment of assault. The proximity between Cerulean and Dopey King was so minimal that even Dopey King's sluggish speed was sufficient to strike its target before Cerulean could react. Wang Hao could only watch helplessly as Cerulean braced for the impact of Dopey King's psychic headbutt. There was no time to instruct her to flee or evade. Just as Dopey King's forehead was about to collide with Cerulean, she instinctively released a suggestion to induce drowsiness in Dopey King. Although the psychic headbutt did indeed hit Cerulean and send her flying, the hypnosis was also successfully cast upon Dopey King at such close range. While the psychic headbutt possessed notable power, its impact on Cerulean, who shared the same psychic attributes, was diminished. Cerulean executed a graceful flip mid-air before landing elegantly, while Dopey King succumbed to slumber. Seeing Dopey King asleep, Wang Hao seized the opportunity without hesitation, directing Cerulean to teleport and follow up with a dazzling magic attack, targeting the now vulnerable Dopey King. This maneuver alerted Naza to the precarious situation, prompting her to swiftly return Dopey King to its Pokeball. Wang Hao felt a profound sense of regret. They were so close to incapacitating Dopey King completely. Another dazzling magic attack would have sufficed. Alas, it was too late. After recalling Dopey King, Naza released her third Pokémon, the Sun Eevee. This small feline Pokémon, adorned with purple fur and even purple eyes, emanated an aura of mystery upon its entrance. Although Wang Hao had encountered this Sun Eevee previously during a confrontation with Team Rocket, its lack of striking offense had not drawn his attention. However, Naza's decision to summon Sun Eevee at this juncture indicated its significance. Cerulean returned to Wang Hao's side. While Sun Eevee seemed to harbor no intent to attack, merely gazing intently at Cerulean, its forehead gem glimmering momentarily. Wang Hao remained unaware of the implications of the gem's flicker, yet instructed Cerulean to remain vigilant, prepared to teleport at the first sign of danger. After a brief pause, Naza commanded Sun Eevee to charge at Cerulean with lightning speed. The attack was swift, but Cerulean, utilizing her teleportation, deftly evaded the onslaught. Wang Hao was perplexed. Why would Naza attempt such a reckless assault knowing Cerulean could teleport? This confusion was shared by Xiao Wei, who observed from the sidelines. Nonetheless, Naza persisted, directing Sun Eevee to strike again with its lightning attack. Cerulean effortlessly dodged once more, yet this time, she was unable to evade as she was struck by a surge of psychic energy that seemed to materialize from nowhere. Subsequently, Sun Eevee's lightning attack also connected, leaving Cerulean barely able to remain standing under the dual assault. The sudden psychic energy was bewildering. Wang Hao mentally reviewed all known psychic skills, but none appeared to match this phenomenon. How could such an attack arise when Sun Eevee had been consistently using lightning strikes without any other commands from Naza? In that moment, Wang Hao recalled that Sun Eevee had initially refrained from attacking, and he pondered whether the glimmer of the gem signaled the onset of a skill. Could it be a premonition attack? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. The seemingly spontaneous psychic energy was actually the result of Sun Eevee's premonition attack. While Naza's insistence on using lightning strikes was a ruse to mislead Wang Hao into thinking she was ineffectively commanding her Pokémon, this unexpected strike had indeed dealt a significant blow to Cerulean. After successfully landing both the premonition and lightning attack on Cerulean, Sun Eevee remained motionless. Yet Wang Hao observed the gem on its forehead glimmer once more. It appeared Naza intended to utilize premonition as her primary offensive strategy. Kyrie could not withstand another premonition attack. It was now a matter of swift resolution or substituting Pokémon. Ultimately, Wang Hao decided to recall Kyrie. Recognizing that Sun Eevee had not sustained any damage, and the likelihood of Kyrie defeating it with her current abilities was exceedingly slim. He returned Kyrie to her Pokeball, then stomped his foot, summoning his shadowy Ghastly. The rationale behind summoning Ghastly at this moment was to neutralize Sun Eevee's Lightning Strike, as ordinary lightning moves could not affect Ghost-type Pokémon. Upon Ghastly's emergence, Naza immediately adopted a defensive stance, aware of Ghastly's peculiar powers and formidable nature. Thus, as Ghastly appeared, Naza commanded Sun Eevee to unleash a potent psychic attack against it, hoping to inflict significant damage through sheer mental force. However, as Ghastly sensed the psychic assault, it transformed into a shadow and melded seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Naza struggled to discern Ghastly's whereabouts amidst the shadows cast by the lights in the arena. Sun Eevee's attack faltered due to the lack of a target. But at that moment, a terrifying array of phantoms erupted from the shadows, encircling Sun Eevee. Sun Eevee attempted to escape using its lightning strike, but soon found itself ensnared once more by the menacing apparitions. The dreadful phantoms extended their pitch-black claws, gradually inflicting pain upon Sun Eevee, causing considerable harm. The phantoms morphed into a malevolent aura, unleashing waves of dark energy that relentlessly battered Sun Eevee. From the nightmarish shadow to the dark pulse, Ghastly's assaults were unyielding, leaving Sun Eevee with no choice but to endure. Chapter 57. Sandstorm vs. Shadow. The ghostly move, Nightshade, and the malevolent technique, Dark Pulse. Both serve as effective counters against Sun Eevee, inflicting double damage. However, immediately after these two skills concluded, Gengar found itself targeted by Sun Eevee's future side attack. This psychic-type strike also dealt double damage to Gengar, who possesses poison attributes, yet it did not completely incapacitate him. Even when struck by future sight, Gengar remained concealed within the shadows of the arena, refusing to reveal his form. Meanwhile, Sun Eevee, having endured the successive assaults, stood trembling but resolute, not attempting to locate Gengar, instead remaining motionless. Was this a prelude to another future side attack? Wang Hao would not allow Sun Eevee to gain the upper hand so easily. Suddenly, Gengar emerged from the shadows cast by Sun Eevee, launching a surprise attack that left Sun Eevee with no means of evasion, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Wang Hao, your Gengar is indeed formidable. Masterfully executing the art of stealth, you have truly given me a headache. Nevertheless, mere concealment does not imply invulnerability to my strikes. Allow me to introduce my fourth Pokémon. Nasi offered high praise for Gengar, yet it appeared she had devised a strategy to counter him. Without hesitation, she recalled Sun Eevee into its Pokeball and sent forth her fourth Pokémon, Metagross. With a cerulean body shaped like a discus and robust limbs resembling muscular iron dumbbells, adorned with an X-shaped silver metallic cross on its face, Metagross entered the fray with an imposing presence. Suspended in the air, Metagross awaited Nasi's command, which came swiftly. Use Sandstorm. Wang Hao recognized this skill, having witnessed its prowess during his challenges against Xiao Wei and Xiao Gang at the gym. In an instant, a tempest of yellow sand whirled into existence, enveloping the battlefield. Within this storm, all Pokémon, save for those of rock, ground, or steel types, would suffer damage. Even Gengar, lurking in the shadows, would not escape the onslaught of the sandstorm. Was this Nasi's method of dealing with the concealed Gengar? Although Sandstorm is not a direct attack, it inflicts continuous harm. As long as the storm persists, Gengar would be subjected to its effects, while the steel-type Metagross remained entirely unaffected. By creating an environment advantageous to herself, Nasi had deftly turned the tide of battle. Wang Hao, faced with this sandstorm, found himself powerless, as none of his Pokémon possessed rock, ground, or steel attributes. Although Riolu would gain steel typing upon evolution, it would still suffer damage from the sandstorm if summoned now. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. Wang Hao promptly initiated an offensive, instructing Gengar to silently approach Metagross and conjure a terrifying phantasm that encircled it. Claws, fists, and strikes rained down upon Metagross within the illusion, yet all were deftly defended against by its barriers. Gengar's first wave of assault conclusively failed. But Wang Hao did not relent. He urged Gengar to transform the illusion into a malevolent aura, unleashing a torrent of dark attacks upon Metagross. The move Protect becomes less effective with repeated usage, and Wang Hao believed Nasi would not rely on it indefinitely. However, Gengar's Dark Pulse was once again thwarted by Metagross's defensive maneuver. The second offensive attempt met with failure, and Gengar continued to endure the relentless damage of the sandstorm. Was Nasi truly intent on relying solely on defense to outlast Gengar, allowing the Sandstorm to gradually deplete its vitality? If that were the case, Metagross surely possessed more than just Protect in its defensive arsenal. Indeed, when Gengar launched a third attack with Nightshade, Metagross activated another defensive skill, Light Screen. This technique had the damage taken from special attacks. As Nightshade penetrated the light screen and struck Metagross, its effectiveness diminished to that of a standard strike, resulting in moderate damage. Yet, despite the reduced impact, Wang Hao could not cease his onslaught. Halting would allow the Sandstorm to drain Gengar's health entirely. Thus, the battle transformed into a frenzy of Gengar's relentless assaults while Metagross absorbed the hits defensively. This scenario persisted for several rounds, during which Metagross initiated another Sandstorm, prolonging the tumultuous environment. Gengar managed to strike Metagross with Nightshade and Dark Pulse a total of 5 times, accumulating damage that surpassed 2/3 of Metagross's health. As Gengar approached the brink of incapacitation from the Sandstorm, Wang Hao grew anxious. If he could land either Nightshade or Dark Pulse while Metagross was down to 1/3 health, it would surely lead to victory. Wang Hao focused intently on the moment when the effects of Light Screen would dissipate. Only then could Gengar's strikes deliver full impact for double damage. Yet, how could he accurately gauge the precise moment of its disappearance? Nasi would undoubtedly monitor the duration of Light Screen closely, and the window of opportunity would be fleeting. How could Wang Hao command Gengar to act with such precision? Just as he pondered this dilemma, Riolu beside him nudged his arm. The touch sparked a realization within Wang Hao regarding the power of aura. Harnessing Riolu's aura, Wang Hao pinpointed the location of Light Screen and sensed its energy gradually waning. As he perceived the imminent collapse of the barrier, he swiftly directed Gengar to conceal itself near Metagross. At the very instant Light Screen shattered, Wang Hao commanded Gengar to unleash Dark Pulse directly at Metagross, preventing Nasi from executing a counter-command. Due to his impeccable timing, Metagross bore the brunt of a full double-damage Dark Pulse for the first time. What had once been a precarious third of its health was obliterated in an instant. Nasi, taken aback by Wang Hao's astute timing, lamented the loss of Metagross, which had succumbed to Gengar's onslaught. However, her disappointment was short-lived, as Gengar too fell victim to the Sandstorm's relentless damage after executing Dark Pulse. The clash between Gengar and Metagross resulted in mutual defeat. The enduring Sandstorm proved to be the most effective method of attack against the elusive Gengar. Chapter 58. The Duel of Self-Resurgence. Nasi withdrew her Gyarados, marking her 4th Pokémon in battle. She was left with only one Pokémon, a Hypno that had succumbed to sleep and was low on health, alongside 2 others. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had lost only his Ghastly, with Curlia still having a sliver of health, and he also retained a Milotic, Riolu, and Togepi. However, he felt no distinct advantage, as Riolu was at a disadvantage against Nasi's Psychic type, and Togepi's combat capabilities were limited. Thus, the only viable option left was Milotic. Wang Hao recalled Ghastly into its Pokeball and summoned his 3rd Pokémon, Milotic. Nasi unleashed her 5th Pokémon, Alakazam. Although Wang Hao had encountered Nasi's Alakazam during his battle against Team Rocket, this one appeared somewhat different. He noted that this Alakazam's head seemed significantly larger than the previous one, and its ears were also noticeably longer. It was rumored that as Alakazam aged, its head would grow larger. Could this Alakazam be much older than the last? Wang Hao pondered little on the age of Alakazam. Instead, he concluded that this one would undoubtedly prove to be more formidable. As expected, Nasi's first command upon summoning Alakazam was to teleport next to Milotic, swiftly manifesting its Psychic Blade and striking at Milotic from close range. The Psychic Blade was both rapid and fierce, landing a direct hit on Milotic and inflicting substantial damage. Yet, Wang Hao would not allow Milotic to suffer this attack unchallenged. As the Psychic Blade struck Milotic, he directed her to counter with a powerful tail whip akin to a raging wave. Though the Psychic Blade hit Milotic, Milotic's water tail also connected with Alakazam. In this exchange, neither Alakazam nor Milotic gained a significant advantage, as both sustained injuries. Nasi was taken aback by Wang Hao and Milotic's swift reaction, utilizing Milotic's elongated form to retaliate immediately after being struck. Consequently, she was compelled to abandon her plan for close combat. Instead, she commanded Alakazam to employ its 3rd move, Telekinesis. This technique would allow Alakazam to control Milotic, making it float and subsequently facilitating its attacks. Upon the activation of Telekinesis, Milotic felt her body becoming unresponsive and weightless. Wang Hao was at a loss, only able to command Milotic to use Charm in an attempt to weaken Alakazam's mental grip through her alluring voice. Charm was a guaranteed hit, and indeed, Alakazam's mental state was affected, yet the impact was negligible. With Milotic under Telekinesis, Nazi directed Alakazam to teleport closer and unleash another manifest Psychic Blade. This time, without the concern for a counterattack, Alakazam's assault was decisive. Milotic, struck by the Psychic Blade, was sent crashing to the ground, sustaining significant damage. Seizing the opportunity while telekinesis still held sway over Milotic, Nazi commanded Alakazam to continue its offensive. However, Alakazam became entranced and merely floated in the air, staring vacantly at Milotic. Upon witnessing Alakazam's dazed expression, Wang Hao immediately realized that Milotic's ability, Marvel Scale, had affected Alakazam. Seizing this moment, he swiftly commanded Milotic to use Recover, restoring her health. Soon, a fully rejuvenated Milotic reappeared on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Alakazam remained entranced, prompting Nazi to command it to use Recover as well. Wang Hao found himself bewildered. The battle had transformed into a contest of self-restoration. In no time, Alakazam regained its full health, and the combatants seemed to revert to their initial states. Yet, Nazi recognized that the situation was not in her favor, as Alakazam's entranced state persisted. The only way to free Alakazam from its stupor was to substitute it with another Pokémon. But who to choose? Ultimately, Nazi decided to replace Alakazam with Hypno. As Hypno entered the fray, still in a state of slumber, Wang Hao seized this perfect opportunity. He quickly instructed Milotic to unleash another charm, decisively incapacitating Hypno. Upon Hypno's defeat, Nazi released Alakazam once more. At that moment, Wang Hao felt a flicker of hope for victory, as Nazi was left with only this last pair of Pokémon, while he had only lost one. He persistently directed Milotic to bombard Alakazam with Water Pulse, while Nazi commanded Alakazam to escape using Teleport. The scene on the battlefield transformed drastically. The agile and nimble Alakazam was hesitant to engage Milotic directly, while the somewhat cumbersome Milotic continued its futile assault. After several rounds of this back and forth, Nazi eventually decided to take the initiative. After all, Milotic's ability to inflict charm had only a 30% activation rate. Thus, telekinesis once again enveloped Milotic. However, this time, Milotic appeared to have adapted somewhat. While still affected by the psychic hold, she did not entirely lose her autonomy. As Alakazam teleported beside Milotic, Wang Hao seized the opportunity, commanding Milotic to retaliate with a Water Pulse. This time, Alakazam's attack did not trigger Milotic's Marvel Scale, yet the Water Pulse struck and caused considerable damage. Nazi attempted to string together successive teleports and psychic blades to harm Milotic, but Wang Hao, utilizing his foresight, ensured Milotic countered with Water Pulse whenever attacked. After 2 rounds of mutual strikes, both combatants opted to use Recover to restore their health. The battle seemed to stretch on indefinitely, with no clear resolution in sight. Finally, Nazi resignedly declared, "My Alakazam cannot defeat your Milotic, nor can your Milotic overcome my Alakazam. Let us send forth our final Pokémon for a decisive clash." Wang Hao understood that continuing in this manner would only prolong the inevitable stalemate. It would be far more prudent to confront Nazi's final Pokémon directly. Defeating it would secure his victory in the Goldenrod Gym Challenge. Thus, he acquiesced to Nazi's proposal. Chapter 59. Naz's final Pokémon. Wang Hao. This final Pokémon is specially prepared for you. Let us showcase our utmost strength in this battle. Bama declared. You possess the power of Aura. So let us wield it together. I am eager to see whether your Aura is more formidable or my psychic abilities prevail. Wang Hao had never witnessed Naz utilize her psychic powers during her encounters with Team Rocket or even Banmo. Did she possess abilities beyond teleportation? Wang Hao could not speculate. But since Naz intended to confront his Aura with her psychic prowess, he would undoubtedly give it his all. The nearby Riolu sensed Wang Hao's determination and swiftly leaped into the arena. Naz then summoned her final Pokémon, the Shuppet. The appearance of Shuppet astonished Wang Hao. He never anticipated that the Pokémon Naz had prepared for him would be this one, often whimsically referred to as a household caretaker by most players. Shuppet was not particularly powerful among psychic-type Pokémon and was cherished by mothers for its affinity for domestic chores. Was this Pokémon truly Naz's full strength? Wang Hao was left bewildered. However, Naz paid no heed to Wang Hao's confusion, commanding Shuppet to swiftly erect 4 transparent walls that encircled Riolu. If not for the Aura's guidance, Wang Hao would have been unable to perceive them with the naked eye. These transparent barriers dramatically compressed the battlefield space. Wang Hao attempted to direct Riolu to assault these walls, but the vacuum wave merely ricocheted off, proving utterly ineffective. He was aware that Shuppet excelled in crafting these transparent walls as defensive measures, but he had never imagined this ability could also be employed to constrict the combat area. Yet, narrowing the battlefield was not necessarily disadvantageous for a melee-oriented Pokémon like Riolu. Although Wang Hao did not grasp Naz's intentions, he chose to command Riolu to unleash Metal Claw, reasoning that Steel-type moves would deal double damage to the Fairy-type Shuppet. However, Just as Riolu's claws were about to strike Shuppet, they were thwarted by a suddenly formed, transparent barrier. Was this an innovative defensive maneuver utilizing the walls? Furthermore, how could the barrier possess such remarkable hardness that even Metal Claw could not penetrate? As Riolu's assault was halted, Naz swiftly commanded Shuppet to unleash a Psybeam. Wang Hao, attuned to the aura, detected the trajectory of the Psybeam and promptly instructed Riolu to evade the attack, halting its Metal Claw strike. Neither party sustained damage in this exchange. Yet Wang Hao distinctly felt the pressure Naz exerted upon him. Shuppet could erect transparent walls at will to block Riolu's advances, profoundly disrupting its attack patterns and rhythm. How could he breach these transparent barriers? Wang Hao recalled the move Brick Break, but alas, Riolu did not possess this skill, which left him somewhat disheartened. Lacking a straightforward method to dismantle Shuppet's walling defense, he resolved to rely on the aura's environmental sensing capabilities to discern the positions of the transparent walls and devise a suitable offensive strategy. While this approach would be arduous, it would at least ensure Riolu's offensive integrity. Just as Wang Hao formulated his plan, Naz ordered Shuppet to act once more. This time, however, Shuppet did not launch a Psybeam. Rather, it employed a special move, Magical Leaf. The cascading leaves relentlessly pursued Riolu. And regardless of how Wang Hao attempted to predict their path through the aura, Riolu could not evade their pursuit. Ultimately, the Magical Leaf struck home. At the moment the leaves made contact with Riolu, Wang Hao immediately sensed something amiss. Typically, a standard Magical Leaf attack would not inflict substantial damage on a fighting-type Pokémon like Riolu. Yet this particular strike from Shuppet caused far greater harm. What was occurring? As Wang Hao pondered this anomaly, Shuppet unleashed a second Magical Leaf, which again pursued Riolu with unwavering precision. Despite Wang Hao's attempts to anticipate the trajectory, Riolu was struck once more, resulting in a significant reduction in its health. If this continued, Wang Hao knew Riolu would succumb to incapacitation. Consequently, he recalled Riolu and summoned Kirlia instead. Switching to Kirlia was a reluctant decision, but necessary. Allowing Shuppet to continue launching its unerring and potent Magical Leaf attacks would render Riolu utterly incapable of fighting, while Kirlia's health was still considerable. Its teleportation ability would enable it to better evade Shuppet's offensive. Upon entering the field, Kirlia promptly obeyed Wang Hao's command, teleporting to Shuppet's rear while preparing to unleash a powerful confusion attack. Yet, just as Kirlia appeared behind Shuppet, the latter swiftly erected 3 light barriers, successfully neutralizing Kirlia's psychic assault. How could such precise judgment of Kirlia's position occur? Wang Hao was taken aback, but he consoled himself, believing it to be mere coincidence. He then directed Kirlia to teleport to various blind spots around Shuppet to initiate attacks, but all were thwarted by the light barriers Shuppet had erected. After several attempts, Wang Hao discerned that Shuppet's accuracy in countering Kirlia's teleportation stemmed from Naz's guidance. But how did Naz know Kirlia's exact destination? Wang Hao recalled Naz's earlier words before she summoned Shuppet. I am eager to see whether your aura is more formidable or my psychic abilities prevail. Could it be that Naz's psychic powers allowed her to ascertain Kirlia's teleportation locations? If this were the case, then the battlefield possessed no true blind spots. And how could Kirlia's attacks penetrate Shuppet's defenses? Naz's final Pokémon was indeed as formidable as she had claimed, proving to be an exceptional challenge. Chapter 60, Superpowers and the Power of Aura. What do you think? I believe you must have noticed as well. The teleportation of Cerulean seems utterly meaningless in my eyes. My superpowers, aside from teleportation and telepathy, include a unique ability, Foresight. I can anticipate events that will transpire within the next 3 seconds. Had it not been for the limited duration of this ability, I would have employed it long before now. Foresight? The capacity to predict occurrences within a mere 3 seconds into the future. What an inconvenient power. Wang Hao could hardly fathom that Nasi's superpower could foresee events in the impending 3 seconds. Regardless of how swift Cerulean's teleportation might be, in Nasi's perception, its position was already predetermined. Coupled with telepathy, Nasi could share her foresight with the Magic Wall doll, enabling it to respond promptly to the anticipated situation. Though Wang Hao could predict attack trajectories through the power of aura, it was merely a premonition, distinct from true foresight. Yet, he fully comprehended the terror of knowing everything in advance. For it was through the predictive nature of aura and the shared knowledge via telepathy that he had guided his Pokémon thus far. Since Nasi's 3-second foresight could unveil both teleportation and attacks, Wang Hao opted for simplicity, commanding Cerulean to unleash Magic Shine. Hoping the intense light from the spell could penetrate the transparent barrier erected by the Magic Wall doll. However, before Magic Shine could be cast, the Magic Wall doll had already closed its eyes and erected 3 luminous walls for defense. As the brilliance of Magic Shine traversed the 3 walls, the residual damage inflicted upon the fairy-type Magic Wall doll was akin to a mere tickle. No sooner had Kairu Lian's attack concluded than the Magic Wall doll retaliated with Magical Leaf, striking Kairu Lian decisively as the spell ended. Recovering Kairu Lian, Wang Hao incredulously inquired of Nasi, why was the power of the Magic Wall doll's Magical Leaf so formidable? Did it possess some item that enhanced its might? Not at all. The potency of the Magic Wall doll's Magical Leaf was entirely attributed to its ability, Technician. Any attack with a power less than or equal to 60 would have its strength increased by half due to this ability. No wonder the Magic Wall doll consistently employed weaker moves like Telekinesis and Magical Leaf. It was all due to this characteristic. The assured hit of Magical Leaf harmonized perfectly with this trait, allowing it to fell Kairu Lian and gravely injure Riolu, despite the lack of type advantage. Now, Wang Hao found himself in a precarious situation, with only a half-health Riolu and an underpowered Piplup remaining. The heart of aura-driven telepathy and attack prediction paled in comparison to Nasi's superpower, suggesting that this gym challenge was nearing its end. Nevertheless, Wang Hao released Riolu onto the field. He briefly conveyed the current predicament through aura, and without hesitation, Riolu leapt into the arena, confronting Nasi's Magic Wall doll directly. Wang Hao had intended to persuade Riolu to retreat, but observing its determination, he realized his error. Even if defeat was inevitable, one must stand firm until the last moment. As Riolu stepped onto the battlefield, the Magic Wall doll initiated a Magical Leaf attack, the scattered leaves advancing towards Riolu. Yet, Riolu paid no heed to the encroaching leaves. Instead, it closed its eyes, attuning itself to the aura surrounding it, including its own aura energy. Just as Magical Leaf was about to strike, Riolu swiftly summoned the surrounding aura energy, forming a protective barrier of aura around itself, completely negating the assault. Witnessing this, Wang Hao was left in utter disbelief. Could the power of aura be wielded in such a manner? Was it not akin to the Magic Wall doll creating a barrier from the air, albeit with Riolu utilizing aura energy to forge its defensive shield? Nasi was equally astonished, as her 3-second foresight had failed to reveal the possibility of Riolu evading the Magical Leaf. What startled Nasi further was that Riolu was gathering a formidable energy, one beyond her 3-second foresight's scope, radiating an ominous threat. She could only command the Magic Wall doll to erect various defensive barriers in a desperate attempt to counter Riolu's impending assault. Wang Hao understood well what energy Riolu was amassing. It was undoubtedly the power of aura. Yet this particular aura blast seemed to be exceptionally potent, far exceeding the usual energy output when Riolu gathered aura blasts. Wang Hao could no longer instruct Riolu. He entrusted all responses to its judgment. At that moment, Riolu was solely focused on gathering aura energy, intent on delivering a decisive blow to challenge the Magic Wall doll's defenses. The aura energy, which could have been divided into 3 blasts, coalesced into a singular, powerful strike, propelling it forth with great speed. The aura blast raced towards the Magic Wall doll's defensive walls, and upon impact, these barriers melted away like thin ice before molten lava. One by one, the defenses crumbled, while the Magic Wall doll continued to erect barriers, yet ultimately, they were all pierced by the aura blast. Finally, the blast collided with the Magic Wall doll, sending it crashing into the wall beside Nasi, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Simultaneously, Riolu collapsed, having exhausted all its energy in the powerful aura blast that overcame the Magic Wall doll's defenses. Wang Hao hurried to Riolu's side, lifting it up. He could feel Riolu's body slacken like an airless balloon, a consequence of the extensive release of aura energy. Mewtwo had once warned Riolu that 3 aura blasts a day was its limit. This time, Riolu had depleted all 3 blasts in a single strike, resulting in immense power but also significant repercussions. Wang Hao transferred half of his meager aura energy to Riolu, aiding it in regaining some strength to stand once more. Chapter 61. Next target. Yuhong City. As Liu Lu regained his strength, his first action was to inquire through the aura about the outcome of his battle with the Magical Wall doll from Wang Hao. Wang Hao truthfully recounted the results and informed him that they had triumphed at the Golden Yellow Gym. At that moment, Nasi approached Wang Hao and Liu Lu. Wang Hao, it appears your aura strength is indeed superior. This is the emblem of the Golden Yellow Gym, the Golden Badge. Obtaining this badge signifies your formal induction into the league. As a reward for defeating the champion and challenging the gym, you will not only receive the badge but also a technical machine, Future Sight. Through our battle, you should have realized how powerful this technique is, so I shall refrain from further explanation. Kairu Lian is particularly suited to learn this skill, so you should have her acquire it promptly. Wang Hao, filled with excitement, accepted the golden badge and technical machine from Nasi. It was only at this moment that he genuinely felt he had triumphed over Nasi and secured victory at the Golden Yellow Gym. He respectfully expressed his gratitude to Nasi and waved to Xiao Wei in the audience to signal his victory. Wang Hao, I have some questions for you. How did Liu Lu withstand the magical wall doll's magical leaves? Why did my 3 seconds of future sight have no effect on Liu Lu? The future I saw was clearly not that 3 seconds ahead. In truth, not only was Nasi perplexed by the final confrontation between Liu Lu and the magical wall doll, but Wang Hao was equally baffled. It was only after he inquired through the aura that he understood the reasons behind it. The reason Liu Lu could withstand the magical wall doll's magical leaves was that he reflected the aura's power into his defense. Just as the magical wall doll established a transparent wall for defense through its superpower, Liu Lu formed an aura barrier around his body, thereby neutralizing the magical leaves attack. The power of aura can be used for offense, and naturally, it can also be employed for defense. Liu Lu devised this defensive strategy after observing the magical wall doll's defensive capabilities. As for the failure of the 3 seconds of future sight, Liu Lu was unaware of the specific reasons, but he speculated that it was likely due to the limitations of Nasi's ability. The future your foresight can perceive is based on the current situation's development. Once that situation changes, the future you see will also alter. In other words, the 3 seconds of future you witnessed was merely one of countless possibilities, and any alteration would render your foresight ineffective. Wang Hao's words seemed to broaden Nasi's worldview. Ever since she gained the ability to foresee 3 seconds into the future, she had assumed that the future was immutable and predetermined. However, she overlooked the inherent infinite possibilities of the future. Each variable could impact it. Her understanding of foresight was indeed too limited. This battle with Wang Hao allowed her to regain insight into superpowers and foresight, and she realized she needed more time for contemplation and learning. Thank you, Wang Hao. Following the foresight's guidance to seek out Wu De at the fighting dojo was indeed the wisest decision I made. You should head to the Shallow Red City next. As the only remaining gym in the Kanto region designated by the Flower Moon champion, apart from my Golden Yellow gym, is the Shallow Red gym. No, I won't head to the Shallow Red gym just yet. I wish to explore the Kanto region further and enhance my Pokémon strength before finally challenging the Shallow Red gym. Although Wang Hao had achieved victory at the Golden Yellow gym, he attributed much of it to fortune. The evolution of Ralalaisai was a stroke of luck. And Liu Lu's final burst of strength was another fortunate turn. He did not wish to rely on luck when challenging the Shallow Red gym. However, this was not the main point. Wang Hao did not disclose to Nasi that his true intention for not going to the Shallow Red gym was to first investigate Yuhong City. Almost all players were aware that there was a Team Rocket base in Yuhong City. Wang Hao intended to check it out, hoping to uncover any information regarding Sakaki. Even if he could not find Sakaki, it would not be a waste of time as long as he confirmed that Mewtwo had not been captured by him. Nasi had no further inquiries regarding Wang Hao's desire to continue exploring the Kanto region and enhancing his Pokémon strength, instead wishing him success in his upcoming challenges against the champion. Subsequently, Wang Hao departed from the arena to reunite with Xiao Wei. Congratulations! You have also obtained your first gym badge, and it seems you had a much smoother time than I did, without needing a second challenge. It was all a matter of luck. Had it not been for Ralalaisai's fortuitous evolution into Kairu Yin, along with Liu Lu's final surge, I would surely have needed a second attempt. At one point, I was ready to concede if not for Liu Lu's perseverance. Wang Hao still felt somewhat incredulous about his victory, silently attributing the reasons for his success to luck. Xiao Wei, clearly accustomed to Wang Hao's humility, took it in stride. The two then returned to the Pokémon Center in Golden Yellow City, where Nurse Joy restored their Pokémon to health. Afterwards, they registered for 2 restrooms with Nurse Joy, planning to recuperate thoroughly and discuss their future plans. Xiao Wei, which gym will you challenge next? I will be challenging the Sinnoh region's Dietian Wang, whose designated gyms in the Kanto region are the Deep Gray Gym and the Crimson Lotus Gym. So, my next target is naturally the Crimson Lotus Gym in Honglian Town. I see. Do you plan to challenge the Crimson Lotus Gym now, or? The Crimson Lotus Gym is a Fire-type gym, and considering my current Pokémon, it shouldn't pose much trouble. However, I do not intend to challenge the Crimson Lotus Gym immediately, as I wish to explore this Pokémon world and not merely run around for gym challenges. Your thoughts align with mine. I also do not plan to challenge the Shallow Red gym right away. You must have heard about the incident involving Team Rocket's attack on the Sylph Company headquarters. I wish to investigate the Team Rocket base in Yuhong City. Would you like to join me? The Team Rocket base in Yuhong City? Are you referring to the one beneath Yuhong Game City? This is a place known to almost all Pokémon players. Does it still exist in this version? However, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, as I too wish to encounter the legendary Team Rocket. Speaking of Team Rocket, have you not yet encountered those Team Rocket players? Unlike us, who challenge the League and join the League's ranks, they choose to become members of Team Rocket, embarking on a different gaming path. Initially, The game emphasized that players could become any character they desired, so even if you wished to join Team Rocket, it was entirely possible. Isn't it fascinating? Chapter 62. The destruction of Route 7. Wang Hao and Xiao Wei engaged in an extensive conversation regarding the players of Team Rocket, during which Wang Hao recounted his experiences at Silver Company. Xiao Wei listened with rapt attention, expressing regret for not arriving in Golden City sooner to fight alongside Wang Hao. He was also deeply intrigued by the various player factions and their conflicts, particularly since both he and Wang Hao had become members of the League by obtaining their alliance badges. They speculated whether new factions would emerge in the future, such as the Lava Team, Ocean Team, or Galaxy Team, eagerly anticipating the possibilities. After a night of lively discussion, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei set off once more, this time heading westward through Golden City, intending to reach Yuhong City via Route 7. However, upon entering Route 7, Wang Hao, utilizing his aura sensing abilities, detected that they were being watched. He chose not to confront their observers immediately, but discreetly informed Xiao Wei of the situation, instructing him to maintain a facade of normalcy. As they traversed nearly half the distance, the individual stalking them grew impatient. Suddenly, 3 men clad in black uniforms appeared before Wang Hao and Xiao Wei, their intentions unmistakably hostile. The sight of their attire immediately reminded Wang Hao of the Team Rocket players involved in the attack on Silver Company. You 3 are members of Team Rocket, aren't you? You've been following us this whole time. What is it that you want? Wang Hao boldly inquired, deciding to confront them directly now that their intentions were clear. You certainly are perceptive, one of the men replied, a smirk evident on his face. But we mean you no harm. We simply wish to deter you from proceeding any further into Yuhong City. Wang Hao had initially speculated that Sakaki might have returned to Yuhong City to prepare for capturing Mewtwo, and the presence of these Team Rocket players only strengthened his suspicion. However, he was not inclined to retreat simply because of 3 players. What if I insist on visiting Yuhong City? What can you do to stop us? He challenged, confidence radiating from him. Players understand players best. While we may not truly die in this game, the loss of our characters would mean the forfeiture of all our hard-earned progress and Pokémon. Should you insist on entering Yuhong City, we would have no choice but to end your character's journeys here, one of the Team Rocket players warned. Having experienced the devastation of a self-detonating gas bomb during the chaos at Silver Company, Wang Hao was particularly sensitive to the prospect of character death. He was unwilling to see the bonds he had forged with Riolu and others go to waste. Xiao Wei shared the same sentiment. But the 3 players before them seemed insufficient to intimidate them into submission. Just the 3 of you? Who's to say whose character will fall first? Xiao Wei retorted, undeterred by the threat of death. After all, a 2-on-3 battle could yield unpredictable results. With that, he summoned his Aerodactyl, aiming to establish dominance. Seeing Xiao Wei release his Pokémon, the Team Rocket players understood that neither Wang Hao nor Xiao Wei would back down easily, prompting them to unleash their own Pokémon, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Rhyhorn. The emergence of these formidable Pokémon sent tremors through Route 7, establishing an intimidating presence. Wang Hao was taken aback by the strength of the opposing Pokémon, but resolved not to falter. Riolu boldly approached the trio of Pokémon, exuding a fearless aura that challenged the Team Rocket players. However, the latter appeared to dismiss Riolu and Aerodactyl entirely, commanding their Pokémon to unleash Earthquake simultaneously. The combined force of the 3 Earthquake attacks transformed Route 7 into a scene of chaos, as the ground shook violently. Xiao Wei quickly instructed Aerodactyl to elevate them off the ground, while Wang Hao urged Riolu to leap onto Aerodactyl's back, narrowly avoiding the catastrophic effects of the earthquakes. Once the tremors subsided and the dust settled, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei were released back onto the ground, only to find Route 7 unrecognizable, trees lay toppled, the earth cracked, and Pokémon scattered in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a disaster. The Team Rocket trio and their Pokémon had vanished without a trace. What were they thinking? Did they really collapse the entire Route 7 just to stop us? This is excessive. What do we do now? The path is gone. We can't get through. Xiao Wei exclaimed, surveying the devastation. Wang Hao, however, had already begun to contact NASA, reaching out to the Alliance for assistance. He succinctly communicated his concerns, urging them to send a team to repair Route 7 and investigate Yuhong City. It was clear that Team Rocket would not have acted without cause, and Wang Hao suspected that Yuhong City might already be under their control. After finalizing his communication with NASA and the Alliance, Wang Hao turned to Xiao Wei. The destruction of Route 7 by Team Rocket indicates that something sinister is occurring in Yuhong City. We must hasten our journey there. Let's have Aerodactyl take us. After a lengthy wait, Xiao Wei finally received Wang Hao's directive and offered no objections, allowing Aerodactyl to carry them towards Yuhong City. However, at the edge of what was once Route 7, they collided with an invisible barrier. Through his aura-sensing abilities, Wang Hao discerned that this was a transparent dome formed by a peculiar energy, enveloping Yuhong City and preventing any entry or exit. Wang Hao attempted to have Riola strike the dome with Vacuum Wave, but the attack was easily deflected. He then commanded Xiao Wei's Aerodactyl to use Rock Slide against the dome, yet it yielded no results. Chapter 63. The current situation in Yuhong City after several attempts. Wang Hao and Xiao Wei were still unable to breach the transparent dome enveloping Yuhong City, leaving both of them feeling quite vexed. At that moment, Wang Hao sensed an energy wave emanating from the nearby space, and soon, Nasi emerged from it. Wang Hao, has Road 7 been completely destroyed? Have you managed to capture any members of Team Rocket? They slipped away. After unleashing Earthquake with their Pokémon to devastate the road, they vanished, he replied. Now, we face an even more perplexing issue. Yuhong City is shrouded by a mysterious dome, and our attempts to attack it with our Pokémon have proven futile. Without access to Yuhong City, we cannot ascertain the situation within. Team Rocket intends to seize control of this city. Listening to Wang Hao's explanation, Nasi also began to take note of the transparent dome enveloping Yuhong City. She even reached out to feel its presence before speaking to Wang Hao. If we cannot break through, then we should not force our way in. I will attempt to use teleport to see if we can enter Yuhong City. If successful, our problems will become significantly easier. Upon hearing Nasi's words, Wang Hao realized he had been overly fixated on the idea of breaching the dome. Why must they break the transparent barrier to enter Yuhong City? Wasn't it more sensible to simply teleport inside? Chancho could easily transport both him and Xiao Wei through an instantaneous move. As soon as Nasi finished speaking, she vanished before Wang Hao and Xiao Wei's eyes, reappearing within Yuhong City and waving at them. Indeed, teleport could bypass the barrier of the transparent dome. Wang Hao promptly dispatched Chancho and instructed it to transport him and Xiao Wei into Yuhong City. Before long, Wang Hao, Xiao Wei, and Nasi regrouped within the city. However, they were met with a bizarre phenomenon. The entirety of Yuhong City was devoid of any human presence. Yuhong City, known as the second largest city in the Kanto region after Goldenrod City, boasted not only the Yuhong Gym, but also the Yuhong Department Store, Yuhong Tower, Yuhong Game Center, and even luxurious hotels. How could such a bustling city possibly be empty of life? Nasi briefly reported her observations to the Alliance headquarters, urging them to urgently contact the gym leader of Yuhong, Li Jia. However, the response from the Alliance was alarming. Li Jia had completely lost contact. This development instilled Nasi with an ominous premonition. Possessing psychic abilities, her instincts were typically quite accurate. With such foreboding thoughts emerging, she felt compelled to caution Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to remain vigilant. Now that gym leader Li Jia had entirely vanished, and the Alliance could not locate her, the likelihood of her being in peril was high, with the entire Yuhong City in a state of lockdown. If it truly was the work of Team Rocket as Wang Hao suspected, then they found themselves in a perilous situation. I have a dreadful feeling about this, and my instincts are usually right. If we encounter any danger, we must teleport out of Yuhong City immediately. The notion of Nasi's foreboding filled Wang Hao with unease. Although Lucario's aura could not detect the entirety of Yuhong City, it could cover at least a third of it. Wang Hao instructed Lucario to utilize its aura to scan 1/3 of Yuhong City. The results were alarming. Within Lucario's range, not a single person could be found, only buildings surrounded them. From this, Wang Hao deduced one of two possibilities. Either the entire populace of Yuhong City had vacated the premises, or they were all confined to a singular location. If it were the former, what was the purpose of the city's lockdown? If it were the latter, where could the inhabitants be gathered? To verify the current state of Yuhong City, Wang Hao directed Chancho to teleport with Lucario near the Yuhong Game Center for another aura scan. If Team Rocket had indeed taken control of the entire city, it was highly likely that the citizens were being held captive at Team Rocket's base. Given that the Yuhong Game Center served as the entrance to their stronghold, Wang Hao deemed it prudent to investigate. 1 minute later, Chancho returned with Lucario by Wang Hao's side. Through Lucario's scan, it was confirmed that the entire population of Yuhong City was indeed held captive within Team Rocket's base. Additionally, Lucario detected several familiar auras within the base, namely those of Lance, Apollo, Lu Pengzi, and Sakaki. After the assault on Goldenrod City, Team Rocket had evidently sought refuge in their Yuhong City base. Wang Hao shared Lucario's findings with Nasi and urged her to notify the Alliance for a cleanup operation. Adu is already on his way. We should remain at the outskirts of Yuhong City, awaiting reinforcements from Adu and other Alliance teams. Now is not the time to stir trouble. Once we have our forces assembled, we shall launch a full-scale assault on Team Rocket. Wang Hao had no objections to Nasi's strategy. It was impossible for the three of them to confront the entirety of Team Rocket alone. Moreover, their movements would likely attract the attention of Sakaki, potentially allowing him to escape once more. Thus, hiding remained the most prudent course of action. However, just as the trio prepared to conceal themselves, the ground of Yuhong City trembled violently, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. Wang Hao surmised that the explosion originated near the Yuhong Game Center, leading him to suspect that something had occurred at Team Rocket's base. The tremor subsided quickly, and the explosion's echoes faded almost as rapidly. However, the furious roar of a Pokémon that followed left both Wang Hao and Lucario dumbfounded. They recognized this wrathful cry from their previous encounter on New Island. It belonged to a rampaging Mewtwo. Had Sakaki truly found and captured Mewtwo? Yet, the ferocity of the roar seemed to suggest that Sakaki had failed to control it. What on earth was happening? To ascertain the situation, Wang Hao resolved to investigate Team Rocket's base. He could not simply ignore what he had heard. Remembering the events in the Azure Cave, he could not bear to see Mewtwo fall into Sakaki's clutches. The anguished roar seemed to beckon him to come to the rescue. Wang Hao explained to Nasi about Mewtwo's presence at Team Rocket's base and expressed his intent to explore the matter further. Nasi did not hinder him, but advised him to exercise caution, assuring him she would swiftly join Edu for support. Subsequently, Wang Hao instructed Chime Cho to teleport him and Xiao Wei to the vicinity of the Yuhong Game Center. Chapter 64, Yuhong Game City. Team Rocket-based Kyrillian swiftly transported Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to the entrance of Yuhong Game City, located in the southeastern part of Yuhong City. Wang Hao then instructed Leora to confirm the internal environment of the game city through its aura. The feedback revealed that aside from the operational gaming machines, there was nothing else within, and certainly no people. Wang Hao surmised that to control the populace of Yuhong City, Team Rocket had nearly all their members retreated to the base, leaving no excess manpower for defense. This, however, provided an opportunity for Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. Thanks to Leora's previous reconnaissance, Wang Hao was aware that the Team Rocket base beneath Yuhong Game City consisted of 4 levels. The citizens of Yuhong City were primarily concentrated on the first 3 levels, while the higher-ranking members of Team Rocket, including Sakaki, were situated on the 4th level. During the earlier scan, Leoru had not detected Mewtwo's aura, leading Wang Hao to question whether Mewtwo was indeed present in the base. He wondered if the earlier sound of Mewtwo's rampage had merely been a similar noise that he had mistakenly conflated. Just then, a furious roar emanated from the Team Rocket base. Wang Hao was certain it was the sound made by Mewtwo during its rampage, prompting him to instruct Leora to pinpoint the source of the noise. After a thorough investigation, Leora identified the source as a creature clad in metallic armor, standing upright like an adult. This metallic figure, resembling a humanoid shape, reminded Wang Hao of Mewtwo's appearance during its rampage on New Island. However, he pondered why Leoru could not detect Mewtwo's aura from this creature. Was it possible that the metallic armor obstructed Mewtwo's aura? Wang Hao had no means of knowing. The only course of action was to reach the 4th level quickly and ascertain the true identity of the creature. Wang Hao requested Kyrillian to attempt teleporting to the 4th level of the base, but Kyrillian responded that it was impossible. The interior of the Team Rocket base was shielded by a peculiar energy that prevented spatial fluctuations, thereby obstructing the formation of a spatial passage, rendering teleportation unfeasible. In other words, Wang Hao and his companions would need to descend level by level, facing the full might of Team Rocket, with only Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. This task seemed exceedingly daunting. Left with no alternatives, Wang Hao contacted Naji and inquired about the specific locations of Edu and other league members. Edu was already en route on his Dragonite, racing towards their location and should arrive in approximately 10 minutes, thanks to its speed. However, other league members would take at least half an hour to arrive. Naji's response filled Wang Hao with hope. If they could wait just 10 minutes, Edu's arrival, alongside a league champion, would likely be sufficient to handle the Team Rocket members on the first 3 levels. Wang Hao could only maintain this hope. 10 minutes later, Naji appeared with Edu, teleporting to Wang Hao and Xiao Wei's side. Naji then swiftly departed, needing to remain at the periphery of Yuhong City to await the arrival of other league members, thus unable to accompany Wang Hao into the Team Rocket base. Upon seeing Wang Hao, Edu immediately began to inquire about the situation. Wang Hao, with complete transparency, relayed all he knew and suspected, expressing his firm belief that the creature encased in metallic armor was indeed Mewtwo. Edu listened intently to Wang Hao's account and formed his own assessment. While he could not yet ascertain whether the metallic armored creature was truly Mewtwo, the immediate priority remained the rescue of Yuhong City's citizens. He resolved to first deal with the Team Rocket members occupying the first 3 levels of the base. The trio approached a poster within Yuhong Game City and activated the button behind it, unveiling the entrance to the Team Rocket base. Edu released Dragonite from its Pokeball, while Xiao Wei summoned his Blastoise, and Wang Hao remained with Leora. After determining their respective Pokémon, they began their descent into the first level of the Team Rocket base. Through Lu's aura, They quickly located the area where the citizens of Yuhong City were being held captive, guarded by approximately 20 Team Rocket members. Upon noticing Eevee, Wang Hao, and Xiaowei, the guards unleashed their Pokémon in preparation for battle. These Pokémon included Rattata, Zubat, Koffing, and Arbok, commonly used by Team Rocket members. In response to the opposing Pokémon, Eevee commanded Dragonite to unleash Dragon Pulse, incapacitating half of the enemy Pokémon in a single strike. Wang Hao was taken aback by the decisiveness of Eevee's attack. Mindful of the innocent citizens behind the guards, collateral damage would be unacceptable. However, as Dragon Pulse subsided, Wang Hao quickly realized the difference between himself and Eevee. Dragonite's attack had been executed with remarkable precision, targeting only the Pokémon of the frontline Team Rocket members, sparing the innocents. A mere command sufficed for Dragonite to comprehend Eevee's intent and avoid harming the citizens. Their previous synergy was something that Wang Hao and Liuru could not hope to match. Nevertheless, Wang Hao did not linger on this realization. He promptly directed Liuru to engage with the Team Rocket members, unleashing a series of vacuum waves, metal claws, and force palm attacks that sent 6 of the opponent's Pokémon flying. Xiaowei was equally proactive, instructing Blastoise to execute Hydro Pump, swiftly positioning itself between the guards and the citizens, thereby establishing a defensive barrier to prevent any collateral damage. With Blastoise's protective stance in place, Dragonite and Liuru could unleash their attacks without reservation, maximizing the power of their skills as Dragon Pulse and Vacuum Wave bombarded the Team Rocket members. In less than 5 minutes, all 20 of the guards' Pokémon had succumbed to defeat. Eevee, Wang Hao, and Xiaowei swiftly dismantled the defenses of the first level, liberating the citizens confined within. Subsequently, the trio pressed on towards the second level of the Team Rocket base. Chapter 65. The Rescue of the Citizens of Yuhong City. Upon entering the second floor, Wang Hao instructed Reilu to utilize its aura to detect the positions of the Team Rocket members, gaining a preliminary understanding of the situation concerning the citizens of Yuhong City. However, Reilu's probe revealed that the members of Team Rocket on the second floor seemed to be congregating in a single location, seemingly indifferent to the plight of the imprisoned citizens. What could be the reason for this? Wang Hao speculated that the breach of the guards on the first floor had drawn the attention of the defenders on the other levels. Despite their efforts to swiftly neutralize the guards on the first floor, it was inevitable that it would attract the notice of Team Rocket. Given that the members of Team Rocket on the second floor were already gathering in one place, Wang Hao and his companions no longer needed to hide. They could launch a direct assault on the Team Rocket members. The combined forces of the guards on the second floor numbered around 50, predominantly clustered together, with only a handful lurking in the corners, seemingly preparing an ambush against Wang Hao and his group. However, such an ambush was devoid of significance. Wang Hao, having observed everything through Reilu's aura, dispatched a shadowy Ghastly to stealthily cast hypnosis on the Team Rocket members hiding in the corners. After incapacitating the ambushers, Eevee and Xiaowei initiated a full frontal assault against the Team Rocket guards. The Pokémon of Team Rocket still comprised Rattata, Koffing, Arbok, and Zubat, although 3 particularly conspicuous Weezing and a Golbat stood out among them. Nonetheless, Eevee and Xiaowei did not regard these foes as formidable, swiftly directing their Dragonite and Blastoise to unleash a barrage of attacks. Wang Hao refrained from joining the fray, instead commanding Reilu to begin gathering intelligence on the third floor. The congregation of Team Rocket members on the second floor indicated that news of an assault on their base had spread, and as time progressed, it was certain that the third floor would be fortified with even more defenses. Thus, Wang Hao sought to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Additionally, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Neither on the first nor the second floor, whether Koffing or Weezing, had any of the Pokémon engaged in self-destructive moves such as self-destruct or explosion during the battle. This was in stark contrast to their behavior at the headquarters of Silver Company, where their trainers had not hesitated to employ such moves to buy time. Was it merely because they were in their own base that they dared not utilize such self-harming tactics? Wang Hao remained skeptical and reminded Eevee and Xiaowei to prioritize taking down Koffing and Weezing, as their presence still posed a significant threat. However, just as Eevee and Xiaowei turned their attention to Koffing and Weezing, these Pokémon began to unleash their self-destruct moves one after another. Self-destruct is indiscriminate, affecting allies and foes alike, and this series of detonations nearly incapacitated all of Team Rocket's Pokémon, causing them to fall one after another. Eevee and Xiaowei's Dragonite and Blastoise, having heeded Wang Hao's warning, were well prepared for the impending explosions, with Blastoise managing to shield itself and Dragonite from the blasts, though the force of the explosions left Blastoise looking rather disheveled. The Pokémon of Team Rocket on the second floor were almost entirely rendered incapable of battle in the wake of this self-destructive chaos. while the damage inflicted upon Wang Hao and his companions was minimal. Subsequently, Eevee freed the citizens of Yuhong City held on the second floor and urged them to flee the Team Rocket base. Upon returning to Wang Hao's side after completing these tasks, Eevee observed the conflicted expression on Wang Hao's face, prompting him to inquire about Wang Hao's condition. The citizens imprisoned on the third floor had been divided into 3 groups, each overseen by a cadre of Team Rocket members along with several subordinates. Moreover, the locations where these groups were held effectively surrounded the staircase, making their entry into the third floor fraught with difficulty. Wang Hao relayed the information gleaned by Riolu regarding the circumstances they would soon face. During this time, he also had Riolu investigate the situation on the 4th floor. Learning that Sakaki was still engaged in a standoff with a Pokémon covered in metallic armor, which brought him a measure of relief. Given that the members of Team Rocket on the 3rd floor had already set their defenses, it was time to abandon courtesy. Release all of your Pokémon. We shall engage in a comprehensive battle. Let us swiftly rescue the citizens on the 3rd floor. After hearing Wang Hao's report, Eevee immediately expressed his intention to confront Team Rocket members head-on, vowing to resolve the conflict as quickly as possible. Wang Hao had no objections. Though he had a limited number of Pokémon capable of engaging in such a battle, primarily Riolu, Kirlia, Ghastly, and Milotic, unlike Xiao Wei, who had Blastoise, Aerodactyl, Starmie, Infernape, Rosalia, and Eevee, who possessed Dragonite, Swellow, Kingdra, Flygon, Gyarados, and Salamence. Once they had released their Pokémon, the trio swiftly entered the 3rd floor, where they were indeed met by 3 groups of Team Rocket members led by Lance, Apollo, and Liu Peng. Even the champion of the league cannot allow you to advance any further today. With your combined strength, you dare to oppose Team Rocket? You are sorely mistaken. You wish to protect these citizens? Each room containing the citizens is guarded by 10 coughing. At my command, they shall self-destruct. Let us see how you plan to save them. Apollo's words left Eevee, Wang Hao, and Xiao Wei in stunned silence, as their worst fears had materialized. The reason Team Rocket had taken the citizens of Yuhong City captive was to wield them as leverage against the League and the police, compelling them to refrain from taking rash actions. Although the citizens on the first 2 floors had been swiftly liberated due to Eevee and his companions' prompt actions, those on this floor had become genuine hostages threatening Eevee and the others. What do you intend to do? The League personnel will be here shortly. I advise you to abandon your resistance while you still can. You may yet have time to escape. Eevee, how can a champion of the League utter such words? When have we Team Rocket ever feared you League members? Even if the League arrives, do you dare to disregard the safety of these citizens? Chapter 66, Confrontation with Team Rocket. Apollo's words rendered Eevee speechless. As the champion of the League, he could not disregard the safety of the citizens. Similarly, no member of the League would ever be able to act in such a manner. Observing Eevee's silence, Apollo continued, "What does it matter to be a League champion? When faced with the citizens, you too must compromise. No matter how formidable your strength, what can you truly do against us?" Apollo's provocations ignited fury in the listeners. Yet at that moment, Wang Hao, through the aura of his Riolu, urged Eevee, "Mr. Eevee, please continue your confrontation with Apollo and buy me some time. I will have Jengar sneak into the rooms where the citizens are held to neutralize the gas bombs. Thus, we need not fear their threats." Wang Hao's words seemed to instill hope in Eevee. He immediately understood how to buy time for Wang Hao and how to coordinate with him, calmly inquiring of Apollo, "Indeed, I cannot neglect the safety of the citizens. Thus, we shall not act recklessly. However, if you believe you can evade the League's retribution, you are sorely mistaken. I assure you, as long as Team Rocket remains active, our League shall not relent in our pursuit of you." "Huh? Is the League champion attempting to intimidate us? Do you think Team Rocket fears your so-called pursuit? We are the most powerful organization in the Pokémon world. We hardly regard the Kanto League. I am not here to frighten you. Do you think it is only the Kanto League pursuing you? I declare, in the name of the Kanto League champion, that the entirety of the Pokémon world's League organizations will hunt you until you are completely eradicated from existence. Champion, you speak with great bravado. You cannot even protect the city of Yuhong, yet you dare to claim you will annihilate Team Rocket. Do you not realize that your words lack credibility and are particularly self-defeating?" As Eevee and Apollo exchanged barbs, Wang Hao witnessed the palpable aura of the so-called League champion. Eevee remained composed, all the while subtly applying pressure on Apollo through their discourse. This verbal sparring was as intense as any battle between Pokémon. However, this confrontation did not last long. Wang Hao's Jengar returned to his side, informing him that the gas bombs in the rooms had been neutralized through hypnosis. Wang Hao promptly signaled to Eevee and Xiao Wei that the plan was proceeding smoothly and they could launch their attack. Eevee had awaited this moment for some time. He commanded Dragonite to unleash an electromagnetic wave, causing the members of Team Rocket to become paralyzed and unable to summon their Pokémon. Unfortunately, The range of the wave was limited, and not all Team Rocket members were affected, leaving a portion able to release their Pokémon. The sudden electromagnetic wave left Apollo, Lance, and Lu Pongzi utterly bewildered. They hastily attempted to direct the members in the room to detonate the gas bombs, only to find that both the members and the bombs were in a stupor, unresponsive. Seizing the moment while the officers were still disoriented, Wang Hao commanded Gengar to employ hypnosis, catching another group of Team Rocket members off guard. Xiao Wei also directed her Oddish to use sleep powder, assisting Gengar's hypnotic efforts. Faced with a multitude of Team Rocket members, hypnosis proved to be the most effective means of reducing combatants. After a single round of hypnosis, the remaining Team Rocket members had been halved. The number of released Pokémon dwindled to fewer than 20, including Lance's Nidoking, Apollo's Drowzee, and Lu Pongzi's Houndoom. Lance and Nidoking naturally approached Wang Hao, seemingly intent on settling personal scores, charging forth with several other Team Rocket members, including Rattata and Zubat. Meanwhile, Apollo and Drowzee faced off against Eevee and Dragonite, while Lu Pongzi and Houndoom confronted Xiao Wei and Blastoise. Nidoking launched a ferocious assault, fueled by rage, striking at Wang Hao's Riolu with wild abandon. Rattata and Zubat were equally relentless. Zubat, taking advantage of its aerial superiority, bombarded Wang Hao with air slash, while Rattata, leveraging its speed, executed a frenzied barrage of scratches. Despite the chaotic onslaught, Riolu sensed the rhythm of each attack through its aura, skillfully dodging all incoming strikes. Seizing the openings, Riolu retaliated with Vacuum Wave, incapacitating Rattata. With the number of Rattata's frenzied strikes diminished, the pressure on Riolu significantly lessened. Wang Hao, determined not to expose Riolu to the multitude of Pokémon, seized the opportunity while Riolu bested Rattata to command Chancho to unleash Psychic on Lance's Nidoking. The dual-type effectiveness of Psychic against Poison ensured that Nidoking swiftly lost its combat capabilities. With that, Wang Hao was left to face the airborne Zubat. He promptly directed the elusive Gengar to put them to sleep with hypnosis. In a matter of moments, Wang Hao had effortlessly dismantled Lance and the onslaught of Team Rocket members. However, upon turning to assess the situation between Eevee and Xiao Wei, he noticed that Xiao Wei was mired in a fierce struggle. Lu Pongzi, a fellow player, proved to be a far more formidable opponent than Lance, an NPC. He adeptly understood type advantages, timing for Pokémon switches, and could simultaneously command multiple Pokémon in battle. Xiao Wei's team leaned heavily on water types, while Lu Pongzi's lineup was more balanced. Although Houndoom initially faced a disadvantage against Blastoise, Lu Pongzi quickly switched to Raichu, using its prowess to put Xiao Wei's Blastoise in a precarious position. Wang Hao refrained from intervening in the battle between Xiao Wei and Lu Pongzi, recognizing that as players, both had their strategies. He understood that while a swift resolution would be possible, Xiao Wei would likely resent any interference. Thus, he shifted his focus back to the confrontation between Eevee and Apollo. True to his status as the league champion, Eevee exhibited remarkable composure amidst Apollo's Drowzee and the onslaught of Pokémon. He orchestrated his strategy flawlessly, leaving no room for error. Commanding 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, Eevee concluded the battle with impressive swiftness. Aware of his impending defeat, Apollo dropped a smoke bomb and cunningly made his escape before Drowzee fell. Chapter 67. The Armored Mewtwo. After Apollo's escape, Lu Fatty lost interest in further entangling with Xiao Wei. With a dazzling move from Raichu, he also fled the 3rd level. Now, apart from some hypnotized Team Rocket members, the 3rd level of the Team Rocket base was left with the citizens of Yuhong City who were imprisoned. Eevee swiftly liberated the citizens, while Wang Hao and Xiao Wei worked together to bind the slumbering members of Team Rocket. Once the citizens of Yuhong City had vacated the premises, Eevee, Wang Hao, and Xiao Wei began preparing to ascend to the 4th level. During this time, Eevee inquired with Naza, who was still on the outskirts of Yuhong City, about the status of the Alliance team. He learned that a portion of the Alliance personnel had already arrived in Yuhong City and begun evacuating the citizens fleeing from the base. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was not idle. He instructed Riolu to use its aura to probe the conditions of the 4th level, discovering that the fleeing Apollo and Lu Fatty had not appeared there. This struck Wang Hao as peculiar, but there was no time for further contemplation. He directed Riolu to focus on tracking Sakaki's situation. Sakaki was engaged in a standoff with the creature clad in metallic armor on the 4th level, yet no battle had ensued. What could he possibly be doing? Logically, having obtained the Master Ball, Sakaki should have captured Mewtwo in an instant. Why was he lingering in this confrontation for such an extended period? Wang Hao found himself perplexed by Sakaki's intentions on the 4th level. However, there were no signs of Sakaki fleeing or departing. So Wang Hao hurriedly joined Eevee and Xiao Wei in ascending to the 4th level. Upon entering the 4th level, they were immediately enveloped by a powerful energy that swept over them. This energy bore a resemblance to Naza's psychic abilities and shared similarities with the aura power of Wang Hao and Riolu, leaving Wang Hao bewildered as to its true nature. Through the aura's probing, he discerned that the source of this energy was the Pokémon clad in metallic armor. Sakaki quickly noticed the arrival of Wang Hao and his companions. He turned to them and remarked, "You finally made it. Quite impressive speed. Unfortunately, it's still a tad too late. I have ultimately acquired Mewtwo, the strongest Pokémon in this world." "Did you capture Mewtwo with the Master Ball?" Wang Hao questioned, recognizing the armored creature before him as Mewtwo. "The Master Ball? You mean the so-called Master Ball stolen from the Sylph Company headquarters?" Rest assured, that thing was utterly ineffective. Mewtwo broke free in an instant. Fortunately, I had a backup plan prepared well in advance, a completely new control armor. Once donned, this armor allows me to fully control Mewtwo without the need for a convoluted capturing process. Not only Wang Hao, but even Adu and Xiao Wei were taken aback by the ineffectiveness of Sylph Company's Master Ball against Mewtwo. The claim that it could capture any Pokémon was ultimately based on data. When faced with a being of Mewtwo's legendary caliber, it was clear that it would not yield satisfactory results. Nevertheless, Sakaki was relentless in his pursuit to possess Mewtwo completely, having even developed this armor for the purpose of subjugating the creature. Now that the champion of the Alliance is present, allow me to demonstrate the true power of my strongest Pokémon. Experience what it means to be the strongest. Bring forth your Pokémon. Listening to Sakaki's words, Wang Hao understood that this battle would be anything but easy. Confronted with a Mewtwo completely under Sakaki's control, they had no choice but to unleash their most formidable forces. Wang Hao chose to send Riolu into battle, while Adu released Dragonite and Xiao Wei summoned Blastoise. As the Pokémon of the three emerged, Sakaki immediately commanded Mewtwo to use Psychic, directly ensnaring Wang Hao, Riolu, Adu, Dragonite, Xiao Wei, and Blastoise. Under Mewtwo's psychic hold, they felt like condemned prisoners awaiting execution, immobilized and forced to silently endure the impending assault. Wang Hao and Riolu had encountered a similar situation on New Island. Yet this time they acutely sensed that the psychic control was significantly stronger. Wang Hao attempted to use Riolu's aura to break free from the psychic grip, but ultimately failed. Xiao Wei experienced, for the first time, the helplessness Wang Hao had once endured at the hands of Mewtwo. In contrast, Adu, also ensnared by the psychic control, appeared much more at ease. He quickly directed Dragonite to unleash Dragon Pulse. The energy of the dragon type surged towards Dragonite's mouth, culminating in a shockwave that struck Mewtwo, disrupting its psychic hold. Truly worthy of being the Dragon's messenger, Adu demonstrated that he could command his Pokémon to battle even against psychic control using the strength of the Dragon's heart. Yet how long could this ability assist him? Mewtwo, use Psyblade on Dragonite. The corporeal blades of psychic energy swiftly assaulted Dragonite, while Adu, having freed Dragonite from psychic control, rapidly commanded it to use agility to evade Mewtwo's Psyblade attack. However, even with the speed boost from agility, Dragonite was unable to completely avoid the Psyblade, sustaining a cut on its right wing. Adu had not anticipated that the speed of the Psyblade would surpass that of Dragonite even after using agility. This round of assault made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and Mewtwo. However, he did not give up. He continued to urge Dragonite to unleash Dragon Pulse in an attempt to trade injury for injury, hoping to inflict some damage on Mewtwo as well. Yet no matter from which angle Dragon Pulse was directed at Mewtwo, it was severed by Mewtwo's Psyblade, rendering the attacks futile. The clash between Dragonite and Mewtwo left Wang Hao and Xiao Wei with no opportunity to intervene, as they feared that their Pokémon might disrupt Dragonite's performance. Thus, the two of them tacitly refrained from allowing their Pokémon to interfere in the battle. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was not idle. He continuously directed Riolu to attempt to connect with Mewtwo through the aura. Mewtwo had once taught Riolu the use of aura abilities, so it surely held a profound impression of Riolu's aura. Even if controlled, there should still be a flicker of influence. However, no matter how Riolu attempted to use the aura to reach Mewtwo, it received no response. Even the aura released by Riolu vanished upon reaching Mewtwo, slipping beyond Riolu's control. This situation left both Wang Hao and Riolu utterly perplexed. Could it be that this metallic armor had the capacity to block or absorb the aura power? Chapter 68. Uniting forces to shatter the armor. As Wang Hao pondered the situation with great perplexity, Sakaki also noticed the subtle movements between Wang Hao and Riolu, sneering. "Don't waste your effort. Your aura cannot possibly reach Mewtwo." "Why? Is it because of that armor?" "Indeed, it is precisely because of that armor. From the moment Mewtwo was created, I became intimately familiar with the myriad abilities that lie dormant within him. Among them, the aura power was the first I came to understand." "Wang Hao, Do you know why I find you so intriguing? It is because you wield the power of aura. I sought to forge a connection between your aura and Mewtwo's, compelling Mewtwo to heed my commands. Yet you remain obstinate, refusing to join my Team Rocket. Consequently, I had no choice but to disable this power when developing the armor. Once donned, Mewtwo not only cannot receive the aura power, but also finds his own aura severely hampered, rendering it unusable. No wonder Riolu could not sense Mewtwo's aura while he was clad in that armor. It is all due to this very armor. However, the secrets of this armor seem to extend beyond mere suppression. It must possess numerous functionalities to control Mewtwo. Sakaki, you must have been preparing this armor for quite some time, not merely as a contingency plan. The heist for the Master Ball must be your secondary scheme. Indeed. You are astute. This armor was conceived at the time of Mewtwo's creation, and I have invested considerable thought into mastering Mewtwo. The first iteration of the armor at New Island's laboratory collapsed under Mewtwo's energy, causing him to rampage and ultimately escape Team Rocket. Although I resolved to seize the Master Ball upon hearing that the Silver Company had produced it, who could guarantee that it would successfully capture Mewtwo? Thus, I continued the development of a new generation of armor. Ultimately, the Master Ball failed to capture Mewtwo, yet my new generation of armor succeeded in controlling him. To dominate Mewtwo, Sakaki has indeed gone to great lengths. Not only has he prepared for contingencies, but he has also successfully curtailed Mewtwo's powers. However, after restricting Mewtwo's aura, does that still render him the most formidable Pokémon? Sakaki, you claim to have comprehended Mewtwo's myriad abilities since his inception. Yet now you seek to limit his aura power through the armor. Does that not equate to curtailing Mewtwo's capabilities? Is he still the most powerful Mewtwo in such a state? Precisely because I understand Mewtwo's diverse abilities can I make such selections. His greatest strength remains his psychic abilities, rendering the secondary aura power unnecessary. Thus, I have transformed the aura power within the armor into a reinforcement of Mewtwo's psychic prowess. You question whether such a Mewtwo is not the mightiest? Look at Adu's Dragonite. It has already lost its battle capability. As soon as Sakaki finished his words, Adu's Dragonite was struck head-on by Mewtwo's psychic blade, utterly incapacitated. In mere moments of conversation, the champion's strongest Pokémon was rendered powerless. Mewtwo truly remains the most formidable Pokémon. Adu swiftly recalled Dragonite and sent forth his second Pokémon, Charizard. Charizard exuded a fierce presence. Yet this aura paled in comparison to the chilling and enigmatic aura of the armored Mewtwo. This time, Adu did not allow Charizard to confront Mewtwo head-on. Instead, he commanded it to use Flamethrower to continuously harass Mewtwo. Simultaneously, Xiaowei switched out his Blastoise for his Aerodactyl, directing it to use Rock Slide to assist Adu's Charizard in distracting Mewtwo. Through dialogue with Sakaki, Wang Hao discerned that Mewtwo was not only under Sakaki's control, but also had its abilities adjusted by Sakaki, with its psychic prowess being accentuated, all achieved through that metallic armor. Therefore, he proposed a strategy of attack to Adu and Xiaowei, to employ every means possible to damage the metallic armor. Once the armor is breached, Wang Hao could potentially free Mewtwo from Sakaki's grasp using the power of aura, though no one could ascertain whether this method would ultimately succeed. They had no choice but to attempt it. Charizard's Flamethrower, Aerodactyl's Rock Slide, and Gengar's occasional Dart Pulse relentlessly assailed the armored Mewtwo. However, most of these skills were evaded by Mewtwo, and only a few managed to strike, all of which were effortlessly severed by Mewtwo's Psychic Blade. The armored Mewtwo was not merely a passive target. His Psychic Blade often cornered Charizard, Aerodactyl, and Gengar, inflicting significant damage. Even Gengar, attempting to evade through Shadow Sneak, sustained considerable injuries. Wang Hao, Adu, and Xiaowei all recognized that this approach could not endure indefinitely. They were destined to be vanquished by the armored Mewtwo, yet they persevered. For breaking the armor was their only hope. 3 against 1, and yet they struggled so. Did you feel the might of Mewtwo? If not, let Mewtwo illustrate the disparity in power. Mewtwo, Psychic Shatter. This was the second skill used by the armored Mewtwo thus far. The tangible telekinetic force surged like ripples towards Charizard, Aerodactyl, and Gengar, each wave intensifying in power. Trapped within the waves of telekinesis, both Charizard and Aerodactyl lost their battle capabilities. Gengar narrowly evaded a fatal strike through Shadow Sneak, yet sustained considerable harm, nearing defeat. Adu dispatched his Latios, while Xiaowei sent forth Blastoise. The moment Latios emerged, Adu commanded it to execute Brave Bird. Latios charged at the armored Mewtwo with a fearless determination. Yet just as it approached, Mewtwo's telekinesis seized it, halting its advance. Xiaowei's Blastoise, seizing the moment when Latios was immobilized, unleashed a water cannon attack in an attempt to damage Mewtwo. However, the water cannon was also ensnared by Mewtwo's telekinesis before it could reach him. At that moment, Wang Hao's Kirlia teleported beside the armored Mewtwo, using telekinesis to immobilize him. The armored Mewtwo found himself unable to move. Due to the consecutive control over Latios and Blastoise's attacks, Mewtwo was unable to react swiftly to Kirlia's assault, resulting in his immobilization. Yet Wang Hao knew that this control would be fleeting, lasting but a mere instant. Given the immense psychic energy possessed by the armored Mewtwo, breaking free from control was merely a matter of time. However, Kirlia had teleported alongside Riolu, who had gathered an aura sphere. In the moment Kirlia restrained Mewtwo, Riolu's aura sphere surged towards Mewtwo's armor. This aura sphere was formed by 90% of Riolu's aura, boasting power far beyond that of an ordinary aura sphere, representing the utmost limit of Riolu's capabilities. This final strike was the culmination of all preceding attacks, and ultimately, Riolu's aura sphere shattered the armor on Mewtwo's shoulder, creating several fissures. Chapter 69, Mewtwo's rampage in a fierce display of power, both Adu's Noctowl and Xiaowei's Blastoise, not to mention Wang Hao's Kirlia, exerted every ounce of strength they possessed to unleash a wave bomb aimed at Mewtwo. The force of the attack was somewhat mitigated by the armor's capacity to absorb wave energy. Nevertheless, it succeeded in shattering a small section of the armor, revealing several fissures. This minor breach evidently weakened the armor's absorption of wave energy. Seizing the moment, Wang Hao commanded Kirlia to employ Psychic against the damaged area in a bid to further dismantle the armor. However, just then, Mewtwo unexpectedly broke free from Kirlia's psychic grasp and unleashed a colossal psychic wave that sent everything in its vicinity careening away. Kirlia, Riolu, and Noctowl were the first to be struck, crashing to the ground and sustaining serious injuries. Was all this effort merely to shatter this armor? Alas, the disparity in strength was painfully apparent. Mewtwo was the unrivaled champion, and you were destined to perish. Mewtwo, unleash your full might. Use Psychic Break. Seeing the armor cracking, Sakaki grew anxious and began to command Mewtwo to fight recklessly. Yet, Mewtwo seemed oblivious to Sakaki's orders, remaining suspended in the air, its powers unrestrained and inactive. To Wang Hao, Adu, and Xiaowei, this scene offered a glimmer of hope. Indeed, the armor's rupture had affected Sakaki's control over Mewtwo. If they continued to damage the armor, Mewtwo would surely regain its awareness. This was Wang Hao's deduction, but in the next moment, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Without heeding Sakaki's commands, the armored Mewtwo emitted a furious roar, a cacophony of rage and madness that Wang Hao could feel through Riolu's aura. He recognized that Mewtwo had succumbed to another rampage, akin to the fury it displayed on New Island. Wang Hao quickly transmitted a warning to Adu and Xiaowei through the wave energy. What lay ahead was a Mewtwo that was utterly uncontrollable, unleashing its full strength. Having previously been knocked down by the armored Mewtwo, Kirlia and Riolu returned to Wang Hao's side. Faced with the rampaging creature, they understood that solitary efforts would prove futile. They needed to unite in their confrontation. Wang Hao directed Piplup to utilize Life Dew to heal the injuries sustained by Kirlia and Riolu, while also summoning Milotic and Gengar to the fray. This time, as he faced the Berserk Mewtwo, Wang Hao was armed with greater combat strength and would not allow himself to be overwhelmed as before. Adu and Xiaowei likewise released their remaining Pokémon, Kingdra, Flygon, Gyarados, Infernape, Starmie, and Rosalia. However, these additional Pokémon met the same grim fate against the armored Mewtwo, succumbing first to its psychic control, becoming immobilized in midair, and then being systematically struck down by Mewtwo's Psychic Break, one after another, until they were rendered incapable of battle. The scene resembled a knight clad in armor mercilessly slaughtering captives, leaving Wang Hao and his companions powerless to intervene. They had not anticipated the ferocity of the rampaging Mewtwo. It left no room for retaliation. One by one, Kingdra, Flygon, Infernape, Starmie, and Rosalia fell, while Wang Hao desperately sought to awaken Mewtwo through the power of the wave. Just as Wang Hao's repeated attempts yielded no success, Naji and other members of the Alliance arrived on the 4th floor of the Team Rocket base. Upon witnessing Wang Hao and his companions ensnared by Mewtwo's psychic grip, Naji unleashed her own psychic energy, disrupting Mewtwo's control over Wang Hao and the Pokémon. Mewtwo's rampage was momentarily halted, prompting it to angrily materialize beside Naji, striking at her with a psychic blade. However, endowed with the foresight of 3 seconds, Naji deftly evaded the attack's trajectory while simultaneously summoning Alakazam and Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime swiftly erected several layers of transparent barriers around Naji for defense. Yet these barriers were swiftly cleaved apart by Mewtwo's psychic blade. In the instant that Mewtwo engaged with Naji, Alliance member Xiaobo hastily released his Pokémon, Arcanine, commanding it to launch a Flare Blitz directly at Mewtwo. Enveloped in flames like a fireball, Arcanine charged toward Mewtwo but was firmly held in place by Mewtwo's psychic force. Unable to advance an inch, Seizing the opportunity, Nagi swiftly teleported herself and her Pokémon away from Mewtwo's vicinity. Upon seeing Nagi escape, Mewtwo ceased its pursuit, instead using its psychic power to hurl the restrained Arcanine violently towards the position of Xiaobo and the other Alliance members. As Arcanine was sent hurtling back, Alliance member Axing stepped forward, deploying her Pokémon, Mothim. Axing commanded Mothim to use Psychic to regain control of Arcanine, forcibly breaking Mewtwo's hold. The relentless barrage of Mewtwo's assaults was interrupted, further heightening its already volatile temperament. No longer targeting a single individual or Pokémon, Mewtwo unleashed its powers indiscriminately upon all present, releasing a succession of Psychic Blades and Psychic Breaks in rapid succession. Xiaowei could only command Blastoise to use Protect to withstand Mewtwo's onslaught, while other members of the Alliance called forth their defensive Pokémon to shield themselves. Yet, even with Protect, it proved impossible to withstand Mewtwo's indiscriminate bombardment indefinitely. Ultimately, Blastoise succumbed, losing its ability to battle, as did many of the Alliance's Pokémon. Even Sakaki's Snorlax, which had been summoned to counter Mewtwo's attacks, was brought to its knees, yet Sakaki seemed unfazed, deliriously proclaiming, "Do you see? This is the strongest Pokémon in the Pokémon world, the one I have created, Mewtwo. Can you feel it? Such power deserves to belong to Team Rocket." Wang Hao was left utterly speechless by Sakaki's crazed obsession. Even in this dire moment, he remained enthralled by Mewtwo's might. With such overwhelming power, how could Mewtwo ever submit to Sakaki's will? If not for the armor's control, would Mewtwo even heed Sakaki's commands? And with the armor now cracked, Mewtwo's rampage had begun, such a glaring flaw. What good was Sakaki's control over Mewtwo? Wang Hao found no inclination to mock Sakaki's madness. He continued to strive to awaken the rampaging Mewtwo through the power of the wave. Yet the repeated failures left him uncertain if this method could indeed rouse Mewtwo from its fury. Chapter 70, The Rebirth of History and Evolution. Wang Hao persistently attempted to communicate with the armored Mewtwo through the aura of his Lucario. However, this relentless endeavor caught the attention of the armored Mewtwo, who could endure the incessant calls of another. Consequently, the armored Mewtwo unleashed several mental blades at Wang Hao's location. Faced with these psychic blades, Wang Hao's Pokémon lacked the defensive capability to withstand them, forcing him to rely on Chirlilian to teleport him away. Yet, no matter where Chirlilian transported him, the armored Mewtwo's attacks followed closely behind. With no other option, Wang Hao directed Chirlilian to teleport him near Naz, whose magical wall puppet managed to provide a meager defense against the relentless pursuit of the armored Mewtwo. While the armored Mewtwo was preoccupied with Wang Hao, the other members of the Alliance were not idle. Adu commanded his Gyarados to unleash Ice Beam upon the armored Mewtwo, hoping to exploit the freezing effect to slow its movements. However, thus far, not a single Ice Beam had struck its mark. Xiaobo and Axing coordinated their own Pokémon, a Houndoom and a Mothim, to assist Adu's Gyarados. Yet all their attacks failed to inflict any damage on the armored Mewtwo. Nez attempted to have Alakazam launch a surprise attack through teleportation, but it too fell victim to the armored Mewtwo's psychic awareness. The strategies previously employed by Wang Hao, Xiaowei, and Adu to damage the armored Mewtwo had proven utterly ineffective. Wang Hao speculated that the armored Mewtwo had been sluggish in responding to their actions when under the control of Sakaki, dependent on his commands and thus less aware of its surroundings. Now, in its rampaging state, the armored Mewtwo fought solely on instinct, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Wang Hao never anticipated that shattering the armor would not only free the Mewtwo from Sakaki's influence but also incite its fury, making it far more formidable and challenging to confront. To inflict damage upon the armored Mewtwo successfully, it was crucial to prevent it from evading their skills. How could they ensure that the armored Mewtwo had no escape? Previously, Chirlilian had achieved this through psychic control. Now, with the collaboration of Naz and Axing, Wang Hao believed they could replicate that feat. Thus, he shared his thoughts with Naz. First, he instructed Chirlilian, Alakazam, the magical wall puppet, and Mothim to unleash a collective psychic wave directed toward the armored Mewtwo. Their objective was not to inflict damage, but rather to create a chaotic disturbance in the psychic waves that would restrain the armored Mewtwo. Once the Mewtwo was bound by the psychic waves, the magical wall puppet could erect defensive barriers around it, trapping it within. Subsequently, the others could launch a coordinated assault. Upon hearing Wang Hao's plan, Naz immediately consented to the action. In truth, they could not conceive a better alternative. If they failed to halt the armored Mewtwo here, its indiscriminate attacks would wreak havoc on the entire Yuhong city and even the broader Kanto region. As the plan unfolded, the armored Mewtwo was indeed ensnared by the psychic waves from Chirlilian and the others, and it was successfully confined within the barrier created by the magical wall puppet. Yet, in the end, their combined assault was entirely thwarted by the Mewtwo's defensive capabilities. The plan faltered at the final hurdle, leaving the armored Mewtwo unscathed. All present lamented the near success of their assault, having underestimated the Mewtwo's defensive moves. Just as they were regretting their miscalculation, the Mewtwo teleported from the magical wall puppet's confines to Wang Hao's side, its armored right hand once again seizing Wang Hao's clothing and lifting him into the air. This marked the second time Wang Hao found himself held captive by the armored Mewtwo. The first had occurred during the Mewtwo's rampage on New Island. Gazing at the armored figure before him, Wang Hao felt a surge of trepidation. Although the Mewtwo had been in a frenzied state last time, he had managed to maintain a lucid dialogue with it. Now, however, Wang Hao could only sense the chilling aura of malice emanating from the Mewtwo. Wang Hao feared he might not escape the Mewtwo's grasp this time, for the rampaging Mewtwo was entirely different from before. Just as he contemplated surrendering to despair, Lucario charged forth. With the last vestiges of its aura, it concentrated its energy into a single aura sphere and hurled it at the armored Mewtwo. Yet, this feeble projectile, lacking even its usual potency, was effortlessly caught by the Mewtwo's left hand. The armored Mewtwo regarded Lucario and then glanced at Wang Hao, seemingly pondering something as its ascent began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao commanded Lucario to flee through the bond of their auras. He could not bear to witness Lucario face defeat while attempting to save him, not wanting Lucario to endure such a fate again. However, Lucario defied Wang Hao's orders and launched itself at the armored Mewtwo once more, this time executing a vacuum wave. Yet, Lucario's attack failed to materialize, as the Mewtwo ensnared it with its psychic force. Subsequently, the armored Mewtwo immobilized Lucario above it and unleashed a trio of psychic blasts upon it. Wang Hao stared in horror as the armored Mewtwo's psychic strikes sent Lucario hurtling through the air, crashing into the rooftop of the 4th floor of the base, piercing through the entire structure and soaring into the sky. Wang Hao struggled desperately against the Mewtwo's grip, fully aware that the 3 consecutive attacks were aimed at obliterating Lucario. How could a fighting-type Pokémon like Lucario withstand such an onslaught? A massive hole opened up in the Team Rocket base, extending from the 4th floor into the skies above Yuhong City, as Lucario slowly descended through the breach, plummeting toward the ground. Wang Hao strained to check on Lucario's condition, but he had forgotten he remained in the clutches of the armored Mewtwo. The Mewtwo approached the spot where Lucario was destined to land, glanced at it, and then released Wang Hao, allowing him to fall beside Lucario. Wang Hao paid no heed to how the armored Mewtwo treated him. His sole focus was on locating Lucario's aura. After Lucario was struck by the Mewtwo's 3 psychic blasts, Wang Hao lost all perception of its aura. He understood all too well the implications of losing that connection. Though he too sustained injuries from his fall, he crawled determinedly toward Lucario. When his hand finally made contact with Lucario, a wave of relief washed over him. Although he could still not sense Lucario's aura, he remained untroubled. He channeled the scant remnants of his own aura through his hands to Lucario, attempting to awaken its aura with his own. Just as Wang Hao's aura reached Lucario, a blinding light erupted. Amidst the radiance, Lucario's back sprouted bone spikes, its stature expanding from less than a meter to 1 meter and 20 centimeters, its ears elongating considerably. The once feeble Lucario had undergone a complete transformation, evolving into a formidable Lucario. Chapter 71. The legendary Pokémon. The evolved Lucario gently assisted Wang Hao to his feet, then fixed his gaze upon the hovering, armored Mewtwo, which had not yet retreated far. The power of the aura gradually spread out, clashing with the psychic field of armored Mewtwo, emanating an atmosphere of imminent battle. Seeing Lucario successfully evolve into Lucario, and Wang Hao unharmed, Adu, Xiaowei, Nazi, and the other members of the Alliance felt their previously anxious hearts ease slightly. However, the tension between Lucario and armored Mewtwo was palpable, causing them to feel a renewed sense of anxiety. At present, no Pokémon stood a chance against armored Mewtwo. Even with Lucario's evolution, victory seemed unlikely. Yet, aware of the daunting odds, Lucario displayed no sign of fear. The rampaging armored Mewtwo, infuriated by the fact that his previously defeated opponent had risen once more, unleashed a barrage of 5 psychic blades, ruthlessly aimed at Lucario and Wang Hao's position. Nevertheless, while supporting Wang Hao, Lucario skillfully evaded these attacks, thanks to his premonitory abilities stemming from the aura. Subsequently, Lucario detected a relatively safe spot nearby and guided Wang Hao there to rest. After ensuring Wang Hao's safety, Lucario once again faced armored Mewtwo head-on. He swiftly conjured a long bone staff from his hands and moved rapidly towards armored Mewtwo, leaping up to strike fiercely at the creature. Armored Mewtwo, however, remained unfazed, using telekinesis to immobilize the bone staff, attempting to thwart Lucario's attack. Yet, at the instant the staff was restrained, Lucario released his grip and quickly concentrated an aura sphere, launching it at armored Mewtwo. This audacious strike caught even armored Mewtwo off guard. The aura sphere struck the armor on armored Mewtwo's chest, creating a crack. though the power was diminished due to the brief accumulation time. Not only did Armored Mewtwo fail to anticipate Lucario's swift transition to another skill, but Wang Hao, Edu, and the others were also taken aback by Lucario's decisive action. This attack was executed purely from Lucario's own volition, without any command from Wang Hao. In that fleeting moment, it seemed that hope flickered for Lucario to triumph over Armored Mewtwo. However, that hope was swiftly extinguished. Although Lucario's Aura Sphere had indeed struck Armored Mewtwo and inflicted damage, Armored Mewtwo seized the opportunity to unleash a Psyshock on the airborne Lucario. The Psyshock hit Lucario directly, despite being a fighting and steel-type Pokémon, which typically mitigates Psychic-type moves. The airborne Lucario was sent crashing into the ground. Following this, Armored Mewtwo unleashed another Psychic Blade aimed at the downed Lucario, seeking to inflict further damage. Observing this pursuit, Edu and the others realized they could no longer remain passive spectators. They promptly commanded their Pokémon to join the fray. Edu's Gyarados unleashed a water cannon from a distance, successfully intercepting Armored Mewtwo's Psychic Blade and preventing further harm to Lucario. Nazi's Alakazam instantly teleported to the location where Lucario had fallen, utilizing its psychic powers to lift Lucario from the ground. Shabo directed his Houndoom to unleash Flamethrower directly at Armored Mewtwo, aiming to buy more time for Nazi's Alakazam to rescue Lucario. Ahong's Mothim quickly flapped its wings, launching a Bug Buzz attack at Armored Mewtwo. This Bug-type move inflicted double damage against the Psychic-type Armored Mewtwo, however. Both the Flamethrower and Bug Buzz were effortlessly deflected by Armored Mewtwo's defenses. Once again, their efforts resulted in an ineffective assault, yet Shabo and Ahong remained undeterred. For their objective had been accomplished, Lucario was successfully rescued from the depths. Lucario's injuries were not severe. He had merely been driven into the ground by Armored Mewtwo's Psyshock, making it difficult to rise. Once back on his feet, Lucario continued to lock eyes with Armored Mewtwo, fueled by an intense determination to halt Armored Mewtwo's rampage. Having defended against the attacks from Houndoom and Mothim, Armored Mewtwo quickly turned its attention back to Lucario. With a contemplative gaze, Armored Mewtwo waved his hands, releasing a unique energy. Nazi, keenly perceptive, recognized this energy and shouted, "This is Future Sight. Everyone, prepare your defenses and be ready to act." Those without defensive skills hurriedly recalled their Pokémon. The fearsome aspect of Future Sight lies not only in its immense power but also in its area of effect, dealing Psychic-type damage to all Pokémon on the field. While it may not be the most terrifying move in a one-on-one scenario, it is undoubtedly one of the least desirable moves in a multi-battle context. Thanks to her innate psychic abilities and familiarity with Future Sight, Nazi immediately deduced that Armored Mewtwo was about to cast this very skill. In an instant, Shabo's Houndoom, Edu's Gyarados, and Nazi's Alakazam were all recalled into their Pokeballs. Wang Hao hurriedly withdrew his Milotic, Togepi, and Sharim as well. Just as Wang Hao prepared to recall Lucario, Lucario halted him, insisting, "I can create a barrier using my aura to defend against this attack, so please allow me to continue fighting." Previously, during a confrontation with Nazi's Mr. Mime, Lucario had successfully employed an aura barrier to block a magical leaf attack, prompting Wang Hao to retract his Pokeball when Lucario mentioned the defensive barrier. Everyone braced for Armored Mewtwo's Future Sight attack. Yet they seemed to overlook a crucial detail. Future Sight does not strike immediately. It requires a brief period. During this interval, how could Armored Mewtwo allow them to wait idly? In a flash, Armored Mewtwo teleported beside Ahong's Mothim, delivering a Psyshock that rendered Mothim incapable of continuing the battle. Before the others could react, Armored Mewtwo teleported next to Xiao Wei's Blastoise, launching another Psyshock. This time, however, Blastoise successfully defended against the attack with Protect. Undeterred, Armored Mewtwo teleported once more to Nazi's Mr. Mime, unleashing a barrage of 3 Psychic Blades. Nazi promptly commanded Mr. Mime to erect several light screens around him. Yet the light screens proved only marginally effective, as the 3 Psychic Blades swiftly pierced through and struck Mr. Mime, inflicting substantial damage. While it did not completely incapacitate Mr. Mime, it left him gravely weakened. Armored Mewtwo's relentless assault left everyone reeling, and at that moment, the Future Sight attack finally struck. Due to its severe injuries, Mr. Mime could not withstand the Future Sight assault and lost the ability to fight. Xiao Wei's Blastoise, having exhausted its protectability, also succumbed to the Future Sight attack, leaving Lucario as the sole Pokémon remaining on the battlefield. Empowered by the force of the wave, Lucario successfully erected a defensive barrier against the anticipated assault. Yet the subsequent psychic onslaught from the Armored Mewtwo proved overwhelming. Lucario faltered, unable to withstand the relentless barrage, and was violently propelled backwards, crashing deeply into the distant wall. At this juncture, all Pokémon that had sought to impede the Armored Mewtwo were vanquished. seizing the opportunity presented by the breach created when it had sent Leo flying. The armored Mewtwo instantaneously transitioned from the 4th floor of the Team Rocket base to the rooftop of the Yuhong Game City. Standing atop the edifice, the armored Mewtwo surveyed the towering structures around it, relentlessly unleashing psychic blades that shattered the surrounding architecture with brutal force. Wang Hao Edu and their companions could only gaze up from the 4th floor of the Team Rocket base, filled with a profound sense of helplessness. Why was there such a vast disparity in power? Why had they been unable to thwart the armored Mewtwo's devastation? Was there truly no one capable of halting such annihilation? At that moment, however, Lucario, who had been forcefully embedded in the wall, broke free. He slowly approached the edge of the breach, gazing up at the towering armored Mewtwo, and with unwavering resolve, leaped into action, ascending to the 3rd floor of the base, then the 2nd, the 1st, and finally reaching the rooftop of Yuhong Game City. He stood face to face with the armored Mewtwo. Lucario's fearless demeanor deeply moved Wang Hao and the others. Edu swiftly dispatched Gyarados, soaring into the sky upon its back. The others followed suit, calling forth their own flying Pokémon, hastening to Lucario's side. Standing atop the rooftop of Yuhong Game City, Lucario fixed his gaze upon the still destructive armored Mewtwo, attempting to connect with his former master through the wave, yet received no response. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wave bomb, successfully capturing the attention of the rampaging armored Mewtwo. The armored Mewtwo roared in fury, evidently irked by Lucario's interference. A tempestuous aura radiated from its form. And at that moment, a fiery bird Pokémon appeared above the transparent dome of Yuhong City, followed by another avian creature cloaked in thunder and yet another enveloped in swirling snowflakes. Chapter 72. The duel among legendary Pokémon. Wang Hao and his companions gazed in astonishment at the 3 legendary bird Pokémon hovering above the transparent dome of Yuhong City. Were these not the fabled birds of the Kanto region, Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos? How could these mythical creatures possibly manifest here? What were their intentions as they circled ominously above the city? At that moment, the once menacing armored Mewtwo also took notice of the legendary Pokémon overhead. Sensing their formidable presence, it abruptly lost interest in Lucario and the other Pokémon. With a swift motion of its armored right hand, it unleashed 3 psychic blades aimed directly at the positions of the legendary birds. However, these psychic attacks were thwarted by the transparent dome of Yuhong City. Failing to make contact with the legendary trio, the 3 legendary birds, recognizing the intimidation from the armored Mewtwo, retaliated. Moltres led the charge, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the dome, followed by Articuno's icy beam and Zapdos's thunderbolt striking the same location. The convergence of these 3 distinct elemental assaults shattered the dome that had enveloped Yuhong City, signaling the end of Team Rocket's blockade. Yet, Edu and the other League members could not shake off their growing concern. A battle between legendary Pokémon was poised to erupt at any moment, and the citizens who had just escaped from the Yuhong Gaming City had yet to find safety. What could they possibly do? As the champion of the League, Edu bore the highest command in Yuhong City. He promptly issued orders to Nasi, Xiaobo, and Axing, although the intentions of the legendary Pokémon remained unclear. It was evident they were preparing to confront the armored Mewtwo. A confrontation of such magnitude could engulf the entire city. So your primary task is to lead the citizens of Yuhong City to safety in Jinwang City. Nasi, you shall spearhead the evacuation efforts. Mr. Xiaobo and Axing, assist Nasi in swiftly evacuating all citizens. As League members, Nasi and her companions understood Edu's intentions and did not voice any objections, swiftly springing into action. Wang Hao and Xiao Wei, however, were oblivious to Edu's commands, completely captivated by the sight of the legendary Pokémon. This was their first encounter with such mythical beings, often referred to by players as divine beasts. To their knowledge, no other player had yet witnessed the appearance of these legendary creatures in the game. Seeing all 3 at once was an irresistible spectacle. Xiao Wei, this must be the first time legendary Pokémon have appeared in this game. Have you heard of anyone else encountering other legendary Pokémon? No. I believe we are the first players to witness this scene. I've recorded it all and am live-streaming it in the world chat. Many nearby players are rushing over just to catch a glimpse of these divine beasts. It's a rare opportunity to experience their aura firsthand. Who wouldn't want to see them? Wang Hao was taken aback to discover that Xiao Wei had already broadcast the unfolding events. Perhaps his knack for gathering information stemmed from such ventures. Wang Hao decided to disregard Xiao Wei's streaming endeavors and turned his attention to Lucario. At that moment, Lucario had shifted its focus from the armored Mewtwo, now wholly entranced by the presence of Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos. After the legendary birds shattered the dome of Yuhong City, they did not immediately charge at the armored Mewtwo. Instead, they emitted a series of harmonious calls directed at it. To Edu and the others, The call sounded pleasant and unremarkable. However, for Lucario, endowed with the power of Aura, and Wang Hao, the call served as a warning from the legendary Pokémon, urging the armored Mewtwo to cease its destruction and depart. Yet, the armored Mewtwo ignored their plea. Utilizing teleportation, it instantaneously moved from the rooftop of Yuhong Gaming City to face the legendary birds. Thus, the four legendary Pokémon found themselves locked in a tense standoff above Yuhong City, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from one another. Neither the armored Mewtwo nor the legendary birds initiated the assault. Instead, they silently emanated their unique auras. The psychic pressure from the armored Mewtwo bore down on the legendary birds, while Moltres' flames intensified. Articuno conjured blizzards swirling with ice crystals, and Zapdos' lightning flickered menacingly. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, as if a battle could erupt at any moment, causing Wang Hao, Edu, and Xiaowei to tense up. Suddenly, the once clear skies above Yuhong City transformed. Dark clouds rolled in, thunder rumbled, and snowflakes began to fall gently. Snow and thunder simultaneously? What was happening? Wang Hao, Edu, and Xiaowei found themselves utterly bewildered, left to watch in silent awe. As the snowflakes grew heavier, particularly around the armored Mewtwo, it appeared to be enveloped by a blizzard, obscuring it from sight. Was Articuno the first to launch an offensive? However, in the next heartbeat, they realized their misunderstanding. For the very next moment, the blizzard surrounding the armored Mewtwo was struck repeatedly by bolts of lightning, Zapdos' thunder. The lightning did not relent, continually striking within the blizzard, transforming it into a tempest of thunder and snow. At that moment, Wang Hao and his companions grasped the nature of the assault, a joint attack by Articuno and Zapdos. They had used the blizzard to trap the armored Mewtwo while unleashing thunder to bombard it within. Was this truly the combat style of legendary Pokémon, harnessing the forces of nature to alter weather and environment with a single move? As they became entranced by the power of Articuno and Zapdos, the thunderstorm enveloping the armored Mewtwo was abruptly cleaved apart by multiple psychic blades. These were the psychic blades of the armored Mewtwo, forcefully breaking through the combined onslaught of Articuno and Zapdos. Strangely, it seemed the armored Mewtwo had sustained no damage, leaving everyone in shock. Just how formidable must it be to emerge unscathed from such a concerted attack? With the thunderstorm shattered, the armored Mewtwo's demeanor appeared almost mocking towards Articuno and Zapdos. However, at that moment, Moltres was enveloped in radiant light, and in an instant, it charged toward the armored Mewtwo. The armored Mewtwo instinctively activated Protect to defend itself. But the shield flickered and failed. The radiant Moltres collided with the armored Mewtwo, shattering the armor on its chest. This overwhelming attack, cloaked in brilliant light, could only be the sacred fire. It implied that Moltres had begun preparing this move while Articuno and Zapdos initiated their assault. The cooperation among the legendary Pokémon was flawlessly synchronized from the outset, a truly fearsome offensive. The reason the armored Mewtwo's Protect had faltered was likely due to its prior use in countering the combined attack of Articuno and Zapdos, leading to a failure upon repeated invocation. This series of attacks represented the first direct confrontation between the legendary Pokémon and the armored Mewtwo. Yet, it was sufficient to shatter the armored Mewtwo's chest armor, leaving Wang Hao and the others feeling utterly humiliated. They had once exerted their utmost effort merely to inflict minor cracks on the armored Mewtwo's defenses. The disparity in strength was palpable, and even Lucario could clearly perceive it. After the chest plate of armored Mewtwo was shattered, he paid it no mind, allowing the fragments to fall away. With a sweeping gesture of his hands towards Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos, psychic energy rapidly expanded outward. He then instantaneously teleported behind Articuno, delivering a fierce psychic blade strike to its back. By first foreseeing the future to set the stage for his assault, he relied on the swiftness of his teleportation to inflict harm upon Articuno. This was a customary tactic for armored Mewtwo, well understood by Wang Hao and his companions. However, the three legendary Pokémon were oblivious to such strategies. Armored Mewtwo's choice of teleportation was cunningly executed, placing him in Articuno's blind spot, which prevented the latter from reacting promptly to the impending strike, resulting in a direct hit from the psychic blade. Nevertheless, Articuno did not endure this attack in vain. At the moment armored Mewtwo struck, the rapidly spinning Zapdos launched a beak drill attack with lightning speed. Although Articuno was struck by the psychic blade, armored Mewtwo was also sent flying by Zapdos' beak drill. The propelled armored Mewtwo did not travel far before vanishing above Yuhong City. Neither the three legendary Pokémon nor Wang Hao and his companions could detect armored Mewtwo's whereabouts. Had he escaped? Such a notion seemed implausible. Lucario emitted his aura, enveloping the vicinity of the three legendary Pokémon. Soon, Lucario discerned a peculiar energy fluctuation surrounding Moltres and promptly alerted it to the threat approaching from its left wing. At that moment, armored Mewtwo materialized from the left wing of Moltres and unleashed a psychic shatter. Thanks to Lucario's warning, Moltres reacted swiftly, countering with a powerful flamethrower that clashed with armored Mewtwo's psychic shatter, resulting in a stalemate as both attacks neutralized one another. However, as the explosion from the clash erupted, armored Mewtwo vanished once again above Yuhong City. How did armored Mewtwo manage to disappear and reappear so seamlessly? Chapter 73. The Legends Duel concludes the mysterious disappearance of Mewtwo left not only Adu and his companions perplexed, but also Wang Hao, who found himself equally bewildered. In a bid to unravel the enigma, he released Chimcho and sought its insight regarding Mewtwo's vanishing act. As a Pokémon adept in teleportation and capable of traversing vast distances, Chimcho possessed a deeper understanding of such phenomena than Wang Hao and his friends. Chimcho elucidated that the world is composed of countless spatial realms. To achieve teleportation, one must first identify a spatial conduit connecting their current coordinates to another location. By harnessing psychic powers, one can navigate through these conduits to execute instantaneous movement. Mewtwo's prolonged disappearance was attributed to its ability to conceal itself within the surrounding spatial pathways. Only when the moment was ripe did it emerge from the conduit, enabling a delayed disappearance. Wang Hao realized that Mewtwo's extended invisibility was indeed a manifestation of teleportation. He was compelled to inquire whether Chimcho could replicate such a feat. However, Chimcho shook its head in negation, explaining that to hide within a spatial conduit requires not only formidable psychic abilities, but also a physical constitution robust enough to endure spatial traversal. Given Chimcho's current state, it lacked the requisite strength to perform such an act. Though Mewtwo's ability to cloak itself within the spatial realm appeared effortless, it was not a capacity shared by all Pokémon. Likely, only a select few legendary Pokémon could achieve such a feat. Wang Hao, undeterred by this revelation, redirected his focus to the battle between the three legendary Pokémon and Mewtwo. Thanks to Lucario's timely warning, Moltres successfully deployed Flamethrower to shield Mewtwo from a psychic attack. Mewtwo, realizing its attack had been thwarted, swiftly turned its gaze from Moltres to Lucario and then vanished into the surrounding spatial conduits. Since Mewtwo's disappearance, Lucario had remained vigilant, continuously monitoring the energy fluctuations around the legendary Pokémon. He was prepared to alert them at the first sign of abnormality. However, Mewtwo's target had now shifted entirely from the legendary trio to Lucario. As Lucario remained preoccupied with the energy fluctuations surrounding the legendary Pokémon, he suddenly became aware of Zapdos launching a thunderbolt from behind him. The attack narrowly missed Lucario, instead striking Mewtwo, who had reappeared behind him. Startled, Lucario leaped away from his previous position, only to find Mewtwo nearly grasping him with its armored left hand. As Lucario evaded, Articuno appeared by his side, shaking its head to signal him to climb onto its back. Without hesitation, Lucario complied. What was intended to be a duel between the three legendary Pokémon and Mewtwo transformed into a confrontation involving Lucario as well. Faced with this new dynamic, Mewtwo let out an enraged roar. Just when everyone presumed Mewtwo had been thoroughly provoked, a peculiar energy erupted, striking all present Pokémon. This was Mewtwo's previously executed future sight, which had now manifested at this critical juncture. Neither the legendary trio nor Lucario could react in time, and they were all struck by the extraordinary energy. Wang Hao immediately observed that Lucario's health had plummeted by half. Another future sight attack would incapacitate him entirely. While he was uncertain of the damage this attack would inflict upon the legendary Pokémon, he noted that the flames enveloping Moltres had diminished. The blizzard surrounding Articuno had weakened, and the thundercloud shrouding Zapdos had noticeably lessened. Mewtwo's furious roar was not solely a response to being thwarted. It was also a strategic maneuver to lower the defenses of the legendary Pokémon and Lucario, ensuring the accuracy of the future sight attack. However, this tactic could only be employed once, for thereafter, both the legendary trio and Lucario would remain on high alert against Mewtwo's offensive. With another wave of its hand, Mewtwo released a strange energy into the surroundings, once more setting the stage for a future sight attack. Subsequently, it concealed itself within the spatial conduits, vanishing entirely from view. Lucario remained poised atop Articuno, diligently monitoring the energy fluctuations around him, even extending his awareness to his immediate vicinity. For an extended period, Lucario detected no irregular energy, prompting speculation as to whether Mewtwo had truly departed from Yuhong City. However, just as Lucario's vigilance began to wane, a faint energy dispersed near Wang Hao. Although Lucario, with his keen senses, detected the anomaly, the considerable distance between him and Wang Hao hindered his ability to respond swiftly. As Mewtwo prepared to seize Wang Hao, Chimcho reacted promptly, attempting to teleport into safety. Yet, for Mewtwo, who possessed superior teleportation capabilities, Chimcho's efforts were futile. Before it could transport Wang Hao away, Mewtwo pinned Chincho down and sent it flying with a psychic attack. Once more, Wang Hao found himself in Mewtwo's grasp. Mewtwo lifted him into the air, positioning itself before the legendary trio and Lucario, while a peculiar energy continued to coalesce in its right hand. It seemed to convey a warning. Any reckless actions would jeopardize Wang Hao's safety. Lucario, of course, would not act rashly. He inquired through the aura about Mewtwo's intentions, receiving a response indicating that if Lucario assisted in defeating the 3 legendary Pokémon, Wang Hao would be released. This dilemma weighed heavily on Lucario, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. He communicated the situation to the legendary trio through the aura, expressing his desire to ensure Wang Hao's safety. Yet, this proposition placed the legendary Pokémon in a precarious position. They could not simply concede for the sake of one individual. In that critical moment, Articuno devised a plan, swiftly sharing its thoughts with Moltres, Zapdos, and Lucario before initiating action. Lucario expressed his willingness to collaborate with Mewtwo against the legendary trio. Though he stipulated a condition, Mewtwo must guarantee Wang Hao's safety and cease holding him in such a manner. This was a simple request from Mewtwo. It merely needed to use telekinesis to suspend Wang Hao in a safe position nearby. Subsequently, Lucario indicated that he and Mewtwo would need to coordinate their efforts to confront the legendary Pokémon simultaneously. His target would be Articuno beneath him, and he planned to unleash his most powerful attack to severely injure Articuno and incapacitate its ability to fly. Meanwhile, Mewtwo would focus on assaulting Moltres and Zapdos to prevent them from aiding Articuno. Mewtwo expressed no objections to Lucario's proposal. Thus, Lucario began to gather aura energy between his hands. Perceiving that Lucario was steadily accumulating energy, armored Mewtwo naturally assumed that Lucario was preparing to unleash its most formidable skill. Consequently, it relinquished its hold on Wang Hao, ensnaring him in midair with its psychic abilities. At that moment, a faint current emanated from the thunder surrounding Zapdos, swiftly enveloping armored Mewtwo and causing a brief paralysis to course through its entire being. As the sensation of paralysis spread, armored Mewtwo realized the gravity of the situation. It attempted to break free from the paralysis and swiftly retreat into a spatial passage, but at that instant, powerful gusts of wind firmly anchored it in place. These were the gales of Moltres, which had been prepared in tandem with the electromagnetic waves unleashed by Zapdos. As the effects of paralysis seized armored Mewtwo, Moltres seized the moment, utilizing a series of tempestuous winds to confine it to its original position. However, the onslaught of the 3 legendary Pokémon was far from over. The blizzard conjured by Articuno swiftly followed Moltres' Tempest, encasing armored Mewtwo in ice. Meanwhile, the energy that Lucario had gathered was merely a ruse. It had not genuinely unleashed it, but instead dispersed the accumulated energy almost instantly. Witnessing armored Mewtwo encased in ice, Lucario hurried to reach Wang Hao's side. Articuno, aware of Lucario's urgency, swiftly transported it to Wang Hao's location. Just then, cracks began to form in the ice encasing armored Mewtwo, suggesting that it might break free at any moment. Moltres and Zapdos promptly intensified their dual gales around the icy prison to reinforce the confinement of armored Mewtwo. Meanwhile, Articuno quickly brought Lucario to Wang Hao's side and communicated through Lucario's aura. The confinement we 3 have imposed will only serve as a temporary measure. To truly seal him, we must unleash even greater power. If we do so, this city will inevitably be transformed into a realm of confinement, and we 3 shall exhaust ourselves in the process. Once we are spent, I will require you to accomplish a few tasks for us, and you must complete them in the shortest time possible. Chapter 74, The Quest of Articuno. Articuno elaborated on its commission to Wang Hao, elucidating the impending seal that the 3 legendary Pokémon would impose on the armored Mewtwo. Upon absorbing the gravity of the situation, Wang Hao found himself momentarily stunned, grappling with the enormity of the information he had just received. However, he quickly sprang into action. Acutely aware that time was of the essence, utilizing Lucario's aura abilities, he contacted Chincho, summoning it to teleport him and Lucario to the side of Eevee. Wang Hao then conveyed Articuno's plan to Eevee and instructed him to reach out to Naz, who was aiding in the evacuation of the citizens of Yuhong City. The impending seal would engulf the entirety of Yuhong City, necessitating the swift departure of all its inhabitants. The response indicated that the majority of Yuhong City's citizens had already evacuated, with the remaining individuals expected to fully depart within the next 10 minutes. Wang Hao instructed Lucario to inform Articuno to delay the execution of their plan until that time had elapsed. Subsequently, he and Eevee hastily retreated to the outskirts of Yuhong City, maintaining a vigilant watch over the actions of the 3 legendary Pokémon. Before the evacuation was complete, the trio was solely focused on reinforcing the icy prison surrounding armored Mewtwo. 10 minutes later, Naz informed Eevee that all citizens had successfully evacuated Yuhong City. It was only then that Wang Hao instructed Lucario to notify Articuno that they could proceed. What followed was an astonishing display unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Moltres was enveloped in flames, transforming into a magnificent firebird that illuminated a third of the sky with its fiery glow. Zapdos commanded a stormy sky, filled with dark clouds and flickering golden lightning. Meanwhile, Articuno became one with the blizzard. Its form obscured while freezing a third of the sky into a pristine white expanse. These bizarre phenomena, initially confined to the skies above Yuhong City, began to extend their influence, resulting in a third of the city being engulfed in flames, another third transformed into a storm-laden realm, and the final third encased in ice. At the intersection of these elements lay the previously sealed location of armored Mewtwo. Was this the true power of legendary Pokémon? So formidable that it rendered mere mortals like Wang Hao breathless. Eevee, the champion of the league, trembled at the sight. Suddenly acutely aware that being a champion was not the pinnacle of the Pokémon world, he still had a long journey ahead. Eevee, the containment of Yuhong City is entrusted to you and the league. Ensure that during my absence, no one or any force breaches the city's borders. Wang Hao, equally awestruck by the legendary Pokémon's might, soon regained his composure, for he had a mission from Articuno that required his immediate attention. The task of safeguarding Yuhong City necessitated extensive coordination among various personnel and departments, and none were more suited for this responsibility than Eevee. Rest assured, until your return, I shall not allow anyone or any force to enter Yuhong City. This seal has drained the full might of the 3 legendary Pokémon, and there will not be a second chance. I will protect this place with all my strength. Reassured by Eevee's commitment, Wang Hao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He summoned Xiaowei, and together they swiftly teleported to the Pokémon Center in Jinhuang City via Chimcho. Upon arrival, they entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for restoration. It was then that Xiaowei inquired about their subsequent plans. Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos had combined their powers to create a tri-elemental seal that bound armored Mewtwo within Yuhong City. However, the potency of this confinement would gradually wane with the passage of time. They needed to retrieve certain items before the sealing power diminished to the point of ineffectiveness against armored Mewtwo. These items included Articuno's Ice Crystal Feather, Moltres' Burning Feather, Zapdos' Thunder Feather, and Mew. What are these Ice Crystal Feather, Burning Feather, and Thunder Feather? I've never heard of them. And the last one is even more absurd. How can we find Mew? Isn't that just a fool's errand? Mew can transform into any Pokémon, and unless it reveals itself, who could possibly locate it? The Ice Crystal Feather, Burning Feather, and Thunder Feather are merely the feathers that Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos shed. These feathers retain a fragment of the legendary Pokémon's power, and the reason we seek them is to liberate the 3 Pokémon from their elemental forms, allowing them to revert to their avian shapes. Articuno also mentioned that these feathers can be found in their dwelling caves, so gathering them should not prove overly difficult. As for Mew, it is indeed as you said, locating it is nearly impossible. However, Articuno provided me with a hint. Although Mew often disguises itself as other Pokémon while traversing the Pokémon world, it always returns to a specific location, the Tree of Beginning. We shall first gather the 3 feathers and then venture to the Tree of Beginning for a stroke of luck. Wang Hao thoroughly explained the mission entrusted to him by Articuno to Xiaowei, hoping to have him accompany him on this quest, as one person's strength alone was limited. Yet, Xiaowei remained perplexed, asking, why do we need to find Mew? Can't we confront armored Mewtwo without it? I once grappled with this very question, much like you. However, Articuno clarified that Mewtwo was created using Mew's genetic material. Deep within Mewtwo's memories lingered echoes of Mew, which caused confusion and resentment, ultimately leading to the fragmentation of Mewtwo's consciousness. When under the control of the armor, these memories of Mew were suppressed. Yet, once the armor is breached, these repressed memories would resurface, destabilizing Mewtwo's psyche and resulting in a rampage. To restore Mewtwo to clarity, the presence of Mew is one of the most effective solutions. If Mewtwo can recognize that the memories of Mew do not belong to it, and help Mewtwo's autonomous consciousness regain control, the rampaging will cease. Thus, Xiaowei finally understood that Mewtwo's rampages stem primarily from the mental turmoil created by the clash of 2 distinct memories, one belonging to Mewtwo and the other to Mew. When both memories manifest simultaneously, Mewtwo succumbs to chaos. In order to control Mewtwo, Sakaki fabricated the armor designed to suppress one of those memories, thereby exerting control over it. Born of artificial creation, Mewtwo inherently lacks a strong sense of self. The residual memories embedded in Mew's genes can easily sway Mewtwo's actions. Much like an individual who has consumed a bowl of Mangpo's soup and retains memories of a past life, yet must live anew, how could that not lead to confusion and chaos? With the intricacies of the situation clarified, Xiao Wei readily agreed to accompany Wang Hao on the quest for the feathers and Mew. Subsequently, the two spent a considerable period in the Golden City, necessitating the procurement of various supplies and resources as they were to traverse numerous locations predominantly inhabited by wild Pokémon. Preparations were essential. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Xiao Wei finally turned to Wang Hao and inquired, "Since we are in pursuit of the feathers of the 3 legendary Pokémon, have you determined our primary objective? Whose feather shall we seek first?" "I have already contemplated this," Wang Hao replied. "Let us commence with the Thunder Feather of Zapdos." The habitat of Zapdos in the Kanto region is the abandoned power plant. I have previously explored that area, although I did not encounter Zapdos. I became acquainted with numerous wild Pokémon there. I believe their assistance will expedite our quest for the Thunder Feather. This was the same occasion when he had invited Xiao Wei to participate in a team battle. At that time, Gengar had utilized hypnosis to control the entire Electabuzz population, triggering a team battle at the abandoned power plant. Wang Hao, finding himself with no other option, had invited Xiao Wei to confront the assault of 50 electric-type Pokémon. Xiao Wei vividly recalled that experience. So that was the abandoned power plant. I wondered where one could encounter such a multitude of electric-type Pokémon and provoke a team battle. Given that you have connections in this area and have previously investigated it, our search for the Thunder Feather should be significantly easier. Selecting the abandoned power plant as our first destination poses no issues. But where do you propose for our second location? For the second location, let us venture to the Twin Islands. Our target will be the Ice Crystal Feather of Articuno, as Articuno provided the most elaborate description of the Twin Islands during my mission. Thus, I have acquired a reasonable understanding of the area, and I believe our exploration will be more manageable. As for the cave where Moltres resides, it is a gathering place for many high-level wild Pokémon, and without adequate preparation, it would likely prove challenging to navigate, so we shall leave it for last. Xiao Wei had no objections to Wang Hao's plan, as it was indeed the most reasonable and expedient strategy available. Therefore, Xiao Wei merely cooperated enthusiastically with Wang Hao, having previously visited the abandoned power plant. Their return was significantly facilitated by Kyrelian's long-distance teleportation, transporting them to the entrance of the abandoned power plant in the blink of an eye. Chapter 75, The Search for the Thunder Feather. Arriving at the familiar entrance of the abandoned power plant, Wang Hao promptly released Gui's. He understood that no one was more acquainted with this territory, once under his dominion, than Gui's. Be it the wild Pokémon or the locations of various items, Gui's possessed an intimate knowledge of the place. However, Wang Hao underestimated the challenge of locating the Thunder Feather, as even Gui's was unaware of its whereabouts. This left Wang Hao in a state of perplexity. Nevertheless, he instructed Gui's to venture into the power plant first, seeking the Pikachu he had previously pursued. This particular Pikachu, being a native of the power plant, would surely have a better understanding of its intricacies than Gui's. Before long, Gui's returned, accompanied by Pikachu, to Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. Wang Hao immediately conveyed the situation to Pikachu, yet the response was disheartening. Pikachu also did not know where the Thunder Feather could be found. This left Wang Hao utterly bewildered. If even the native Pikachu was unaware of the Thunder Feather's location, who could possibly know? Wang Hao, has the Articuno described the characteristics of these feathers to you? Perhaps Pikachu has seen the Thunder Feather before, but simply does not recognize it. Xiao Wei's words illuminated a path for Wang Hao. Such vague inquiries would likely not yield accurate judgments from Pikachu. Thus, he relayed Articuno's descriptions regarding the feathers shed by the 3 legendary Pokémon to Pikachu. The Thunder Feather, upon detachment from its origin, would petrify into a stone resembling a feather, imbued with abundant, thunderous energy. Electric-type Pokémon could harness the energy contained within the Thunder Feather to acquire formidable power. After hearing Wang Hao's description, Pikachu continued to shake its head, indicating that it had never encountered any peculiar stone resembling a feather infused with thunder energy. At this point, Wang Hao had completely lost direction in his quest for the Thunder Feather. In desperation, he intended to have Pikachu inform all the Pokémon within the power plant to assist in the search. However, Xiao Wei interrupted this plan. The Thunder Feather is akin to an experience candy, capable of instantly enhancing the strength of electric-type Pokémon. Its only drawback is that it is only effective for electric types. Given that the power plant is home to a multitude of wild electric-type Pokémon, any Pokémon aware of the Thunder Feather's properties would undoubtedly be eager to absorb its energy to enhance their own abilities. Therefore, the fewer Pokémon that know about the Thunder Feather, the better. We should rely on ourselves to find it. Xiao Wei's intervention and halting Wang Hao's initiative to mobilize all the Pokémon in the power plant led him to a critical realization. Pikachu, have there been any Pokémon in the power plant recently that have experienced a sudden surge in power or significant change? Upon hearing Wang Hao's inquiry, Pikachu nodded affirmatively. indicating that indeed, there had been Pokémon exhibiting a dramatic increase in strength. Wang Hao then proceeded to inquire in detail about this particular Pokémon and requested Pikachu to guide them to it. Xiao Wei found Wang Hao's seemingly impulsive actions rather perplexing. During their journey, he couldn't help but ask, "Where is Pikachu leading us? Do you know the whereabouts of the Thunder Feather? I owe you my gratitude. Your reminder has been invaluable. You mentioned that any Pokémon that obtains the Thunder Feather would undoubtedly absorb its power to enhance themselves. Thus, I inquired if there had been any Pokémon in the power plant that recently experienced a surge in strength. To my surprise, Pikachu confirmed that there was indeed one. So I asked it to guide us." Wang Hao explained, "Where else would there be an inexplicable increase in strength? It is most likely due to the absorption of the Thunder Feather's energy." Initially, Xiao Wei had wished to dissuade Wang Hao out of concern that the knowledge of the Thunder Feather's properties might incite unnecessary conflict among the Pokémon. However, Wang Hao's unconventional reasoning provided Xiao Wei with a significant insight. While it was not certain that the surge in strength was solely due to the absorption of the Thunder Feather's energy, the likelihood of such a possibility was substantial. In the absence of any other leads, searching for the Pokémon that had experienced this surge seemed a promising direction. Soon, Pikachu led Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to the vicinity of a self-destructing magneton. However, Pikachu expressed trepidation and refused to approach further. It advised Wang Hao to negotiate with the magneton himself, cautioning that since its unexpected evolution from a Magnemite, it had become exceedingly irritable and aggressive. Upon hearing that the self-destructing magneton had evolved from a Magnemite and undergone a significant change in temperament, Wang Hao felt certain that this magneton must know the location of the Thunder Feather. The evolution of a Magnemite into a self-destructing magneton requires proximity to a unique magnetic field, and the abandoned power plant is not a place known for such. The only locations capable of generating such a magnetic field are likely to be abundant in Thunder Feathers, specifically the home of Zapdos. Wang Hao surmised that this self-destructing magneton had inadvertently wandered into Zapdos' territory after its departure, absorbing a great deal of energy from the Thunder Feathers, resulting in its sudden power increase and evolution. Now that he had pieced together the situation, Wang Hao decided to approach the self-destructing magneton directly, utilizing Lucario's aura to inquire, "Can you lead us to the place that enabled your evolution?" However, as soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the self-destructing magneton retaliated with a massive electric ball. This sudden attack caught both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. At that moment, Pikachu, who had previously hesitated to approach, launched an electric ball to counter the magneton's attack. "I warned you. That self-destructing magneton has become exceedingly volatile since its evolution. It has already harmed many Pokémon. Extracting information from it may prove challenging," Pikachu exclaimed, quickly leaping onto Wang Hao's shoulder and advising him that the magneton would likely continue its assault. True to Pikachu's warning, after its electric ball was intercepted, the self-destructing magneton gathered energy and launched a powerful beam toward Wang Hao's position. Having learned from the previous attack, Wang Hao instructed Lucario to construct a defensive barrier using its aura, successfully thwarting the oncoming attack. Once the self-destructing magneton's assault was neutralized, Lucario swiftly formed a long bone from its hands and charged toward the magneton. This ground-type bone attack would be particularly effective against the electric and steel-type self-destructing magneton. Lucario's speed was remarkable. In mere instants, it closed the distance and delivered 4 consecutive strikes, sending the floating magneton crashing to the ground. However, the self-destructing magneton was not merely a passive target. As Lucario unleashed its bone barrage, the magneton activated its lock-on ability, honing in on Lucario with precision. Just as the 4th strike sent the magneton to the ground, it unleashed a powerful electric blast, akin to a cannon, directed at Lucario. Fortunately, due to Lucario's foresight, a defensive barrier had already been established around its body. Although the electromagnetic cannon's power was formidable, it failed to penetrate the protective barrier formed by the aura. Lucario continued to gather energy, preparing another long bone to charge swiftly at the self-destructing magneton. This is an instruction from Wang Hao. Since the electrode has become irritable due to its evolution, the goal is to subdue it until its temper is quelled. Defeating it and diminishing its ferocity will surely facilitate a constructive dialogue. Thus, Lucario's offensive grew increasingly vigorous, directing its efforts towards the electrode. What was initially believed to be a decisive strike with an electromagnetic cannon ultimately fell short, as the electrode succumbed to Lucario's relentless assault and lost its fighting capability. Consequently, Wang Hao, along with Xiao Wei and Pikachu perched upon his shoulder, approached the fallen electrode. Subsequently, Wang Hao produced a vitality fragment, shattering it beside the electrode to aid in its swift recovery of consciousness. Once revitalized, the electrode fixated on Lucario, displaying a semblance of defiance, yet refrained from further combat. appearing considerably more subdued. Through his perception of aura, Wang Hao discerned that the electrode had been thoroughly impressed by Lucario's prowess. Hence, he inquired once more now, "Could you enlighten me on the circumstances surrounding your sudden evolution and remarkable surge in strength? In my previous form as a magneton, I was considerably weaker and often bullied by my peers. One day, while being pursued playfully by them, I inadvertently stumbled into a cavern within a power plant that I had never visited before. This cavern was peculiar, astonishingly vast, seemingly larger than the entire power plant. Besides its enormity, the cavern contained strange, enigmatic stones. Sensing unusual energy fluctuations emanating from these stones, I struck them with a jolt of electricity. To my astonishment, my electric attack provoked a response from the stones, unleashing a formidable surge of thunderous energy that enveloped me. The energy was overwhelmingly potent, causing me to lose consciousness. When I regained awareness, I had evolved into an electrode. Are those peculiar stones shaped somewhat like feathers? Wang Hao asked. Indeed, you are correct. How did you know? It became evident that the electrode's evolution and power increase were intrinsically linked to the thunder feather. Finally, they had discovered the whereabouts of the thunder feather, filling both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei with exhilaration. The two promptly urged the electrode to guide them to the cavern housing the thunder feather. Chapter 76. The destruction from the rocket team. The self-destructing magneton first led Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to the deepest part of the abandoned power plant, the very place where they had once initiated a team battle. Subsequently, it navigated along the corner of the wall until it reached an end, where it passed through the wall. This scene left Wang Hao and Xiao Wei utterly astonished. It was remarkably concealed. Upon traversing the wall, they beheld the vast cavern described by Magneton. Apart from the expansive space, the ground was strewn with rocks. However, these rocks were not the thunder feather Wang Hao sought. They were merely ordinary stones. Upon entering the lair of the Thunderbird, Magneton continued to move along the cave's walls. Although Wang Hao and Xiao Wei were uncertain of the purpose behind this, they followed Magneton as it glided along the corners. Before long, Wang Hao began to sense a shift in the surrounding magnetic field. Some metallic items he carried were drawn towards a peculiar energy, becoming agitated. It was no wonder that the trifecta Magneton could evolve here. This unique magnetic field was undoubtedly conducive to evolution. Simultaneously, Wang Hao realized they were nearing the location of the thunder feather. At that moment, Lucario suddenly grew vigilant, halting Wang Hao and Xiao Wei while preventing Magneton from advancing further. Wang Hao was perplexed, but Lucario explained, "There are people ahead, and numerous Pokémon are absorbing the energy of the thunder feather." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao felt a surge of urgency. How could others arrive here before them? And why were so many Pokémon absorbing the thunder feather's energy? If all the energy from the thunder feather were depleted, how could they awaken the sealed Thunderbird? Wang Hao promptly instructed Lucario to report the specific number of individuals, their positions, and formations while signaling Xiao Wei to prepare for battle. Xiao Wei swiftly summoned her Aerodactyl and Infernape, deducing that the opposing Pokémon, which were absorbing the thunder feather's energy, likely had an affinity for electricity. Currently, these were the only two Pokémon she could muster to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Wang Hao released Sharim and Ghastly, instructing Ghastly to conceal itself in the surrounding shadows. When the conflict commenced, Ghastly would stealthily approach the Pokémon absorbing the thunder energy and employ hypnosis to incapacitate them. Once Ghastly successfully concealed itself, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei hastily maneuvered along the wall to the side of those directing the Pokémon to absorb energy. These individuals were clad in familiar black uniforms, and among them, Wang Hao recognized a particularly familiar figure, Fat Lu, who had previously been involved in the rocket team's operations. He had fled during the incident at the rocket team's base, only to encounter them again here. "Fat Lu, what are you doing here?" Recognizing him, Wang Hao sought to extract useful information from Fat Lu and immediately inquired, "Ah, it's you again. It seems we are quite fated. Would you believe me if I told you we are merely training here?" "Training? I might believe that if anyone else said it, but you, a rocket team player, claiming to train? I would never buy it." "Ha, you haven't changed a bit. Always so straightforward. Since you've already seen what we are doing, what else could we possibly be up to?" With that, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei understood that Fat Lu and his group were indeed members of the rocket team. However, why were they present here, and how did they come to know about the thunder feather? Could it be that Giovanni had instructed them to act? Did Giovanni send you here to seek out and destroy the thunder feather? How did he learn about it? Do you think we, the rocket team, are just any organization? The rocket team seeks to dominate the world by capturing powerful and rare Pokémon. In the Kanto region, the only Pokémon that could be deemed powerful and rare are the three legendary bird Pokémon. We have been monitoring these three legendary Pokémon for a long time, but their powers are overwhelming. Giovanni's initial plan was to control Mewtwo and use it to capture these three Pokémon, but who would have thought that they would unite to seal Mewtwo? To break the seal of the 3 legendary Pokémon on Mewtwo, we need to deplete their powers. We already have our members weakening the seal at the sealed location, and we have been dispatched to eliminate the backup forces of the 3 legendary Pokémon. Giovanni was indeed unwilling to let Mewtwo remain sealed by the 3 legendary Pokémon. No wonder he had disappeared after their appearance. He had already begun preparing for the next course of action, with Aoi and the League's personnel at the sealed location. It would not be easy for the Rocket Team to cause destruction. The foremost task was to retrieve the 3 types of feather stones required by the 3 legendary Pokémon. Fat Lou, why are you rambling so much? You continue to absorb the energy contained in the Thunder Feather. I'll handle these intruders. Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from Fat Lou's group, followed by a tall woman with red hair stepping forward, her gaze fixated intently on Wang Hao. Upon seeing her, Fat Lou appeared quite respectful, nodding in acknowledgement before continuing to direct his Raichu to absorb energy. Who are you? A Rocket Team executive? Giovanni seems to be investing quite a bit by sending an executive for such a task. Silence. Giovanni's name is not something that just anyone can utter carelessly. I am one of the 4 executives of the Rocket Team, Athena. With her declaration, Athena unleashed 2 Pokeballs, summoning a Magcargo and a Scyther. The Rock and Fire-type Magcargo was a perfect counter to Xiao Wei's Water-type Pokémon, while the Rock and Water-type Scyther was similarly vulnerable to Lucario. Did she truly believe she could be so audacious with these 2 Pokémon? Wang Hao found himself re-evaluating Athena. Was she genuinely one of the 4 executives? Due to Athena's intervention, Wang Hao could not extract further information about the Rocket Team from Fat Lou, but he was content with what he had learned. Wang Hao and Xiao Wei resolved to conclude the matter swiftly, intending to eliminate the arrogant Athena as quickly as possible. They dispatched Lucario and Blastoise to confront Athena's Scyther and Magcargo, unfazed by the 2 Pokémon that held an advantage over hers. Athena quickly directed Magcargo to execute a heavy slam on Lucario. The leaping Magcargo, utilizing its descent speed, maximized its power to strike Lucario. However, at that moment, Xiao Wei commanded Blastoise to use Protect, successfully defending against Magcargo's attack. Subsequently, Blastoise unleashed a Hydro Pump, sending the Magcargo flying and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Yet, at that instant, a flicker of flames enveloped Blastoise. Had it been burned? Was it due to Magcargo's ability, Flame Body, which has a chance to inflict burn upon contact? Nevertheless, Xiao Wei remained unconcerned with such minor injuries, continuing to direct Blastoise in battle. At this juncture, Athena recalled Magcargo and released another Pokémon, a Vileplume. As Vileplume entered the fray, a fierce storm of petals, akin to falling snow, swept through the cavern. The sudden shower of falling petals caught Xiao Wei completely off guard, leaving him no time to instruct his Blastoise to defend. Meanwhile, Lucario was entangled in a fierce struggle with Scyther, which relentlessly utilized its blades to keep Lucario at bay, preventing any opportunity for an attack. The cascading petals from Venusaur indeed struck Blastoise, inflicting some damage on Lucario as well. Both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei were taken aback by Athena's decision to execute such a sweeping area attack at this critical moment, helplessly enduring the unexpected setback. Lucario, unable to find a gap in Scyther's onslaught, was delayed in launching a close-range offensive. It was at this juncture that Wang Hao began to truly acknowledge Athena's prowess. As one of the elite members of Team Rocket, she was indeed formidable. Recognizing this, Wang Hao resolved to unleash his full potential. He swiftly commanded Lucario to cease its engagement with Scyther and instead deliver a decisive Aura Sphere to vanquish the foe. On Xiao Wei's end, despite the significant damage inflicted by Venusaur's falling petals, Blastoise was not yet incapacitated. Xiao Wei directed Blastoise to employ Hydro Pump, rapidly closing in on Venusaur, intending to deliver a powerful Ice Punch. However, as Blastoise approached at high speed, Venusaur had already prepared a massive Seed Bomb. The Ice Punch struck Venusaur simultaneously as the Seed Bomb hit Blastoise, resulting in the latter being rendered unable to continue fighting due to the dual assault and the burn status. While Venusaur remained standing, it was not unscathed. The Ice Punch had left it frozen in place. Just as Lucario dispatched Scyther, Wang Hao noticed Venusaur ensnared in its frozen state. Without hesitation, he commanded Lucario to unleash a second Aura Sphere towards Venusaur. Consequently, all 3 of Athena's Pokémon had succumbed to defeat. As Athena prepared to send forth her 4th Pokémon, a commotion erupted among the Team Rocket members behind her, who were attempting to harness the energy of Thunderwing. It turned out that Wang Hao's Jengar had successfully put those Pokémon in the midst of energy absorption to sleep. This infuriated Athena, who shouted at all the Team Rocket members, "What are you doing? You can't even handle this. Make that Jengar disappear completely." Chapter 77. Seizing the Thunder Feather, Athena's furious roar instantly restored order among the disarrayed members of Team Rocket. Lu, leading the charge, summoned his other Pokémon to attack Gengar. However, before they could finish unleashing their Pokémon, Gengar had stealthily returned to Wang Hao's side, utilizing its Shadow Sneak ability. The moment Gengar appeared beside Wang Hao, Athena and the other Team Rocket members erupted in anger, for they had never anticipated that the culprit, Gengar, belonged to Wang Hao. The battle between Team Rocket and Wang Hao was now on the verge of igniting. Wang Hao remained unfazed, feeling immense satisfaction as Gengar flawlessly executed its assigned task, showering praise upon it. Observing Wang Hao's calm demeanor only fueled Athena's rage, prompting her to hurl 2 Pokeballs without hesitation. The other members of Team Rocket followed suit, recalling their hypnotized electric-type Pokémon. At this juncture, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei found themselves facing 12 Pokémon from 10 members of Team Rocket, including Honchkrow, Rampardos, Houndoom, and 8 Weezing. Faced with these formidable opponents, Wang Hao knew he could not rely solely on Lucario to engage them. He also dispatched Chimcho and Gengar to the fray. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei's Blastoise had exhausted its fighting capability against Athena, so he had switched to Starmie, Aerodactyl, and Gyarados. Although they were outnumbered 6-12, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei harbored no concerns. They had previously triumphed in battles with even more daunting odds. However, Wang Hao remained cautious, particularly due to the presence of 8 Weezing. If Team Rocket members resorted to desperate measures, they might unleash self-destructing or explosion moves, leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, Wang Hao instructed Xiao Wei to remain vigilant against Weezing's attacks and to avoid close combat at all costs. Wang Hao then categorized their opponents. Rampardos and Houndoom were to be countered by Xiao Wei's Gyarados and Starmie, who held a significant advantage due to type effectiveness. If they could swiftly diminish the power of these 2 Pokémon, their battle would become considerably easier. Similarly, leveraging type advantages, Wang Hao assigned Honchkrow and Gengar to face Aerodactyl and Chimcho. The remaining Weezing, which posed a threat with its self-destruct, would be entangled by Lucario and Gengar. Focusing on delay rather than aggression, prioritizing self-preservation, Xiao Wei, in agreement with Wang Hao's strategy, swiftly commanded his Pokémon into battle. Starmie and Gyarados launched water spout attacks against Houndoom and Rampardos, opting for this powerful move to expedite the fight. However, Lu was well aware of Xiao Wei's intentions. He ordered Houndoom to take shelter behind Rampardos, who assumed a defensive stance to absorb the water spout attacks from Gyarados and Starmie. After successfully blocking the water spout, Houndoom surged forward, launching a surprise assault on Starmie, aiming to crush it with its formidable bite. Caught off guard by Houndoom's well-planned ambush, Starmie had no time to evade, leaving Xiao Wei with no choice but to instruct Gyarados to use Hurricane, creating a barrier to shield Starmie while maintaining distance from Houndoom. Just as Gyarados' Hurricane concluded, Rampardos retaliated with Rock Wrecker, sending a barrage of stones hurtling toward Gyarados and Starmie. Realizing the imminent threat, Xiao Wei quickly commanded Starmie to use telekinesis to immobilize the incoming rocks midair. Subsequently, Xiao Wei directed Starmie to hurl the stones back at Houndoom, forcing it to retreat behind Rampardos once again. Acknowledging that swiftly defeating Houndoom and Rampardos was unlikely, Wang Hao instructed Chimcho and Aerodactyl to initiate their own assault on Honchkrow and Gengar. Chimcho teleported beside Gengar, preparing to unleash a powerful psychic move. Yet, before the attack could materialize, Honchkrow interrupted with a piercing screech, disrupting Chimcho's focus. Despite its low power, the scare tactic proved effective at this critical juncture. With Chimcho's momentum halted, Wang Hao ordered it to retreat and teleport onto Aerodactyl's back. Aerodactyl then unleashed a rock slide, sending a cascade of boulders crashing down upon Honchkrow and Gengar. However, Honchkrow's remarkable speed allowed it to evade the falling stones, while Gengar successfully burrowed underground using Dig, narrowly avoiding the rock assault. Neither strategy yielded an advantage for Chimcho and Aerodactyl, leaving Wang Hao pondering his next move. As Wang Hao contemplated his offensive strategy, Athena commanded Honchkrow to charge at Aerodactyl. Honchkrow's wings glimmered with a hardened light. If its steel wings struck Aerodactyl, the damage would be substantial. Wang Hao, however, would not allow this assault to go unchecked. He channeled the power of Aura to direct Chimcho to teleport into Honchkrow's path, unleashing a brilliant beam of light. This fairy-type move was a lethal strike against Honchkrow, dealing double damage due to its dark typing. Unbeknownst to Honchkrow, the sudden burst of light proved to be its downfall. Chimcho, having completed its attack, swiftly returned to Aerodactyl's back, the entire sequence transpiring so quickly that Athena was momentarily taken aback. It was only when Honchkrow plummeted to the ground that the gravity of her miscalculation dawned on her. While her intent to strike was not inherently flawed, She had grossly underestimated Chancho's teleportation capabilities and the inherent advantage of its fairy-type moves. With Athena's Honchkrow defeated, Xiaowei was also nearing a decisive conclusion against Lu. Rampardos had successfully defended against 3 consecutive combined attacks from Gyarados and Starmie, and Xiaowei surmised that its chances of withstanding another would be slim. Therefore, he placed his bets on the next assault. Meanwhile, Houndoom, still hidden behind Rampardos, could not reach the airborne Gyarados and Starmie, forced to remain in a defensive stance. Ultimately, Rampardos faltered, succumbing to the dual water spouts from Gyarados and Starmie. Lu recalled the incapacitated Rampardos to its Pokeball, but Houndoom, which had been sheltered behind, vanished entirely. Just as Xiaowei wondered where such a large Pokémon could be hiding, a dark figure emerged from the crevices of the surrounding rocks, leaping high and unleashing a devastating Thunder Fong aimed directly at Gyarados. This surprise attack had been kept in reserve throughout the battle, and indeed, Gyarados, soaring in the air, found itself struck by Houndoom's Thunder Fong. However, Starmie, perched upon Gyarados' back, reacted swiftly, launching a water spout towards Houndoom. Although the water cannon of the gem starfish struck the Black Lugia with precision, rendering it incapacitated, the Thunder Fong of the Black Lugia equally caused the Tyranitar to lose all combat ability. The battle between Xiaowei and Lu Patzi concluded with the triumph of the gem starfish. However, the confrontation between Team Rocket and Wang Hao, alongside Xiaowei, continued unabated. Upon witnessing the defeat of Lu Patzi's Pokémon, Athena succumbed completely to madness. Wang Hao, utilizing the power of Aura, could distinctly sense the fury seething within her, prompting him to temporarily recall the fossil pterodactyl, Kyralurian, and Xiaowei's gem starfish to his side. Athena, in turn, summoned the previously hidden Arbok back to her, dividing all 8 Weezing into 2 groups, 5 in the front and 3 in the back. Before long, the 8 Weezing had positioned themselves as per Athena's directives. At that moment, Lucario detected an immense surge of energy within the 5 Weezing at the front, indicating the preparation phase for self-destructing abilities. True to form, Athena intended to employ this ruthless tactic. Wang Hao had always been vigilant against self-destructing moves. He recalled Jengars into their Pokeballs while instructing Xiaowei to also withdraw the Gem Starfish and Fossil Pterodactyl. Having completed these actions, the Weezing of Team Rocket initiated their self-destruct sequence, with the 5 in the front exploding sequentially from left to right. The power was tremendous, obliterating nearly all protruding rocks on the ground and generating a considerable cloud of dust. The entire cavern transformed into a hazy shroud due to this collective explosion. Additionally, the remaining 3 Weezing continuously released toxic fumes. The noxious gas mingled with the dust from the explosions, obscuring visibility and shielding Wang Hao and Xiaowei from any offensive maneuvers. Since the detonation of the Weezing began, Wang Hao and Xiaowei utilized Kyralurian's teleportation to evade the explosive radius. Upon sensing the toxic mist, both refrained from acting recklessly. Nonetheless, Wang Hao remained vigilant, urging Lucario to utilize its aura to monitor Team Rocket's every movement. Athena, willing to sacrifice the Weezing for the sake of creating such a scenario, aimed to buy time to secure the Thunder Feather. At this juncture, all members of Team Rocket were frantically collecting the Thunder Feather scattered on the ground. However, none of this eluded Lucario's aura detection. Once Wang Hao comprehended the full scope of the situation, he immediately instructed Kyralurian to teleport them behind Athena. Subsequently, Wang Hao dispatched Jengar once more to deploy Hypnosis, thoroughly putting the frenzied members of Team Rocket, who were obsessively gathering the Thunder Feather, into a deep slumber. Chapter 78, Twin Islands. Athena, Lu Fatty, and the other members of Team Rocket were all ensnared by GY's hypnotic powers, succumbing one by one into slumber. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Hao and Xiaowei hurriedly collected the surrounding Thunder Feathers. Although the legendary Zapdos required merely 1 Thunder Feather to awaken, these items, brimming with electric energy, were highly coveted by players. Once mentioned in the global chat window, they would become priceless treasures. Fully aware of the Thunder Feather's worth, Wang Hao and Xiaowei meticulously gathered every fragment, fearful of overlooking even the smallest piece. Once they had gathered all the Thunder Feathers, Wang Hao and Xiaowei departed from Zapdos Cavern. As for Athena and Lu Fatty, Wang Hao chose to disregard them, allowing them to enjoy their slumber within the cave. Upon exiting Zapdos' lair, Wang Hao and Xiaowei made their way to the Pokémon Center in Lavender Town for some much-needed rest. According to Lu Fatty, Sakaki had dispersed all members of Team Rocket, since they had encountered Lu Fatty and Athena at the abandoned power plant. It was likely that Team Rocket members were already active on Twin Islands and Victory Road. It seemed imperative for them to act swiftly, otherwise, the remaining Ice Feathers and Flame Feathers would fall into Team Rocket's hands. Team Rocket was coordinating their efforts simultaneously. If they both headed to Twin Islands, The cave housing Moltres would be vulnerable to Team Rocket's sabotage. Should they split up? With the knowledge that Team Rocket was making moves on every legendary Pokémon's habitat, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei realized that they could no longer work in tandem. Although facing Team Rocket members alone would be considerably challenging, they had no alternative. They could only strive to secure the remaining Ice Feathers and Flame Feathers before Team Rocket could, even if it meant acquiring just a single piece. With this resolution, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei deliberated on their respective paths. Considering their Pokémon's conditions, Wang Hao ultimately decided to venture to Twin Islands while Xiao Wei would head to Victory Road, where Moltres resided. However, access to Victory Road was restricted to those who had earned all 8 badges in the Kanto region, necessitating assistance from Adu to obtain a solution. Coincidentally, Wang Hao also wished to inquire about the situation in Yuhong City, so he reached out to Adu. Through their communication, Wang Hao learned that there were no unusual occurrences in Yuhong City, nor had any signs of Team Rocket been detected. Wang Hao advised Adu to exercise caution regarding Sakiki's movements and to remain vigilant about the seals. Furthermore, he requested Adu's assistance in procuring 2 permits from the League to access Victory Road, thus enabling both him and Xiao Wei to enter without hindrance. Subsequently, Wang Hao journeyed from Lavender Town, traversing routes 12, 13, 14, and 15 until he reached Shallow Red City. From the beach in Shallow Red City, he rode his Milotic towards Twin Islands, while Xiao Wei flew back to Evergreen City on his Aerodactyl and accessed Victory Road via Route 22. Wang Hao navigated the waters for an extended period, as he was not particularly familiar with Twin Islands' location, thus consuming considerable time. Eventually, he caught sight of 2 identical islands on the horizon, resembling unmelting icebergs. Wang Hao recognized that such frigid conditions must harbor numerous ice-type Pokémon. Even the legendary Articuno was known to reside here, attesting to the extreme temperatures. Though Twin Islands comprised 2 distinct landmasses, a subterranean passage connected them, allowing seamless travel between the islands. Consequently, Wang Hao did not favor one island over the other, proceeding directly to the nearest one. Upon landing, he promptly retrieved a thick winter coat from his backpack. Despite being a virtual experience, the system replicated all sensations, including the biting cold. Thus, Wang Hao had purchased a warm coat in a nearby shop before setting out, and it proved essential as soon as he arrived. Articuno's dwelling lay at the lowest level of the Twin Islands cave, so Wang Hao needed to navigate deeper into the cavern. However, he was not in haste to rush in. Instead, he released Lucario and instructed it to survey the area for signs of Team Rocket. The goal was to detect any traces of Team Rocket members who might have entered the caves in search of Articuno's lair, as they would surely leave behind some evidence in this icy expanse. Indeed, Lucario soon uncovered a multitude of footprints near the cave, indicating that Team Rocket had likely reached the location ahead of him. Consequently, Wang Hao quickened his pace toward the cave's entrance. Upon arrival, Lucario halted him, having detected 2 Team Rocket members on guard nearby, accompanied by their Zubat Pokémon, vigilant of their surroundings. If Wang Hao and Lucario were to charge in recklessly, they would undoubtedly alert the intruders. Thus, Wang Hao released GYS, instructing it to cast a hypnotic spell on the 2 Team Rocket members as well as their Zubats. GYS was no stranger to such endeavors, swiftly incapacitating the adversaries. Instead of recalling GYS to its Pokeball, Wang Hao allowed it to remain concealed within his shadow, accompanying him. According to Articuno's description, the cave comprised 4 levels, with its dwelling situated in the most secluded corner of the 4th level. Therefore, Wang Hao needed to progress through each level. Fortunately, with Lucario's aura abilities, they could evade detection by Team Rocket's defenses, and GYS hypnotic prowess would neutralize any threats. The first 2 levels were easily navigated with Lucario's scouting and GYS hypnosis. However, upon reaching the 3rd level, Wang Hao realized that such tactics were no longer viable. A significant number of Team Rocket members had gathered on this floor, with Lucario estimating at least 20 individuals present. Wang Hao was perplexed. Typically, one would concentrate forces on the 4th level to sabotage the Ice Feathers. Could it be that more members were stationed on the 4th level? Lacking sufficient intelligence on Team Rocket, Wang Hao suddenly recalled GYS control abilities. He decided to have GIS stealthily take control of one of the members and extract information through hypnosis. This task was trivial for GYS, who could manipulate an entire tribe of Electabuzz. GIS glided from Wang Hao's shadow, utilizing the dim lighting and pervasive shadows within the cave to approach the Team Rocket members. Effortlessly, GIS merged into the shadow of a Team Rocket member positioned at the edge of the group. By establishing contact through the shadow, GIS fully commandeered the individual. Since the controlled member was already on the periphery of the crowd, and GYS executed the maneuver quietly, no one noticed their absence. When GYS returned the controlled Team Rocket member to Wang Hao's side, he marveled at GYS' remarkable skill. Yet, Wang Hao understood that the immediate priority was to uncover Team Rocket's intentions. He quickly instructed GYS to put the Team Rocket member into a hypnotic state and to extract the information he sought. We are members under Lord Lambda, one of the 4 executives of Team Rocket. This time, Lord Lambda received instructions from Lord Sakaki to journey to the Twin Islands in search of an artifact known as the Ice Crystal Feather. Initially, we were unaware of the nature of the Ice Crystal Feather, and upon reaching the depths of the cave, our efforts to locate it proved futile. It was only after several members inadvertently touched something and became encased in ice that we hesitated to search recklessly in the deepest recesses. Lord Lambda instructed us to withdraw collectively from the 4th layer and to proceed in groups of 4 for a more cautious exploration. However, the previous 3 groups that had descended for reconnaissance had largely been transformed into frozen pillars. I, consumed by fear, remained huddled at the edges, hoping that those fortunate enough to discover the elusive Ice Crystal Feather would spare me from a similar fate. The member of Team Rocket, controlled by Gaisai, relayed all the new information to Wang Hao as though disposing of refuse, confessing even his own cowardice and hiding at the periphery. Wang Hao felt a renewed appreciation for Gaisai's hypnotic control, recognizing its unparalleled convenience in extracting information. Once he had acquired the knowledge he sought, Wang Hao commanded Gaisai to incapacitate the Team Rocket member. The Team Rocket operatives were baffled as to why their companions had been frozen into pillars. Yet Wang Hao understood all too well. The Articuno had informed him that the Ice Crystal Feather shared a common trait with the Thunder Feather. Both contained vast reservoirs of elemental energy. The Ice Crystal Feather was imbued with frigid energy, possessing an extreme cold attribute. Any living being that made skin contact with it would instantly be frozen into a pillar of ice. Articuno had specifically cautioned Wang Hao that when retrieving the Ice Crystal Feather, one must use a tool imbued with fire attributes to grasp it. The members of Team Rocket were certainly not as well versed in this characteristic as Articuno, which explained the multitude of frozen members. This realization brought Wang Hao a measure of comfort. As long as these individuals remained oblivious to the issue, they would inevitably succumb to the icy fate. At that point, retrieving an Ice Crystal Feather from the 4th layer would be a simple endeavor for Wang Hao. He began to devise his plans, but would everything unfold as he wished? Chapter 79. The Rocket Team Executives. Randa Wang Hao had been hiding in the 3rd level of the Twin Islands cave. Observing as group after group of Rocket Team members descended to the 4th level, none of which returned, he realized that his ambitions were on the verge of realization. In a hurry, he donned the attire of a Rocket Team member who had been hypnotized by Gaisai, blending in with the last group of Rocket members. As the remaining 4 members, including Wang Hao, approached the final descent, he sensed that the moment was ripe. Once they reached the 4th level, regardless of whether his disguise was uncovered, acquiring the Ice Crystal Feather would enable Cerulean to teleport him away. This time, Wang Hao had no intention of taking all the Ice Crystal Feathers, as unlike the Thunder Feather, they could not be directly handled. The collection process required considerable time. What he lacked most was time. Xiao Wei needed his assistance with the Burning Feather, and they were also searching for the whereabouts of Dream. There was no time to waste here. However, plans are merely plans. Upon following the Rocket Team members into the 4th level of the cave, Wang Hao discovered that 2 other groups were also conducting a search. Additionally, he spotted Ramda, one of the 4 executives of the Rocket Team. Ramda, with his striking purple hair and distinct black uniform paired with a white belt, stood out conspicuously. He immediately issued an order to Wang Hao and the others. You 4, search along the sides of those ice pillars. Report to me immediately if you find anything resembling feathers. Remember, once you discover anything, just report it. Do not attempt to touch those objects. Ramda's command left Wang Hao momentarily stunned. Could it be that Ramda was already aware of the Ice Crystal Feather's properties? Yet, if he had known all along, there wouldn't have been so many Rocket members frozen into ice pillars. Wang Hao surmised that Ramda had gradually discerned the uniqueness of the Ice Crystal Feather through numerous searches, but he was not entirely certain, which is why he instructed the searchers to refrain from attempting contact. At present, there were 12 Rocket members in the 4th level of the Twin Islands cave, and Wang Hao did not wish to confront them 1 against 12. Thus, he continued to feign being a Rocket member, searching along the sides of the ice pillars. When he approached an ice pillar, he noticed the hand of a Rocket member frozen inside, clutching as if attempting to grasp the Ice Crystal Feather. This posture indicated that the member had reached for the Ice Crystal Feather, which, upon human contact, would release a vast amount of ice energy until it completely lost its energy and melted away. Although Wang Hao had heard about these properties from the Articuno earlier, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. He reminded himself that to find the Ice Crystal Feather, direct contact was absolutely out of the question. While searching, Wang Hao and the other Rocket members dispersed. The 4th level spanned several thousand square meters, and with the dim lighting, the The search was inherently slow with just 12 individuals. Taking advantage of the obscurity and spaciousness, Wang Hao quickly concealed himself in an unseen corner. He then released Lucario from his Pokeball. Thanks to its aura abilities, Lucario could perceive everything around it clearly, even in the dimmest light and most complex terrain. Wang Hao's purpose in releasing Lucario was to have it locate the ice crystal feather in the shortest possible time. However, an unexpected situation arose. The nearest ice crystal feather was located near where Ramda stood. This Ramda, who was directing others to search for the ice crystal feather, had not prioritized checking his immediate surroundings. Wang Hao couldn't help but want to scoff at this executive of the rocket team, who merely issued commands without taking action. Nevertheless, the likelihood of obtaining the ice crystal feather right under Ramda's nose was slim, so Wang Hao chose to abandon this nearest feather. Continuing to have Lucario search for the ice crystal feather, the feedback indicated that there were no more nearby. The search would have to delve deeper into the 4th level. Thus, Wang Hao sent Cerulean to teleport Lucario deeper into the 4th level to prioritize the search for the ice crystal feather. While he continued to act as though he were diligently seeking it, occasionally appearing within the sight of some rocket members. Before long, Lucario communicated through its aura that it had found the location of the ice crystal feather. The moment Wang Hao received the message, he first confirmed that no rocket members were nearby and that Ramda remained in his original position. He then stealthily moved along the wall towards Lucario's location. However, his supposedly discreet actions were noticed by Ramda's Pokémon, Rattata. Although Ramda had been standing there directing other rocket members in their search for the ice crystal feather, he had long since released Rattata to monitor the surroundings. Originally, Rattata's surveillance was primarily to prevent non-rocket individuals from appearing, but Wang Hao's unusual actions caught its attention. Rattata immediately signaled to its master the direction Wang Hao was heading, and Ramda did not immediately expose Wang Hao. Instead, he quietly sent Rattata to follow him. Once Wang Hao had moved away from the vicinity, Ramda gathered the other rocket members and advanced towards the direction Wang Hao had taken. At this moment, Wang Hao was unaware of the trouble his actions had brought upon him, still immersed in the joy of discovering the ice crystal feather. When he appeared before Lucario, however, Lucario furrowed its brow and informed Wang Hao through its aura that he had been discovered and was being followed by rocket members. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was utterly bewildered. He believed his actions had been cautious enough, yet they had still been detected, since he had already been discovered. His only course of action was to quickly retrieve the ice crystal feather and let Cerulean teleport him away. This was the only remedy he could think of at the moment. He hurried to Lucario's side, gazing at the light blue ice crystal feather beneath Lucario's feet, and promptly retrieved 2 thunder feathers from his backpack, using them to grasp the ice crystal feather. The reason for using the thunder feathers to pick up the ice crystal feather was that Wang Hao had no fire-type items. Articuno had also informed him that the 3 legendary feathers could coexist, as long as Wang Hao acquired any one of the legendary feathers. It would greatly facilitate the search for the other 2. At this moment, Wang Hao successfully secured the ice crystal feather. However, both Lucario and Cerulean suddenly became vigilant. "You must be the one that Boss Sakaki mentioned, the one who particularly enjoys obstructing our rocket team's operations. I didn't expect you to disguise yourself as one of our members to infiltrate and find the ice crystal feather so quickly. No wonder our previous members were turned into ice pillars. Clearly, this object cannot be touched with bare hands. You've resolved a great mystery for me. However, you cannot take this ice crystal feather." Ramda's voice echoed from behind Wang Hao, but he paid it no mind. He hastily stowed the ice crystal feather into his backpack to prevent it from accidentally falling or being snatched away by the rocket members. However, at that moment, a Rattata emerged from the ground, attempting to snatch Wang Hao's backpack. Beside Wang Hao, Lucario had already discerned the movements of the underground Rattata with utmost clarity. The moment Rattata emerged from the ground, Lucario had already summoned a formidable bone club from its hands. Before Rattata could even touch Wang Hao's backpack, it was ruthlessly sent flying by Lucario's swift strike. This action was executed with remarkable speed and decisiveness, leaving Ramda utterly astonished. "Your Lucario is truly impressive to have seen through Rattata's actions. It appears you indeed possess formidable abilities, as Boss Sakaki has claimed. However, I have no intention of letting you off so easily. Everyone, release your Pokémon and prepare for battle." Through the encounter between Rattata and Lucario, Ramda had begun to gauge Wang Hao's strength, yet he remained determined not to relent. He quickly dispatched 2 Pokémon, a Zubat and a Weezing, while other members of Team Rocket around him also unleashed their wheezing and coughing. Upon witnessing the array of coughing and wheezing, Wang Hao felt an ominous premonition of an impending self-detonation feast, yet he remained calm. Silently, he attempted to utilize the power of aura to have Chincho prepare for a teleportation to whisk both himself and Lucario away. However, Chincho delivered an unexpected response. Teleportation was not an option. This was a scenario Wang Hao had never encountered before. He had relied on Chimecho's teleportation numerous times to escape perilous situations, yet now it was rendered impossible? Wang Hao hastily inquired about the reason. And Chimecho pointed at Ramda's Zubat, stating, "Its dark gaze has been fixated on me, rendering my escape futile. Thus, teleportation is not feasible." Only then did Wang Hao truly acknowledge Ramda's Zubat, which was indeed staring intently at Chimecho, just as it had claimed. He had not anticipated that this Pokémon would be the reason preventing their escape, indicating that a confrontation with Team Rocket was now unavoidable. However, the opposing lineup was daunting: 7 coughing, 5 wheezing, along with a Rattata and a Zubat. Each coughing and wheezing was akin to a ticking bomb. Should they all detonate simultaneously, the 4th floor would likely face collapse. How was he to contend with such adversaries? In that moment, Wang Hao found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 80. Successfully escaping from Twin Islands due to the constraints of the Black Gaze. Kyrillian found herself unable to flee, which completely thwarted Wang Hao's initial escape plan. Now, Wang Hao faced the imminent threat of numerous gas bombs and the possibility of double gas self-detonating at any moment. Although Lucario could erect a defensive barrier using the power of Aura to shield against the damage from the explosions, this was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. It was the first time Wang Hao encountered such a vexing predicament since entering the game, and he suddenly realized that it was a skill that had ensnared him in this dilemma. The Black Gaze was a skill that guaranteed a hit and was unaffected by defenses, leaving only one way to break its hold: swiftly defeating the Zubat. Without hesitation, Wang Hao set his sights on the Zubat, but Ramda was acutely aware of its significance. The fact that Zubat remained safely hidden behind all the Pokémon indicated that Ramda's defense of it was particularly vigilant. To discreetly eliminate Ramda's Zubat, Wang Hao had to rely on the Ghastly that had been lurking in his shadow. Utilizing the surrounding environment, Ghastly could quietly approach Zubat. Wang Hao's task was to divert the attention of the other Pokémon and Ramda, allowing Ghastly to strike unexpectedly and decisively. This was the best strategy Wang Hao could conceive, and there was no time for further contemplation. Ramda had already commanded his double gas to lead the assault alongside other gas bombs. The first wave of Ramda's attack was a scorching gust from the double gases. 5 double gases unleashed a torrent of heated air toward Wang Hao, nearly overwhelming him, and even causing the icy cave above to appear to melt. With droplets of water cascading down, the cave echoed with the sound of dripping water, resembling a rainstorm. Faced with this onslaught, Wang Hao had no choice but to deploy Milotic, instructing her to mitigate the impact of the scorching wind with water pulse. However, as the effects of the hot gust began to wane, Ramda launched a second wave of assault. While Milotic was engaged in reducing the heat's impact, Ramda commanded the remaining 7 gas bombs to unleash a toxic gas attack. The noxious fumes surged toward Wang Hao, causing him considerable distress, just as he had finally caught his breath from the hot gust. At that moment, a mysterious energy radiated from Milotic, enveloping Wang Hao and completely isolating him from the poisonous vapors, shielding both him and Lucario from their effects. In this critical moment, Milotic had mastered the skill of Mystic Guard, all to protect Wang Hao. Wang Hao instinctively reached out to touch Milotic, conveying his gratitude through aura. Milotic smiled happily at Wang Hao, delighted to safeguard him. However, to Ramda, this display of calm amidst his assault was nothing short of contempt. How could Wang Hao remain so composed in the face of his attacks? If he could defend against scorching winds and toxic gases, then let us see how he fares against self-detonation. Ramda was skeptical that Milotic could withstand the self-detonation of so many gas bombs and double gases. In this regard, Ramda was correct. Milotic indeed lacked the capacity to endure the damage from self-detonation, so when Ramda ordered the gas bombs to execute their self-destruct sequence, Wang Hao promptly recalled Milotic into her Pokeball. Standing at 6 meters too, Milotic would be the first to suffer from the explosions, and Wang Hao was determined to prevent any grievous harm to her. The moment Wang Hao recalled Milotic, Lucario stepped in front of him, silently utilizing the power of Aura to form a defensive barrier. The barrier successfully absorbed the impact of the gas bomb's self-detonation, while Kyrillian also played her part, using telekinesis to contain the explosion's power within a manageable range, thereby reducing the damage inflicted on Lucario's barrier. After 5 gas bombs executed their self-destruct attacks, Ramda ceased his reckless offensive, believing that Wang Hao had perished in the explosion. However, as the smoke cleared, Wang Hao, Lucario, and Kyrillian remained unscathed, much to Ramda's astonishment. Could it be that this individual was fortified by defense? Unconvinced that self-detonation could not harm him, Ramda resolved to unleash an even more powerful attack: explosion. He commanded the double gases to prepare for a collective explosion strike. Although members of Team Rocket kindly warned Ramda that such an explosion might cause the cave to collapse, Ramda remained undeterred, fixated on obliterating Wang Hao. Unable to dissuade Ramda, the Team Rocket members could only relay the explosion command to the double gases. At that moment, Ghastly emerged stealthily from Ramda's shadow, casting hypnosis upon the Zubat hovering nearby. The sudden hypnosis struck true, causing Zubat to plummet from the air, now asleep. With Zubat's departure, the hold of the Black Gaze was entirely lifted. Wang Hao immediately instructed Kyrulean to assist Ghastly. In an instant, Kyrulean, who had been by Wang Hao's side, appeared beside Ghastly. Ghastly then slipped into Kyrulean's shadow, and together they swiftly returned to Wang Hao's side. By the time Kyrulean and Ghastly rejoined Wang Hao, Ramda realized the grave error he had made. His fury compelled him to clench his fists, and he shouted angrily at Wang Hao, "You coward! Always scheming in the shadows. How about a fair one-on-one instead of sneaking and lurking?" Wang Hao was taken aback that a prominent member of Team Rocket like Ramda would utter such words. How furious must he be? Yet, Wang Hao had done nothing but defend himself. The only offensive move had been Ghastly's sneaky attack. Was it truly necessary for Ramda to be this incensed? Ramda, why are you so angry? I haven't wronged you in any way. Since I've acquired what I came for, I won't interfere with Team Rocket's mission any longer. I'm leaving. With that declaration, Wang Hao vanished before Ramda's eyes, utilizing Kyrulean's teleportation to disappear entirely. The next moment, he found himself back at the beach of Twin Islands. Given that the speed of Kyrulean's teleportation is determined by the distance traversed, Wang Hao instructed Kyrulean to return to Twin Islands first before preparing for a long-distance teleportation. For this extended teleportation, Wang Hao chose the city of Evergreen, a place both he and Kyrulean were quite familiar with, and the closest city to the Champion Road that Kyrulean could teleport to. Upon arriving in Evergreen, Wang Hao immediately attempted to contact Xiaowei, but received no response. He suspected that Xiaowei must have encountered Team Rocket as well. Unaware that Xiaowei was currently in dire straits, Wang Hao first visited the Pokémon Center in Evergreen to assess and adjust the conditions of Lucario and the others. And then he tried reaching out to Xiaowei again, but still received no reply. Thus, Wang Hao could only prepare for the worst and quickly set off toward Route 22. Route 22 is a vital path located to the east of Evergreen City, connecting Route 23 and the 8 League Gates. Wang Hao and Lucario swiftly traversed the path, arriving before the grand entrance of the Pokémon League, representing the 8 gymnasiums of Kanto. To embark on the Champions Road, one must be subjected to the scrutiny of these 8 gates. However, due to extenuating circumstances, Wang Hao procured a special certificate from Edu. As he presented this unique document to the gatekeeper of the first gate, the guard unexpectedly launched an attack against him. Suddenly, a self-destructing coughing emerged from behind the guard. Fortunately, Lucario, accustomed to using its aura to sense the surroundings, detected the presence of the coughing just as the guard made his move. It promptly alerted Wang Hao to the imminent danger and erected a protective barrier with its aura, narrowly averting the explosion. You are not a League Inspector. Who are you? What has become of the actual guards here? After successfully shielding against the coughing self-destruction, Wang Hao quickly confronted the imposter. In that instant, the disguised guard shed his facade, revealing a Team Rocket uniform beneath the League's attire. Wang Hao realized that Team Rocket had dispatched individuals to disrupt the habitat of the legendary molters on the Champions Road, effectively incapacitating the League's defenses. Was there a chubby fellow in casual sportswear who passed through here earlier? Did you defeat him in a similar manner? The disappearance of Xiaowei weighed heavily on Wang Hao's mind, and the revelation of Team Rocket masquerading as League inspectors inevitably linked the two incidents. The disguised Team Rocket member grinned maliciously. Oh, I encountered that chubby guy. He wasn't as fortunate as you. He got injured by the coughing's explosion. I imagine he's back there, licking his wounds in the grass. Haha. This taunting remark confirmed Wang Hao's earlier fears. Xiaowei had indeed been hurt by this villain. Rage consumed Wang Hao. He had never anticipated that allowing Xiaowei to act alone would lead to his injury. In this game, pain was a tangible experience, albeit mitigated. Yet, the agony of an explosion would still be profound. It was imperative to incapacitate this imposter to assuage Xiaowei's suffering. Chapter 81. Avenging Little Wei. Upon hearing that Little Wei had been injured and left in a pile of grass behind the gate, Wang Hao quickly instructed Lucario to confirm the situation through its aura. In the course of the aura's investigation, Lucario swiftly located Little Wei's position. Wang Hao promptly dispatched Kirlia, commanding it to use teleport to bring Little Wei to his side. How are you, Little Wei? I'll have Kirlia take you to Nurse Joy for treatment. Just hang in there. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Thankfully, when the gas bomb exploded, I quickly turned around and shielded myself with my backpack. Otherwise, the explosion's damage would have surely caused my character to respawn. I'm just grateful this is a game, and the pain is dulled. The explosion felt merely like a punch. However, my body is temporarily unresponsive and needs time to recover. You deal with that Team Rocket member first. My backpack was utterly destroyed by the explosion, and all my items fell out, which that guy collected. You must help me retrieve them. Wang Hao was astonished that Little Wei had lost his items to this Team Rocket member, a grievous situation for any player. Nonetheless, it was entirely reasonable for Little Wei to instinctively use his backpack to shield himself from the explosion. The lost items were certainly worth reclaiming. I don't care who you are. Return every single item that fell from Little Wei's backpack, or you won't leave easily. This was Wang Hao's final warning. The mere fact that Little Wei had been injured was sufficient reason for him to unleash his wrath upon this foe. However, the Team Rocket member, rather than surrendering the items, disdainfully retorted, "Kid, I picked up those items, so why should I return them? And don't think that just because you dodged the gas bomb's explosion, you're anything special. Do you believe it would take me long to bring you down?" Neither Lambda, Lance, Athena, nor Apollo dared to utter such words when they encountered me. So what makes you think you can? Wang Hao had faced all 4 of the elite members, none of whom had ever claimed they could defeat him in an instant. The audacity of this member to suggest he could take him down was laughable. Yet the Team Rocket member arrogantly proclaimed, "Don't compare me to those 4. They are merely officials. I call them the 4 elite members, but they're just slightly more advanced members. I, Domino, am a trusted confidant of Boss Giovanni." Upon hearing the name Domino, Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering this Team Rocket member under such circumstances. She was an exceptionally skilled infiltrator, clever, agile, and notoriously cunning, distinctly different from the average officer, directly following Giovanni's commands and frequently executing covert operations. Wang Hao could easily comprehend Giovanni's strategy of sending members to infiltrate the League. Nothing was more valuable than understanding one's adversary. However, the coincidence of Domino appearing at the entrance to the champion's path was surely not merely to obstruct others from entering. Though Wang Hao found himself intrigued by Domino's actions, his priority was to avenge Little Wei and reclaim the stolen items. He instructed Curlia to place Little Wei in a safer location, then prepared to confront Domino. Domino, not one to let someone aware of her identity escape easily, quickly threw 2 Pokeballs from her hand, releasing a Drowsy and a Zubat. As Zubat emerged, it unleashed several air-slash attacks aimed at Wang Hao's Lucario. Yet such an assault was easily anticipated by Lucario's aura. Lucario nimbly leaped to evade the air-slashes, then swiftly moved toward Drowsy. Lucario's target was never Zubat, but rather the Drowsy standing beside Domino. As Lucario charged toward Drowsy, it began to rapidly form a long bone club with its hands. Once the club was fully formed, Lucario struck Drowsy with it, initiating a flurry of blows. However, Drowsy adeptly evaded Lucario's strikes by using Psychic to suspend itself in midair, just out of Lucario's reach. Little did Drowsy realize that the onslaught was not limited to Lucario alone. As Drowsy hovered in the air, a ripple in the space beside it heralded Curlia's arrival. Teleporting next to Drowsy and delivering a dazzling magical strike that sent Drowsy plummeting to the ground. As Drowsy fell, Lucario's club strikes followed suit, forcefully driving Drowsy into the earth. The synergy between Lucario and Curlia, connected through the aura, rendered their collaboration extraordinarily fluid. Drowsy, with virtually no chance to retaliate, was swiftly incapacitated. This was the first time Domino truly grasped Wang Hao's strength. She finally understood why even the formidable elite members had not gained the upper hand against him. Yet, she remained undeterred in her intent to eliminate Wang Hao. Recalling Drowsy into its Pokeball and sending forth another Pokémon, the self-destruct Magneton. Upon its arrival, Magneton immediately employed Magnet Rise, rendering all ground-type attacks ineffective against it, thereby preemptively countering Lucario's club strikes. Although ground-type moves were ineffective against Magneton, Wang Hao was still concerned that Domino would utilize Magneton to execute a self-destruct attack. However, when he heard Domino command Magneton to unleash an Electro Ball at Curlia, he felt somewhat reassured. Magneton's Electro Ball was executed with remarkable speed. Yet even the swiftest attack could not outpace Curlia's teleport. After evading the Electro Ball, Domino then commanded Zubat to use Poison Jab against Lucario. However, Wang Hao quickly discerned the underlying strategy. The Poison-type attack would inflict no damage on Lucario, as Steel types were immune to such moves. Domino's intention was not to harm Lucario but to restrain it, granting her ample time to direct Magneton to assault Curlia with its powerful attack. Magneton launched a Steel-type move imbued with magnetic force, a skill that could not be evaded and was guaranteed to hit. Even with Curlia's teleport, it could not escape this attack, and it struck with considerable force. Fortunately, the damage from the Steel move was not excessively high, and Curlia did not lose its ability to fight. However, this incident heightened Wang Hao's wariness of Magneton. He swiftly ordered Lucario to retreat beside Kirlia, knowing that with the aura's presence, the impact of the steel attack could be somewhat mitigated. Simultaneously, Wang Hao shifted his focus to Magneton. The most pressing issue was this Pokémon, and it needed to be dealt with as a priority. Lucario quickly concentrated its aura into an aura sphere and launched it at Magneton. It was not only Magneton that possessed an infallible skill, Lucario's aura sphere was similarly unerring, provided it locked onto Magneton's aura. As Lucario's aura sphere struck the self-destructing Magneton, it sent the levitating UFO hurtling away. The instantaneous transition of the assured hit took Domino by surprise. She had not anticipated losing yet another formidable Pokémon so swiftly. She had initially intended to utilize Magneton's Magnet Bomb to defeat Wang Hao's Kirlia, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. She was compelled to quickly recall Magneton and unleash her final Pokémon, the Sableye. Upon witnessing that Domino's last Pokémon was Sableye, Wang Hao was confident that he could avenge Xiaowei. The Dark and Ghost-type Sableye was severely disadvantaged against Lucario, which had a profound advantage over it. At this moment, Domino still harbored a flicker of hope for victory. She commanded her Zubat to unleash a dark fog, obscuring the surroundings, while instructing Sableye, concealed within the mist, to launch a surprise attack on Kirlia. If Sableye managed to land a hit, Kirlia would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of continuing the battle. However, what Domino failed to realize was that Lucario, empowered by the aura, was entirely unfazed by the obscuring effects of the dark fog. Even without visibility, Lucario could effortlessly locate Sableye and Zubat through its aura. As Sableye's claws lunged towards Kirlia, Lucario's metal claw struck with precision, sending Sableye soaring. Subsequently, Lucario followed up with an aura sphere, decisively finishing Sableye off. Meanwhile, Kirlia, who had been under constant scrutiny from Domino, had teleported beside Zubat and swiftly gathered a telekinetic orb, launching a psychic attack that rendered Zubat completely incapacitated. With that, all of Domino's Pokémon had succumbed in battle. In desperation, she threw a flash bomb, attempting to obscure everyone's vision and seize the opportunity to escape. Yet, this hopeful plan was ultimately thwarted by Lucario. As before she could flee, she was struck by Lucario's aura sphere and fell unconscious. At last, vengeance for Xiaowei had been achieved, and with it, the loyalty of Sakaki's confidant was secured. Xiaowei's suffering had not been in vain. Chapter 82. Domino's intelligence. Wang Hao discovered all of Xiaowei's tools on the unconscious Domino and dispatched Gaisai to temporarily restrain her, preventing any sudden awakening or escape. Subsequently, he instructed Kalilian to escort everyone back to the Pokémon Center in Evergreen City. After Miss Joy's examination confirmed that Xiaowei was not seriously injured and merely required a day's rest to recuperate, Wang Hao felt considerably relieved. He then took Domino and Xiaowei to the lounge of the Pokémon Center to begin interrogating Domino. Thanks to Gaisai's prior experience, this interrogation extracted nearly all pertinent information regarding Team Rocket from Domino. I am a senior operative of Team Rocket, known as the Black Tulip, Domino. I joined Team Rocket at the age of 8, and under the tutelage of Boss Sakaki, I mastered exceptional disguise techniques. I have frequently infiltrated various organizations, posing as others to gather extensive intelligence for Team Rocket. After Mewtwo went berserk and destroyed the new island research facility, Boss Sakaki instructed me to infiltrate the League and monitor the entire Kanto region in real time via the League's network, reporting any sightings of Mewtwo immediately. However, rather than hiding, Mewtwo headed directly to Evergreen City in search of Boss Sakaki. A clandestine battle ensued between Boss Sakaki and Mewtwo, resulting in Boss Sakaki being injured, while Mewtwo fled to the Cerulean Cave to recuperate. Initially, I believed Mewtwo would remain in the Cerulean Cave, but to my surprise, it departed after a period and returned to the new island it had previously ravaged. I promptly reported this situation to Boss Sakaki, who had just acquired a Master Ball from Sylph Company. Without hesitation, he set out for New Island to attempt to capture Mewtwo. Unfortunately, the Master Ball did not possess the extraordinary capabilities as claimed and failed to capture Mewtwo. Fortunately, I had never placed faith in the so-called Master Ball. While Boss Sakaki pursued Mewtwo, I had arranged for headquarters to send a prototype of the Armor V designed to control Mewtwo to New Island. With the assistance of Armor V, Boss Sakaki successfully captured and brought Mewtwo back to Yuhong City. Wang Hao could hardly believe that after leaving Sylph Company, Sakaki had gone directly to New Island to capture Mewtwo. Had the Master Ball truly functioned as advertised, Mewtwo would already have been Boss Sakaki's Pokémon at this moment. In retrospect, it is somewhat fortunate that the Master Ball did not achieve the legendary Pokémon capture capability. After Mewtwo was successfully captured by Boss Sakaki, I was supposed to return to the Team Rocket headquarters. However, before I could evacuate, I received a new directive from Boss Sakaki instructing me to search for an item known as the Burning Feather in the Molter's Cave along the Champions Road. At that time, I learned that League members had breached the defenses of Yuhong City, and the captured Mewtwo was sealed by 3 legendary bird Pokémon. Boss Sakaki stated that Mewtwo's power far surpassed that of the 3 legendary birds, and the sealing was merely a delaying tactic. They required certain items to enhance their abilities, and possibly even stronger legendary Pokémon to assist in subduing Mewtwo. Boss Sakaki dispatched all senior Team Rocket members to various locations. Athena to the abandoned power plant where Zapdos resided, Lambda to the Twin Islands where Articuno dwelt, and Lance and Apollo to the Champions Road, all in pursuit of items needed to enhance the capabilities of the 3 legendary Pokémon. Simultaneously, Boss Sakaki learned that someone entrusted by the 3 legendary birds was heading to these locations to acquire the items. So each member's mission was divided into 2 parts, one to destroy the items and the other to prevent the entrusted individual from obtaining them. At this point, Wang Hao finally understood why he and Xiao Wei encountered ambushes from Team Rocket members at the abandoned power plant, Twin Islands, and even at the League's entrance. However, he could not comprehend how Sakaki had acquired this intelligence. Logically, when Articuno entrusted him with a mission, he was the only one present. This was a mystery that Wang Hao could not fathom, and it appeared that Domino was equally unaware of this situation. Athena was dispatched to the abandoned power plant, Lambda to the Twin Islands, and the Champions Road was overseen by Lance and Apollo. The reason for requiring 2 members on Champions Road was due to its unique nature as a training ground for many high-level League members and a necessary path for trainers aiming to challenge the Kanto League after completing 8 gym battles. This route would inevitably present various formidable obstacles, necessitating 2 operatives to manage the situation. Additionally, to minimize interference from League trainers, Boss Sakaki specifically assigned me to intercept these trainers at the entrance. However, I did not anticipate encountering an individual with a special pass before the trainers arrived. For the sake of Boss Sakaki's operation, I was compelled to incapacitate the individual possessing the special pass. Wang Hao finally grasped the overarching strategy devised by Sakaki, which was thoroughly comprehensive. To organize such an extensive plan in such a short time was a testament to his prowess as the leader of Team Rocket. Nevertheless, Wang Hao sought more information. He pondered whether it was somewhat excessive to risk exposing Domino merely to obstruct a few trainers. Like other operatives, my mission was also divided into 2 parts, one to obstruct trainers, and the second to ascertain the movements of League members through their network. Currently, only a scant number of League members were gathered at the sealing site in Yuhong City, while Champion Edu was continuously summoning others there. I needed to remain vigilant regarding the movements of each League member and report the final assembly location and numbers to Boss Sakaki, who would utilize my intelligence to orchestrate an assault plan for the sealing site. Indeed, Domino's affiliation with the League endowed her with a wealth of intelligence, which was gradually being relayed to Sakaki through this unassuming gatekeeper. Had Wang Hao not restrained Domino and learned of these matters through Gai Sai, how long would the League's intelligence have remained compromised? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao promptly communicated the information he had acquired to Edu. Edu was equally astonished, never anticipating such a significant vulnerability within the seemingly impenetrable League. He swiftly adjusted the location for the gathering of League members and various communication channels. Chapter 83. The Malicious Apollo from Domino's Lips. Wang Hao acquired a wealth of intelligence regarding the Rocket team. Subsequently, he instructed Edu to dispatch members of the Alliance to escort Domino back to the headquarters. The appropriate measures to address Domino's repeated leaks of Alliance information were internal matters, and Wang Hao chose not to pry further, as Little Wei required a full day for her physical recovery, and at that moment, Lance and Apollo were already wreaking havoc on the Champion Road against the Burning Feather. Wang Hao could not afford to wait any longer. Thus, he resolved to venture alone to the abode of the Flame Bird. Upon reappearing before the gates of the Alliance, Wang Hao no longer needed to present any special credentials. Edu had already relayed Wang Hao's information to the gatekeepers, and no one would obstruct his passage. As he passed through the 8 gates of the Alliance, Wang Hao encountered no resistance and swiftly arrived at Route 23. Upon glimpsing the entrance to the Champion Road, he immediately focused his mind with utmost intensity. The entirety of the Champion Road required his careful navigation. Whether facing ordinary trainers or members of the Alliance, he had to remain vigilant, for he could not ascertain if these individuals were disguised members of the Rocket team. As Wang Hao and Lucario stepped into the entrance of the Champion Road, Lucario emitted the power of the aura. This labyrinthine path, constructed of 3 intricate layers, had traditionally served as a training ground for numerous Alliance members and elite trainers. However, at that moment, Lucario detected not a single shadow within his expansive probing range, which covered 1/3 of the first layer. The absence of any presence could only imply one thing: Lance and Apollo's cleansing operation had been executed with remarkable thoroughness. Yet, did they not take precautions against potential threats? Were Lance and Apollo truly hiding all Rocket Team members in the third layer? Rather than indulging in baseless speculation, Wang Hao resolved to investigate the third layer directly. He released Genghis, instructing him to conceal himself within Wang Hao's shadow. Genghis's elusive abilities had become a significant asset for Wang Hao, and releasing him in advance was a strategy to better handle unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, Wang Hao and Lucario hastened towards the second layer. The second layer mirrored the first. With not a trace of the Rocket Team nor even ordinary Alliance members or trainers, Wang Hao felt an eerie sense of strangeness enveloping the situation. Could it be that Lance and Apollo had expelled all Alliance members and trainers from the Champion Road? If that were the case, those members would undoubtedly report their expulsion, and the Alliance would swiftly uncover the Rocket Team's actions. Thus, this possibility seemed exceedingly slim. This indicated that Lance and Apollo were not only searching for the flame birds dwelling in the third layer alongside all Rocket Team members, but had also transported the original trainers and Alliance members training on the Champion Road to that level. What were Lance and Apollo planning to do with these individuals? Were they intending to enlist their assistance in locating the Burning Feather? The Burning Feather should be the easiest to find among the 3 legendary feathers, as it remained perpetually ablaze, resembling a plume of flames. Even in its dormant state, it appeared as a fossil, yet any contact would cause it to reignite instantly, with temperatures so high that they could melt many metals. Thus, acquiring the Burning Feather would also necessitate special tools for retrieval. Wang Hao intended to use the Thunder Feather for this purpose, having collected a fair number of them. The Ice Crystal Feather was singular, reserved for reviving the Articuno, and therefore not an option. When Wang Hao and Lucario entered the third layer, Lucario still failed to detect any figures, which perplexed Wang Hao greatly. Nevertheless, he continued deeper into the third layer alongside Lucario. Nearing the midway point, Lucario finally alerted Wang Hao to the presence of shadows, albeit only 5 in number. How could there be merely 5 individuals? Lance and Apollo could not possibly have brought just 3 Rocket Team members to this place. And where were the Alliance members and trainers who had been training on the Champion Road? Lucario was well acquainted with the auras of Lance and Apollo, having encountered them previously, and was certain that among the 5 were indeed Lance and Apollo. This left Wang Hao even more bewildered about the current circumstances. However, given that it was merely 5 individuals, he chose not to conceal himself any longer. He advanced directly towards the location of Lance and Apollo, at which point he overheard their conversation. Apollo, Boss Sakaki sent us here to destroy this so-called Burning Feather, yet we have not seen a single hair of it. Moreover, this place is so peculiar. Our people and those captured Alliance members seem to have met some untimely fate, all burnt to a crisp. This cannot continue. Do you still not understand? It's no wonder the subordinates covet your position. If you keep this up, you will inevitably be replaced. I don't comprehend. But those beneath me will find it no easy feat to usurp my position. Just tell me what is going on. We have been attempting to destroy the Burning Feather all along, although we still do not know what it looks like. Our men and those from the Alliance must have encountered the Burning Feather to meet such a tragic end. The so-called Burning Feather is undoubtedly related to fire. That much is certain. Thus, even though we have lost many, the Burning Feather must be dwindling as well. Are you saying that the entity responsible for incinerating so many people is the Burning Feather? That is truly terrifying. It was at this moment that Wang Hao comprehended why the Champion Road, which should have been teeming with individuals, now harbored only these 5. He also realized the fate of the Alliance members and trainers who had trained here. He had not anticipated their sacrifice. Wang Hao lamented profoundly, wishing he had arrived earlier to possibly save them. Regrettably, it was too late to ponder such matters. To avert the devastation wrought by the rampaging Mewtwo upon the Kanto region, he had to forge ahead. Wang Hao commanded Genghis, hidden in the shadows, to swiftly move closer to Lance and Apollo's position, intending to impose a forced hypnosis upon them. However, just as Genghis was about to make contact with the shadows of Lance and Apollo, Apollo's Dream Eater suddenly leapt from the nearby rocks, hurling a psychic projectile towards Genghis. Who was there? Apollo exclaimed, casting a wary glance toward Wang Hao. When he caught sight of Wang Hao, his expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Lance, upon seeing Wang Hao, was engulfed in a fury. His animosity towards Wang Hao had only intensified, as the latter consistently thwarted his endeavors, causing his failure rate as an executive to soar, leading his subordinates to scorn him. Genghis's ambush was thwarted, and Wang Hao recognized that he had acted recklessly due to the actions of Lance and Apollo. He should have allowed Lucario to assess the surroundings first. Yet, now that he had been discovered, a direct confrontation was inevitable. Although Apollo's Dream Eater possessed the ability to disrupt synchronization and prevent Kirlia from joining the battle, Wang Hao believed that Lucario and Genghis would suffice to confront Lance and Apollo. Just as Wang Hao anticipated a head-on clash with Lance and Apollo, Apollo unexpectedly ordered a retreat. This left Wang Hao utterly perplexed. What was Apollo up to? Lance was equally taken aback by Apollo's command, his frustration mounting as he sought to confront Apollo, only to be silenced by a mere glance from him. Apollo, accompanied by Lance and 3 other members of Team Rocket, approached Wang Hao, declaring, "Since you have come here, your objective must undoubtedly be the burning feather. We cannot locate it, nor can we find it under your very nose. So we shall withdraw voluntarily. If you allow us to leave, the burning feather will be yours." Such words from Apollo's lips provoked a profound skepticism in Wang Hao. However, at that moment, Apollo, Lance, and the 3 Rocket members had already returned their Pokémon to their Pokeballs, adopting an ostensibly non-resistant demeanor. Wang Hao disregarded Apollo's assertions, maintaining his gaze fixed upon the approaching figures, while instructing Lucario to utilize its aura to scan the surroundings for any treacherous maneuvers. Yet, until Apollo and his companions vanished from Wang Hao's sight, they exhibited no unusual actions or sudden ambushes. This peculiar behavior left Wang Hao utterly perplexed. Nonetheless, with their departure, what could he do? He could only proceed with caution as he began his search for the burning feather. Lucario's aura emanated outward, meticulously encompassing every nook and cranny, until it detected a faint fluctuation of energy in one corner. As Wang Hao and Lucario prepared to approach that corner to retrieve the burning feather, the tunnel of the champion's path began to tremble violently, as if the very heavens had fractured. In that moment, Wang Hao realized the folly of his oversight. The members of Team Rocket were capable of anything. How could they possibly leave so easily? Apollo had merely assessed that their chances of defeating Wang Hao through sheer strength were minimal, leading them to feign surrender in order to secure a safe exit. Once they departed, they intended to collapse the entire champion's path, eliminating Wang Hao entirely. Apollo's scheme was meticulously crafted and executed with precision. However, he ultimately underestimated Wang Hao. As the cave began to crumble, the burning feather manifested itself due to the tremors, and Wang Hao effortlessly collected it using the thunder feather. Subsequently, he summoned Kyrelian and, through Kyrelian's teleportation, successfully exited the tunnel of the champion's path. Chapter 84. The desperation of Lance and Apollo as Kyrelian narrowly assisted Wang Hao and Lucario in their escape from the crumbling champion's path. Lance and Apollo continued their relentless efforts on Route 23, commanding their Pokémon to demolish the entrance to the champion's path tunnel. Their intention was to bury Wang Hao alive within its confines, yet they remained oblivious to the true strength of their adversary. With a swift teleportation, Kyrelian brought Wang Hao and Lucario to a position behind Lance and Apollo. Observing the 2 laboring intensely, Wang Hao felt a twinge of reluctance to interrupt their futile endeavors. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inform them of their impending failure. Thus he called out, "Hey, what are you 2 working so hard for?" The familiar voice emanating from behind startled both Lance and Apollo, causing them to exchange incredulous glances before turning to face Wang Hao. Upon confirming his identity, a wave of tension washed over them. "How did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to be buried inside?" "So, your plan was to entomb me." All that retreating was merely a prelude to this moment, Wang Hao declared, undeterred by the prowess of Lance and Apollo, knowing they were ultimately his subordinates. They would face the consequences of their actions, for the sacrifices made by the Alliance members and trainers in the champion's path demanded retribution. At this juncture, Lance and Apollo had no choice but to confront Wang Hao directly. They swiftly directed their Pokémon, NEURO-X and Tyranitar, who were still wreaking havoc on the tunnel, while also summoning Weezing, Zubat, and Hypno. The remaining 3 members of Team Rocket released 3 Coughings. Faced with this formidable array of 9 Pokémon, Wang Hao remained composed. Although Kyrelian had temporarily returned to his Pokeball due to Hypno's interference, he summoned Milotic to the fray. With Milotic, Lucario, and the elusive Ghastly, Wang Hao felt confident in achieving victory despite being outnumbered. His confidence stemmed from the knowledge that NEURO-X, Tyranitar, and Psyduck were all at a disadvantage against Milotic, while the poison-type attacks from Weezing and Coughing would prove ineffective against Milotic's Marvel scale ability. However, Wang Hao's primary objective remained Hypno, the source of Kyrelian's inability to battle. The synchronization disruption caused by Hypno was too potent. Had Wang Hao not previously studied this ability, he would have fallen victim like Naji. Thus, he commanded Ghastly to eliminate Hypno at the first opportunity. Just as Wang Hao relayed his orders to Ghastly, Apollo commanded all Coughings to unleash a toxic gas attack. The intent behind this maneuver was to impair Wang Hao's Pokemon's vision and weaken their condition. Yet, Wang Hao was unfazed by such a clumsy offensive. Milotic, measuring over 6 meters in length and hovering gracefully, emanated a mysterious aura that enveloped both itself and Wang Hao, completely neutralizing the toxic gas assault. Apollo never anticipated the toxic gas would be effective, and upon witnessing the energy radiating from Milotic, he directed Hypno to launch a powerful psychic attack. The psychic onslaught was formidable, yet Milotic's considerable size made it an easier target. Nevertheless, Wang Hao remained unconcerned. As Milotic was struck by Hypno's attack, it conjured a multitude of terrifying illusions around itself, which began to assault Hypno relentlessly until it ultimately succumbed to defeat. Apollo could not permit his Hypno to be vanquished amidst Ghastly's phantoms. Upon noticing the illusions surrounding Hypno, he hastily commanded Psyduck to unleash a flamethrower attack directed at the phantoms. However, before the flames could reach their target, Milotic's water pulse intercepted the assault. By the time Hypno was incapacitated, Psyduck's flamethrower had yet to penetrate Milotic's defensive wave. With Hypno down, Wang Hao swiftly released Kirelion. Both wheezing and coughing were vulnerable to Kirelian's abilities, and with its teleportation speed, it could easily defeat them before they could self-destruct. This was precisely why Wang Hao prioritized Ghastly's attack on Hypno. Upon Kirelian's emergence, Wang Hao commanded it to teleport beside Lance's wheezing and use Psychic to defeat it. Well aware of Team Rocket's tactics, Wang Hao anticipated their reliance on self-destruction as a means of escape. This time, however, he severed their intent for self-detonation. Having triumphed over wheezing, Kirelian did not pause, swiftly teleporting to Coughing's side and dispatching it with 3 consecutive psychic attacks. At this point, Lance and Apollo had lost 5 Pokémon, leaving them with just 4, none of which posed any threat to Wang Hao. Consequently, Wang Hao remained calm, while Lance and Apollo appeared increasingly anxious. With the absence of self-destructing Coughing and wheezing, Lance and Apollo recognized their dwindling chances of defeating Wang Hao. Still, they were reluctant to surrender easily. Sakaki had tasked them with destroying the burning feather and defeating all who sought it. Regardless of the outcome, they were determined to ensure that Wang Hao paid a price. Apollo commanded Tyranitar to launch Stone Edge at Milotic, choosing it for its larger size, which made it a more viable target. Yet Wang Hao would not allow Apollo to succeed so easily. Lucario, having predicted the trajectory of Tyranitar's Stone Edge attack, leapt from Milotic's side to intercept the incoming stones, shattering them with a series of vacuum waves. Just then, Apollo instructed Psyduck to unleash a flamethrower in the shape of a large letter T towards Lucario. Should Psyduck's attack connect, Lucario, being a steel type, would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. However, Lucario faced the incoming flames without fear, for Milotic had already reacted, blocking the onslaught with a water pulse. Taking advantage of this moment, Lucario landed safely and swiftly retaliated with a wave cannon aimed directly at Tyranitar. As the wave cannon hurtled toward Tyranitar, Apollo quickly commanded it to adopt a barrier defense. With the iron defense activated, Tyranitar withstood the wave cannon but still sustained considerable damage. Meanwhile, Psyduck, who was engaged with Milotic, was not as fortunate. After his flamethrower was thwarted, he had no chance to execute a second move before Kirelian appeared beside him, delivering a decisive psychic attack that sent him flying. Milotic followed up with a water pulse, completely defeating Psyduck. Seeing Psyduck toppled, Lance's Zubat attempted to provide support, launching a toxic Fong aimed at Kirelian. Yet Kirelian was not so easily struck by such an assault. With a swift teleportation, it returned to Wang Hao's side. Apollo's Pokémon, a formidable force, has utterly lost its capability to battle. At this moment, he has come to the profound realization that he and Lance are no match for Wang Hao, yet he persists. He directs Tyranitar to unleash its ultimate move against Milotic, hoping to conjure a miracle through the sheer strength of Tyranitar. However, Wang Hao is not inclined to grant Apollo any glimmer of hope. As Tyranitar charges fiercely towards Milotic, Lucario's Aura Sphere mercilessly strikes Tyranitar, leading to its decisive defeat. The situation, once 9 against 3, has now dwindled to 4 against 2. Wang Hao holds an undeniable advantage, with Team Rocket left with merely Nidoking and Crobat. In this moment of despair, Apollo suddenly comprehends something. Why has Lance's Nidoking not launched an attack from the very beginning? Crobat has at least attempted to thwart Sharim with its cross poison. Apollo gazes at Lance, inquiring why he has not commanded Nidoking to attack. Yet, Lance's response leaves Apollo in shock. Lance reveals, "It is not that I do not command Nidoking to attack. Rather, Nidoking refuses to heed my commands." Lance has indeed been trying to direct Nidoking, yet it remains stationary, unmoving. As for the reason behind this, only Wang Hao possesses the knowledge. He refrains from hastily explaining the matter to Lance and Apollo, instead instructing Sharim to teleport towards Crobat, unleashing a powerful psychic attack that sends it hurtling towards Milotic. In response, Milotic swings its tail with the ferocity of raging waves, sending Crobat crashing towards the position of Lance and Apollo, propelling them a considerable distance away. Consequently, Crobat also succumbs to defeat. Why? Why does my Nidoking not obey commands? What have you done? A reeling Lance, having risen once more, struggles to fathom the reason behind Nidoking's disobedience, fervently questioning Wang Hao. At that moment, Wang Hao observes Lance, whose eyes blaze with fury, veins bulging with rage, and calmly utters, "Jingar, arise." With that command, Jingar slowly emerges from Nidoking's shadow, and Nidoking shifts from its previous state of stillness to a slumbering position. Nidoking has been under Jingar's hypnotic control all along. How could it possibly heed Lance's commands? Witnessing this turn of events, both Lance and Apollo are plunged into utter despair. Chapter 85, The Tree of the World's Origin. After defeating the Dreamweaver, Wang Hao instructed Guise to remain concealed within the surrounding shadows. Meanwhile, King Nito, due to his proximity to the Dreamweaver, naturally became Guise's second target. As Guise deftly maneuvered into King Nito's shadow, it became evident that Lance had irrevocably lost command over King Nito. Wang Hao meticulously directed Lucario, Milotic, and Chandelure to launch a rapid offensive, aiming to divert the attention of Lance and Apollo, thereby diminishing Guise's presence and creating an opportunity for him. Hence, the defeat of Lance and Apollo was hardly unjust. Wang Hao adeptly harnessed the unique attributes of each Pokémon, allowing them to perform at their utmost capacity, culminating in this victory. When Guise emerged from King Nito's shadow, Wang Hao promptly conveyed a command for hypnosis through the aura. Upon witnessing Guise's silhouette, Lance and Apollo were enveloped in despair and succumbed to Guise's hypnotic influence, drifting into slumber. Consequently, all members of Team Rocket along the champion's path were apprehended by Wang Hao, who swiftly contacted Adu to dispatch nearby league members to escort them away. Having successfully acquired the Thunder Feather, Ice Feather, and Flame Feather, Wang Hao had completed half of the task assigned by Articuno. The remainder involved the search for the mythical Pokémon, Mew. Although Articuno had provided a hint, Wang Hao held little hope. Mew's ability to transform into any Pokémon and its elusive nature rendered the task daunting. Nevertheless, Wang Hao resolved to venture to the Tree of the World's Origin in search of fortune. Should he fail to locate Mew there, he would proceed to Yuhong City with the 3 legendary feathers to assist the 3 legendary Pokémon in regaining their true forms before attempting to unite against Mega Mewtwo once more. After handing Team Rocket's members to the League, Wang Hao did not immediately head to the Tree of the World's Origin. Instead, he used Chandelure's teleportation to return to Evergreen City. Xiaowei had fully recovered, and Wang Hao planned a journey to the Tree of the World's Origin with him. This had been their initial pact, to seek the 3 legendary feathers together and to encounter Mew. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center's lounge in Evergreen City, Wang Hao found Xiaowei already organizing his belongings, visibly excited at the prospect of meeting Mew. "Wang Hao, do you think we can find Mew? If we do, how should we ask for its help against Mewtwo? Also, do you think Mew can defeat Mewtwo?" Xiaowei's barrage of questions left Wang Hao momentarily flustered. He had not anticipated that Xiaowei would become so talkative immediately after recovering. "Could you please ask one question at a time? Moreover, I cannot provide answers to these inquiries. Mew's ability to transform into any Pokémon makes our chances of finding it nearly non-existent. While some believe Mew to be the progenitor of all Pokémon, it is uncertain whether this progenitor can indeed triumph over Mewtwo. As for how to solicit its assistance against Mewtwo, Articuno did not offer me any guidance on that matter either. I am just as perplexed and unsure of what to do." Prior to this, Wang Hao had not seriously contemplated how to request Mew's assistance, for he had never truly believed that he and Xiaowei would find it. But what if? If they did find Mew, how should they approach it for help? Should they simply ask if it could assist them? Xiaowei's reminders prompted Wang Hao to reflect on this matter. He needed to devise a suitable approach. Thus, with the question of how to solicit Mew's aid on his mind, Wang Hao and Xiaowei embarked on their journey to the Tree of the World's Origin. The Tree of the World's Origin resides within the mountains to the north of Gray City and Moonlit Mountain. To reach it, they must first arrive at the city of Aludrin. Though Wang Hao could not claim to be intimately familiar with Aludrin, he had a fair understanding of it. Upon their arrival, they found the city to be as serene as ever. The banners and portraits of the Oro warriors continued to flutter, stirring memories of the time when Shalebi transported him back to an encounter with a young Alan. Although his time with Alan during his training in the Lucario Kingdom was brief, Wang Hao cherished those moments void of conflict and battle, solely devoted to training. Surely, that period was among the most beautiful in Alan's life. Wang Hao and Xiaowei did not linger in Aludrin for long. They merely restored their Pokémon's condition at the Pokémon Center before proceeding toward the Tree of the World's Origin. Along the way, they traversed forests, hot springs, and mountains, encountering various Pokémon. However, they failed to catch a glimpse of Mew. Mew's ability to transform into any Pokémon led them to entertain the notion that any Pokémon they encountered might be Mew. This misconception resulted in them inadvertently disturbing many wild Pokémon's rest and lives, for which both Wang Hao and Xiaowei felt profound regret. However, They could only limit Mew's troublesome abilities. From Eludrin to the foot of the Tree of the World's Origin, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei meticulously verified each Pokémon they encountered before continuing onward. This cautious approach significantly slowed their pace, yet they persevered. When a crystalline life form, resembling a tree and drawing energy from light, came into view, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei truly grasped the enormity and vibrant vitality of the Tree of the World's Origin. Although they had yet to find Mew, witnessing the Tree of the World's Origin made their journey worthwhile. Surrounding the tree was an absence of any vegetation, not even a blade of grass, as if this magnificent tree had emerged from the yellow earth itself. The expanse of the yellow earth corresponded closely with the size of the tree's crown, forming a unique earthen circle. Although Wang Hao had glimpsed the Tree of the World's Origin upon entering the game, its close-up appearance was utterly different. From a distance, it appeared as a towering tree. But up close, it revealed itself to be a magnificent crystalline formation, exuding a palpable essence of life. Lucario had developed the habit of releasing aura to scan his surroundings wherever he went. As he prepared to extend his aura to probe the Tree of the World's Origin, he found his aura suddenly beyond his control. Once his aura penetrated the boundary of the yellow earth surrounding the tree, it surged inward uncontrollably, like a wild stallion breaking free. What could this mean? Lucario was baffled and conveyed this situation to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, encountering such a situation for the first time, was equally perplexed and instructed Lucario to cease his aura probing. Without Lucario's scanning ability, Wang Hao hesitated to lead Xiao Wei into the tree's vicinity. Instead, they circumnavigated the outer perimeter of the tree. After completing a full circuit, they detected no anomalies, and no wild Pokémon were present, suggesting an aura of safety. Thus, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei prepared to step into the yellow earth surrounding the Tree of the World's Origin. As their feet touched the yellow earth, they suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. Though the tremor was brief and of minor intensity, both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei became cautious, reluctant to make any further movements. The initial steps toward the World's Origin tree were abruptly retracted, as both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei continuously surveyed their surroundings, yet ultimately discerned nothing amiss. What could this mean? Was it merely a chance encounter with a minor tremor? They exchanged glances, each unable to fathom the cause of the disturbance. Consequently, they ventured once more into the realm of the yellow earth. However, this time the ground remained still, and tranquility enveloped the area. After a while of observation, with no peculiar occurrences to speak of, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei concluded that the prior tremor was indeed a mere coincidence of seismic nature. They resumed their approach toward the trunk of the World's Origin tree. Upon reaching the halfway point, the ground trembled again, this time with considerable intensity and seemingly no intention of abating. Startled, both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei reacted in alarm. In the ensuing chaos, Xiao Wei summoned the fossil pterosaur, instructing it to lift them from the ground. Just then, a brilliant beam of light surged from the trunk of the World's Origin tree, hurtling toward the fossil pterosaur. In an instant, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei recognized it as the destructive death ray, leaving them to ponder the reason for such an attack emanating from the tree's trunk. They believed they had committed no wrongdoing. Why, then, were they suddenly under assault? Although the beam did not strike the fossil pterosaur, it certainly startled them. Wang Hao quickly urged Xiao Wei to direct the fossil pterosaur to retreat from the vicinity of the World's Origin tree. At that moment of impending danger, an enlightening thought crossed Wang Hao's mind regarding the World's Origin tree. It is the birthplace of most fossil Pokémon, and any species that intrudes upon this territory is invariably repelled by the Pokémon that safeguard the tree. The recent destructive death ray was likely a warning from the guardians of the World's Origin tree. Should they proceed further, they would undoubtedly face more aggressive Pokémon. Thus, Wang Hao insisted on an immediate withdrawal. Once Wang Hao and Xiao Wei were safely transported away from the World's Origin tree by the fossil pterosaur, the tremors ceased abruptly. Everything unfolded as Wang Hao had surmised. It was indeed a warning against their reckless intrusion. Yet, how could they uncover the whereabouts of the elusive Mew without entering the realm of the World's Origin tree? Chapter 86. Is this whining? Too exaggerated. The Frostbird had conveyed to Wang Hao that no matter where Mew wandered in the world, it would ultimately return to the Tree of Origins. Thus, with this flicker of hope, Wang Hao arrived here. However, to his dismay, they found themselves unable to approach the Tree of Origins. The Pokémon guarding it would not allow Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to barge in recklessly. Moreover, Wang Hao could no longer communicate with these guardians through Lucario's aura as he once did. The aura would be absorbed the moment it entered the vicinity of the tree, rendering him incapable of probing, conversing, or battling. In that moment, Wang Hao profoundly realized how much the aura had benefited him, and losing it felt particularly disconcerting. What Pokémon launched that devastating beam at us? Did you see it clearly? Xiao Wei was still shaken by the attack, and Wang Hao also failed to discern which Pokémon had unleashed the destructive light. At that moment, they had just taken off from the ground, their attention still fixed on the quaking earth beneath them. Had it not been for the vigilant fossil pterodactyl, they might have been struck by that beam. It was all so sudden. I couldn't see clearly, but it must have been one of the Pokémon guarding the Tree of Origins. Most of these guardians are fossil-type and ground-type Pokémon, making it difficult to ascertain which one it was. Then what should we do now? It's definitely not feasible to walk in, and flying over seems impossible too. Could we perhaps teleport? Teleport? Xiao Wei's words suddenly sparked a realization in Wang Hao. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? The most discreet way to transfer from their current position to the trunk of the Tree of Origins was indeed teleportation. With this method, even the Guardians would be hard-pressed to respond in time. Wang Hao swiftly released Chikorita and instructed it to attempt establishing a teleportation pathway between their location and the tree's trunk. However, after trying, Chikorita provided Wang Hao with an unexpected response. There was no spatial passage within the vicinity of the Tree of Origins. It was an isolated, deliberately sealed space. Consequently, Chikorita could not teleport into that area. The flicker of hope that had ignited was extinguished in an instant. Wang Hao found himself utterly speechless. Was it really so difficult just to catch a glimpse of whether Mew was present? The feeling of being so close to the Tree of Origins yet unable to enter was profoundly disheartening. To avoid alarming the Guardians, the most crucial point was to proceed silently. It was impossible for Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to stride in carelessly as they had before. But how could they achieve silence? Suddenly, Wang Hao recalled that there was indeed a Pokémon adept at such stealthy maneuvers. He quickly summoned Ghastly and inquired about the possibility of infiltrating the Tree of Origins vicinity through shadows. Since the area was almost identical in size to the canopy of the tree, and it was essentially enveloped by its shadow, Ghastly, skilled in shadow movement, could undoubtedly traverse quietly. However, whether or not it would be detected by the Guardians was another matter. Ghastly stated that it had never attempted such a feat, thus could not provide an accurate answer. Nevertheless, Wang Hao resolved to let it try. Ghastly swiftly melded into the surrounding shadows and, through their extension, immediately slipped into the vicinity of the Tree of Origins. Upon entering, Ghastly did not provoke any tremors in the ground, nor did anything peculiar occur. This sparked a glimmer of hope in both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. Ghastly moved rapidly through the shadows, nearing the trunk. Yet, just then, a Nidoqueen suddenly appeared from the trunk and unleashed a Shadow Ball in Ghastly's path, halting its advance. Although the Shadow Ball missed, Ghastly still aimed to bypass Nidoqueen's obstruction with its swift movements. However, as Ghastly pressed forward, more Nidokings, Nidoqueen, Rhydon, and Boscodora emerged behind Nidoqueen, each gathering energy for an attack, which left Ghastly hesitant to act. If Ghastly dared to advance further, it would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by their combined assault. In light of this daunting situation, Wang Hao had no choice but to call Ghastly back to his side. Walking over was impossible. Flying over was impossible. Teleporting was impossible. Now, even shadowing was out of the question. Wang Hao felt utterly out of options. Xiao Wei, too, had no viable solutions. So the two decided to temporarily abandon their attempts to infiltrate the Tree of Origins and head back to Arudalan City to seek information on how to enter. As Wang Hao and Xiao Wei prepared to leave, Wang Hao noticed a small green sprite fluttering in the air. Wasn't that Celebi? Celebi had spotted Wang Hao and Xiao Wei, flitting toward them and circling between the two, occasionally teasing the Togepi in Wang Hao's hands. This was Xiao Wei's first encounter with Celebi, and he was visibly ecstatic, tugging at Wang Hao's sleeve while repeatedly calling out Celebi's name. Wang Hao, having met this mythical Pokémon before, remained composed. After flying around Wang Hao and Xiao Wei a few times, Celebi headed directly toward the Tree of Origins. Seeing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but shout, "Be careful. There are guardians around the Tree of Origins that will attack intruding Pokémon." However, it seems Celebi did not hear Wang Hao's warning, flying unhesitatingly toward the trunk of the tree. Upon reaching it, no guardian Pokémon attacked Celebi. Could it be that only mythical Pokémon were exempt from the Guardian's wrath? As this thought crossed Wang Hao's mind, Celebi suddenly transformed into a pink Pokémon resembling a small cat. Could it be Mew? With its pink appearance, twice the height of its tail, and the ability to morph into other Pokémon, it was indeed Mew. Mew. It's Mew. Wang Hao, did you see that? That Celebi transformed into Mew. That's the Mew we've been searching for. Both Wang Hao and Xiao Wei saw Celebi transform into Mew with clarity. Xiao Wei erupted in excitement, while Wang Hao stood astounded, at a loss for words to convey his emotions. The Mew they had long sought had appeared. However, in the next moment, Mew, reverting to its original form, dove into the trunk of the Tree of Origins, vanishing from Wang Hao and Xiao Wei's sight. They barely had time to utter a word to Mew, let alone seek its assistance. Nonetheless, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei were now completely certain that Mew resided within the Tree of Origins. Although they could not enter, they could wait for Mew to emerge. Once it appeared, they could communicate and seek help. This was the only means for Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to obtain Mew's assistance at present. So they stood vigil outside the Tree of Origins. Suddenly, Togepi and Wang Hao's arms broke free and dashed toward the spot where Mew had vanished. This unexpected turn of events sent Wang Hao into a panic. Togepi lacked any combat capabilities, not even defensive skills. If it were struck by a guardian Pokémon, it would surely be rendered helpless. Wang Hao hurriedly chased after Bakubi, eager to swiftly halt her reckless actions. At the moment he dashed out, Xiao Wei and Lucario followed closely behind. Bakubi, seemingly mistaking Wang Hao's pursuit for playful banter, became even more spirited in her sprint. Soon reaching the spot where Guiz had been thwarted by Nidoqueen earlier. Nidoqueen, Nidoking, Rhyhorn, and other Pokémon tasked with safeguarding the primordial tree of the world had all taken notice of the rambunctious Bakubi. They rapidly began to gather energy in their hands, preparing to unleash an assault on her. Seeing this unfold, Wang Hao was on the verge of panic. Could she possibly survive such an onslaught? He quickened his pace, while Bakubi seemed to sense the imminent threat, abruptly halting her advance. With her large, watery eyes fixed intently on the guardian Pokémon poised to strike, she exuded an undeniable charm. In an instant, all the guardians ceased their energy gathering, their aggressive stances dissolving. Seizing the opportunity, Bakubi resumed her dash toward the spot where the mythical creature had vanished, completely disregarding Wang Hao's frantic feelings in her wake. Wang Hao was utterly astonished by this sudden shift. Why had all the guardian Pokémon so abruptly halted their attacks? Was it truly just Bakubi's adorable display that had caused such a remarkable effect? Was it possible to wield cuteness in such a manner? While he was lost in bewildering thoughts, Bakubi had already taken off once more. This time, the guardian Pokémon refrained from launching any further assaults, merely observing her progress quietly. Even when Wang Hao, Lucario, and Xiao Wei entered their attack range, they remained passive. Ultimately, Bakubi halted at the spot where the mythical creature had disappeared and turned back to wave her tiny hand at Wang Hao. Moments later, he reached her side, swiftly enveloping her in his embrace and playfully pinching her little cheek, his heart still racing with lingering trepidation. He had come to fully appreciate the unpredictable nature of this little ancestor. Nevertheless, he also realized that Bakubi had skillfully led them into the realm of the primordial tree without incurring the wrath of any guardian Pokémon. Chapter 87. The dual consciousness of Mewtwo. After Wang Hao, Xiao Wei, and Lucario arrived at the trunk of the world tree. Upon witnessing Wang Hao cradling Togepi, Xiao Wei expressed his confusion, inquiring, "Why have we not been attacked by those guardian Pokémon this time? This is unusual, isn't it?" Wang Hao, equally perplexed, replied, "I am uncertain as well. Those guardian Pokémon seemed poised to strike, yet they halted upon Togepi's display of charm. What does this mean?" Not only was Xiao Wei bewildered, but so was Wang Hao. However, they soon set aside their puzzlement, as they stood at the very spot where Mew had vanished. They had observed Mew burrowing into the world tree from this location, and thus, they felt compelled to follow suit. Wang Hao, unlike Mew, did not boldly plunge in. Instead, he gently cradled Togepi with his left arm while cautiously extending his right hand towards the trunk. His fingertips did not directly touch the bark, but instead generated a spatial ripple upon contact. Instinctively, Wang Hao realized that the interior of the trunk was an alternate realm. With newfound assurance, he ventured forth. As he crossed the threshold of the trunk, he found himself enveloped in a luminescent green bubble, which buoyed him upwards as if guiding him to a destination unknown. Gazing downwards from this precarious bubble, Wang Hao was met with an abyss of impenetrable darkness, which instilled a sense of dread within him. Should the bubble burst, would there be any hope of salvation? Xiao Wei and Lucario also traversed into the world tree, each encapsulated by their own glowing green bubbles, ascending alongside them. Thus, the trio was lifted to a platform, where the bubbles shattered upon arrival. Upon their landing, they were greeted by a series of steps, extending in a zigzag formation that seemed to ascend indefinitely into the heavens. Faced with this endless staircase, Xiao Wei voiced his concerns. "Surely, we are not expected to climb this staircase to reach a higher place? It appears endless and could prove fatal." Wang Hao reassured him, "We have witnessed Mew enter here. There are no other paths before us. We must ascend. Regardless of where these steps lead or how far they extend, we shall proceed one step at a time." Wang Hao understood that the staircase had no terminus and recognized the fatigue that awaited them, yet with Mew so near, he could not bear to abandon their pursuit. Thus, he pressed on, clutching Togepi as he ascended step by step. Although Xiao Wei lamented his exhaustion, he resolutely followed Wang Hao into the void above. After approximately an hour of climbing, Wang Hao and Xiao Wei at last glimpsed the end of their arduous journey, a short passageway, the conclusion of which remained obscured, yet it signified a destination. This corridor was not lengthy, illuminated only by a radiant white light at its end, while the walls were entwined with roots, punctuated by crystalline formations emitting a soft blue glow. As Wang Hao and Lucario approached these azure crystals, they were irresistibly drawn to them, instinctively gravitating closer. Wang Hao gently touched one of the crystals, and immediately, vivid images of their shared past materialized before them. From the moment Wang Hao received the egg of Riolu, to the theft of the egg by a mischievous Pokémon, the hatching of Riolu, their encounters with Celebi, the battles against Team Rocket's Macamp, and their trials against the rampaging Mewtwo, all flashed vividly in succession. This was the shared history of Wang Hao and Lucario, and both gazed intently at the unfolding scenes, exchanging a glance that seemed to convey the joy of companionship. Xiaowei observed from a distance, enviously witnessing the bond between them. He too attempted to touch the blue crystals, yet no images appeared for him, evoking a sense of disappointment as he sighed, "Your bond is truly admirable." This brief interlude did not detain them for long, and they quickly advanced towards the white light at the passage's end. Upon emerging, they found themselves atop the canopy of the World Tree, greeted by an expanse of verdant forests and mountains, including a clear view of the nearby Moonview Mountain. Yet, in that moment, both Wang Hao and Xiaowei were too preoccupied with their search for Mew to appreciate the scenery. They scanned their surroundings for any sign of the elusive Pokémon, but to their dismay, no trace of Mew was found upon the rocky canopy. Had Mew departed from the World Tree? Did it not ascend to the canopy after entering the trunk? A plethora of hypotheses raced through Wang Hao's mind until he turned suddenly to discover two Lucarios beside him, instantly alleviating his worry. Mew possessed the ability to transform into any Pokémon, and the presence of these two Lucarios assured him that one must indeed be Mew in disguise. Rather than hastily identifying which Lucario was Mew, Wang Hao circled around them, before decisively pointing to the one on the left, proclaiming, "You are Mew, are you not? I seek your assistance." The indicated Lucario blinked in surprise before transforming into a pink, feline form before Wang Hao and Xiaowei. With a hint of displeasure, it remarked, "How did you recognize me so quickly? This is no fun at all. Your transformation is remarkable, nearly indistinguishable from Lucario, yet the aura you emit is different. Whether human or Pokémon, one's aura is unique. Your aura diverges entirely from that of Lucario, allowing me to identify you with ease." Wang Hao, of course, could not discern Mew's transformation merely by observation. He relied on the power of aura. Though his own aura was not particularly strong, he did not need to exert it for any purpose. He merely needed to sense Lucario's aura to identify which one belonged to him. "I had not anticipated your familiarity with the power of aura. This must be attributed to the bond you share with Lucario. The resonance of your connection is quite comforting. You are here to seek me at the behest of Articuno, are you not?" "Indeed, it is Articuno that sent us to find you. Mewtwo is a Pokémon born from your genetic material, and I believe only you possess the means to counter Mewtwo." Wang Hao was not surprised that Mew was aware of his purpose. For Mew, the progenitor of Pokémon, with its psychic abilities and mastery over aura, such knowledge was trivial. The pressing question now was whether Mew would join Wang Hao and his companions in their quest to confront the armored Mewtwo. "I have been cognizant of Mewtwo's existence since its inception. It was created through a continuous reconfiguration of my genetic makeup. Within my original genes lie fragments of my memories, which have led to the formation of two distinct consciousnesses within Mewtwo. These two consciousnesses have perpetually contended for dominance over its being. Humans have subdued the gene consciousness containing my memories through a special armor, thereby achieving control over Mewtwo. However, should the suppression of this armor weaken, a backlash of the repressed consciousness will ensue. This backlash leads to a state of confusion within Mewtwo's consciousness, ultimately causing it to enter a rampaging state." Dream's explanation illuminated for Wang Hao why Mewtwo exhibits such extreme behaviors. The Mewtwo encountered in the Blue Cave was likely its original state, gentle and fond of interacting with other Pokémon. That is the true essence of Mewtwo. Given your profound understanding of Mewtwo, you must possess a means to pacify the rampaging creature. Join us in Yuhong City to save Mewtwo. However, it is not that simple. Although I am well acquainted with Mewtwo, I must confess that I am no match for it. It has been continuously restructured from the genetic foundation that is mine, its strength far surpassing my own. The only way to halt its rampage is to extract the gene consciousness from me that is causing its confusion. The notion that Mewtwo harbors two consciousnesses is already bewildering to Wang Hao. Now, the prospect of extracting one consciousness from Mewtwo seems utterly implausible. The consciousness that incites Mewtwo's rampage is formed from the memories within my genes, thus it can be extricated through my aura power and psychic abilities. Yet, there lies a critical issue. My aura power exists to nourish the World Tree. Should the World Tree be deprived of this aura, all Pokémon residing within it will utterly lose their lives. To sacrifice so many Pokémon for the sake of one Mewtwo is something I cannot bear. Hence, I cannot assist you in dealing with Mewtwo. However, without your intervention, Mewtwo will inevitably break free from the seals imposed by Articuno and others. Following that, the rampaging Mewtwo will unleash indiscriminate attacks, resulting in widespread devastation. The casualties among both Pokémon and humans will undoubtedly escalate. Is there truly no way to reconcile both sides? In order to prevent Mewtwo from sacrificing the Pokémon of the World Tree, Wang Hao finds himself at an impasse. Yet, if Mewtwo is not stopped, the future toll will be even greater. What course of action should be taken in such a dilemma? Chapter 88. Allow me to take charge. In a perplexing conundrum, both Dream and Wang Hao found themselves ensnared in the same mental deadlock. The separation of the consciousness that led to the rampage of the Ultra Dream and the replenishment of the World Tree's primal essence both necessitated the guiding power of Dream, which could only be utilized for one of the two. Was it solely your guiding power that could extricate the memories and genetic consciousness belonging to you from within the Ultra Dream? Or must the guiding energy supplied to the World Tree unavoidably come from you? At the moment when Wang Hao and Dream were ensnared in this quandary, Xiao Wei posed two pivotal questions to Dream. Upon hearing them, Dream first smiled knowingly, then circled around Xiao Wei twice before responding. The extraction of the memories and genetic consciousness belonging to me from the Ultra Dream indeed requires my guiding power in conjunction with psychic energy. This is an immutable fact. However, the energy replenishment for the World Tree does not necessarily have to originate from my guiding power. Any guiding energy can serve as the restorative force for the World Tree. Currently, the guiding energy within this World Tree is somewhat depleted, causing the Guardian Pokémon to gradually lose their abilities. Otherwise, you would not have been able to breach its defenses so easily. The reason the Guardian Pokémon refrained from attacking Wang Hao and his companions was not due to the charm of Bakubi, but rather the scarcity of the World Tree's guiding energy. If any guiding force could replenish the World Tree, then what need was there for Dream? Both Wang Hao and Lucario possessed a modicum of guiding power, sufficient to substitute for Dream in supplying the World Tree with the necessary energy. Do not rejoice too prematurely. Although you and Lucario indeed possess guiding power that is quite suitable to replace me in replenishing the World Tree, there is one crucial point I must clarify. Once you offer your guiding power to the World Tree, you will be unable to utilize it for a period of time. Furthermore, there exists a certain degree of peril when supplying guiding energy to the World Tree. The World Tree exhibits a greed for guiding power. Should you release too much, it will instantly drain your guiding energy. Should you exhaust all your guiding power, your lives would be forfeit. Thus, when replenishing the World Tree, it is paramount to reserve a portion of your guiding energy for your own safety. Wang Hao had initially believed that merely transferring his guiding power to the World Tree would suffice, but he had not anticipated the dangers involved in such a process. Previously, when Lucario had been ravaged by the Ultra Dream, Wang Hao had transferred his limited guiding energy to Lucario, enabling its successful evolution. Had Lucario's evolution been delayed even slightly, Wang Hao would surely have perished from the depletion of his guiding power. Having experienced this once, Wang Hao was acutely aware that the transfer of guiding energy was inherently fraught with danger. Thus, upon hearing Dream's warning about the World Tree's greed, he recognized the gravity of the situation. As for the temporary inability to utilize guiding energy after the transfer, Wang Hao was not overly concerned. What must we do to ensure we do not have our guiding energy drained while transferring it to the World Tree? Given your current mastery over guiding energy, this is quite challenging. I will use my psychic powers to help you isolate a portion of your guiding energy. This way, you need not worry about being drained. But you must still exercise caution and avoid provoking the World Tree's greed. Otherwise, my psychic powers will be unable to safeguard that last vestige of guiding energy. With Dream's psychic assistance, Wang Hao felt a sense of confidence in the endeavor of supplying the World Tree with guiding energy. As long as he and Lucario successfully replenished the World Tree, Dream would be able to unleash her full strength and accompany them to Yuhong City to confront the Ultra Dream. Thus, Dream led Wang Hao, Xiao Wei, and Lucario to the heart of the World Tree. This location was a unique space enveloped by the core branches of the canopy, housing a massive, translucent, pale green crystal emanating a vibrant life force. Dream gestured towards the crystal and instructed Wang Hao and Lucario, soon. You shall place your palms upon this crystal and channel your guiding energy to replenish the World Tree. Remember, do not release all your guiding energy at once. Proceed slowly and incrementally. With that, Dream flew to each of them, touching their foreheads with her hands. Xiao Wei then witnessed a surge of purple light emanating from Dream, which was soon mirrored by Wang Hao and Lucario. All done. I have isolated a portion of guiding energy for you. You may now commence the replenishment of the World Tree's guiding energy. Sensing an area within himself seemingly enveloped by a purple sphere, Wang Hao surmised that this was the guiding energy Dream had isolated. He cradled Bakubi in his left arm and extended his right hand gently towards the core crystal of the World Tree. Due to the relative weakness of his guiding energy, Wang Hao typically relied on Lucario's strength. Thus, invoking his own guiding energy felt rather clumsy. However, he heeded Dream's advice, gradually coaxing his guiding power forth, akin to wringing out a towel. Simultaneously, Lucario began to channel his guiding energy. When their energies converged, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Lucario's guiding energy merged with Wang Hao's, forming a more potent force. As this newfound strength manifested, the core crystal of the World Tree erupted in a brilliant green light, voraciously absorbing the guiding energy from both Wang Hao and Lucario. Dream, witnessing this alarming development, swiftly warned, "Your guiding energies are merging. This fusion has transformed your individual powers into a formidable force. The World Tree's greed has been awakened. Regain control, or you will be drained." Wang Hao and Lucario were utterly astonished that their previously independent guiding energies had fused, especially at such a critical moment. Striving to regain control over their powers, they quickly discovered that the combined force was beyond their command. At that moment, Bakubi, nestled in Wang Hao's left arm, suddenly wriggled free, leaping onto Wang Hao's right arm. With no capacity to manage Bakubi's antics, Wang Hao could do nothing but allow the Pokémon to stand on his arm. In the next instant, Bakubi launched itself towards Wang Hao's face, sending him sprawling backward and abruptly interrupting his transfer of guiding energy to the World Tree. Subsequently, Bakubi executed the same maneuver, sending Lucario tumbling as well. Dream and Xiao Wei initially believed Bakubi was merely being mischievous, but upon seeing Wang Hao knocked off balance, they realized the core crystal of the World Tree ceased to emit its intense green glow. In unison, they refrained from intervening, silently observing the unfolding events. With bewilderment, Wang Hao gazed at the similarly displaced Lucario, then turned to Bakubi and inquired, "Why do you impede our efforts to convey the aura of the World Tree? Your actions will only incite the World Tree's insatiable greed for the aura. When it drains all your energy, none of you will survive. Allow me to take charge." Bakubi, with a hint of playful pride, addressed Wang Hao and Lucario. Subsequently, she merrily approached Wang Hao, her tiny hands gently touching his right hand. In an instant, Wang Hao felt his entire aura being siphoned away by Bakubi. Following this, Bakubi moved to Lucario's side, swiftly absorbing his aura as well. At this moment, Mew understood completely what Bakubi was endeavoring to achieve. As Bakubi drained Lucario's aura, Mew employed its telekinesis to lift Bakubi, guiding her to the core crystal of the World Tree. Bakubi offered no resistance to Mew's telekinetic control, instead cooperating gracefully. Upon reaching the core crystal, she placed her diminutive hands upon it, transferring the aura she had just absorbed from Wang Hao and Lucario to the heart of the World Tree. The process of transferring the aura was swift. Soon, the core crystal, once a light green, transformed into a deep emerald hue. After completing the transfer, Bakubi's 5 protruding spikes retracted instantly, and her limbs shrank back, resembling a Pokémon egg. Mew, using its telekinesis, presented the egg-shaped Bakubi to Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao, perplexed, asked Mew, "What has happened to Bakubi? Is the aura transfer truly complete?" Bakubi is a unique Pokémon capable of transferring the energy of others. She has just transferred your and Lucario's auras to the World Tree, a process that drained her considerable energy, and now she has fallen into a deep slumber, likely for an extended period before she recovers. You must take good care of her. Thus, Bakubi's earlier insistence to let her handle it was for this very purpose. She had propelled Wang Hao and Lucario away to safeguard them from the World Tree's greed. Holding the egg-shaped Bakubi, Wang Hao felt a warm glow in his heart. Chapter 89. The elusive Team Rocket. As Wang Hao cradled the Togepi, which had taken on the appearance of a Pokémon egg, he immediately sensed a familiar energy emanating from it, flowing steadily towards him. This energy also radiated towards Lucario, who stood by his side. Lucario glanced at Wang Hao and then at the Togepi in his arms, a knowing smile gracing his features. The energy being transmitted from Togepi to both Wang Hao and Lucario was none other than the familiar aura power they had come to know so well. Though this aura was not particularly powerful, it was entirely unique to Togepi. Despite its modest strength, it provided a much-needed supplement to the nearly exhausted aura of both Wang Hao and Lucario. Yet, a wave of concern washed over Wang Hao. He worried whether Togepi, transformed into an egg-like state, would be affected in its recovery due to the expenditure of its aura. He anxiously turned to Mew for reassurance. "Mew, will Togepi's contribution to our aura affect its recovery? Will it need to sleep for a longer period?" "Not at all. Togepi is quite astute. While it shared its aura with you to replenish the Tree of Beginning, it retained its own portion to sustain you. The sleep is merely a side effect of overusing its abilities and will not interfere with its aura recovery. During this period of slumber, its aura will gradually replenish. As long as you keep it close and allow it to experience your and Lucario's aura, you can shorten its sleep and recovery time. Furthermore, after this slumber, it is likely to emerge even stronger. Upon hearing Mew's words, Wang Hao felt a sense of calm wash over him. The successful contribution of aura energy to the Tree of Beginning would have been impossible without Togepi's assistance. Moreover, he had not anticipated that his aura would merge with Lucario's to form an even more potent aura. This was a delightful revelation. Thus, the energy concerns regarding the Tree of Beginning had been effectively resolved. Mew had also agreed to accompany Wang Hao and Xiao Wei to confront Mewtwo in Yuhong City. After clarifying the situation with Togepi, Wang Hao dispatched Kirlia to utilize its long-range teleportation to bring everyone back to the outskirts of Yuhong City. Upon arriving at the city's edge, Wang Hao's first task was to contact Adu and rendezvous with him. Wang Hao, have you successfully located what was needed for Articuno? Can we now prepare to lift the seal? Adu inquired. To be honest, the entire city of Yuhong has been sealed, causing a significant stir within the Johto League. If we do not resolve this issue promptly, the League's credibility will suffer greatly. The higher-ups have repeatedly urged me to expedite a solution. Mr. Adu, we have gathered what Articuno requires. However, we cannot rush the unsealing process. First, we must ascertain one critical detail. Where is Team Rocket? Wang Hao, keen to resolve the seal issue in Yuhong City, felt compelled to exercise caution due to the presence of Team Rocket. Intelligence from Domino indicated that Sakaki was likely nearby, preparing various strategies to reclaim Mewtwo. If Wang Hao were to hastily lift the seal, it would undoubtedly allow Sakaki, lurking in the shadows, to seize the opportunity. Thus, upon reaching the outskirts of Yuhong City, Wang Hao urgently questioned Adu regarding this matter. Although you previously captured several Team Rocket executives, I also asked Grandma Kikuko to conduct hypnotic interrogations, yet we could not glean any information regarding Sakaki's whereabouts, only that he is undoubtedly still in the vicinity of Yuhong City. I have been dispatching Alliance members to search around the city, but thus far, we have found no trace of Sakaki or his associates. Consequently, we remain uncertain about Team Rocket's current location. Since we have thoroughly searched the area surrounding Yuhong City, I have shifted my focus to the outer perimeter of the seal. We all know that the outer perimeter extends from the seal location to my station position. Due to the influence of the sealing energy, I have refrained from sending Alliance members into that area. However, the prolonged absence of Team Rocket compels me to include this range in our search. Just half an hour ago, I dispatched a 4-member team to investigate the seal's perimeter, but as of now, we have received no feedback. This gives me an unsettling premonition. The primary reason Adu chose this location for stationing was that it is the closest point to the seal while also being the area least affected by the sealing energy. If Team Rocket members are congregated near the seal's perimeter, they are bound to be influenced by the sealing energy. The fiery depths of Moltres, the icy expanse of Articuno, and the thunderous pools of Zapdos continuously emanate scorching heat, frigid cold, and electrifying energy. Pokémon entering the seal's perimeter would suffer varying degrees of burning, freezing, and paralysis. Wang Hao did not believe that Sakaki would allow so many of his Team Rocket members to fall into such adverse conditions. As for the 4-member team dispatched by Adu, their disappearance might not be due to an encounter with Team Rocket, but rather the effects of the sealing energy. To ascertain the situation of Adu's team, Wang Hao turned to Mew, who had transformed into a Pidgey and perched on his shoulder. Just as Wang Hao prepared to communicate with Mew through aura, a resounding explosion erupted from the seal's perimeter. It sounded as if the ground had been detonated, echoing throughout Yuhong City and capturing everyone's attention. In that instant, Adu swiftly issued various commands to prepare for battle while explaining to Wang Hao and Xiao Wei. This is a signal. I instructed the advanced team of 4 to avoid alarming the enemy if they encountered Team Rocket members and to relay information to me at the first opportunity. If they are unable to communicate in time and are discovered, they should immediately signal for assistance by striking the ground. From the sound of that explosion, it seems they have encountered Team Rocket and are now engaged in combat. Indeed, Team Rocket had gathered at the seal's perimeter. But how had Sakaki resolved the issues posed by the sealing energy? Was there a method to prevent Pokémon from suffering burns, freezing, or paralysis? This realization dawned on Wang Hao, as he understood that such a solution could exist, as long as there were Pokémon capable of utilizing abilities akin to Mystical Veil. They would be impervious to status ailments. However, most of Team Rocket's members were likely to be composed of poison and ground-type Pokémon. How could they have so many capable of using Mystical Veil? Though he felt a twinge of doubt, Wang Hao recognized that supporting the advanced team was his primary task. Without further delay, he joined Xiao Wei and Adu in their efforts to assist the advanced team. Wang Hao first retrieved Milotic's Pokeball and released it. The 6-meter-long Milotic immediately unleashed a considerable area of mystical veil, enveloping Wang Hao, Xiaowei, Edu, and several alliance members. Subsequently, they swiftly advanced towards the source of the explosion. Upon their arrival, the battle had already concluded. The 4 members of the advanced team lay incapacitated on the ground, while not a single member of Team Rocket was in sight. Edu quickly instructed the accompanying medical personnel to provide urgent assistance to the 4. And once one of them regained consciousness, Edu inquired, "Did you encounter Team Rocket? How many were there? Was Sakaki among them? What were they doing at the seal's perimeter?" "We're not certain if we encountered Team Rocket members. They were merely dressed in black suits similar to those of Team Rocket. But their suits bore no emblem of Team Rocket. Their numbers were few, merely 3, and Sakaki was not among them. These 3 individuals appeared to be mere sentinels, exhibiting no peculiar behavior around the perimeter of the seal, merely instructing their Pokémon to search the vicinity. It was one of them, Yuki, who discovered us, thus igniting the conflict. Clad in black attire reminiscent of Team Rocket, yet devoid of any insignia, they initiated combat upon encountering members of the Alliance. Upon hearing this description, Wang Hao and Xiaowei immediately discerned that the trio attacking the Alliance squad must indeed be players from Team Rocket. Sakaki had dispatched all 4 of his chief subordinates to sabotage the legendary feather, and it turned out that those accompanying him were none other than Team Rocket players. A sudden, ominous premonition gripped Wang Hao. If Sakaki had amassed a multitude of Team Rocket players around the seal, he, Xiaowei, and the NPCs like Edu would find themselves in dire straits. After all, players possessed a plethora of well-rounded Pokémon combinations, unlike the singularly typed Pokémon of NPCs like Edu, whose weaknesses were all too evident. Wang Hao even began to worry that it might not be Sakaki gathering the Team Rocket players, but rather the game system itself. If the game system were to issue a task specifically for Team Rocket players, it could effortlessly rally them all in an instant. How could Wang Hao possibly contend with such a scenario? Were he and Xiaowei to face an entire squad of Team Rocket players accompanied solely by a cadre of NPCs? Such an imbalance seemed utterly absurd. Of course, these were merely Wang Hao's conjectures. The advanced team of 4 from the Alliance had encountered only 3 Team Rocket players, akin to their earlier encounter with Lu Pengzi at the abandoned power plant. Perhaps it was merely a fortuitous meeting. From the Alliance's advanced team, both Edu and Wang Hao received a consistent answer. These 3 Team Rocket players appeared to be directing their Pokémon in search of something. What then could possibly be worth searching for around the perimeter of this seal? Sakaki's aim was to rescue Mewtwo, primarily by breaking the seal cast by the combined forces of 3 legendary Pokémon. Yet, apart from the overwhelming presence of the sealing energy from these 3 legendary Pokémon, there was nothing particularly noteworthy in the vicinity. Were they perhaps searching for something related to the disruption of the seal? Chapter 90. The alluring mission of the Rocket Team, Players the Seal, conjured by the 3 legendary Pokémon, gradually weakens over time. This necessitates Wang Hao's quest to gather the 3 legendary feathers, harnessing their power to replenish the seal's energy. Sakaki dispatched the 4 executive members primarily to destroy these legendary feathers, thus depriving the seal of its energy source. Although Wang Hao is currently perplexed about whether the items sought by the Rocket Team players are indeed related to the disruption of the seal, he understands that the immediate priority is to locate the trio and extract more information. Consequently, he instructs Lucario to utilize its aura to scout the surroundings in hopes of finding the trio before they can escape. However, without fully restored aura, Lucario's search yields no trace of the 3 individuals. Reluctantly, Wang Hao turns to the Mew perched on his shoulder for assistance. Mew's aura abilities far surpass those of Lucario, allowing it to detect not only the trio clad in black, but also a larger group of similarly dressed individuals in the distance. Mew swiftly shares its findings with Wang Hao through the power of aura, revealing Sakaki's presence. Upon recognizing Sakaki, Wang Hao retrieves the Pokeballs of Kirlia and Ghastly, releasing them into the fray. He instructs Ghastly to conceal itself within his shadow and asks Mew to communicate the position of the Rocket Team trio to Kirlia. With a swift teleportation, Kirlia transports Wang Hao to a nearby thicket along the trio's path, where they hide in wait. As the Rocket Team players pass by, Wang Hao commands the hidden Ghastly to use hypnosis, rendering them incapacitated. To avoid alarming others, Wang Hao does not interrogate the trio on site. Instead, he has Kirlia teleport them back to Edu and Xiaowei. The sudden reappearance of Wang Hao, accompanied by the 3 black-clad individuals, leaves Edu and Xiaowei momentarily bewildered. However, they quickly grasp the reason for Wang Hao's abrupt departure and focus their attention on the captured Rocket Team players. At this moment, Wang Hao realizes a significant issue. A considerable distinction exists between players and NPCs. While players can be affected by status conditions, they do not succumb to them in the same complete manner as NPCs. For instance, Although Ghastly's hypnosis can immobilize the players, it does not render them entirely unconscious as it would with NPCs. Thus, Wang Hao cannot compel the Rocket Team players to divulge Sakiki's plans through hypnosis. This revelation disrupts all of Wang Hao's plans. Without insight into Sakiki's intentions, he cannot devise a targeted strategy to thwart his actions. What should he do now? Wang Hao shares his predicament with Xiaowei, who unexpectedly asserts that he can resolve the issue. Xiaowei leans in and whispers a few words into the ears of the three controlled Rocket Team players, who then begin to divulge their information. We came here on a mission assigned by the system. Although we are Rocket Team players, we haven't participated much in Sakiki's operations until now. The rewards for this mission were simply too enticing, prompting us to come here. We are not particularly clear on Sakiki's plans. We merely followed the mission prompts and haven't even encountered him yet. What mission did you accept? Wang Hao inquires. A Rocket Team exclusive mission to travel to Yuhong City and rendezvous with Sakiki at the outskirts of the legendary Pokémon Seal. After meeting with Sakiki, we are to act according to his instructions. If we successfully assist Sakiki in gaining control of Mewtwo, we will receive the following rewards: 1 evolution item, 1 random Pokémon egg, and 3 random move tutors. Upon hearing the details of this mission, both Xiaowei and Wang Hao are left utterly astonished. Evolution items, Pokémon eggs, move tutors. Each of these rewards is highly coveted among players. Is the system truly so unhinged as to bestow such generous gifts? Observing the dazed expressions of Wang Hao and Xiaowei, the three Rocket Team players cannot help but remark, "See, if you could accept this mission, you'd likely be faster than us." Neither Wang Hao nor Xiaowei denies this. Had they the opportunity to take on the mission, they would undoubtedly have acted without hesitation. However, Wang Hao is troubled by a pressing question. Why would the system assign such an enticing mission to all Rocket Team players? Does the system intend for Sakiki to gain complete control over Mewtwo? Or is it seeking to incite a conflict between the Rocket Team players and the members of the Alliance? As of now, Wang Hao remains oblivious to Sakiki's true plans. How does he intend to dismantle the seal? How will he regain control over Mewtwo? It appears that only a direct confrontation with Sakiki will unveil the answers. At this juncture, Xiaowei poses another crucial question to the Rocket Team players. What were you three searching for when our Alliance team encountered you? You were commanding your Pokémon to search the area. Upon hearing this, the three Rocket Team players exchange glances before reluctantly responding in that Rocket Team exclusive mission. There is actually a supplementary side quest to assist Sakiki in dismantling the seal of the legendary Pokémon. The specific details of the quest are as follows. Travel to the outskirts of Yuhong City, locate 3 elemental stones imbued with sealing energy, and destroy them. The reward for this task is 2 random move tutors. A side quest as well. Wang Hao is at a loss for words. Incredulous that the game system would grant the Rocket Team players 2 exclusive tasks in succession, each with such enticing rewards. This seems excessively biased in favor of the Rocket Team. Nevertheless, it does provide Wang Hao with some insight. The 3 elemental stones at the seal's perimeter are likely the key to dismantling the seal, which explains why the system issued such a quest. Wang Hao promptly inquires with Mew about the elemental stones. Those 3 elemental stones are, in fact, the core of the sealing energy. Once all the elemental stones are destroyed, the duration of the seal will be drastically reduced. It can only hold for a few hours at most. Mew's response thoroughly confirms Wang Hao's suspicions. Safeguarding these elemental stones is paramount, regardless of Sakiki's plans. If he seeks to dismantle the seal, destroying the elemental stones is an inevitable course of action. But where exactly are these 3 elemental stones? I know the locations of the 3 elemental stones, but I must reserve my strength for dealing with Mewtwo and cannot assist you for the time being. You must rely on yourselves to protect these 3 elemental stones. As long as you safeguard them, you can, as instructed by Articuno, release the 3 legendary feathers to replenish the sealing energy and free Articuno and the others from the seal. Only then can we confront Mewtwo within the seal. Mew seems to be well aware of the situation concerning the elemental stones and swiftly shares their locations with Wang Hao through the power of aura. From the aura, Wang Hao learns that all 3 elemental stones remain intact and have not been discovered by the Rocket Team. At this juncture, safeguarding the elemental stones is of utmost importance. So Wang Hao hesitates not a moment longer. He promptly explains the situation regarding the elemental stones to Xiaowei and Adu, urging them to take some Alliance members to the locations of the elemental stones to stand guard. Little Wei and Adu had no objections regarding Wang Hao's arrangements. Adu swiftly divided all the Alliance members he brought into segments, taking a portion with him to ambush at the location of the Fire Element Stone using Kairu Lian's instantaneous teleportation. Meanwhile, Wang Hao led another group of Alliance members to the Ice Element Stone, while Little Wei took the remaining members to the Thunder Element Stone. Despite their separation, The three maintained constant communication through the Alliance's communication channel. As Wang Hao and 10 Alliance members settled into their ambush near the Ice Element Stone, Lucario alerted him through the aura, indicating the presence of Team Rocket members in the vicinity, though their numbers remained uncertain. The Team Rocket members were unaware of the precise location of the element stones. Hence, their appearance was primarily for reconnaissance. Given this, Wang Hao was not in a hurry to defeat them. He needed to ascertain their exact numbers, the species of Pokémon they possessed, their abilities, and other pertinent information before launching an offensive. Thus, he communicated through aura to the 10 Alliance members to maintain their ambush. Lucario's current aura power allowed for detection within a radius of less than 400 meters. Within this range, there were 7 individuals clad in Team Rocket's black uniforms, and a total of 10 individuals bearing the Team Rocket emblem. This meant that Wang Hao would need to contend with at least 7 Team Rocket players and 10 Team Rocket members. The Pokémon of the Team Rocket members predominantly comprised Weezing and Ekans, each occupying half of their ranks. In contrast, the Pokémon of the Team Rocket players varied, including Pidgeot, Gyarados, Beedrill, Persian, Scyther, Magmar, and Electabuzz. The diversity of attributes among the Team Rocket players' Pokémon, encompassing fire, electric, flying, normal, bug, and ground types, rendered Wang Hao increasingly cautious as he contemplated his assault. Although Kyrillian and Jengars could execute a commendable ambush, any subsequent confrontation would inevitably demand direct engagement. The 10 Alliance members he commanded possessed Pokémon with similarly singular attributes, primarily focused on one type. Under these circumstances, a direct confrontation with the opposing team would likely yield no advantage. How, then, should Wang Hao effectively coordinate the efforts of these 10 Alliance members?